I'm not happy about this, I'll be honest with you.
All right, thank you,
Personally,
ref.
I think I'm 1-0 up. Ref, you take it away, okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go.
3, 2, 1, go. I can dance all day. I can dance all day. Actually, I don't really like this. Hold on.
Wait. Here we go.
You know, I actually played right back for my team.
Oh, they're not back.
Easy.
I thought I had you.
Back. See,
That's gone out.
Now.
Anyway, lots of fun to be had here. I'll tell you what, Dan. If you win this one, then I'll let you go first when we play basketball a little bit later. Sound good?
All right, deal.
Okay, good. Hey!
All right. Well, I guess basketball might be better for me, but certainly I know that Onset is a cheater. That's all that matters.
That felt good. I'm a winner.
Hey guys, we're SAUL and we're playing Guess Who. go first. Am I... Let's just do... I'm not going to go too simple, so let's just go assault character.
No, you're not assault. Am I female?
Yes. Am I support character?
Yes. Do I have a movement ability?
No. Well, technically.
Okay.
Am I female?
No. Am I a skirmisher?
No. Gotta make sure I remember all the support characters. Okay. Am I a big character?
No. Can I hit console?
No. Am I Mirage?
Yes. So I technically don't have a movement ability. I'm not a skirmisher and I can't hit console and I'm female.
Yeah.
Wow,
Technically not a movement ability, but you can go faster.
Am I Bangalore?
No.
Technically not a movement ability, but I can go faster. Wow.
It is a passive.
It's a passive. So I have a passive ability that makes me faster. I'm female, I can't hit console. Oh, it's going to be so obvious, I just can't think of it right now. Who goes faster? Conduit?
Yep.
Yes. Well played, sir. That's how,
that's how you do it, boys.
That's how it's done.
Hey, I'm Zero from Team Liquid Apex, IGL, and I'm from Australia.
Hi, I'm Sai from Team Liquid Apex, and our team bullies each other.
Is my legend a skirmisher?
No.
Okay.
Is my legend assault?
No. Is my legend assault?
No. Is my legend support?
Yes. Is my legend support?
No. Does my legend have a shield?
No. Is my character recon?
Yes. Does my character heal our teammates?
Yes. Is my character in the meta, like reasonable meta within like the first 8 games?
No. Does my character's ult like shoot out?
I guess. We have like Vantage, Vantage Recon, Vantage Bloodhound, CS Barra Crypto Meta. What else is a Recon? Valk's Meta. Vantage or Bloodhound, eh? Is my character Vantage?
Maybe.
Yeah. I meant to say yes.
Yes.
You have one chance to tie it. You gotta guess.
Is my character Mirage?
Heal your teammates!
Yeah.
Mirage? How does Mirage heal his teammates?
Oh, I'm stupid. Guys, I just blacked out. It was Conduit, wasn't it?
No!
Who is it?
Who throws an ult and heals a teammate?
What?
Throws an ult out, like you said, splits it out, right?
Yeah.
Throw it out.
Is it lifeline?
Yeah.
I said a shield. That counts.
Shield?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What?
How is it a shield?
It's a big shield.
You meant Newcastle, and you know that for a fact, boy.
I was gonna guess Conduit because you were like, "Who's got a shield?" And my brain instantly went Lifeline, Gibby, Newcastle, gone.
Sucks to suck.
Dude, why did I say Mirage?
I don't know. I did. He didn't.
That's a shield, bro.
Hello everyone, this is Rejects the Apex roster. My name is Yuris, this is Axis, and this is our IGL Alpha. And today we're gonna be playing a game. And we're gonna be asking trivia questions, and when they get it right, they get a turn to smash the hammer. Whoever gets the nail at the very bottom wins. Which legend is a Marvin robot? Alpha が最初。You got it first. そうそうそう、そういうこと。そのままで。
殴っていいの？
うん、殴っていいよ。
もういいの？
いいよ。これね、これ。
こっち？
あ、Apex Legends 出た時、最初出た時、最初のマップの名前は何？
キングスキャニオン。
おー、OK。おー、OK。バンガロールはどこの国から？
わかんない。
わかんない？ The answer is Greedy Ron。
あ、知らないよ。マジで知らん。
一番強いアーマーの色は何？
赤。
アルファの勝ち。
あ。終わり？
終わりだよ。
終わり。下手くそすぎる。
外れた。
外したね。
今の今シーズンの Apex Legends の名前は何？
わかんない。
わかんない。
あ、オーバークロックみたいなやつじゃなかった。
おお。
少ない。
コースティックの本名何？
いやもう知らん。 知らない。
知らん？
わかんない。
わかんない。It's Nox。Nox。Nox。Apex 出た時、レジェンド何人いた
8。俺やってない。
合ってる。8。おお今のめっちゃいい。
まあまあいったんちゃう？
ああ、いったな。
まあいったんちゃう？いや、むずいん。いや、そんな言ってないな。
ブラハの鳥の名前何？
ブロスフーンダルとか違うな。
違います。アルファ。わかんない。ちょっとそっち聞いてみたい。ブラハのカラスの名前何？アーサ
あー、なんか言われたら。
でしょ
わかる気がするわ。
アーチャー。レジェンドの名前で、俺らの地球でも国の名前でも同じなんか
ジブ
ラルタル。で、全部の質問終わりました。ネイル進んでたのは、まあ、アクシスの価値ですね。
Oh my God, bro! What? Wow, that's what? Oh, look what it is, man. Yo, it's phony. It's phony. What's up, man? Oh, it's Jelly over here too. What's up, man? How you doing? Dude, what's up? Come here. Dude, man, I ran into some serious fans on their off time. You know, these obviously players are taking a little bit of a break. Phony, what's up, man?
I'm doing well, man. Just watching the games with the boys. Unofficially, their coach. I love White Belly. I love Dupe.
Yeah, White Belly. We heard that was your real name, not White Jelly. Talk to us about that.
I don't know where this rumor came from, honestly. Like, they just love teasing me, but I don't know. Honestly, I don't know where they came up with this origin.
Well, you know, the 18-year-old from Toronto, he's got to get a little bit of play here. You know, Phony's teasing him a little bit. But Phony, I want to talk about when you got the call to get out here, because most people didn't expect you to be in Paris. Obviously, you guys didn't qualify. Talk to me about what it was like kind of going through that process, but then getting the call and somehow ending up out here.
Yeah, whenever I get a call like that, obviously I always like made a land since I've tried calling from. So like not making one was kind of depressing. So when I got the opportunity to play, I was like very, very excited. And I wasn't giving my hopes up on, you know, coming here and not playing. So whenever they told me that they were coming with their visas, I was excited for them, but I was kind of sad at the same time. So
you want to compete?
Yeah, I want to compete. I always want to compete.
I mean, the unofficial coaching was happening already. I had a question about, you know, some of the bands we've been seeing. We had Maggie just gotten out of this lobby in Game 3. There were no Newcastles, no Gibbies. I was wondering, like, why is that happening? But you were saying these players are so in sync. Maggie is a very tough character to deal with, especially going into a map like E-District.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like a map like E-District, Maggie ban is like very, very needed for the game to be healthy. And if she's not banned early on, like in the Storm Point games, and she carries on to E-District, it will become very chaotic. So I think getting her banned is like the best outcome for everyone to be able to play like really good Apex.
Now, the other thing I want to ask before I move on over there and talk to Dupe a little bit is you famously cannot eat just anything, right? So, however, the first thing you asked me if I had was a croissant.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Paris is known for, right? Their pastries, their croissant, their baguettes. So I wanted to know if you had like a croissant, because I saw like a chocolate trick croissant like famous on TikTok. So
which you can't eat,
which I can't eat, but I think seeing you guys eat it makes me happy.
So you would rather see us enjoy ourselves in Paris?
Yes.
Even though you can't. Wow, what a good guy. Good guy, Phony over here. Hey, man, great talking to you as well. I'm glad you're here. I'm sure all the fans are glad you're here. Hopefully they get to see a little bit more Phony on camera later on.
Love you guys.
Love you, man. Hey, let's talk to Jelly and Dupe over here. Dude, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just watching the games.
Dude, man, your team has expanded in a way that I think you've always had the fandom whenever you've played. People have loved watching you succeed. But I feel like you guys have matured in a way with this roster different than other iterations of your teams. Talk to me about your success getting here and also what you plan on doing while you're here.
Well, a lot of my success is definitely in my play style. I'm like a center zone play style. I try and rotate quick. And, you know, especially when I have a fragger I can enable, like Jelly over here. And I have a good anchor, like I can make anything happen, so.
I was talking about you being in some ways undervalued, underappreciated for your ability to put your team in such good positions. Can you comment on that? Is that something you felt has actually occurred? Do you feel like a little bit of a forgotten top dog?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me much. I just like try and prove myself, so it gives me like much more like just to improve on, you know?
Yeah.
So just try and prove them wrong.
What would be a win at this tournament? Winning, obviously, everybody wants to win. What do you say you can walk away with head held high as a result here?
No, top 5.
Top 5.
My head held high, for sure.
Well,
Definitely want to win, though.
This young man also has something to do with these things. Jelly, 18, I talked about it. We were just talking on stage with Jay Future, who is 19. As young guys, up-and-comers in this scene, I know a lot of our fans, our community loves hearing from you and your perspective on what it's like being a pro at this early age. Can you talk a little bit about your experience coming into this scene?
Honestly, like for young players, it's kind of hard with like school and stuff to start off, really. For me, I've had to I haven't had much free time, honestly. And I think for some people, it's hard to understand that like if you're trying to grind and try to become good at something while being in school, you're really not gonna have free time. And it's just something you have to accept, honestly.
And the weight of that, the discipline, I mean, I know I moved away from my home at 15 years old to move into the IMG Academy to play soccer for the U17 World Cup national team. When I left, it was a depth of living life that I think people who are just teenagers living at home, having fun, going out, didn't understand. And do you feel like, simpatico to that like you're dealing with something that a lot of people your age don't understand?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe the feeling to people in real life, honestly. It's kind of hard for them to understand it. So, for me, I just don't even mention it, honestly. That's how I deal with it personally.
And parents, all supportive, all understand. You just graduated 2 weeks ago. You're waiting for your college application announcement. So a lot of stuff in your future you're still trying to determine.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting to see what life does, honestly. I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm not too sure yet.
What's a big win for you here at the tournament? Just being here, or do you have your sights set on winning this whole thing?
Honestly, for me, it's just proving everybody else wrong. People love to talk about me personally and love to put slack on me, but I'm just here to prove them wrong.
Why they keep calling you White Belly?
Again, I don't know the origin behind that, but.
Well, as you can see, the crowd is live. It was SAUL Esports who just won, and their fans are right over there. Jelly, I'm not going to call you White Belly, okay, man? I'm calling you Jelly.
I appreciate that.
Hey, man, great talking to these guys. Our pros, they're people, too. They're going through life. So glad to get an in-depth look at them. We'll get back to more Apex right after this.
Okay. Well, I found some wonderful, friendly Australian faces in the crowd, and it is none other than Mama Sharky and Auntie Sharky. And they are, of course, family of our wonderful IGL Sharky on SAUL. Now, Mama Sharky, we were having a little conversation before. How many LANs have you actually attended, or what's your son?
This is our third LAN, so we've been lucky enough to go to, we did EWC last year in Saudi, we went to Japan, and now this one. So.
And Auntie Sharky, do you just come along for the ride?
I do. Of course I do. I'm not going to be left behind.
You're going to a different country? I'm coming as well. Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. Now, obviously, having the parents in the crowd here is an exceptional thing for, the players themselves. But Mama Sharky, I want to sort of touch on a little thing that I noticed as well. Sharky's mentality. It's improved. I feel like that, he's definitely come out of your shell. Do you know something that we might not know about this brand new Sharky attitude?
I think it's the team. It's just all three of them, because they've just got such a great attitude. They're all pretty similar in personalities, and I think they just click. So
they bounce off each other. They really do. They feed off each other, that positivity, just the synergy, everything about them. And we'll also bring Rogers into that as well. He's like Daddy Rogers, I think, to them. He's the old man of the group, so no, it's all...
Which is super funny, but you can see that personality come from him as well, absolutely. Now, of course, we're going to ask this question to the parents. What was your first reaction or thought when Sharky told you that he wanted to play professional video games?
Well, he told me in a conversation when I was at work, and he was in the sick room at school, and I had to say, what are you talking about? And he was like, Mum, I want to be a gamer. And I'm like, go back to class, man. What are you doing? So we had a chat about it, and we just said, finish high school, and then we'll see what happens, and we'll support you.
And Auntie Sharky, obviously you were saying that, you didn't really discover what this kind of industry was until 2022. So how are you liking it, though?
I live for Apex. I go camping. I only go somewhere where I have internet connection, and I set my laptop up near the campfire, and I listen to the husband snore while I'm watching Apex. So, yeah.
So what you're saying, Auntie Sharky, is that we should play some Apex together and we can tee up some Apex games. I reckon we'll do pretty well, I think.
I asked Rick to teach me, and he said, "Oh, Mum, I think you'd be a controller player," but he has not shown me.
I've got you guys, don't worry about it. Well, it was great chatting to you both all the way from Australia. This has been Mama Sharky, Auntie Sharky, supporting their wonderful IGL son Sharky from S8UL.
Cyberware, it sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But they don't tell you what it costs.
You alright, mate? Hey, you hear me? What's the matter with you?
Hello, user. You may call me Skippy. Speed, power, endurance. They're all right here. Just don't let it go to your head, or you might lose it. Control or power? The choice is yours. Oh, look at that. Okay, guns up.
Oh dear. Another ruthless kill. Your childhood must have been terrible.
「やるんだったら世界一が取りたい」っていう思いは元から強くて、その中でその引退を考えたタイミングの一つ前のチームが解散することになったんですね、メンバーが。まあですね、まあでも今考えたらヘナチョコメンタルだなって思いますけどまあ古巣といえば古巣のフナティックがまあいないのはまあ寂しくはありますけど。こんにちは、ゆかゆふです。この度はフナティックを脱退して別のチームに移籍することを決めました。
まあ結論から言ったら、まあ、競技への向き合い方、それが理由っていうのもあって、そのチャンピオンシップ前にやっぱ解散になっちゃったので、まあ、その反省を生かして今年はそれが生かせてるかなと思います。もっとより真剣にというか。
You know, when you have a story of two players who are great and they part ways, it's rare that they come back. And when they come back, there's a reason. I think they both recognize that each other are better when the other one is involved.
彼は昔からそういうチームの大事なポジションに常にいるので、言ってしまえば変わってないんですけど、まあさらに上手くなってまた一緒にできて嬉しいですね。言ってしまえばあんまり変わってない。
Mike is one of the best players in APAC North, but he's really one of the best players in the world. In terms of APAC North, he has the highest KD out of anybody, and the only two people close to him are his teammates. And that's saying something about how good they are.
まあ個人単位で言えば、まず火力が高くてちゃんと頭もいいので、自分のプレーをしっかり持ってる選手だなっていう印象で。
自分の今の役割は2番手でフラッカーの持ってきてくれた情報とかを整理してもらって、自分が突っ込んだりとか、一番なんか何でもできるっていうポジションにさせてもらってるので、やっぱりそこで自分の持ってる火力だったりとかスキルを上手に使えるように、まあ、頑張っていますね。
I think it's the missing piece that Yuka has needed, and he's a threat. He's just a threat. This is the best Japanese team that I think we've ever seen, and I think that if anybody from APAC North is going to lift that trophy at EWC, I would want it to be Yuka.
頑張りたいです。勝ちます。
right, guys, I need you to lift that trophy up in the air right now. Crowd, make some noise.
I decided to part my ways with Alliance and go to Aurora because it was mostly, I didn't really like the way of we were playing the game anymore, and I wanted to have some changes. IGL difference between Hjarka and Hackers is very big, so I wanted to experience more.
Two guys. Yes, that's... We had a good run with Effect. Like, it was just time for us to split apart. Like, it was the time has run its course. It was just time to go move on.
We are so back. The label of the best player from Aurora doesn't bother me or doesn't give me any pressure because I'm used to it. I've always been, and I always felt like it. So it's just something I'm trying to keep proving that I am the best.
Similar to previous times, I saw very high mechanical skill in Aku. Like, he's very young, but he's a huge fragger, shoots incredibly hard. So with our coaching as Alliance and experience, we should be able to get him up to speed pretty quick.
Well, it feels amazing, to be honest. Like, everyone knows that, like, in the past, Alliance have done great things, and they're like an insane team. And getting picked up by them just means that, like, you can, like, win anything, basically, if you make it work. So the feeling was just amazing when they asked me to join.
Just as I was hoping we'd get the straight up 3v3 between our favorite rivalry, Alliance and Aurora. Stay healthy, pinch them from the north, and I don't think Alliance have got any way to get out of this.
A tale as old as time. As Aku gets a next knock, Effect follows up to find Aku, by the way.
I think it's not like replacing, like trying to fit in the shoe. It's like more like a new shoe. Try to like fit to the others, if that makes sense.
I would say Aku brings the same firepower. Just he's a little bit more similar to Unlucky when it comes to playstyle. So we figured there would be a good synergy between them both, to have them both working together with similar playstyles.
Winning our first land with Aurora would mean that our EWC win, I would say it was pretty lucky because we got 2 zones on us. And if we win this land with Aurora, I would say it's a skill. It would be more likely of Hjarka predicting the zones and like just luckily ending up there.
Aurora now move up. They take their opportunity and they take their lead in the first place spot.
I've always said that like anything except the win is a loss. So even if we were going to get second, I would still be sad. But you know, obviously we're here to win. We've done a lot previously as well, so I'm very excited. Should be good.
Hey guys, it's Rain Day and Graceful here for our STC Rewind at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. Now to dive into yesterday, if you missed it, Falcons and Liquid, the notorious Zero and Hal matchup, went toe-to-toe in our first series, and it was fireworks, Grace, all the way through.
I mean, speaking of fireworks, Zero had a Kraber, came back with low HP against Hal, ended up in a 1v1 versus Walsey. Kind of choked the 1v1,
a little
but
bit.
it was, you know, it was all about Falcons that game 1. But at the end of the day, the whole series, Liquid came out way up on the head.
Liquid's been dominant. I think it's the best I've seen Zero play in a very long time. He says, no, I've been playing like this, but maybe people haven't noticed. Maybe my pieces haven't been right. Whatever. Team Liquid is doing well. That's all Liquid fans care about. Speaking of doing well, though, Shopify Rebellion trying to find a little bit of that momentum that Team Liquid has because it's been stolen from them. A last game from 20th place took them all the way to 11th, saving their kind of disaster talk, but also not putting them in a great position for today. They still have a lot of work to do, as well as a lot of our other top teams. That leads us to Series 2, where even more of the same occurred, but it was on the other side, Grace, where we had a David and Goliath story, a team that no one expected to dominate at LAN. They were good online, but at LAN had not proven themselves to this degree. Elite Esports have been maybe the best team in this entire tournament.
I mean, I think undisputedly the absolute best team of of the LAN so far.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't stop singing their praises. Henchmen, kinda, and then at behind Light as well have been nothing but phenomenal so far. As you said as well, most people maybe in our region knows who they are and how good they are.
Yeah.
But right now, the entire world is seeing it, and it's been nothing but a blast.
EMEA has already lifted a trophy at EWC. Can they do it again at EWC 26? We'll find out, but Elite Esports look like they're first in the running. However, man, I want to talk about AGG because this is a team that has had the story of not showing up at LAN again. Well, after Yanya and AGG's 73-point series yesterday, the biggest they've ever had on LAN, he said, we finally solved it. And if that is the case, I'm worried for almost every other team in this tournament.
I mean, speaking of word for a team, what about the team that I've been sharing for the longest of times I can remember, Alliance?
Oh, boy.
They had a really rough run. You even
did.
heard me as well as yesterday. I said, am I excited or am I worried? And I guess I ended up being worried because now they're here. Last day, it comes down to this last showdown. Will they make it or break it? A lot of these teams are going through that right now.
Listen, talking with Hockey's, I felt a little worried. I know, we've had lunch with him. You're good friends with him. He's Swedish as well. The idea that this team, the winners of 2 EWCs ago, could be going home in the group stage, they have a lot on their shoulders. Their fans are expecting quite a big race. But another team that people are looking at, NIP, haven't showed up. First seed coming out of North America. They were dominant this entire time. Vayne and Kurev, they have been highlights for us throughout this entire season, with Cole as well, but they need to show up. 4 out of our 5 high-level #1 seeds coming out from each region are outside of the top 20, which is just kind of the way this tournament has gone.
I mean, it's been across the board. Aurora, Alliance, Wolves,
NIP.
Zeta, NIP. All of these teams in general have been looking so strong throughout all of their pro leagues in their respective regions. Now showing up on LAN, kind of lackluster. And that's kind of really goes to show is that once you make LAN, it's all fair games. There's nothing you can say now about regions. We're all on the same stage, and some of these teams have just been drastically outperforming even the teams that we know as Titans.
Even the teams with experience. That's the one thing, like you said, when the lights are bright, it doesn't matter what you've done beforehand. It's who shows up when it's center stage time. And I think these teams now have an opportunity to say, this is wide open. It's time to take the trophy. Of course, getting to here is its own story in itself. And a team that lifted our trophy in Japan earlier this year has had an incredible journey getting to EWC 26. And of course, I'm talking about Sentinels.
That's one! One more! Reloading!
From LCQ to World Champions, Oblivion do the unthinkable here at Sapporo. There is not a single member on that roster that is not loved by this community.
Team culture is the most important aspect to how you thrive as a team and as a unit. It's with me more than ever. The love for the team, the trust in the team, and the friendship overall.
Winnable! You can go scaffolding too! Go scaffolding!
I can't be honest and say that I expected this team out of the crazy Titans that we had to win it because their pathing was the hardest. They had to climb through the last chance qualifiers just to make it there, and they did it. They did the hardest pathing that they could possibly do. And that's why it's the Cinderella story that we keep telling it to be.
The MVP of the ALGS Year 5 Championship is none other than Oblivion's Linkser.
I think both of my teammates, as way more experienced players than me, made me learn so much more about the game, about stuff that I just never knew, or ways to see the game that I never really realized in my past, while I was at GLing with different teammates. And they kind of made me an even better player than I was by learning the proper way to play Apex that they've experienced in the past.
One is killed! One. We're good. Nice, broken! Look! Take it! Reload!
They had such a great time. If you listen to those comms, the way that they were able to mesh together, the way that they were able to early prior rotate and have so much zone control and constantly grief people from across the map, I think all of that is why Oblivion ended up winning the championship.
Some of the players that have been around the longest in Apex Legends fighting off against each other, and Sentinels have the high ground. Mastiff working for Monsoon, but he needs to commit to the low ground. Drops, but gets dropped himself. It's a 1-4-1 at Blinkster.
I think what makes a championship team and just makes you perform well is just being with 3 dudes who just want to play the game together all the time, that always want to be around each other. We did everything together while we were at LANs and stuff and boot camps. You couldn't say we were 3 individuals, it's just we're one unit always, even without an org at the time.
Coming into a fresh land and a fresh Pro League split as the reigning world champs is definitely something that, I mean, you know, it is pressure, but it more so motivates me and gives me the confidence, and to be able to replicate that and to be consistent in our performances and as a team is the most important part for us. So trying to showcase that and to showcase our heart and, you know, love for competing is the most important thing.
Hanging out with Raven, obviously the coach, our legendary coach from NIP. Let's talk a little bit about the boys, okay? Obviously day 3 of groups today. So where's the mental at for everybody?
I mean, we definitely have to go big today, but you know, we've been here before, and so we're confident. It's not anything that we've never experienced, so you know, we feel good.
I mean, that's important, right? The ability to be able to reset a little bit after a couple slower days, because we know how strong you guys are. First coming out of the region into this land, and I think there were some big expectations for the trio. So what do you feel like has kind of been keeping the team from finding the same rhythm that you found in Split 1 versus here on land?
Honestly, it's like kind of hard to say. It was, you know, it's not what I expected either. I think we're just kind of having an off couple days. You know, like Pro League is really a test of like consistency over time, and you know, so some days you just don't really show up. But like we're definitely not playing to our level. It doesn't feel like we're getting outplayed. It kind of just feels like we're stumbling over our own feet. But I think we've regained some confidence now, and like I said, we've been in these like do or die moments. So I feel like we're probably like more relaxed and more like we've settled into it. More now that we've had some games to play, so you know, that's kind of where we're at right now.
And you know, I think we definitely saw evidence of that because you were able to get the win yesterday. So like, just took a little bit more of warming up. How, as a coach, from your perspective, do you kind of balance celebrating when you find that victory, but then also knowing you need to stay locked in and continue that level of play?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got to give my players their flowers for being able to step up and still perform amidst all of that. But you know, I still had to remind them, you know, we still got games to play. Like, as long as we keep playing like that, we'll succeed. So it's a mixture of both.
Well, I love that we kind of saw you guys finding your form yesterday. I think that's going to bode well for you today in groups. Thank you so much for chatting. Before we say goodbye, any shout outs or thanks you want to do before we say?
Shout out to NAP, the org, and obviously my players. You know, just the best org there possibly could be, and these players have been working really hard, so we really just want to be able to show what we've been working on, and hopefully we get to do that. So,
well, best of luck today in your games. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
The final day of group stages is here. And who's going to be able to make it to the grand finals? Who will be going to survival stage? And who is going to be going home and watching all of this from the comfort of their house? Welcome back to the ALGS at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, joined by Lace, Grateful, and Snipe Down. There's a lot at stake today. You can either go directly to the grand finals or you can go to survivor stage. How are we feeling today, Lace?
Oh my God, I'm pumped. But yeah, I could also be in bed as well. So it's like kind of like a double-edged sword there. But look, it's going to be chaos today, and this is exactly what we were sort of saying yesterday. Like, today is the day you want to watch, you want to lock in, because you know your favorite teams are going through, and then obviously some of those teams that you know haven't performed that well will be down at the bottom. So it's going to be good entertainment. So I'm keen.
It's going to be great entertainment. I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of teams. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about that. But luckily for me, I have two amazing ex-pro players coming into today, right? Last day of group stages. You're one of those teams that can be going to grand finals. You're one of those teams that might be going to survivor stage. What are the nerves looking like, Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of my favorite days because of just the difference in competitions, where in the past, where teams have the luxury of going through a loser's bracket and there is no elimination before we get to the final stages, this is one of those moments where we see teams desperate a little more, and really it just, you never know what's going to happen at this point, because the teams that are at the top could play any way that they want to, but the teams that are at the bottom have to force things, and you just never know what's going to happen at that point. And for us, this is just going to be the day where what teams practice the most, what teams are the most prepared, and I'm super interested to hear the comms that a lot of these teams have, especially when we're going to be following along the teams on the fringe to make that top 14, to make it into the winner side, or the teams that are going to be on that bottom 6 threshold to make it, or to get eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, and one of those things to just remind the audience is that the first series will be Group B versus Group C, and you have Shopify Rebellions, you got Team Falcons that, I mean, they're going to be looking grateful, like they're going to be able to make it, so I doubt we're really going to have to touch base on them. Sentinels, though, I mean, the reigning world champions, this squad is currently in 12th place with 78 points. They're in that cusp as well of going directly to the finals or making it to survival stage.
I mean, you're really looking at teams having different goals in a tournament at all times. Some people are fighting for survival of just not getting relegated. Some are fighting to just make sure we get into the next round. And some are fighting for that, you know, first upper batch to make it straight into the finals. The stakes have never been higher. And this is really what makes EWC stick out a lot from the rest of the year, is that group stages now mean more than ever. And I'm all about that competition, baby. I love the competition.
Well, hey, talking about the competition, there you have it, right there. There's a nice reminder. Of all the groups, we have had 4 groups, 10 teams. You already know the deal. But top 14, just to remind you, even though I said it earlier, top 14 will be moving to the finals. And then you have 15 to 34th going to survival. And the other 6 are going to get eliminated at least.
Yeah, they're going to get like a Waltzy moment. Thank you for that one, Waltzy, by the way. But yeah, look, I'm going to be keeping an eye on like Alliance and Ninjas in Pajamas going into this match, because they are an exceptional powerhouse group of people, and the performance that they have had over the last 2 days is just not in comparison to these other teams. So they really need to lock in, but you know, like Snipe said, they're not just alone, they're going against the squads that are on the top of that leaderboard. So it's not like, oh yeah, cool, I just got to kind of fight down in the middle range. No, like these other teams, especially Falcons is playing today, they're going to want more points. Like, when have they ever slowed down, Graceful?
Well, hey, you actually got ahead of us, because that is our PS5 story of the day with NIP. This is a squad that a lot of people expected them to be in top 14 as well. Right now, NIP is currently sitting in 34th place, actually tied for 34th place with only 45 points. First day, they were able to get 18 points. Second day, Graceful, they were able to get 27 points. There is a bit of an uptrend there for NIP, actually, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, historically, the cutoff, you mentioned they have 45 points, has been around the 60, give or take 5. And so for them to not get minimum 15 to 20 points in this next lobby, I can't fathom it, but that's kind of been the story so far. And you know, it's the final day. They were the #1 team in North America. They've been one of the most consistent teams, 3rd place at the last EWC. So for them to be underperforming like they are, good thing we got to hear from Raven. It sounds like their spirits are up. It sounds like they're in the right mindset to come out there, and with their experience. And what honestly, I'm a huge Vayne fan. I trust in his IGLing. I think he's performed phenomenally and just only improved as a player. Team is great. I think they're going to come out here and do well. So that kind of makes you ask questions about who's above them in those final placing, those 30 and under to get pushed down, because both Alliance and NIP being right there, they could leapfrog multiple teams with massive games that we've seen from them multiple times.
I mean, instead of, top being very heavy, I would say bottom is very heavy. The bottom 3 teams, they are the ones who's going to be struggling the absolute most, whereas everybody that's above 40 and up are going to have a little bit easier path making it out of that relegation. But the biggest thing is I actually got to interview, as we saw as well, one of the players here from Kirisame Havoc earlier on today, and he was really great about it. Ken, big shout out to him. I was talking about them, hey, what didn't work? Was it macro? Was it just overall fighting? Like, were you losing fights? And he just said, hey man, we get a little bit unlucky. We only had 5 out of 6 beacon zones or beacons, and I was like, oh, okay, well then, so what are you gonna change things up, or just going with the same plan? Actually, we might also swap comps. So some of these teams are really reaching right now. They're like, hey man, if this is not working, we gotta change things up, whether that be fighting, whether that be comps, we gotta do something. So hoping to see some success out of that.
Well, one team that you guys got a chance to see just now on your screen was none other than Alliance. I mean, we saw Alliance put out a tweet as well on X saying that Hackis was hard at work. You were staying extra time, making sure that they planned what they need to do to make sure that they stay within survival. And yesterday was a bit of an up performance as well for that squad.
Yeah, and we even got to, the chance to speak to Hackis right after, the Group 2 performance, and he still got up there and did that interview. His spirits will be lifted, and the fact that you now just said that he's been sort of staying up and planning and sort of keeping that momentum. This is what we were chatting about yesterday too, is why, even though they are in the bottom, this is going to separate them from those other teams, because they can get out of this position with the mentality and obviously also the skill here. But it's going to be something that might be a little bit difficult, I sense, because they've got that they're in the 20s there. But honestly, if Hackers can do it, Alliance can do it, and I fully believe that they're going to be able to make their way up.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that they do, because remember, that is the squad that won Apex Legends ALGS at EWC the first time. And for Hackers, actually talking about that, for Hackers, do you feel like that puts a little bit extra pressure on your shoulders, knowing that you won here before? Now you're coming in without Effect. A lot of people are going to question it too. Was it because of Effect that you ended up getting all those championships, or what's going through Hackers' mind?
I mean, we actually had a discussion as well on dinner, whereas I'm one of those that say that, hey, I don't think, of course, Effect leaving, which is a huge, high-impact player on any team he would join. But I really think that sometimes the plans just don't work out the way you have it. And I actually got to hug Hackers right before he went up to set up on stage as well. And I'm just like, hey, man, he's like, I'm ready. He's locked in. So I really hope that they figured out what they needed to do. But in general, he's been saying that, hey, man, the first couple of games, especially with Crypto and Seer online, they're so aggressive, and we haven't really cooped with that on land, because obviously in Pro League it worked. But now we'll have to see if they found the plan for those two first games, really.
Okay, well, let's take a look, actually, at the first maps that we're going to be playing here for this series, because it's going to be none other than Olympus. And Snipe, what are we expecting out of Alliance here in Olympus?
I mean, man, this threw a wrench into every single one of these teams at this tournament, especially with the World's Edge too. It's not the typical Pro League maps that we've seen every time. So for Olympus to come out, I think this is going to be a little more random, and we're giving all this hype to NIP and Alliance. I think with Olympus thrown in the mix like this, it might be tougher than we're
RNG.
giving them credit for.
I'm just like, how about we kick you down and then kick you down further? Sorry.
Well, I mean, honestly, nobody expected to see NIP where they're currently at. Nobody expected Alliance to be in that cusp. I can honestly say I wanted to see Alliance go directly to the finals, but that's not the case. Let's see if they can even maybe make it to survival stage. As day 3, the final day of group stages, is getting started.
Nous y voici, le 3e jour des group stage. Mesdames et messieurs, ce soir, 14 équipes auront leur ticket pour la grande finale. Mais 6 d'entre elles seront désormais éliminées définitivement.
Over the past 2 days, we have seen incredible plays, painful defeats and impossible clutches. But the reality is that after today, 6 teams will be eliminated from the competition.
Des années d'entraînement, des milliers d'heures de jeu, tous ces sacrifices pour ce moment réussir à performer sur la scène de l'EWC.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and every sacrifice made to get to this point all comes down to a handful of games. And so, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming your teams to the final day of the group stage, starting with Kirasame Havoc.
Team Nemesis.
Dory.
Elite Esports.
Flat.
Kinotrop Club.
Gen G Esports.
Geeky Esports.
Team Heretics.
Team ALGS.
Virtus Pro.
Ninja in Pyjamas E-Star.
Shopify Rebellion.
Alliance.
Team Falcons.
Your defending champions, VK Gaming!
Reject.
Unlimited.
Sentinels.
And finally, Wolves Esports. C'est le moment, les dernières games du group stage. Pour ces 20 équipes, il n'y aura pas de deuxième chance. C'est maintenant ou jamais.
So whether you are cheering for the favourites, the underdogs, or you're simply here to witness greatness, you have come to the right place, because every decision made could change the course of this tournament. So welcome to Day 3 of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs, and welcome to the Esports World Cup. The good news is that there's still time to rectify your mistakes, but the bad news is that that time is now. The real work begins.
Walsey, though, takes the high ground off of him and gets that initial damage. Forces him into the truck. Walsey now looking for the finish.
Can they clean up at VKG? Get eliminated. This is all for Kinotrop to take home. The bombardment, though, having to be careful here. Playing up the dome. You got the L-Star. Kinotrop with the pop-off. They take game number 5 with 6 KP.
2. Rejects are looking down, and Rejects take the win. Let's go! They took a win on World's Edge. It was 14 kills earlier today, and you know what? It's almost double digits here in Game 6. 9 kills and a dub.
Welcome everybody to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs at the EWC 2026. All these teams are fighting for their tournament lives. We'll be saying goodbye to our bottom 6 teams at the end of today once we see how group stages play out. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Spider Tiff, and we're gonna be opening up the show for our first series because we get a little change up when it comes to the maps and the way that our players are gonna be approaching their possible final 6 games here.
I am so nervous to see how this goes. A lot of our teams have kind of been using these group stages as a proving grounds, as trying to see how they're going to play out. It's very different from scrims, but when you throw Olympus into the mix for the first time on day 3, as we pull up our POI draft, things can get a bit messy. Teams that are in contention and could potentially go home here from this matchup, I'm going to call out right now. Havoc, Alliance, Ninjas in Pajamas. Sure, Ninjas in Pajamas got a coveted win yesterday to really kind of try to help them, but you immediately start to think, we need to do more to not be in that bottom 6. Power Grid for Alliance is going to be their starting place.
I mean, it's not even just the teams that are going to get eliminated, which is very sad to say, but then you have to consider the teams that want to have that safety net, right? Because the 15th through 34 placing teams in this group stage are forced to play things out in the survivor stage. And a team that comes to mind that has a sub sitting in for them is going to be Shopify Rebellion, who are currently sitting in 18th overall. We have the crowd to give them their energy. The Alliance team here in the crowd as they're gonna have their little powwow, because this is the team, Tiff, that I feel like looks mortal for the first time.
You know, sometimes even gods can bleed, they say, but I love the signs. Ale Alliance! And we will get that chanting through the stadium as we kick off here for Olympus. Hackis, Unlucky, Aku. There's been so much talk, so many things, but I love to see the chemistry between the boys as they get ready. For Shopify Rebellion, quick little update. We got Phony right there locked and loaded, alongside Zainu and Zap, with Coach Luke stepping in lieu of Dawn. We want to give our best wishes out to Koifel as he recovers throughout here. But for now, Phony will be, you know, duking it out. Here's the deal, go. Phony and Zainu have definitely want to land together. I'm just going to say it.
This is crazy.
I'm gonna say it, they've done it historically.
I mean, it's the fact that we're going to be able to see Phony play out here. It's also important to note that Dawn won't be here as well. It's unfortunate, but it's, you know, being able to play this out with having that history that you've already mentioned, Tiff, and being able to rally together without Dawn is going to be very difficult if they want to be able to find themselves in that final lobby, considering, again, they are sitting in that 18th place spot. As we also take a look at some of our other teams, Wolves, NIP over there too. It's going to be difficult when Wolves are also sitting in 24th. I mean, now you have to go hard when it comes to groups B and C. Last chance opportunity for those bottom end teams.
Yeah, and Wolves obviously coming in as the #1 seed from APAC South. A lot of high hopes for No Name, crazy calling the IGL and the squad, right? So we really need to keep our tabs on this, because while they're not necessarily in that bottom 6 and facing elimination just yet, but they currently sit with 57 points. And that 35th place mark, in which Interforce 36, you'll see them later today, they'll play, it's 45. So we need to have a nice 30 to 40 plus point series to feel a bit safer to advance on to survival stage, that 10-game gauntlet tomorrow. However, though, guys, we got to talk about our reigning ALGS champs, Sentinels.
You know the pressure. We got to talk a little bit to Sen, and will they display the Sen City vibes as we get to see the Sentinel fans in the crowd? This is what I love about our land. This is what I love when it comes to the ALGS Monsoon, trying to rally everybody It also depends on which of these teams are going to have a very strong start to Olympus. With these zone pools too, it's been really difficult for teams to convert into a better rotate, into a great final positioning, into the end zone. I honestly feel like it's been a big issue for some of our teams this Monsoon.
Shows off the goods.
Shows off the goods with the
You
red.
know who I haven't seen this land yet? I'm a bit upset. Monsoon's wifey, man.
Oh, she's here. I know she's here. I see her right there, right across with the rest of the Sentinel fans. I love it, but it's fans from all around the world here as we get to see a beautiful pan out in Paris. The vibes are immaculate, and as our players are gearing to go, we got to make sure everybody is locked and loaded between subs, maybe coaches not sitting in here, our players making sure that all their equipment is working just as it should. It's going to be, once again, Olympus to start off our first 3 games. And it's important to highlight how we are going to transition into Storm Point to end this groups.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually going to be an interesting series. But I love that we talked about Sentinels, right? But they're inside that top 14, and they want to stay there. They have 78 points, and the bottom 14 is Team Vision right now. They'll be playing later in Group D at 74. And you look at kind of their average performances with Virtus Pro in particular, a team that also has found themselves relatively high up in that kind of advancement stage, top 14. And it takes a lot to do it, right? They had a 61-point series in B versus D on that Group Day 2, which was great for them to really solidify themselves up. Day 1, A versus B, just 27-point series. So I would love for them to grab, like I said, a 40-point series to feel safe there in that top 14. The fans are so good.
I just love hearing the chants, man. We're taking a look at Team Falcons too.
You can't not talk about them.
I mean, they came in strong yesterday, Tiff, but you can't taunt to get bodied. You know how I feel about that one.
To be fair, the Falcons just yesterday, right? That was a powerful start in B versus D. They come out with a map 1 win on World's Edge. It was that 1v1 between Walsey and Zero. Falcons best the Team Liquid there in that moment. Team Liquid later go on for a surge, right? And we'll check in with them later. But Falcons had a bit of a, I'll call it a tapering off, because it wasn't quite a full-blown fallout for them. They still grabbed 36 points in that series. But this is where we're looking for those averages in which you must maintain to navigate those cutoffs. I think it's going to be around 120 to stay inside that top 14. And speaking of, you know, some champs out here, Vicky, we got to talk about VKG, VK Gaming.
Yeah, your reigning champs, VK Gaming, that want to secure their legacy, right? We heard the pressure, and it's really, you know, when you get that dub, when you get to be able to be at the championship of a LAN, it's about maintaining that title that's so difficult for a lot of these players. With VKG sitting in 19th overall, once again, that safety net is that top 14. Love to be able to see the family in the crowd going crazy, but also going to be able to highlight what a lot of these players are playing for, right? Even in our interviews, talking about how they want to make their families proud. Reject being another one of those teams here.
We can't not talk about Reject. They got 2 wins in their series yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They were looking absolutely phenomenal, and their fans were going crazy all over the timeline, making sure, hey guys, Euris, we see so much action. And plus, he's been a staple in the competitive ALGS scene for so many years now. And to find them alongside Axis and Arufa, who have been playing so incredibly well. Wabu has been coaching since, I believe, like 2022 on a plethora of APAC North rosters, comes in with so much extensive experience to be able to lead those boys to the top.
Making sure everybody's ready to go, guys. We're getting set up before we dive into game number 1. Thank you so much for your patience, because now with all of our legends knowing what is at risk here, it's that big trophy smack dab in the middle. Get ready and get comfortable being uncomfortable is one of my favorite things to look at here, especially when a lot of these
I have a shirt that says that, amongst so many other things.
Seeing the plushies here too, our legends just making sure that they're warmed up and primed and ready. But of course, not only are the bottom 6 teams at risk of elimination.
That is actually crazy. But
he's mugging me harder than anybody else. The actual chat here, is it going to be enough is the question, because you know, once you're at that point where you're finding yourself on the cusp of possibly getting eliminated and your fate is out of your own hands, that is where you are going to be uncomfortable, Tiff, especially when we have another group series right after this. These teams don't want to see their keys crushed in the crusher.
Yeah, that's actually a crazy shot. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to keep my hands very far away from that key crusher, but that is probably one of the wildest feelings as a champion. Not only do you get the 600K prize pool for your team, and then you walk over, you have the trophy, and then you get to, like, it's like a finishing final blow to throw all of their keys into that crusher. A team that has felt that before is Alliance. Your inaugural winners of EWC, looking to maintain that. I told you guys on Media Day, I was asking a lot of our former LAN champions, I was like, what does it look like? Is it harder to get that first win out of the way? Or is it more difficult to defend it? And everyone locked in defending the title through the changes, all the adaptability that you must make, the recent patch notes that come through, the updates a week and a half before LAN, all of the seer craziness that we're seeing back yet again for that meta.
And a lot of those teams don't want to see their own keys crushed, right? You know, the top team in groups gets to actually do the honors of crushing those teams' dreams. And at the moment, with the way that they've been performing, that could be elite. Depends on how a lot of these games go down, as well as we continuously see a lot of our players who finally being able to ramp up by the end of the day. And as we do get set up here, guys, once again, I want to thank you for your patience. Let's jump into a quick interview while we do wait to load into our first game.
Hey, Ken, finally back here again after a rough couple of 2 days. But, you know, do you feel well rested enough to compete at this day today?
It's pretty, we're pretty well rested. We did some board review last night, so hopefully we'll pull it through today.
Really good at VOD reviewing. That's really the only way you only have such a brief period of time to actually come back and make a new plan and go back in again. Yeah, and the biggest thing is that, though, the pressure is just stacking, and this tournament is so big compared to previous lands you played as, especially as Year 5 in Champs, as Supernova, I believe. How do you feel that EWC specifically maybe has more pressure than before?
In my opinion, I think Sapporo has way more pressure for the audience. Well, the audience was insane in Sapporo. Like, you could feel the pressure there, but in this venue, there are audience as well, but I don't feel the pressure as much.
I mean, that's a good thing. Less pressure means you can perform even better at that point. And I think even today, you're only about a couple of, you're like, let's just say 30 points on average. I think if you hit 30 points, you'll definitely make it through the cutoff. So that's really 5 points average per game. That's anything that could happen, even one big win or just solid consistency. So how have you prepared for today through the VOD reviewing? Have you focused on macro or maybe a little bit more? Are you losing fights? What's happening?
So yesterday we were pretty unlucky. We had like 5 games without a zone beacon. So hopefully we will have beacons today. And maybe some comp changes we have talked about yesterday. Yeah.
But being able to carry that over into a day like today, highlighting the mindset of a lot of these players and what they're going through, making sure that everybody's setups are working great. We highlighted Elite, who have been topping the overall standings thus far in the group stages. Game number 1 has not started just yet, but it's the anticipation, Tiff, before we get ready to go with our possible last 6 games for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's just those extra moments, the calm before the storm. And as we walk through, Kinotrope got a win yesterday. They were looking really poised in their positions towards those end games. It's been really cool to see how everyone's adapted through the group stages, and hopefully Kinotrope can keep on moving up north. I mean, they're in a solid position. They're just outside the top 14 by 1 point. Consistency has been there, 40 points in their first series, 33 in their next. So as long as we can breach kind of that 114 point threshold, I kind of just made up that number on the fly right there, Vicky, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like it's going to be in that vicinity that I would feel most comfortable with for them. I'm not worried about Elite though, I'm not gonna lie. They're looking pretty good. They got 138 points coming into this, 65 and 73 in their series. I saw the Apex podcast and their fantasy draft that they were looking to create these super teams based on points and how everyone was performing, and I just gotta say, the team who had Elite Esports on there, they definitely took the lead.
Can't give them the Cancer curse, right? Because then you have the curse of, are you the group stage? I was say, like, because we talked about it a lot when it came to Alliance and previous years, right? Are you going to be a group stage team? And when you perform, does it really showcase itself when it comes to match point finals, right? Because you could have a great start, but it's about carrying that momentum in terms of that consistency. And while we get everything set up once again, I want to hear some more, though, from our talent on the stage. It's right next to the key crusher. I want to hear from Barney.
as you can see, we are here at the front of the stage. The stage looks absolutely stunning in front of me. I am joined by
Kelly.
Hey, Kelly, how's it going? Okay, so we have to establish the drama surrounding today, how everything's been going leading up to this point. Obviously, the Alliance boys not in the position that they would hope to be in at this point, but from your point of view, how are hopes feeling between you guys?
We believe, baby! Let's fucking go!
I'm not sure, but I think they're staying positive. I'm not 100% sure. Where has everyone traveled from to get here in Paris?
Sweden.
Switzerland. Sweden, Switzerland, all over Europe. Japan as well. Mate, the fandom is epic here for Alliance. I see some parents in the crowd as well. Am I seeing some parents? That's right, Papa Hackis standing over there as well. Unlucky's dad as well. I'm gonna quickly come over here. Come join me. We've got mobile cameras. What's going on? Unlucky's dad. Okay. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old, so I'm not quite there. He's not playing video games just yet, but what I will ask you is, how does it feel to be here in the crowd and see your kid play on the main stage?
Feeling is nice. Last year it was better, was the first time, but today is amazing.
Look, it's tough, obviously. Hackis also, I know Papa Hackis is behind me. Hackis was very gracious yesterday and gave us an interview at the end of the day. Even though obviously he was probably feeling pretty down, was pretty upset with himself and the team, but at the end of the day, it's about how you bounce back, and today is another opportunity. Do you think the boys are feeling positive coming into today?
We are all positive. We push them, and that's the best what we can do. We are family!
We are family, exactly. One final thing before I head it back to the casters. I just want to see, when Unlucky, maybe is having a tougher time when he's competing, does he come to you for advice? Do you kind of let him have his space? What's your approach as a dad? I need advice for this when my son's older.
I don't can do anything, but he make it all.
He makes the decisions and he knows. Okay, 1, 2, 3. How do we feel about Alliance? Go! Back to you guys. Let's go.
That's what I love to hear. The energy in the crowd, the family support. It makes me feel so warm inside, and I know the players are smiling. They're ready to go. And I love being able to have not only that support, Tiv, but the faith that these individuals have, of course, when it comes to Alliance and the rest of the fans rallying up the troops for every land that we go to.
It's he can do anything. He can do it all. He makes the decisions. We are so proud of them for me, because I'm telling you, when you watch your kid take their first steps, that is just the start of things. They're like 10 months old, running around, maybe in little Spider-Man suits, you never know. Next thing, on the stage, grinding out championships back to back. And it's sure, you face adversity in life, and that is every day. Sometimes it's just in the day-to-day, but other times it's on a massive stage competing for millions of dollars. So they'll lay it down on the line. Hey, yo, can I have some of that?
I want to be friends with Kelly, by the way, from Sweden. I love the energy that we have from Kelly in the crowd.
Sweetheart.
That was amazing. I mean, got me ramped up here too. Making sure that everybody is ready, get to hear the crowd as well. And it's only going to get louder as the day goes on. Especially considering the fact that a lot of these teams just have something to prove here, Tiv. I mean, it's not only about trying to find your way outside that bottom 6, but then making sure that you have enough of a cushion to not have the ability to get your own fate and then actually utilize it, right? Because then you get to look at the other group that we have coming up right after this, and if these teams end up doing even better, then they can just boot you all the way down to the bottom 6 themselves.
It can definitely happen. I mean, that cutoff right now, 45 points. Ninjas in Pajamas is tied with Enterforce 36 at 45. Havoc at 43. It's going to come down by literally 1 point that someone will be packing their bags and no longer able to play another game in the tournament. So for some teams on our stage, this will be the final 6 games they play at our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. And I'm starting to get a bit nervous. My hands may be a little sweaty. But honestly, a team that I'm feeling more confident going into. I was going to say Ninjas in Pajamas, but I also am for them as well, because you got Vayne in the middle and Kirev there. But I was talking to Dia this morning, and we were looking at stats in particular. And this has not been Kirev's best showing in terms of the consistency in his competitive history, hailing from that South American region. However, it's not permanent. Everything is temporary, and this is where you turn it around.
Oh, you highlighted that too, right? Because then you have to consider hailing from Argentina, trying to make the boys proud. I'm hearing we got a video with Falcons, and as they get ready to go, love to tune into it.
Hello, it's Guild. I think normally I'd start, probably rip the pillow off. Let's start with the chair. I usually sit at the edge of the chair like this, so the armrests don't get in the way. So let's get a little bit closer here. Honestly, I hate the armrests, so I'd normally rip them off, but I can't, so that's okay. This is good. I'm gonna move the monitor a bit. Definitely way closer than this. Let's move this a little bit up. A little bit more up, like this. My monitor pretty close. It's like, probably like, I don't know, about there. Probably have the desk a little higher too. Maybe like, probably like there. This is pretty good. In-game, I would go native, like full screen. Everything, I'm gonna go max FOV. And then like the only settings I change in game are, I play on 2D for damage feedback. I play with my hit markers off. Disable FOV, scaling, maybe turn this off actually, chain healing. I play on 0, 220, 0 for my reticle color. Auto cycle on empty, off. Taking damage on death box, closes, off. Always sprint, I put on. Yeah, everything low and for graphics. 4-3 linear for controller. No dead zone, chain healing is off. Always sprinting is also off. Mantle boost UI minimal. I play on hold for my jetpack, and then compact for everything that I interact with. And then I play, it's kind of weird I guess, I play with colorblind mode on, the Deuteranopia one. Pretty standard default like setting for the most part, honestly. Monitor very close to the face, and yeah, that's good.
We get the information and the rundown on the settings, which is nice to see, by the way. I actually have basically all those settings already activated. So at least I'm going in the right direction. That's nice to know that I have a footing in doing something that I know what I'm doing. But anyways, being able to talk to a lot of our players, figure out how they're going to be able to elevate their gameplay. And for those of you guys at home, taking some notes, so that way you can try to replicate that in your own game.
I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. There's a really good reason that Guild is on stage as a professional video game player, because I watched you miss that. I watched you miss it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no. He probably heard that. But here's the deal, guys. I just want to say something. We were on Ninjas in Pajamas just a few moments ago, and I received a DM. I came through immediately. Pops up. I got to turn Do Not Disturb on. NIP going to go crazy today. Book it. I said, okay, bet. It goes, fun fact, NIP, best America's team on Olympus and third best team on Storm Point. It's their time. And that's true, right? They are the best Olympus team from the Americas, scoring 151 points. 42% of their points were from Olympus, Vicky. So for some that may not be wanting to play Olympus this late in the series, maybe this is what NIP needed.
You know what? Gotta see if that's gonna be enough though, Tiff. Especially when we start on Olympus, you have to highlight the teams that may have the most consistent. Oh my gosh.
Baby said start the game.
So cute. Baby the Apex Legends. Who did it best? Who did it best?
I don't know. Peace looks really peaceful there.
I gotta take some notes how quickly I can try to fall asleep. It takes me ages, actually. Omega Sleeper, and get to see a little wait by. Guys, we're just making sure that everybody's setup is working just for full transparency here. Got the full Apex Legends startup for our third day of group stages. But Tiff highlighted, and once again, guys, for those of you guys just tuning in, we will be moving on to Olympus for our first 3 games of the day. First time, too, which is important for the teams who may have more of that success on Olympus, as the crowd has given them their energy. Sentinels now. Monsoon's already opening up packs. Hold on. We can't leave yet. We can't leave yet.
Heirloom.
Oh, it's gonna be 1 blue and 2 whites. It's gonna be 1 blue and 2 whites. Is it? Oh, it's hold on. Oh wait, he opened. Not the Rampart skin. No way. Oh, Monsoon. Well, I kind of want to see. This is great, actually. All right, so while Monsoon's having some fun, let's tune into Rain Day, who's having a good time too.
Well, speaking of Monsoon, we have his fiance right here, as well as the Sentinels Superfans crowd. Make some noise, Sentinels! Yeah, baby! They even gave me a jersey, so you know, I already know who I'm rooting for. Riley, this is a big moment. I mean, you couldn't have experienced a more emotional moment than what happened at Champs. Can you just walk us through that hug between you two?
Oh man, honestly, I kind of broke onto the stage to go give a hug. It was just so exciting and so inspiring to be able to watch him accomplish like his lifelong dream. We've kind of been waiting for that for like, I don't know, 10 years since we were like 13 years old, so.
One of the many things, I don't know if he was doing it with you, but Monsoon had taken the split off to work at a bakery. Was that your bakery? Or?
Yeah, we worked there together.
So he just was making a croissant and then said, let me go back play Apex, won a world championship.
Yeah, he's my delivery boy. He's dropping everything off.
Hey man, you know, status with the fiance, your delivery boy. Here, you're a world champion. That's okay. Riley, you're putting him in his place. Thank you. Thank you.
Keep him humble.
Okay, so let's say, what's your name?
Liv.
Liv. Now, why are you supporting Sentinels?
I'm here as the club community manager, supporting our Apex team. I'm super excited.
One of the things about this team is their energy, right? I think that's kind of what we look at, the fun that they have. Talk to me about what it's like being around the boys and how they keep that silliness as a part of their competitiveness.
I feel like it's just a group of friends hanging out, and you can really see how they enjoy each other's company and especially interacting with their fans. It's been great. Fun.
Speaking of fans, you guys are hype, right?
Yeah.
So who's your favorite player on Sentinels?
I think Monsoon for sure.
What do you love about Mon?
His energy, he's super funny to watch. He's quite the player, so yeah.
Have you been watching him stream for a long time before this?
I have not been personally. I sort of just got into Apex very recently for this tournament, so I'm very excited as my first tournament watching Apex.
Hey, we always love welcoming the new. Make some noise for the new people coming into Apex. We love that. This is a great esport, man. We have the best Saturday this time in esports. I usually say Sunday. What made you come to this? What made EWC your first tournament choice?
I was getting back into Apex with some of my friends. We used to play years and years and years ago, and just for whatever reason, I saw Sentinels qualified, and I was like, I should get back into this. This could be fun, and then now here I am.
Love it, man. Well, thank you for coming. Welcome. Hope you guys enjoy. I also have to shout out, you may not hear from them because they only speak French, but right there, those are Blinkster's parents. So if you could pan the camera just to show them, give a little bit of wave. Blinkster, a huge part of Sentinels' win, not only a chance, but hopefully here. Riley, any last words of encouragement for Monsoon before they take stage?
Back to back, baby.
Oh, not much more to say than that, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Love hearing this here from Rain Day, the support from Riley and the rest of the Sentinel squads. And then you see Monsoon, Blinkster, they're all going to be mogging the screen here. Everyone's ready to go. And, you know, opening up packs while they're doing it, while Pisa's taking a quick little nap, too. Making sure you got everybody geared up and ready to go to start off our third day of the ALGS, the Apex Legends Specials, I like to say, with a little cherry on top, Tiff.
Yeah, it was just honestly really lovely to hear from Riley. I just remember being back in Sapporo just a few months ago, and sure, yeah, you deserve to break onto that stage all day. I'm surprised you were able to track down Monsoon, because if you guys remember correctly, that man was sprinting throughout the entirety of the venue, and it was the coolest thing to witness. It was such a huge celebration. So many people got down there surrounding Blinkster, Fun, and Monsoon. So you do definitely have to give out the shout outs to Fun and Blinkster as well, because so many good comms and fun moments, a vibey team, a great team, and I'm looking for a fun repeat performance.
Can we talk about the story of how, you know, formerly obviously Oblivion, now under the title of Sentinels, how that even played out when I was stranded in Tokyo with Fun, and we had gotten snowed in and we didn't know what to do, but then he found his way there, so did I, and we see Monsoon finals day, right? They all group up together, they've made it through the gauntlet, a team that had to go through the LCQ to even get to where they were at in Champs, and then Monsoon rolls up wearing a maid outfit in Sapporo.
That's true, he did.
I mean, the lore for the ALGS is just chapters deep. As Alliance are also trying to play hot potato, but all right.
Is Unlucky a little embarrassed right there? Okay,
Unlucky
well, here's the
Latin.
deal. I will defer away from the catch and drop a stat for y'all. Alliance has had the most points in a match series and it happened at EWC last year. Do you know how many points that was? 135 points, Becky, in a single match series. Do you know how insane that is? That is so many points here. And if you threw even just like 100 points on it, they'd be at 147 near the top at that point. For now, I told you guys, I'd be satisfied with like a 40 to 50 out of that. That puts them up in that range of, 87 to 97. And even if they're at the top of that survival stage group, it's so much further away from that bottom 6.
That's crazy. And just being able to try to tally that up and showcase that consistency when it comes to the international talent that you have to worry about. Can you imagine just like the top-heavy teams that we've witnessed climb through the normal Pro League season, kind of falling behind where it matters at LAN? Just looking at the stats alone too, Tiff. You have VP, who usually ends up getting the best Olympus games in EMEA. They've scored a total of 145 points, but then you look all the way down to Team Heretics, who are currently situated in 31st overall. Usually they were right behind VP, scoring on average of like 139, 41% of their points coming in from Olympus. NIP, though, specifically, were the best Olympus team when it came to the Americas region, but it's about finding that now before we get started within Olympus for our first 3 games. And while everybody is situated and getting ready to go, I know you guys just want to go into the game, but we have to make sure all of our players are ready. I want to hear from you guys at the studio as we take a look at some of these breakdowns.
The tournament online?
Like regional finals?
All of them are. Well, let's find out what's going to happen. I mean, we're still waiting for that first game of this series. It's taking us a little bit longer, but don't worry, that's what we came back.
Yeah, start the game 7.
I know. I think we need to use that button that you were able to make
Sorry,
yesterday.
I put us in an ad break. I got the wrong one.
A completely
Sorry,
different
Chad.
one. Grace, well, I'm going to be going to you. You have to wait now, right? You're one of these players like Alliance, like some of the other squads, NIP especially. What's going through your mind? Is this going to affect you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, trust me. I still remember, this is the thing. These are 2 different perspectives when you've worked behind the scenes and when you're playing as a player. As a player, I'm like, bro, start the match. What are we waiting for? And then behind the scene, you see a PC is burning. People are getting saved running out of a fiery building. They're doing everything they can. And I mean, they're just trying their best. I'm not really sure what technical issue it is at this point. Could be anything, who knows? But I'm sure that they'll do their absolute best to get the match rolling as fast as possible.
Right on. Well, Snipe, earlier we were talking, actually, we didn't even get a chance to talk about this, but something major that is currently happening within this groups is that Shopify did end up making a roster change here for the final day of Group 3.
Yeah, we had a bit of a medical emergency with Koifel needing some attention there, and obviously best wishes to him. It sounds like he posted something. It sounds like he's recovering and just hydrating, and that's just the biggest thing for them right now. But there really isn't much of a better sub that they could have when they got Phony on their roster, and the greatest thing about this is the last time that Phony was on this roster working with Zainu, they were actually under Space Station Gaming, not what they're currently playing as, but they were the Split 2 2024 champions in Mannheim, Germany. So making a team change after they got first place, there was some controversy around that.
Definitely.
But coming back, I mean, it'll be interesting, and this is why I was talking about the comms, because it would be super cool to hear them. They're not guaranteed to go through. They're still kind of sitting in the middle. I don't know exactly what place they're at, but I think they're around the 10 to 15 range. And for them, it really just comes down to getting the points necessary. I would love to hear how the IGLing is going to work with this roster, just because Phony has been the IGL in the past, and he was the IGL for the Crazy Thieves roster all throughout the Pro League season where they were not able to make this. So it'll be very interesting to see how that dynamic works, but I'm sure Zainu is going to take control. Phony's just going to do his role that he needs to fill for this roster, and I guarantee you that they're going to be good. They already have that cohesion from the past, and it'll be really interesting to see how they come out. But overall, storyline is there, it's set, and it'll be really interesting to see what happens.
I mean, it's really just having an extra trick in the bag, so to say, a little bit of extra spice there, because now you have the normal. I'm assuming, being a former IGL, he'll just probably fill and adapt, which he's more than capable of doing as well. But I mean, if everything hits the fan, you're in game 5 and nothing is working. Hey, pull out the phone.
There could be some sabotage going on here, bro. You might be something salty about getting dropped.
I'm just saying, hey man, if nothing is working, you gotta throw everything at it. That's all I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
you
couldn't have had a better sub than Phony.
Yeah,
like, honestly,
very flexible, very adaptable.
Yes, out of the pick of the pool. So, if it's just, like you said, if it's just ain't working, just chuck Phony in the reins and we'll see how it goes. But, honestly, it is going to be very exciting, because I remember, when you're saying way back then, I wasn't even in esports at that time, and I remember Space Station.
Yeah.
It was everywhere. So the fact that we kind of get to see that little synergy today, god damn, this is a big day.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Shopify is sitting in 18th place, 65 points, by the way. Day 1, 30 points. Day 2, 35 points. Give me an estimate in regards to points. What are we expecting out of them, especially with this change? Just a reminder, 30 day 1, 35 day 2.
I mean, I still think they're going to probably end up in that 30 to 40 range. They're probably going to be right next to that cutoff. I mean, we said the cutoff was, around 113 points, I believe, for the top 14 has been the historical pass throughout all these events. So, I mean, they're looking at what they need a solid 55.
Like 86.
Yeah,
is the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, they need a solid 55 points today, and that's going to be a top 3, top 4 to guarantee to go through with that top 14. So it'll be interesting. But I mean, like we said, I mean, Phony. I really do. I think one of the biggest things will be to hear the I want to know who's going to IGL there, because Phony has only IGL'd for 4 straight years, 5 straight years. It's all he's ever really done. So it'd be interesting to hear the comms, and if there's confusion, if he's giving too much information, or if he's just letting the comms be dominated by their main IGL and Zainu. But overall, I mean, they aren't really lacking or missing out on that much firepower. Yep. Obviously, Koiful is an incredibly talented player, one of the most individually skilled players in the game. We've all been watching him grow as a player, but Phony definitely brings a different kind of role, and he's going to bring more vocal role to the team and maybe give them a little more confidence to stop sitting around the middle of the pack, because this was the best team in North America. They're one of the best teams. They had the best placements overall in all in North America. So it'll be interesting because they haven't been able to get to those end games as much. I think they've won 1 game so far throughout this tournament. But right now, it really comes down to how they're going to fit. I'm sure they have that chemistry from the past, and I think they're going to come out strong. And I really do see them they're not going to be one of the eliminated teams. I don't see that being possible. They'd have to drop zeros across the board. So I think they're set there, and I think it really is just managing with what they're given. And the goal is obviously to qualify, but if they don't, it's just making sure that they do what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest reasons to talk about teams that have been performing in the past as well. I think this is one of the scariest rounds for all these teams that have been. Not because, you can get sent home at any point in the tournament. A lot of the times you can get sent home. But what I'm mainly saying is I think this is the biggest struggle, but for the survival round, if they make it into the next, I'm expecting every heavy hitter to make it through there. And that's just the thing about these teams that have that experience and, veteran experience on the team, where they know if they just make it through the little gap right there, then they can just maybe go all the way. Because we said it as well. We're like, if they make it through here, they're going straight to finals.
They can win. They can win the lobby. Like, they're still that good. Like, I mean, they're the only team I think to ever break up after winning a tournament. So, what are you gonna do?
Wait, hold on. So you said you expect about 55 points from them, right?
No, I'm expecting more around like 40, 45. So 40, I think 45? They're gonna be at the cutoff, but I would not be shocked to see them overperform from what people are thinking. I mean, the worst case is just Phony holds a grudge from everything that happened. That's
not going to happen.
That's not going to put that out there.
I picked Octane, my bad, guys.
How many points are you expecting out of them? 40, 45 as well, or lower or higher?
Yeah, I'm going to probably sit around the 35 to 40, to be honest with you. Like, yes, the synergy together will be good. I am excited to obviously see them perform. And yes, Phony has been scrimming, so there is that kind of like thing in there. But yeah, I'm probably going to sit around that mark. But I mean, they're sitting in a nice position anyway. So it's going to be a stable, I think, amount of points for them.
Okay, all right. And Graceful?
I mean, I'll just say, now. You can't say performing in N35. 35 means you're just top 10. Like, that's literally the average of the average. Like, that's not performing. But I mean, I think hot or cold. I can't even say like really a ton of points. I think it's just really hot or really cold. That's it.
Okay, all right. Hey, that's fair. You know what? I'll respect that route that you decided to take in regards to that one. Now, something that we got to keep in mind too is that VKG is going to be playing in this group. VKG is currently sitting in 19th place with 64 points, just below Shopify, and they've been consistent, 32 points and 32 points. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this team are, in a way, the defending champions here at EWC. In their mind, do you think it will look bad upon them if they don't make it directly to the finals from groups? Graceful.
I mean, this is like one of those things where we've heard Hal say it, we've heard Zero say it. We're like, everybody's yapping. I just don't want to even listen to them. They shouldn't even talk, right? Okay. And because one of the biggest pressures, one of the reasons why it's pressure, I'll explain it, is because once you've won something, and it's just one time, if you haven't had a consistent, like Hal, several lands, 0-1 back-to-back lands, right? People start questioning, even Hiarka, they were like, was this a fluke? And it's never a fun pressure to have on you where you're like, was he just on an off chance? We even heard Effect say it about hockey, that, hey man, our EWC win was a fluke. I definitely don't think so. Because at some point you can't say it's a fluke to qual for LAN, go through the whole LAN, make it to finals and match point, and then close out the game. Can't be fluke all the way.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think sometimes the whole dilemma of if it's a fluke or not comes from the community and your peers. I mean, you have a lot of people that you look up to that you've watched win tournaments, and they're the ones who are saying, oh, they didn't deserve it, or oh, it was a fluke win. And when you start hearing stuff like that, you start to think to yourself, was it? But in reality, you have the confidence. You knew that you could win. You can't win a tournament without believing that you can win the tournament. So at the same time of that happening, you kind of just have to want to show up and show out again, especially when, VK was their first team in that region to perform to that standard. They had been underperforming specifically until then, and now they've put their region on the map, and it's very interesting to see how they're going to evolve and how they're going to bounce back after having subpar performances. But 2 days in a row of 30 points, it's fine in group stages to be in the middle of the pack, but you have to step up at some point and show why you were a LAN champion and why you deserve to be in that finals lobby, because with it only being top 14 instead of top 20, you don't get to cruise through with consistent top 10s anymore. There's a little more incentive to it, and if you are one of and want to put your stamp on this tournament as we deserve it, we deserve to be here and show everyone else that they were wrong for it, this is the time in the final lobby to step up.
Yeah, and I kind of want to sort of keep with the Apex South thing, but pivot to a different team that is performing today, and that's Wolves. So Wolves, and especially we're going on to Olympus, right? So we haven't seen this map before, but statistically Wolves in the Apex South region, I think it was 87% was most of their points coming from Olympus, and it was an insanity thing. So I feel like today they should be feeling super comfortable going into this, playing that sort of style as well. And also Ninjas in Pajamas, I believe, did incredibly well on Olympus too. And I feel like this sort of, even though I'm yapping on about going Olympus sucks,
right.
there's going to be several teams that have actually prioritized this map that are going to really showcase it. So, Ninjas in Pajamas, especially having such a high percentage on Olympus, they might do incredibly well in these first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about NIP earlier, right? In regards to where they actually need to get to. You guys said that I think it was just 20 points, right? Because they're currently sitting with 45 points, 20 points to be almost safe. You're still going to be in the cutoff area.
It's not enough.
But yeah, it's not going to be enough. Do we expect them to get enough points in this first 3 games of the series since it is Olympus, Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, I think, man, this is when the gameplay starts changing, is if you are down at that bottom half, whether you're the Alliance or the NIP, who are in the 34th and 35th positions here going up, or 35th, 36th, or right there at that cutoff, it really, you don't want to start slow, because that's when the desperation starts setting in, and we're just going to have to see what happens here, and I think we're about to be ready.
Well, we're going to see if NIP can get enough points to make it to survival stage, or if we're going to be crying at the end of this series. Vicky, Tiff, what do you guys think is going to happen with NIP?
Let's get this going! We got game number 1. I'm seeing Olympus. I was about to hold everybody here hostage, make you guys all watch my clips, but that's not going to happen, because we got game 1 on Olympus starting now.
And there we go, immediately dropping into the first map of day 3 of our group series. The final 6 games they may play here, and of course kicking things off with Ninjas in Pajamas, the best team from the Americas on Olympus. Vayne, Kierev, and Cole, they know what it takes to get the job done, and it's just stringing fight by fight, game by game. But when you start over here, I really do kind of like where we're beginning in Gardens. Typically, a lot of the zones I've seen end in this vicinity on Olympus, and there's plenty of loot to go around to make quick rotations, get that information, or even just kind of stay there.
I'll be real here too, just seeing the changes that Olympus has had throughout the years, it's just been amazing on how they've been able to adapt around the different legends and the passes that we've had included into the game. You talk about movement abilities too, and just seeing how a lot of these teams are going to now make their rotation into that next zone. RQ, who do take that TP right through Terminal. Heretics were right behind them, and you already mentioned on the outskirts of Somers University and Grow Towers. VK Gaming are rotating too. They have a survey beacon as top of the fact that Reject are going to be playing on the big wall that would lead you outside of Solar Array. And it's important to highlight how we've been having Crypto banned every single first game, honestly, now, looking back at our other groups. And it's that consistency where, you know, Crypto won't really be the threat for the teams that do want to roll out with the Caustic or Watson. But the fighting has now begun. It's VP who have taken up to the high ground. They're looking at RRQ. We're starting to ramp up. It was a little quiet, you know, you got the sunglasses on and you're going to start rotating out from where VP is situated, because there was an Evil Harvester on the north side of Solar Array, so teams with a longer POI, like Sentinels coming out of Face Driver's side, will be able to at least rotate and get that, as well as the ring console over by Terminal.
Yeah, you do have the kind of armor differential here. You have 2 whites, and then luckily with Easy Flash having the benefit of being on Caustic and being inside the circle to get an extra buff. But VP definitely benefiting on having the stronger shields. We'll check in with GK off the rip. There's a couple of teams that are running that elusive Crypto Seer combo, only 4 of them in particular. So to be able to be hyper aggro, Flat deciding not to actually do that. We're kicking things off with Alter, Mad Maggie, Crypto. So aggression in full form in a different type of way.
You know, and how those legend comps are going to influence the different map pool that we have. Aside from the fact that we're seeing Olympus for the first time, you also have to remember that we have Stormpoint on the later half of this series, even in the later half of the next series too, right? So Flat, with full white Evos, we'll be able to coexist here with a lot of other teams, because Reject is here, NIP is here, so is GK. And in the northern buildings that you exit from Somers, it's going to be Gen G, VK Gaming. There's going to be a big pileup over by Grow Towers. So it's going to be GK, who do hear a lot of this action. They're going to be settling down with the Caustic, but I wouldn't want to be a Caustic with the amount of Cryptos in this lobby. It's about prioring how these EMPs are going to be used to force their way inside some of these buildings. As Kuriv, you talk about NIP before, Tip. You talk about how they've been able to put in a performance on Olympus alone. We see a knock here in the feed as Reject are looking to try to reset Flat. Also trying to go in to try to take advantage of the 3P here, getting the crack onto Kuriv, and being one of the teams with the Alter, you do have the reset opportunity with the TP.
And with every legend still on the table, this being game 1, you have to anticipate third parties. So many teams getting into the next circle within the first 2 to 4 minutes. And even though NIP wants to take that fight onto Reject, who have not been able to pick up that down player, I believe it's your Reese. They're playing behind Knockdown from behind. GK even taking some shots at this, but you can see Reject trying to disengage Kuzier though. RE45 in hand, he's already got the purple mag, so being able to throw down Portal for inside. But where did they go?
At least the difference was poor Rupa just trying to stay alive, but then you have a drone literally chasing you behind your back, forced to queue away on the raid. Trying to allow Reject to at least have a way better start to this first game. Can the recovery come in? It's unfortunate when your Crypto player is also one of the players who are out of this fight. It's a lot easier to try to get a reset when you do have that drone available to you, so that way you don't have to overextend. And remember how we highlighted Sentinels on their rotate? Well, they're coming out of Solar, one of the teams who will be able to get that information on the lone player of Reject. We're going to have to see if he does manage to stay alive, but it's a huge pileup still happening in Somers University. So we see Flat also trying to find some trades here, but it's going to be a lot of these teams. They're trying to find their placement and get in the poke pressure for the teams that get their early rotate, so that way they can get those Evo shields up.
We'll check back in with the Rufa later from Reject. A lot of success yesterday. 2 wins in Group A versus C. They've proved they can do it on World's Edge. They can do it on E-District. Would love to see a win on Olympus for the trifecta for them. Back to Unlimit, Peace, Exuvi, Yulari, man. A very aggressive fighting team. Can definitely score some high points here. They're solidified inside that top 14 in 13th place with 75 points. So a decent series out of them today could really have that auto advancement for them to Saturday. Arufa there in the distance, still trying to get the team back.
So it's important to highlight the teams in this lobby who want to have that great start. Sentinels, we talked to the fans in the crowd. We saw them straight mugging and highlighting their stories. A beautiful journey here as they want to have a great start to the day. They're going to be able to take their time. Over by Icarus, where they will be able to get the information on the back end of the ship. There's a survey beacon, ring console usually on the back end too. Limit are also in solar, and as the ring does close in behind some of these teams back, it's going to be a big pileup over by Gravity Engine side. I would love to take a look at how Falcons are going to slow rotate this, because they will end up rotating behind Alliance. They were trying to harass Dory, who, when you talk about one of the teams that have been underperforming, are in risk of elimination.
Truly are. I'm keeping tabs on Alliance right now. A ring console has just been activated for them, so they were able to get information from there. They're going to dive down further south. They do have Falcons that will be trailing them on the rotation. For now, the time is okay. Shopify Rebellion taking space. You can see that one player is actually out there scouting towards Wolves Esports, and then you look towards the circle. You have Reject on the outside of the next zone, but he's still solo. Arufa has not been able to get the teammates just back. With how many teams are prioing, just full sending into zone to get their positioning, it's making things difficult for him to have that regain. You're right, Flat, GK, Elite Esports, who have been so dang dominant here this week, are already solidified into that next circle. Just trying to find anything.
It's going to be good, at least when you have that safety net, right? And being able to carry some of that performance into today, where a lot of teams are playing a lot more scared, a lot more reserved. It's going to be a different pace of play for the teams that are at risk of elimination, even the likes of like Team Heretics, and how they're going to be able to try to move up here too. While you take a look at where Heretics is on the outskirts of Solar, you get to see the EMP attempt now as Wolves also trying to move up, destroying that drone. That's a little scary. It's Wex who does have the fuse. Literally one shot though, and they have been detected by the drone. Dropping down on their head is going to be Flat. They find 2 knocks, by the way, from 2 different teams, and Kuzer is just going crazy. Thanks to being able to have that void passage, you're going to skedaddle inside of this building, playing very passively as Wolf Esports are your first team eliminated in this first game.
And that is fresh off a rotation. We were just talking about them shortly, therefore. Outside of the circle with Shopify Rebellion, they look for a spot in zone, they get denied. Not only was Flat looking at them, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas. Checking in here with Kina Trope, who got a win yesterday and were looking really strong, have found themselves just on the outside. We were wondering where Dory was going to rotate into, and they are currently at Hammond Labs, a survey beacon over there for information. But this rotation is so tough. You have to carve up that hill, right? Straight towards Kinatrove. They're going to deny that immediately. So if I'm Dory, we are going to wrap around and try to find another angle.
Taking a page out of the Kate Bush book too, right? After trying to run up that hill and now trying to find your way with the way that a lot of these teams have congregated over onto the southern side of Somers. It's great to see how consistent Flat has been in taking these early fights and always coming out on top with early KP, but even better when this is their POI, right? They chose Somers University. Some teams here, like even VKG, who had prioed Grow Towers when it came to having Olympus into the map rotation mix. I'm hearing the longbows from a distance. Thinking here as Team Heretics are trying to run from the other side of Unlimit, it's going to be Sentinels who do have control over the edge of the zone. So Heretics may actually get pinched as Dory now moving up too. Team that also needs to really go hard because Reject are still down to what looks to be a solo. The Wraith has not been able to get the res.
No, Arufa is trying so hard, but you're right. At least it is your Wraith player that is the last solo alive. Muscle on Crypto, scouting out, hey, where is he going to be? Where's he escaping to? For now, he lives to see, hey, at least we're upgrading to blue. May not have the teammates, but it's up to blue. But a big fight. Alliance, Ninjas in Pajamas. Unlucky, already has the shields ripped off. 5 seconds needed to get the bat back in place.
Dang, Alliance got here so quick here too as well, but you have to be careful with the amount of ultras in the lobby. Hockeys does get that swap too. NIP on the outskirts of this building. The Caustic Trap still allow Alliance to try to bunker down. Curve trying to take it off. Angle here on the Wraith himself. He's got the unlimited ammo amp as well. Just trying to pepper in with the R9. Is going to be able to queue away, getting a little aggressive, but opening things up for the rest of his team. User too. Flat. Trying to take a chunk out of Alliance. Everybody is looking at Alliance, but they're safe and sound inside this building, and it's a great look considering their composition too. They can get the reset. Unlucky is bunkering down with the Caustic, and Curve was literally one shot. Cole's gonna be able to help him out. They get the quick little Evo Shield swap just so that way Curve can also heal up with the med kit. Better when you have your teammate that's already fully healed. Kuzer now moves all the way up, especially when he's on the altar.
But Alliance, they're playing Caustic, not Watson. There's no pylon in there to intercept those. So they will be inundated with arc stars and frags. And are gonna have to dive throughout, thus leaving the building straight into NIP. So much damage, but we are not down yet.
Reject do eventually get eliminated. Unfortunately, the Soul Ray player cannot bring everybody back, but it's important to take a look at the pile up here and why Alliance keep getting harassed. Aku now moves a little bit up before taking CP back inside. Thanks with that void passage, and Dory too. Unlock the gates, they break down the window. One left from Unlimit, who had such a great way starting off their day just yesterday. Dory, this is even better for Dory. We talk about the team that is one of the squads that are at risk for elimination. They move up. Unlimit do get eliminated, and Dory already starting off nice. While Sentinels, by the way, have knocked 2 off of Falcons. It's the back-to-back. Heretics now looking to gatekeep over onto the western side of this choke, but there's so many fights happening on the different angles of this next zone pool.
Can Dory escape the ring? The connection there, the final blow. And we are just gonna keep those frags handy. A Thermite still in pocket, but we can be patient here. We have 1:20 on the clock before we have to rotate in, and there's gonna be so many teams moving from Somers University into that circle that we could get caught up here. But Katsu King from Dory trying to hold steady on the Seer. Not many options here. You're gonna have to win the 1v1, but the chase is inevitable, and Dory are eliminated.
The fact that Heretics was able to pick that up too. 2 teams that were very scary going into today. By the way, Falcons were in a lot of trouble earlier. Hopefully they can try to get the reset, it looks like, from the other side, but it's important to highlight too. VK Gaming in a great spot as Shopify now. VP move up. Ozis is able to get the knock onto Zainu and the finishing blow.
For Zap, we don't have Zainu anymore. It's gonna be Zap and Phony, the duo. Having Alter is gonna allow them to take these different angles to get back up. And here we go. Prestis, Ozus, Taskmaster. Zap's making a full send. He's getting the information. He goes in with the wingman and immediately disengages. They fall one by one. Zap making a heck of a play.
Oh my god, he's moving, playing off the other side. Zap! Get eliminated! Zap is just him off the void passage, dancing with the wingman. Doesn't even need all the light ammo when he literally had no mag off that R9. Now he gets a Kraber for free. In this economy, we will absolutely take those. We get the reset from Shopify, having the sub coming in. And it's nice to be able to see how this team has been able to regroup together. Elite also in the feed are popping off. I highlighted Falcons before. We have to see what's going to go on because they were actually eliminated in 15, so they were unable to fully reset there. Important, as this first game's already gassed and ready with Alliance still alive. Alberlily getting the next knock. Nemesis getting the trade-off as Team Heretics get eliminated next.
But look who's there. It's Alliance. They show up just for a quick third party. And Infinite Ammo L-Star can change the tide of battle, so keep tabs on that. But Noct can't seem to place the line of sight on who is actually directing the damage towards him.
The EMP taken to the skies is a different form of fireworks while Lions are playing up the low ground. Aku has to go back inside. He got beamed, loses out on his shield. KNC now down to a solo, but it's just the crypto. A little bit of a better look here as we see in the ring, Keon getting knocked. That's going to be at the hands of Flat. As we see Shopify Rebellion in a nice side-by-side. We did see that earlier, but we also saw the feed lighting up before. That was during the time that Falcons did get eliminated, while we did see that fight in the clutch after VP had fallen. NIP now move up, Kraber in hand. Shopify get eliminated, and so do GK.
We lost that on Sentinels earlier, but for now, Alliance and Flat still having to rotate just a bit. Alliance don't have to go too far, but Flat will likely have to take this engagement for the... I think it's the power position, Vicky, honestly. From this side, with every other team across them in the circle.
And the fact that VK Gaming have made this rotate when they are the first team to prioritize Grow Towers, the first team to prioritize a POI on Olympus, and now finding themselves in this next zone alongside NIP. But all eyes on Alliance. Their family is watching. They have their faith in this squad. Flat, who now prio their POI here alone. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You got the gold extended energy mag, but you're lacking a little bit on that energy ammo. As Nano's getting the information, being inside that drone, trying to look at the teams who are going to be forced to rotate on the outskirts like Havoc.
It's a good thing you bring up Havoc. They've already acquired 5 kills. Alliance, on the other hand, they've been timing these fights, trying to take smart third parties, but haven't been able to actually net themselves a kill just yet. 3 placement points for their series thus far. And the timing. It's all about taking those engagements that are going to benefit them. They don't want to be third-partied here. They're playing for the win. They're playing for the most points. And Havoc, despite having the kills, have found themselves in a difficult situation.
Well, 1v1 though, as they're trying to get the reset, the EMP knocks down the barrels. But NIP Cole actually didn't overextend. He heard the res, but looks behind him. Elite now pulling up VK Gaming, trying to stay alive as NIP come up and clean up Cole. What did he eat for breakfast? He may have missed that Kraber shot, but it's fine. He's got the infinite ammo. VK Gaming get eliminated.
Taken out in the north, but it's not done because Ninjas in Pajamas will likely seek to third party and clear out their side as well. For Alliance, it's Flat beckoning to them on the other side. Who will be the victor of the south side of the zone? The fight is here, and Qzier, so much damage. Hackus as well. Unlucky though, maintaining the health. We have to heal, but 5 seconds is what a shield bat as a Nano takes the chow. Unlucky says, I've got this.
Unlucky's like, all right, go back into the zone where you belong. Hasta la vista to Nano. We saw the strike with the wrecking ball as Aku is looking to heal up. Alliance being one of the few teams in this last zone. They're stacked up though, looking at Flat, who have put down the Void Nexus. Kenotrope hanging on for dear life as a solo. The lone Crypto NIP will be forced to fight against Elite, but it's a 1v1 Alliance versus Flat. This is important. The crowd gets louder with the TP. The L-Star is all Aku needs with the pressure highlighting him. Flat is eliminated and Alliance have cleared the southern side of the zone.
Down to the top 4, and Alliance are on their own. Ninjas in Pajamas, Elite and Kenotrope across the way. Elite with the high ground. And does Light have a Kraber? Because Kurev's got one.
Taking care of those barrels. And with the final ring now closing behind them, the skies are congested. 4 crypto drones floating about. Don't think they're going to be able to find KNC. Visible, nothing to see, hiding in the corner next to Alliance. But it's NIP who are holding this angle, trying to look for Alliance, and Elite may actually be the saving grace if they force this fight against NIP. Just looking at the comps alone, NIP don't even have, by the way, the ultra to work with. They don't have the TP, the reset opportunities. It's one of the teams with the Wraith instead. The EMP does not ring out. It gets destroyed right beforehand. They're shooting at the barrels, creating the space. They kill. Oh no, what for the raw nade? It's gone here for Kenotrope. Last 3 squads now. It's Alliance, Elite, but it's NIP looking at Elite first.
And Elite had the high ground for NIP. There goes the portal. Kurev trying to make a vital play, and around Alliance they go. Henchman has to heal, and Elite seem to be waiting this fight out. It's just down to Unlucky.
He's playing Ring Around the Rosie, waiting very last minute, dancing around the portal before Alliance get eliminated in third. It's Elite versus NIP, as Elite with the consistency get the first dub in our first game.
Elite Esports have been looking so dominant, but it's the Alliance fans who are so proud of the boys. 33rd place coming into this series, knowing that if they falter just a few placements, they will be eliminated. And that task is tall, but to get 3 kills in 3rd place, you're double-digit points. Game by game, Vicky, is all it takes.
That's what you like to see when you know that you've been fragging out for the last 2 days and you start off strong in what may be the last day that some of these teams play in Elite, letting the world know why they are Elite and talking about the POI that they had to traverse through too on Olympus, coming out of Bonsai, being able to find that spot and being able to fight your way through. But it was really NIP who would try to fully send it onto Alliance. Curved, who had taken that off angle, just opened the gates for Elite to shine, and coming in with a great timing on a 3P.
And a moment to just cool down after a dynamic game. I mean, they were already at 138 points. They were already at the top of the group stage. They won C versus D. They dominate A versus C. Like, now, when we look towards this series, this is where that endgame began. Elite had this high ground with NIP just below them.
Well, some of these highlights too, with Alliance staying alive at the very end, who try to fight their way into the zone. They did get 3 KP, but Elite were farming, taking those points away from a lot of our teams. I believe, wasn't it like Kinda's birthday the other day? This young gun legend himself coming together with Henchman and Light getting 6 KP alone. Crazy to see how this team is so cohesive and following up with one another.
I was trying to remember where they actually started, because when you think about where they went into that, they land at Bonsai Plaza. So not too far of a rotation, but they walk through it, they grab 12 kills, which is insane. Like a 24-point game to start things off. Okay, like, are we trying to breach 200 points at the group stages? I see what we're doing with that average. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, so many people back into the question, could they do it? Could they turn it around? The best team from America's on Olympus, and they answer back. The questions that we asked, they're like, yeah, we'll show you, right? 16 points. However, you jump to the back half. Team Heretics. They need to do well also. They came into the series in 31st. They do take some solid fights on gatekeeping. They grabbed 5 points. Virtus Pro and Falcons acquiring a couple of kills, but it's Unlimit, Reject. Reject looked so good yesterday. Not the best start for them, but that's okay, because there's still 5 more games in this series.
And the fact that we have still game number 2 moving on to Olympus, it goes back to the stats that we were highlighting, right, Tiff? With NIP being one of the best Olympus teams in America. They score average, like, what, a total of 151 points, with 42% of that being Olympus. And then you look at what Elite just put on as a masterclass performance. They've averaged, what, 11.5 or so points per game. Now you start things off with 24 total points for this first game after getting the dub and the double-digit KP. It's a great look here, but it's an even better look for those who now could find some breathing room to build up this momentum. If you've had a rough first 2 days, now we get a little bit of a change up in our map series, starting off with Olympus. And if you were able to have that advantage in the Pro League, this is the time, because now you don't really want to face off in that survivor stage, right? You don't want to be obviously one of the teams in that lower 6, but it's also trying to take control, having your own fate in your own hands, instead of watching that last series play out where some of these teams may overtake you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you start thinking about game number 2 in general, we did see that crypto ban. Typically, we get a seer ban in game number 2, but we have been seeing some changes here on land. Teams that perform well as we look at our damage dealers. This is exactly what you want to do. You've got your 6 kills there, your 7 across the board there for NIP. And you just kind of keep on moving through. Elite Esports with that 12, showing the damage. They had a 1,900 damage differential, dealing 3,700 damage, taking 1,800. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, I'm going to go ahead and say almost the top damage dealers in the lobby. That actually goes to flat by just 5 more damage. It was that close.
Just sneezing on them just real quick to make sure that they can try to overtake them and just the damage output here. But it's been a great game number 1. We still got some more Olympus action, and that's coming to you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. This is the ALGS. We are here in Paris, and we just closed off game number 1 with Elite Esports, taking it with 12 KP. Insane start here, but no surprise, Tiff, as Elite continue to put on a masterclass.
They're doing exactly what we expected for them in this group matchup, and to be fair, you can't count against them at all based on their historic performances on LAN here in Paris. I guess it's just that European buff over here for them. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, nice showing to get that 2nd place, because once you start off a series like that, you feel really solid. For Havoc, who was on your screen just moments ago, they were one of the teams that had found themselves in the bottom 6. And while they were able to acquire 5 kills and 8 points, that is a start that if you do that, you know, for 6 games, you're over 40 points, which is what we've been asking for. Ninjas in Pajamas likely going to be able to do that. It would be their best series of the week thus far for group stages. They had an 18-point series in day 1, a 27-point series in day 2, and the fact that we're already situated with 16 points in 1 game, yeah, we're looking up.
Wait, a little bit of a ramp up at the start of today, making sure you get your snackies in here for our players to lock and load into game number 2. I like the vibes here in the venue. I love hearing the crowd giving these players their energy. Elite, though, it's just another day at work for this squad. We talk about the young legend, kinda, together with Henchman and Light, and I just love to see how these 3 players have been able to show that consistency across so many different groups.
Don't laugh at me. You saw me just waving at the monitor as if like someone could see me waving. He's like waving and I'm just like, hi, like what? Who am I? No, but we did get to hear from Kinda at the end of the day yesterday after their series, and he was talking specifically about Light and how Light can just put them in these positions and allow everyone to just focus on their role, isolate the fights one at a time, and they're just finding so much success. It's all about trust within the teammate, and clearly it is working.
Can it continue going into game number 2, though? We saw that Olympus zone pull over to Sommers. Flat were feasting, that is their POIs, and VKG were so quick on the rotate as they do prio Olympus over on their POI of Grow Towers. Seeing how some of these zones have ended up shifting all around Olympus, though, it's very telegraphic when you go over onto E-District, I feel like, but it's kind of like those whiplashy pools that we have seen on World's Edge, where a lot of these teams have the ability to coexist. And as we've highlighted at the very start of game number 1, no more Crypto. Crypto has been the first legend, always banned after game number 1, and it kind of follows suit, Tiff, to what you were talking to me a little bit in the green room on how scrims have been playing out for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of we only had 4 Crypto Seer combos in the first match, and obviously with Crypto being out, it's the teams that typically like to play the same legend throughout and kind of just run it down. We had some Watsons, obviously, we've got some Caustics, and obviously with Crypto being out, we will see some different changes here for that being. Alter was 11, and Caustic 10th, a couple 4 race in the lobby, so we'll see what people lock in as we get ready to get into game number 2.
Game number 2, and the dropships are zooming by, guys. Welcome back to Olympus as we find out what our next legend man is gonna look like here. There's been a lot of Seer, and it's a prio on a lot of these rotates too, right? You get the double tack that you have to worry about when it comes to Seer in general, getting that scan and information, but this is actually insane. If this is gonna be a similar zone pool, imagine those teams who are so quick on the rotate to find that success. As the crowd is cheering, we're ready to go. We take a look at our game 1 winners, Elite, as they will be able to move on from Bonsai.
Elite Esports clearing out Bonsai for the goods. They have a survey beacon, and with Kinda running Seer, he should be able to grab that information, see immediately where the majority of our teams are starting to move. And with a relatively similar circle to what we just had, you know, I get it. I see Ninjas in Pajamas. I see why you picked up there. You just got to dive on down. Why Olympus is your best map. This all makes sense. It's consistency, okay? For Flat hailing from Summers, look at GK. They're going to be like, yeah, we know exactly where we need to play from, and we need to be even faster.
I'm not going to lie. This is insane.
It's just like that. You know, it's like a reject get another chance at trying to take those initial fights mid-game, right? It's like we know where we need to play from. We literally just did this. Now we just have to stay alive on that initial fight with Flat.
Imagine being Falcons, though. Like, you gotta start the triathlon, man. You gotta start booking it, because it's gonna be quite a journey here for Falcons to make it into basically the same zone that we had seen in game number 1. But hey, all the benefit to the teams that want to come out on top in this day of group stages. The teams that, you know, have had a slow start, and IP being one of them, are gonna feast. Same thing as Flat, because the conversation remains the same since this is their POI. Same thing for VKG, who have already moved away from Grow Towers, which is a ring console and a survey beacon. So a lot of these teams not only getting away with this quick rotate, but now trying to min-max on what they know they have to do differently from game number 1 on their rotate to now game number 2 in a very similar zone.
In a way, he pops the survey beacon and immediately pings them. He's like, he is so close, because of course they are going to witness Shopify grabbing that survey beacon. So Havoc is disengaging. They're like, no, we don't want anything to do with a fight this early on. They had 5 kills in map number 1. We're playing the long game.
Ping's coming in too. Havoc now start moving up. They're right alongside Gen G. You can hear the pings. Getting closer here to playing on the outskirts of Sommers, while Shopify are also going to be able to get the same ring console on where that zone pool is. Alliance are already doing a different rotate, though, after what we saw from the last game, but it's going to be looking at flat. Can they end up getting the early KP, the first team to get that early KP in a lot of these lobbies? We saw it play out in game number 1. They see a team landing right in front of them. It's just about boosting up these Evo shields. Since this is their POI, it's not like they're going to be able to have the side questing that a lot of other teams do when it comes to the Evo Harvesters. With the amount of Seers, though, in this lobby, this is kind of what we were expecting. Seer is the next Legend band with 80% of this lobby Seer.
That's falling in the order in which I thought we would see. So for now, flat. Playing from the back of Sommers. A couple of teams you mentioned, Virtus Pro, Sentinels, GK on the horizon. Fun hanging on with at least 20 HP there. But for now, no real siege. Seer tactics being performed. At least you do have the exhibit in the back pocket should you need to pull it out.
Teams like Elite, though, with the way that they were able to convert on this win and playing a little split on Icarus. You can see that one player getting that ring console. You can see the exhibit called in too, letting everybody know about the fight happening on the back end of Sommers. Shopify Rebellion together with Phony sitting once again alongside Zainu. Getting a little bit of deja vu here while Crib gets the information. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful angle. Off of the Hemlock here. He's got the blue mag in hand, R9 as the secondary here, but it's just about getting the heartbeat sensor to see where these players are finding themselves right below NIP's feet. It's trying to harass him. He's only 120 away from getting that blue Evo. Harassing and peppering in another team from afar. Team Nemesis playing on that back end as there's still a lot of teams with the Altar, but even more with the Valkyrie for some of these rotates, as we see Zap now get the follow-up and getting the knock off the RE45. That has continuously been a problem in a lot of these lobbies. A lot of our pros rocking out with these different weapons compositions, as Sentinels also are finding these knocks onto VP.
There we are with the stun. Just seconds to go. NIP, though, they're literally on white. And I do want to note that Kurab did move off the Wraith. He's locked in the Seer. Vayne is going to be playing Wraith for NIP this game. And for Arufa and Reject, wanting to finish this fight with VKG. They've already gotten Casa down, Casa out. And behind the Newcastle wall, we have situated ourselves. But they haven't quite found the opening they want for the remaining duo.
You see the pinks too. It's going to be a little risky sometimes. I mean, when you're not rocking out on the caustic, that's why you're seeing a lot of these Watsons to bunker down instead. We said goodbye to Crypto in game number 1, and VKG even trying a little something different. They had rolled out with the Newcastle, Valkyrie, and the Rampart, but they lost out on that Rampart earlier.
I like what I'm seeing from Dory, and here's the deal. Last time they rotated down and through the west, and we got caught mid-map as we headed over towards Sommers University. For Katsuki and Muscle here, they are making their pathway towards the eastern side now. They're being a little more hesitant about it, and there's for good reason. The Falcons are still up in the north. There is a survey beacon here that they'd like to get access to, as well as a ring console. So knowing that they're going to be able to scan both, Dory has to get info, has to run. Alliance nabbing and ring console of their own up by Clinic.
And it's like kind of like a different pacing, right? That Alliance saw what happened in the last game, now trying to take a different angle. Still rotating from the northern side of the zone, which I do really like, because once you go into Grow Towers, like we saw earlier with Shopify's rotate, you get the survey, you get the ring console, and you try to gatekeep some of these teams who could find themselves split up. I mean, like that one player of Kino Trope who wanted a prio getting the Evo Harvester. They will get away with it for now. But Alliance already going in as a full unit, rotating in from the northern side. Genji will eventually be waiting for them, and other teams taking to the skies. I think I hear it. The Team Falcons now coming in right above Dory's head. Could be an inevitable fight on the outskirts of the zone. We have to see how that's going to go down over by Clinic. As now the side-by-side, we see KSH. They're not really involved here. They're just going to be able to bunker down, take control of those death boxes at their feet. But this is the fight that I wanted to see here. It's going to be Dory versus Falcons. Falcons stuck On the inside of zone, Muscle just trying to climb up on How. Muscle, though, he ain't got it as How beams him with the car. Dory now down 2. They get a little bit of revenge onto How, but Waltzy is still alive. Guild is forced to heal up temporarily, but it's still going to be How who comes right back around. Dory lose out on Muscle finally here. It's going to be the finishing blow thanks to Waltzy. Guild is able to pop the shield back right on time. Hemlock and Nade ready to go before it's just a matter of time as Dory are the first, and rather second squad in this lobby to go out. Falcons pick up on that KP. We hinted on that fight the moment we saw Dory try to take it to Falcons coming out of Gardens.
VKG was taken out earlier by Havoc, and now Unlimit and Team Heretics face off. Exhibits expended. And Ghost, a glass cannon, Alonzi looking for the angles, trying to swing on Exuvi, trying to destroy their own Exhibit. But an Arcstar neighboring, we must go through the portal. And Unlimit with Yulari Man trying to cover that distance, recharging on the breach mode. A stalemate for now, just looking for the opening to get closer.
Trying to play patiently with the ring now closing in right behind him. Yulari Man off the axle. You talk about the Hemlock. Is able to drop down. Playing off the cliffside of holding onto the other side of the building before trying to dip away. And the way that Axel has been utilized as kind of like that left field legend pick too for some of these teams. Gonna get the scan onto the Kraber before moving back. You have the heavy ammo arsenal too to boost up that Hemlock, while Team Heretics being one of those teams here to try to replicate their performance in game number 1, now start moving up on the other side of Unlimit.
Brief check in there with VKG, likely talking about the game plan for the final map 3 on Olympus, while they sit and watch how this game plays out. For the Alliance fans in the lobby, they're starting to get closer towards that next circle. They're staying relatively uncontested as you see their fort here. The pylon down, the fences up, the arsenal to upgrade the R9. And when you see a gold bag in an R9, oof, you know he's ready to let it rip.
Oh, Christmas came early. That's how I always like to see it, if you're Unlimit. Still trailing right behind Heretics, though. Actually trying to find an opportunity to see if they could pinch them, because Kino Trip are waiting for them in the middle buildings that overlook that choke. And now while trailing behind Unlimit, this fight has been going on for quite a bit here, and with Peace being on the fuse, he's woken up after taking his nap earlier in the cams. Longbow in car here as he's going to be able to try to take a different angle, but thankfully with the Ultra, they're actually going to be able to TP. With that Void Passage, get right back up to the high ground with 15 seconds left. Everyone needs to start moving. Heretics, though, in a lot of trouble now, down to a solo that is Jan's. He sends in the Exhibit. Looks behind him to make sure that Unlimit is not trying to grief him, but gives Heretics a bit of time to reset.
I love that Unlimit just said, no, this is not the rotation we need. With the time, it's Team Heretics looking for a death box recovery, Alonzi to get back in. It's Kinatrope that has moved up outside of the ring to deny Team Heretics any space. And it's vital for Team Heretics' survival in the tournament. They were in 31st coming into this and need as many points as they can get.
Time is of the essence now. With 5 games left to go, 2 more on Olympus. Heretics now move in from the northern side, coming out of the choke. Kinotrop have not left from their position, but Alliance do find themselves in that next zone. You could assume that, you know, coming out of Grove Towers, they probably got that ring console, see where that zone pool is, and are going to be able to prio getting that light arsenal themselves. Or RRQ are painting the floor with these Watson fences, trying to land some of these Kraber shots. No unlimited ammo, but 6 still in the reserve now. Pricey just trying to take a different angle, playing off the rock. Gen 2 just to help them out, and that would definitely come in clutch if you have to deal with the likes of maybe even Unlimited, who's on that fuse.
Do it. I was like, it's just a smidge windy over there. I just want to see him let it rip. They're just keeping the pressure. They have no space. RRQ are in such a great spot inside that circle, set up as well for VP. Well, they'd like to get there. So knowing that they're going up on the back, Elite Esports just to the south of them, RRQ ahead, the pressure is being put down onto them, and Ozus behind the knockdown is the last for Pricey, working towards those angles. Seer queuing, and Virtus Pro will not live to see another fight in map 2.
And VP out in 17th. RRQ gonna be able to pick that one up. And it is a different zone pool, by the way. So because Sentinels get eliminated, and Nemesis are feasting. The Sentinels now going down in 16th. Nemesis will absolutely take those. 3KP in Sacred's pocket. Talk about some young legends in this lobby. I mean, it's typical to not even mention Sacred, who keeps putting on a performance. Team Heretics now, by the way, after getting the full res from Jans, have moved up. And it's still Unlimit who face off against them from the other side of the choke.
Hey, they're just delaying the inevitable. They're bound to meet here on the outside. Only one team can advance onto the circle from this location. And if I'm Team Heretics, I do not want to move through them, but instead we choose our pathing. Gen G on the other side, a quick check from Coast, up through the portal we go, and the battle is on. They take down Asia. Dexter from behind though, keep your eye on the Valk.
Dexter's now sliding in though, and now the last one alive for this team. Team Heretics, time and time, have picked up 2 of the heads of Gen G. Exhibit no problem even right behind them because Jans is feeling himself. Gen G get eliminated as Jans now in some trouble because RC have shown up Axis. Gonna be able to find that knock right afterwards, but Team Heretics now will be able to get the reset considering they got the altar, they got the Void Nexus too. Gonna get the finishing blow here with a lot more of these teams, even like Wolves, who are now skedaddling into that next zone pool. They know exactly where this is gonna be, but they have to be careful playing here very early because Reject could look at them as a limit now. Continuously harassing RRQ.
I want a rogue guy out on an Axel, Yulari man, doing a ton of damage alongside Exuvi. They're kind of setting up these pinch plays as they eliminate RRQ for the most part. But there's a solo still in the circle, still trying to survive. But we are deep in it with Wolves Esports, who have now moved in. It's Pricey with a Kraber, trying to hold steady as Havoc have fallen. And we have no cover. We're between a literal rock and a tree.
I mean, like, literally with a crumb. Can't see me, can't hit me.
Just hit a little bouncy bounce.
Oh, you know when you're trying to do this in your own game, you're like, nah, you're bad.
He knows, no, MK, come on.
Can he actually get away?
No
way. All right, he's done, all right.
All right, we tried.
They were so tired of it, but the fact that they have to leave their position just to get that solo.
They're like, no. Pricey can't get away with this.
Nah, he was schmoving, all right? Got definitely a special spot in my heart here. RRQ now. Out of here, out of this lobby. Falcons, though, their wings have not been clipped as they're looking onto NIP.
Dude, they've just done so much damage. Yeah, it really do be like that. Kurev down. The res coming through immediately. Vayne, a wingman in hand with a Wraith's best friend. You're gonna have to try and stave off that push because the Falcons are healthy in this fight.
A lot better of a time here for Falcons, while now Alliance are holding on to Pride Rock. Or I guess Pride Building here, overlooking the action that they're not involved with at their feet. Newcastle Walls for all. Alliance with their family cheering them on in the crowd.
This is going to be a tough one for them, though. They are literally in the congested spot of the map. Yes, they have high ground, but you have Team Nemesis, Shopify Rebellion, and the Falcons all at your feet.
Oh my gosh.
You are looking at all of these teams with ninjas and pajamas just across them. Falcons with Hal on Valk take to the sky, and where do they decide to go?
I mean, the fact that you're Valkyrie,
back
you
into
get the
it.
human UAV, you get back into the action, you send out the missile storm, you try to get the drive-by here as Guild follows up the fine phony. It's a trade-up though, as Zap gets the double knock. Falcons get eliminated. They try to take that fight, and they pay for it. While Kurev is popping off 2 knocks onto Nemesis. They're eliminated next. I see the Kraber in the feed too, as Elite now too. Before following up, Kurev is just built different. Elite get eliminated. He's looking right behind him, the last one alive here from the other side of RC now.
But it's Reject who immediately try to take shots at the NIP. We are into the top 5 because of the collapse. Urice, Kraber in hand, 150. He escapes.
Welcome back to the legend, Urice, who's been doing so well. Reject now move up with 5 squads left after they were able to find that knock onto Vayne, but they have control over this lip. Kurev, look at his HP, by the way, until they finally get eliminated. It was like a pixel of health.
Good timing on the bub. Good timing on the bub. We lose out on ninjas and pajamas. Off screen at the hands of Unlimit. So you have Kinatrope, Unlimit, Wolves Esports. Is this the comeback game they needed? Kinatrope. Wolves took a position early into the game. On the other side, the west side. Kenotrope, their neighbor, trying to hold steady behind the Newcastle wall.
We're hearing those hemlock shots. It's like giving them a haircut. Holding on for dear life right behind the Newcastle walls. With 4 squads left, though, Wex is going to be forced to pop the shield bat. No name looking on. Gold hemlock, by the way, but he doesn't have a lot of heavy ammo. Having to be careful. The Kraber. Tears in his eyes, now dropping the meds that he may need. He doesn't have a med kit left after that one. Only 1 shield bat. You see the fence line right in front of them. Like there's literally what these 4 teams left in this lobby, Tip. I mean, you're holding each angle of this end zone.
And it's all about resource managing. Having that extra wall, so knowing that once you have to move, you can re-slam it down and intercept those grenades, but Reject face the brunt of the pressure across the way as Unlimit swings on him. Into the skies they go, thanks to Axel. Yulari Man being such a menace here as Wolves get sent.
Honing in with the drone as Wolves. Inside the dome, 2. Kenotrope get eliminated. Last 3 squads, and it's Unlimit. Facing down against Wolf. Reject on the other corner, but Unlimit now move up.
The knuckle cluster.
They have the best position here.
That pylon saves them, but everyone is focusing straight onto the Wolves.
Lori Man now, though, looking on the other side as Axel. While Subi is farming. It's just a matter of time. As Unlimit are your Game 2 winners. Nobody to dethrone the Kings, who hail from the mighty jungle. Unlimit. They clutch it here for game number 2.
He's really woke up that game. We saw him napping before and said, nah, I'm awake. Just watch. 7 kills for that team. A 19-point game.
Wow.
5,700 damage. They were already inside the top 14, but just barely. And a performance like that can cement you into the finals on Saturday. They just need a few more. We need more points. I love how consistent they've been.
Can we talk about the fact that they put in like almost 6K damage?
That's what I'm saying. Bro is just running around playing ranked on Axel.
Actually, though. Oh my goodness, some Axel action. We talk about the teams that actually end up using like those unorthodox compositions, right, going into Olympus. And I get a little bit of PTSD when you see the influx of Axel in your own respective ranked games, and Unlimited is here to convert it into a win, to be in the best spot possible to clean up the rest of the KP from the remaining squads who were neighboring each other, by the way, in that final zone in every angle of that zone.
Such a good performance. Love checking in with the Wolves. 10 points for them. A turnaround performance, because when you think about their journey here this week, they started out so incredibly strong. 47 points in their first series. 10 points in their second. That's what we're showing. It's a roller coaster, right? But for the Wolves, just alone in match 2 to grab 10 points, is this the turnaround they needed in the group stages here?
Can it be enough?
It's the start.
I mean, you know what is a start, at least, is the way that we're seeing Alliance and their rotate into zones like this. It was a crazy pool. Not so similar to the first game zone, and it kind of, threw off a lot of these other teams here, but the way that Unlimit was able to not only hold the high ground, they played their comp to their advantage. I would not want to be the teams looking up at the umbrella that is Unlimit here. Subi was just farming them. I mean, Newcastle wall, no problem. It's not like you're going to drop here, as Unlimit patiently able to take game number 2 with a nice little pop-off.
And the celebrations go wild, the momentum that you need to carry on throughout our series. I do want to give a shout out to Team Nemesis as we pull up our match results. 7th place overall on their finish, right? But they had 11 kills. 14 total points in that game, just behind Elite Esports, who walk away with 9. Ninjas in Pajamas find themselves another 10. Reject, 13. Like, we are seeing a few teams in the double digits, and that's consistency that we need for them, especially if you were on the cusp of elimination today. Alliance, sure, 4 points. And RRQ could not defend that God spot. That would have been so nice for them. It's such a good spot in the game, just slightly too early.
A little bit here too, and while our pros are getting ready for game number 3, I'm hearing that Snipe Down's got a guest with him. Let's take it over to Snipe Down.
Well, hey, Snipe.
I guess I'm hosting it.
Hi, guys. I'm Rain Days. It's great to meet you. Great to meet you. Well, you know, either way, we're together, Snipe and Rain Day, here to do a little mid-match recap. We talk about this in the green room. All the talent sit back, watch the games. We thought, why not bring some analysis mid-game just so you guys can know what we're thinking. First off, Elite. #1 story, #1 place. It's again and again and again. I couldn't believe it. Can you believe how well this team is playing?
Honestly, I know how good they are. Graceful has been just hyping them up the entire time. They even called him out yesterday and said he's the biggest hype man. Yeah, for real. I think he might be getting paid under the table or something. But I mean, I think Elite is Elite. I mean, they're continuing their dominance from yesterday, and I think one of the craziest things about them is that it doesn't matter what the team comp is. They're not just winning at the start of series, they're also winning at the end of series, which means that they have a plethora of characters and team comps that they are comfortable with, and that is a deadly combo heading into this and continuing with how they're doing.
They seem to be the most comfortable team at this LAN as of now. There's still a lot of LAN to be played, though. Teams will be going home, and speaking of two teams who were on the bubble, two of our top teams coming into this, #1 seed in North America, and then one of our top 3 seeds in EMEA, Alliance. They were almost out starting today, but they've gotten some early wins. How do you feel about Alliance getting some points on the board early and the confidence that can mean for a very passionate fan base?
Yeah, I mean, we knew when Hawkins took that interview, I mean, you don't take an interview when you're doing poorly if you don't have full confidence in your team. So I think for them and NIP, we talked about it when we were on the desk earlier, is, you know, these are some of the best teams in the world, no doubt about it. So for them to be as far as they were down at the bottom of the leaderboard and to have as strong of a game one as they did, the worst thing would have been for it to be in games 4, 5, and 6 and be like, okay, now we need to drop this, because then you have to change your play styles. But to come out in that game 1 to be both NIP and Alliance as 2 and 3 and getting those 10+ points to secure like at least a little bit of a buffer in the rest of the series is huge. It's important, and it's interesting to see that even in that game 2, even though we ended right around the same spot, completely different teams who ended up in the end game. So it wasn't as consistent, but for them to start off strong, absolutely massive, and I expect them both to continue.
Don't want to forget somebody. I know we had Kenotrope in there, we had Reject, we had RC, and I believe we had Unlimit in that final zone. 4 teams. We had Wolves as well. That might have been the 4th team, not Reject. 4 APAC teams in that final zone. However, 5th place was NIP, so they seem to keep climbing up. This bodes well if you are a fan of NIP and Alliance. However, APAC, we cannot forget about them. Snipe, they are a team, APAC South, that is defending this EWC. VK Gaming still have a chance not only to make it in, but they have a chance to have one of their representatives hoist the trophy yet again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been waiting for the Wolves in the Unlimit, especially Unlimit, to get that first big win. We talk about how dominant Yulari Man is. We have a lot of people, even NIP Cole, talking about how he's a top 3 player in the game and controller player. And honestly, I mean, it's good to see that, and we'll see if the momentum continues, and it's nice to see basically a full end game with APAC teams.
Thanks for the green room chat, man. I'm sure the fans at home enjoyed your analysis. Also, casters probably enjoyed a little bit of a break. We're going to send it right back up to the caster booth, though, because we got another game on the way.
Thank you so much, you lovely gents. Rain Day and Snipe Down bring it to us nice on how the APAC teams are performing thus far. And just looking at a final zone like that is chef's kiss, as we are now down 2 games off of Olympus. 1 more to go before we transcend onto Storm Point to wrap this series up. And what's on the line here for the teams that want to be able to find that cushion, kind of have their own fate in their own hands before we see what the next set of groups will provide to us. Just to highlight the stakes here, everybody, the bottom 6 teams will be going home after today. And for the remaining teams here, you have to imagine the top 14 will be able to move on to that final round for our final lobby, while the remaining teams will have to play through a survivor stage. A lot on the line here as we take a look at our overall rankings. Elite just continuously putting on a masterclass.
They are just climbing. They started this series in 13th. We've moved up to 7, so we're just kind of continuously moving. Reject feeling comfy as well. Elite was up there. You move on over Team Nemesis in 20th now. They'll probably lock in the survival stage, but if they keep going and throw down an explosive series, who knows, maybe top 14. Teams that are also still on the up and up, Wolves Esports, Alliance now in 26 on the overall ranking. Mind you, we're trying to stay out of the bottom 36. So teams that are in our lobby that are facing that contention right now is Dory. And now we did talk about the fact that Dory did have their coach Muscle step in for them to play as Show was unable to travel here and compete on the stage. But the Unlimit fans, man, they're feeling pretty good after that win.
Oh yeah, Unlimit, man. I love the fans that we've been seeing and traveling from all around the world. Unlimit being one of those teams. I mean, when you find yourself in the top 10, You want to be able to keep this going, especially if you want to find yourselves in that final lobby without having to play an extra set of games. It's a little bit of a different look, too, in terms of our LAN rule set, where in the Survivor stage, we will have a total of 10 games. I'm sorry.
That me for real.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I feel like that's what I look like when I wake up.
It's so cute.
He's playing next. He's locked in.
Is he an M&K player, you think?
Nah, I definitely look like Roller.
Wait, I play M&K, so like, what do I look like?
You look like you're locked in.
Hey, okay, I'll take it. You can stay. You can stay in the booth here.
She's not going to kick me out, guys. Oh, my goodness. But it's interesting to see how we get the double back-to-back Southern Zone pool on Olympus, just kind of breaking that down and what it means for the teams like Falcons, who have to literally go from the opposite end all the way north of Olympus down to Somers, and how difficult it could be when it comes to some of these rotates, especially when these zone pools end up giving you whiplash, completely shifting over into, you know, whether it be on the left side of the zone here or even continuously pulling on the outskirts of Somers like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, there we go. Deep Cross Gaming, Roy, PXX, PETA, and of course some Wolves supporters as well. As we take a look at our overview of all of our teams getting ready to be locked in, Reject inside the top 14, Sentinels who haven't necessarily had the strongest start to our series just yet, but when has that ever stopped them? I mean, there are ALGS champs for a reason from Sapporo, so I'm not worried. For Ninjas in Pajamas, who acquire the majority of their points on Olympus, well, they have 26 thus far, so we're doing really good, and that 26 points will throw them so far up out of that 34th position they have, because when I look at it, if you have 26 points after 2 games, you know their series, they already beat their first day series, it was 18 points. We're about to best the day 2 series because that was 27 total, and that was just in 2 matches.
Oof. You know, I actually want to go back to what your highlight on Sentinels too, and how their slow start so far on Olympus as we are getting ready to dive into our last game on Olympus, everybody, game number 3. But you talk about our former world champion Sentinels, who currently are on the cusp of making it into that finals lobby. And that is what this team is playing for, not having to play through a gauntlet of 10 extra games in their Survivor stage. I mean, it's in the name alone, everybody, for what our players are moving forward to in this final game on Olympus.
And a brief moment before we dive into that final game, all the teams that are on that comeback story, Team Nemesis, Alliance, just carving their path. Ninjas in Pajamas. The Apex Podcast boys, Don, that literally sent me that message and said Ninjas in Pajamas are on top today. Bet. I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Shout out to all of our watch parties across the world tuning into the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. We are so happy to have you here. You're locking into the player POVs. You're listening to the comms. You know, Wig and Greek are out there. We have Orax. We have our community streamers that are up here. The French Orax, who is always watch partying for the ALGS, here to support all of the teams. And Ninjas in Pajamas Cole, who has looked so strong in our first 2 maps.
There ain't no party like an Apex LAN party, as I always say, Tiff. ALGS, with everybody watching from all around the world, our pros are ready to impress you. Let's dive into game number 3 officially, guys. And it looks like it's going to be a different zone pool this time around, which could actually benefit the likes of Alliance and Falcons. We're going to have to see how these rotates work out for our Northern POI squads. But we got a first look at how Unlimit, going in from the other side of Olympus from Hydroponics, are going to be moving in to where it looks like is going to be Gardens.
Same, but different. Didn't I just say Ninjas in Pajamas with Gardens having that on Olympus? I was like, you know, this is one of my favorite places to be because so many circles tend to end in this quadrant of Olympus. To start off there, look, you're just giving yourself all the tools. And for them there's a survey beacon over in Gardens as well. And you like to see that, but bye-bye Seer. So if you don't have a Recon Legend that has the ability to grab it, we will see how that goes. Shopify Rebellion, though, on one of the quickest rotations I've seen in a hot minute for them, just above 2.5 minutes in. Wolves Esports, through the rift we go onto the north side. Now, the interesting part for me is Elysium with Team Nemesis. They've had a really great first 2 games so far, but with all the teams moving in this early, knowing that they're going to have to defend.
And while we take a look at some of these teams you highlighted, NIP being one of those squads who are looking to ramp up for today on top of Shopify, let's jump into a listen-in with NIP as they hail from above onto Shopify.
Here, Porte here. I'm with you. I know we're on right. Where are they? You know, armor. They're top of the ramp, running portal. I have no heals, by the way. Give me armor. Go. I can dump your Phoenix. That's the Gravagen team, by the way, going into gardens. Oh, get it, careful, careful. Move, go, move! Safe on me. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, are you gonna take the fucking armor? He gave me Phoenix. Alright. I mean, everything is shit here. Gotta be really careful.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about playing this when Rift Height is in. It's kind of shit.
So that's who you're shooting us?
Yeah.
Well, I think they seem loud. By the way, we're getting shot entirely here. From here.
Fighting.
Fighting over here. Can you portal to that? I'm with you. I'm just looking. No, you should portal. You should portal. I'm with you.
There's a port here. They might take it back.
Okay, that guy. I'm gonna go run portal. Someone has to fucking anchor, guys.
I'm not playing over there by myself. I'm gonna play in this choke and watch this choke.
Yeah. Well, we have to watch our ramp. Run portal. Are they still fighting or no?
Yes. Silence.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
A team of many words when we first tuned into the listening here, but, you know, with them trying to make their next move and now already trying to close in the gap here, you can see Vayne being on that Wraith. The Watson fences right in front of them. Already 4 to 5 different teams piled up in Gardens alone, while teams like Gen G and Flat are facing off by Clinic too. RC, though, aren't going to be giving up this spot, and that coexistence with the Warden Maggie herself. Somebody get laced, because we're going to be saying goodbye to Mad Maggie after this game.
Yeah, I know. As soon as we were looking at Ninjas in Pajamas, it was, you know, Kurev playing that Seer. Seer being banned, locks into the Mad Maggie, leaving Vayne on Wraith. We tune in to the remnants of the Genji versus Flat fight. And all 3 of Genji members still up for now, and I curse. The trades coming in, Nano down as well as Ziki. So a 2v2 situation. We immediately Prio pulling up Nano from the ground as Huzier being chased by Dexter.
Oh my god. Oh.
Okay. Okay. He said, don't follow me, Genji Esports. See you later.
You love it. You love it when you got the purple mag here too. He says, hasta la vista, getting that next knock. Gen G are now out of this lobby. First team out in our last game on Olympus before we move on over to Stormpoint. And, taking a little zoom out. Giving me some whiplash. Falcons now starting to rotate here onto Gravity Engine, and right behind them is going to be Kino Trope. No team, though, waiting for Falcons up on the high ground by the staircase when you go out of Gardens. But with the action that we saw earlier from NIP, we know that there's a very big pileup from the early rotating teams already finding their real estate in Gardens.
True. And I'm not too worried with Falcons only having 7 points thus far in the series. The majority of their scoreline has come from World's Edge and Stormpoint. And when we move over to Stormpoint later on, I'd imagine that they're going to kind of ramp up onto the standings. But for now, turning it around with a 10-point game and some good early fights would be nice for them. It's just difficult because they've been starting in Stabilizer and making a rotate all the way into the already packed eastern side of things. For now, from Gravity, we're waiting for that ring console to just really dictate where we need to play from. A wrong decision will be costly on that final pop.
So it's going to be scary when, you know, you have very little room for error now that we're basically at this halfway point, right, Tiff? And now you see teams like Dory who take their time going in from Rift while waiting out from RRQ. They're looking down at Shopify, who have not moved, by the way, from this low ground spot that NIP kind of held them at, and Wolves on the other side of the low ground of RRQ, while Team Nemesis right on top of them, but playing a little split because over by where Elysium has now shifted all the way into the eastern side of the map, they have that one player of Nemesis getting that survey beacon so that way they know how they're going to rotate if they could play from the northern side of this next zone once they see that zone shift.
And as we see it pull through, flat on the other side towards Clinic, Sentinels at the bottom, Alliance, Virtus Pro, VK Gaming, Reject, and Havoc have found themselves with it pulling through. Now, Ninjas in Pajamas, when we had that listen in, they were talking about covering ground. He's like, I don't want to go play just that side of the circle and watch them by myself. They were really talking specifically about their location. They do have that Watson, so they were kind of fencing down across the way. You have Kuriv on the Mad Maggie, and with Vayne on the Wraith constantly scouting, things like this are going to constantly break out. Havoc still trying to maintain the flow, approaching with a Mad Maggie ball that goes out the window still. Maybe it's a distraction for Reject. The portal away, and Reject has been eliminated.
Where was that portal going? Reject now the next team out of this lobby. Nowhere to go when your backs are stuck in a corner there. Falcons do take to the skies, by the way, looking to go in for their rotate. Other teams now with KSH.
And there
Mention
they are.
Havoc too for how they're going to be able to at least hold their own, because it's going to be scary when they're at risk of elimination. You talk about Falcons taking to the skies to try to find their spot, and now they're on the other side of Gardens, Tiv.
Hey, look, if you find a place to play from, Flat's going to have to move in eventually, but a couple of teams are likely taking notice of it. When we saw that POV from Havoc, they looked to the sky. That was the Falcons flying in. They did get their feet on the ground, but everyone is putting the pressure. Missile swarms galore, and Flat say, we can move up on this, and we'll check in with that as a moment later as the Falcons are eliminated.
No way! We got just a glimpse of that at the very beginning before looking at the team just hiding in the corner. But with Falcons getting eliminated in 18th, that is insane. Falcons having a very rough start to their day. They only have 3 more games to go, while Flat on the other end, by the way, are starting off so strong. They keep getting this early KP game after game. So far with already 4 KP. The Mad Maggie working wonders. On top of Nano being on the Axel, Accuser being on the Altar. 3 KP just for Accuser alone, while Elite full purples here. Henchman losing out on his shield. Having to be careful, he's gonna be able to pop his back for now. Looking right behind them, at least they have the safety though of the TP, and together as they take the Void Nexus, going all the way down, RRQ get eliminated, while Alliance pick that up for free. 16 squads left. Love to see how Alliance are able to recover from this, because it was that pile-up that we keep seeing over by Gardens. GK now looking down at the rotating team alongside them. It's going to be dropped. Trying to find here with the Wrecking Ball, though, Tiff, and with Elite being on the other side, it sets up GK nicely, but they have to be careful with the 3P trying to fly around.
I think they were trying to break that door, and you can see the damage already going down. Light on the roof, trying to keep the pressure. Destroy Noct if he can. Kinda back up with some shields on. Maggie Ball ready to explode if needed, but for now they have their pylon up. The fences not allowing them to get in. GK do back away for the time being as a limit move in and make their presence known. Nemesis, who have already strung a few kills together this match thus far, are still not quite ready to tackle this. But Wolves will have to get out of the ring eventually.
They at least have like a minute, less than 10 seconds now. Playing on the edge though, it's gonna be difficult. You mentioned Team Nemesis is waiting for them, but they're kind of playing a little split because Kinotra may be the saving grace, depending on the pressure that Nemesis feel, but Dream kind of hurting him just a little bit. Skittlecakes now is gonna be able to put down the gen. Wolves now forcing their way outside of the zone, as you mentioned before, and Team Nemesis trying to cover literally 2 teams at the same time. Kinotra on the other side of the fence, while Monsoon, by the way, does take a picking out of Team Heretics. Good luck, Crazy. Unfortunately, that was crazy to try to take that zip line.
The fact that Sacred turns around and looks at the zip, that should give Skittlecakes the reprieve he needs to get back to his team. He was the one that was on that fence line.
Oh
okay. Okay, Skittles.
He dropped like a hot rock. I saw that death box coming and flying. Wolves get eliminated. This fight's been going on for quite some time, though. This is what we were mentioning in the feed with Team Heretics, Elite, kinda, also getting Keon. So it's that 3-team pileup that we've been seeing before. Elite holding onto this back end. Oh my gosh, he even got sent up early, but he gets the backup as GK get eliminated, but beautiful. As Kinda was also right there to help out Henchmen. They get the reset and they get the res.
But if that doesn't highlight the synergy that Elite Esports are operating on, if he's not there to immediately get that trade, the reset for Elite gets pretty much drawn out. And when you need to hit that rotate from the southern side at the fullest health you can in case of a fight, that's a great reset. Like, it's so good.
It is, because now they get to clear up that southern side of zone, right, Tiff? And now they're going to be able to look at the fight happening over to their left side if you're considering Sentinels and Unlimit. Well, Flat, isolated by Clinic. I love this spot for Flat. As long as they don't really get griefed by the northern rotating teams, there is that one lone warrior from Team Heretics trying to make the magic happen. It's going to be hard. Flat playing very split up on purpose as they're harassing Team Heretics, and they get that KP. Good looks here for Flat as Nemesis now deviate their attention over to NIP, still taking their time, but it's going to be Flat. The kings of the next zone pool, where they have control over that ring console. Remember, this zone has been pulling a lot closer to Flat for the last 3 games, and now this time they traverse a little bit as Kenotrope takes the skies.
And here goes the next fight. So much damage was already done to them while on their Valcolt. Now Flat just looking to isolate them. Early on, just before this, I want to note we lost out on Sentinels in this game. We'll see how they work on Stormpoint. For now, Flat, the benefits of landing at a Summers University, a quick rotate north, and Kenotrope already down to 2. Valve trying to see what they can, but it's not enough. We cannot recover from that rotation.
Dude, Flat are like far.
The third party?
Wait, hold on.
The third party?
Talk about the timing here. They lose out on Nano. That was Skittle Cakes. Team Nemesis getting a little bit of revenge, but with this fight now going to take a bit, this is the green light for NIP to move up and grief either of these teams. And now with Nemesis moving up, they find that next knock onto Flat. Now down to a solo. Can they fully reset is the question.
Burning.
So 3P now is going to be able to face off as it's NIP Team Nemesis. Flat just trying to play out their life, looking to get this res next.
Louis been dropping riot drills all over the place, and Sacred playing from the center. Relatively open with NIP moving in. You've got to guard all sides possible. We don't fall there, which is critical. NIP on your left, Flat on the right, and Nemesis sandwiched between.
The fact that they got that res too. That's the retaliation here with the stack up. Elite now, after clearing up their southern side, they hear this fight, and they're walking up for free unless Shopify have something else to say, but it's up to Team Nemesis to hold their ground on the bottom floor of Clinic. Dory now takes the sky. Another team that's just trying to make magic happen. Alliance still alive.
Hackis are guiding light on Alliance, rallying the troops via the Wraith portal, trying to get ahead of the collapse on the west.
Oh my gosh.
Going back in time to see what happened to Unlimit. It's Shopify, a firing squad, and Zap with a wingman is disgusting. We lose out on Aku in that time, and Unlucky has fallen. Hackis last alive. Flat have been so powerful, and Havoc out at the hands of Virtus Pro. I'd imagine we're going to be into our top 5 in just a few moments as everyone tries to get out of the west.
Oh my gosh, they're alive. They're actually alive. And the fact that they're I'm seeing like drills everywhere. It's like almost like a flashbang out here. And Shopify having to back away. It gives some room for VP to breathe to get these res as VKG understand the situation. You see more drills, but they're dancing around it. They got the death boxes to their feet. They get the evil shield swaps, and they're trying to give in the suppressed fire to both Shopify and VKG. It's up to Dory, though, who are isolated on this north side that are trailing behind VKG. Trying to mirror this, though, is still that solo that is Alliance in the middle of their rotate. Unfortunately, we lost out on 2, leaving only Hawkins alive. VK Gaming do get eliminated, though. VP, they answer back after they wanted to get aggressive on VKG, who tried to fully send it onto VP.
Still one of the longest rotations is VP and Dory. They'll stare at each other as they go. Flat Ninjas and Pajamas and Team Nemesis is also going to be pretty difficult. But a G7 scout in the hands of Katsu.
I was gonna say, Tiff, like the fact that Hawkins is still alive, he actually takes out Shopify by himself.
I mean, working together with Elite Esports, goodbye Shopify. That clears out that side of the circle. I mean, look, we saw Panic get a solo win by just laying low the other day, so I mean, Hackis can do the same on Wraith. For now, Virtus Pro has fully sent over towards Elite Esports as Dory looks to claw their way into the circle from across the way.
Taking a page out of the Mecha Chameleon book. You love to see it.
Nemesis just eats Virtus Pro out of the lobby. And Virtus Pro still needing to grab points. Nemesis, oh my God, we're on 5. They've set their sights.
Hold on. Albert Lely Sacred, they're eating.
Okay.
They're feasting onto ninjas in pajamas. 5 squads left. And Nemesis now have to fixate on Elite, who may grief them. By the way, Hawkeyes is still alive as a solo.
He's portaling.
Where is he gonna go? Hawkeyes is keeping the dream alive for the rest of Alliance. The crowd gets a little louder while Kinda still gets a followed up knock. He's spinning his attention, Flat being right there, sending out the thermite, but having to be careful with the drill. He takes the portal back, plays right underneath Flat. And Nemesis are so fixated on Elite. You can see Light trying to take an off angle. He hears the portal, and Q's just got the Kraber in hand, but misses out on the next shot.
And Hackus just had to keep portaling back and forth, still alive. An infinite ammo Kraber, you're right, for Flat. They're going to have to connect for everything against Nemesis. And even Elite Esports by themselves on the other side. They've climbed to the top of this series, yet again, 17-point gap on second place. You see Kinda there getting prepped to have shield swaps all around. Light on the rock. Separated, holding so much of the circle. We know Flat and Nemesis are fighting. That is definitely gonna happen. Elite's gonna look for a third party if they can, unless something changes.
Smack that, Hawkeyes is still alive, man. You gotta take a look. As Flat now, they zoom in. Nitro Gate ready. From Nano, dancing around the Archstars. You see the evac.
But they don't have Watson.
Oh, some contention. Was that a kidnap here from the other side? They're dancing, playing Ring Around the Rosie, and they get the knock onto Nano. What a beautiful kidnap. As Albert Lely from the other side takes advantage. Now Flat down to a duo, but thankfully they're trying to res him, but oh my goodness.
Alb says no, you're not getting them back on the feet. Remain a duo. They've sighted Hawkeyes, who's still alive. Into the void we go, we dance around, and Sacred pulls another one.
Oh, they get Alliance though.
Flat are down.
So is Flat. 10 KP at the hands of Kinda. He's got to move away though. That drill just taking a chunk out of him. He tries to get the shield drop, but now Nemesis looks so good. You talk about the young legends, Sacred versus Kinda, but with their last 2 squads, it's Team Nemesis. They take it away, and they are your Game 3 winners.
A team relying on those explosive games started their comeback just yesterday, and they are continuing to move forward. 14 kills, 5,200 damage throughout that dynamite of a performance. I do love what we saw from Elite, though. I've got to give it to Kinda. When we have that final battle, the first thing he does, he drops the Maggie ball he's been holding, and you do see Alb get hit by it, but they could not be stopped in that moment. There was one goal and one goal only, and
actually insane. The way that Team Nemesis were able to capitalize off of that. Well, it was Albert Lely getting like 6 KP off the altar. That was them coming out of clinic, by the way. Like Elite looked like they could go uncontested, holding the southern side, the other side of that fence line. But it was Kinda, man, that was forming like 10 KP at the very end on Mad Maggie. We won't see her this time around on Storm Point because she is the most big legend for game number 3. So it's also Lavisa to Maggie as she's stuck in jail. But it was a great performance here for Team Nemesis to take the dub, because when it comes to talking about teams that really need to ramp up here, Tiff, Team Nemesis now move up in the overall standings. And it's a great look, too, to see how Hawkeyes, I had to get a little bit of a deja vu here, because Hawkeyes being on the Wraith, staying alive for as long as he did, getting the placement points as well as some KP, is great, because Alliance, who were kind of on the back end side of the overall standings before today, are now sitting in 23 with overall points, securing themselves just a bit, but we still have 3 more games to go.
whatever it takes, game by game, point by point, you claw your way out of elimination. And the RRQ fans getting loud, getting prepped. Wolves Esports as well, trying to turn some things around, but here's our match results. Those 14 kills, 26 points. Elite, 20 points. Flat defending, a brilliant performance throughout their 3 games on Olympus as well for 18. That's a point sponge if I've ever seen one for the top 3.
Can we talk about the fact that Elite are about to wrap up on group stages with 20 or 200 plus points?
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
Yeah, this team is insane. Sure, they didn't get the 2 dubs out of the 3 games of Olympus, but they came pretty darn close to it. And with so much KP, honestly, it's getting a little quiet though for Team Falcons after that 3rd match. What, they went down in the 18th? Crazy. I mean, they do have that safety net too. They are still within the top 10 in the overall standings, but this is the opportunity for other teams who are now ramping up with these different map rotations that we have between Olympus and Stormpoint to get very comfortable, to start building up that momentum, right? We're already seeing it with Alliance here too. As we get to see a nice look at our crowd and the way that the games have already shaped up. Again, just to highlight, no more Crypto Seer or Mad Maggie before we move on to Stormpoint. And you know, you could already expect it, Tiff. The baby comp, as Onset and Gaskin love to say, will be shining through on a map like Stormpoint, especially highlighting how with some of these teams prioritizing their POIs over on Olympus, how that's going to affect them going into Stormpoint.
This is playing out thus far like we've seen Crypto Seer Mad Maggie ban, and we can anticipate a potential Gibby ban the moment we move on to Stormpoint. But all of her fans gearing up. Let's head down to Barney, gearing up for a interview.
Thank you very, very much. I am now joined by Peace from Unlimit. It's great to talk to you again. I'm quite excited about this. A little update, right? So, I'm gonna break this down for you. Day 1, you guys finished in 9th place in your group. Day 2, you finished in 6th. Going into match 3 today, you were in 2nd place. I believe now you're in the top 5. I can double check afterwards, but it just seems like you guys are getting more confident, more comfortable up here on the stage. And we even spoke a little bit about those difference in play styles from regions. So are you just getting a bit more comfortable now?
9位、そして2日目は6位、そして今日本日3日目ですけれども、だんだんとランクが上がってきています。5位かと思うんですけれども、ちょっともうお話しさせていただいたと思うんですけれども、どうでしょう、チームとしてだんだんちょっとこう調子が出てきたという感じなのでしょうか。
そうですね。まず、最初の1日目があんまり、ちょっといつもよりちょっとこけてるバージョンぐらいで、次の日、いつも通り、普通のパフォーマンス出して、多分今日は最高のパフォーマンスが出ると思います。徐々にどんどんレベルアップしていってます。
Yes, you can say so. We are gradually picking up. The first day, we are a little bit slow or behind, I'd say. And the second day, we picked up the pace. We're able to perform as we would normally do. And today is the best, really. So, we are really, really picking up the pace.
It's nice to see you guys climbing the leaderboard as well, and obviously, like we said, getting more comfortable. But yesterday we had a chance to have a quick chat. You told me that you never really play Fuse. Yes. Fuse just isn't really a legend that you play. And today, game 2, you won playing Fuse. Is Fuse going to become your main? Is he a character that you're absolutely loving right now?
ね、昨日もちょっとお話しさせていただいたんですけれども、だんだん調子を戻していらっしゃるということで大変嬉しく思います。そして昨日のお話では、フューズは自分のキャラクターでは本当はないんだということをおっしゃってましたけれども、今日はフューズでこのような大成功を収めていらっしゃいます。これからはフューズがメインキャラクターになるんでしょうか。
もともとメインはバンガロールとかだったんですけど、もしかしたらフューズに変わりうるかもしれません。
Well, my main character was Bangarol, as you may know, but he may perhaps going to be Fuse. He may be my main character in the future.
If you keep playing like this with Fuse, then I can only imagine quickly.
I'll get my mustache.
You'll get yourself a mustache. I really quickly want to ask before you go, what's it like to play alongside Yolari Man and Extuvi on the main stage? What's the dynamic like in the team?
今日のようにこのままプレイされていったらフューズがきっとメインキャラクターになるのではないかと思います。ちょっと質問を変えます。今日の対戦相手ですけれども、今言った2人の対戦相手というのはどうですか？対戦しててどのような感じですか？
いやでもチームメイトとゆらりとつびヨナさんとチャンピオン取った時が一番気持ちいいです、人生で。
I feel the best ever in my life. When we actually conquered the championships with my teammates, 3 of us.
I love it. Peace. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. You're an absolute legend. But don't go anywhere because we have another interview locked in with Rain Day over on the other side of the studio.
Well, thank you, Barney. I'm standing here with none other than Asia, who has welcomed us with his presence after we weren't sure if he was going to arrive. Asia, my question is, you guys basically made it right at the start of the tournament, and now in day 3, you're playing for your lives, trying to survive and not get eliminated so you can make it going on into the next stage. How are you feeling?
คำถามแรกนะครับอยากถามนะครับว่าเราได้มาถึงช้ากว่าคนอื่นเรามาถึงปารีสเนี่ย EWC ช้ากว่าทีมอื่นชาติอื่นนะฮะแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยเราจะต้องมาสู้เพื่อแบบว่าเพื่อที่เราจะได้อยู่ต่อยังไม่ได้โดนคัดออกจากทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกทุกอย่างมันดูรีบไปหมดเลยครับแล้วก็ไม่ได้เต็มที่ขนาดนั้นเพราะว่ามันทุกอย่างมันดูรีบไปหมดแต่ก็พยายามเต็มที่ครับที่จะทำให้ได้
Well, to be honest, like everything looked like very rushing on for us for the Thai squad, for the Gen G teams, but we would try our best so we could qualify for the next stage.
It makes so much sense. You're under time pressure. Now you're under real pressure. What's the difference between what you saw in APAC South, obviously 8th this split, but you guys have won that league before, in terms of the meta that they play there versus the meta that you're seeing at LAN? What are some notable differences and how is that impacting you?
ก็เราเล่นอยู่ในโซน APAC South นะฮะอยากสอบถามเกี่ยวกับเมตาว่าตอนนั้นที่เราแข่งเราฟอร์มของเราดีมากเลยในช่วงที่เป็นเมตาของ APAC South เนี่ยอยากถามว่าตอนที่เรามาถึงตอนนี้แล้วเนี่ยเราเมตาในปัจจุบันเนี่ยฮะมันมีความแตกต่างกันมากไหม
ผมว่าเมตาตอนนี้มันยากครับเพราะสมัยก่อนมันมีคริปโตโดนแบนช้าใช่ไหมตัวละครตอนนี้ทุกคนแบบว่าตัวละครที่จะตีคนอื่นเงี้ยมันน้อยมากครับแล้วก็ค่อนข้างที่จะเล่นยากกับทีมผมเลย
Well, to be honest, like the current meta is very hard for him, and especially for his team, due to like the crypto getting nerfed, and yeah. So the character that have the power similar to crypto is like very limited right now.
Oh wow, crypto getting banned game 1 every single time. I'm sorry, Asia. However, I still believe in you. Gen G, they're big team from APAC South. They've got a lot of fans as well. We'll see if you guys can continue on. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for watching. After this, we've got more Apex Legends because a few teams after this are going home.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All that chatter about NIP, how are they going to be able to respond? Boy, did we get an answer out of that squad because right now they are sitting with 75 points, Lace.
Goddamn, I absolutely knew that this is something that they could do because statistically, Olympus is their top map in the Americas. So this is something where they intended to come out strong, needed to hit strong, obviously because of the previous group stages, and they're doing exactly that. And I mean, these zone pulls are a little bit crazy, but you know, they kind of cemented a couple of them graceful.
Oh, don't even tell me about the zone pulls. 2 back to back and then 50 meters away. Hell no, we don't want that. However, I would like to say though, NIP for sure managed to pull it back, and this is really what it means to have that past achievement and experience, is that when your back is against the wall, it's either do or die, and they have definitely done well.
They're doing it.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of voodoo rituals they might have been doing before this to get these zone pulls, because we've had the Sommers and we've had the far right zones, and it is what it is, but it's working out for them. And the thing is though, they are capitalizing on it, and that's the biggest thing, because a lot of times, you know, we saw them with white armors in a couple of these games. They had SR right next to them with white. I thought they were going to get pushed, but they did well enough to work those armors up, stay in a good spot, and end up getting the KP they needed instead of just the placement points, and we're seeing them sit in a pretty comfortable spot where they shouldn't be in elimination contention anymore with 3 more games to go.
Does it worry you guys though that it had to happen in Olympus here for them going into tomorrow? I honestly don't remember what the map it's going to be like, but tomorrow's just going to be one day. You got to be in the top 6. Are they too are they relying too heavily on Olympus, Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if Olympus is their best map, they are fortunate that they got to save the best for last. If that is the case, they had 2 rough days, and some people just start tournaments slow. So for them to come out and capitalize and actually take advantage of their best map, because I can't imagine how you'd be feeling if you came out and botched the map that you was supposed to be your best, that you were probably feeling confident going into, and then really feeling the panic set in as it goes on. But overall, I mean, they're doing what they need to do, and they stepped up when they needed to most.
Well, one team that we got to touch base on, because boy, they have been consistent. They have not been relying just on one map. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, no, I'm not talking about RQ, even though they're currently waving their flag. I'm talking about Elite, Graceful, because that squad, I mean, consistent is their middle name.
I mean, really, yeah, what can I say? I said it before, and I said it the series before as well, undisputedly the most consistent, I would say the best team on this land currently, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down, really. What it took was for 3 zones to be in the same area, and even then they're still staying really consistent. It's absolutely crazy.
It is crazy, and hopefully that's going to continue on whenever they do end up going to the finals, because that's one squad that's definitely going to go to the finals. But let's take a look at the match series so far. We have had 3 matches. I want to see where some of the squads are standing, because even the casters were talking about it. We really haven't seen Falcons. I know Falcons doesn't really have to worry about anything, but they might put themselves in that position where they have to worry about not being able to make it directly to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty surprising because we've seen in the first 2 sets of the group stages that they came out and won game 1.
Yeah.
And their comfort pick and their best character is with the crypto. And now that they don't have crypto and they've just been getting, you know, that's banned and they're starting extremely slow. I mean, they're not even in the first page here. Like you said, they were sitting around the middle of the pack even going into this. So if they don't step it up in the second half, it'd be quite the shocker to not have them in the top 14. But it is starting to get towards that threshold. It'll be interesting to watch that going into this.
I mean, definitely, like you said, coming out with a big win typically starts the ball rolling. In Falcons, opposition has been not really helping them, I would say. Sometimes that's really what you have to do, is that you have to get some points on the board. So far, 7. That's not nearly enough, and something we definitely we're not used to seeing out of them. But so far, though, this tournament has been a little bit of a slow starter, but once again, one of these teams, Falcons included, if they make it past here, not seeing them in finals would be very shocking.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, if we pivot down to RRQ, who were just in top 10 and now not performing, they're going to get overtaken, and if not have already. So they need to do something within these last 3 games, because they might lose their top spot to, like, you know, someone keeping consistency like Elite, but Team Nemesis are now coming up and they want that spot. So they're going to be really, really careful.
You started talking about RRQ.
Yeah.
And one of our amazing analysts was just shaking his head. Snipe, why were you shaking your head so much when it comes to Team RRQ?
Dude, I want this team to succeed so bad because they have so much history and they've been so close many times. And, you know, they had a great day 1. They came out strong. They finished in the top 3 in day 1, and then it's just, you look at their pro league placements, it's top 3 or bottom 5. And it's just, you know, there's got to find some balance to get in the middle of the pack, and for them to be at the very bottom here, it's disappointing for a team that has so much history and so much success to still, you know, finding struggles in this game.
I mean, as the crowd starts hyping up behind us, I can't help but I want to jump into them and join them, honestly. But I would like to just add on to that specifically about RRQ. They've been looking really passive, I would say, as of lately. And when you're being passive, you're not being proactive enough. If you're not being proactive enough, you let the game play you, and you can really see that in their gameplay right now. They're not really in control a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these teams that haven't been in this spot. We have the Nemesises that look like they're taking advantage of what they're given. Even Flat coming out and having very good matches, getting high kills on the board. And it just, you know, when it comes down to this final lobby, when you have to step up, the teams that are making the first move, you always want to be the team on the aggression rather than the team that's on your back foot, or else you're more of a reactive team. And the teams that are the proactive ones are the ones that are going to have more success because they're on the same page and they're not waiting for the game to come to them.
Yep.
And I think that RQ is unfortunately letting the game happen in front of them while other teams are making something.
Sorry, Snipe, I stirred him up a little bit more. My apologies. Great analysis, though.
I mean, they were right there. I was scared too.
I think they wanted me to stop talking.
The guts it takes to say all that. I love it. But this is currently the overall ranking, what it's looking like so far today. Only 3 games have been played. We still have 9 more matches to come. 6 more with the other groups. But right now, I mean, Elite, I don't.
Bro, it's almost doubling everybody's point.
So you know what? Let's go to the next page. Let's see where everybody else is currently at. Unlimited did end up getting a win today. That pushes them up nicely. Team Falcons, I mean, we're worried about them. They're in 10th place. They're going to be getting closer and closer into the 14th place. Don't forget those other teams from the other groups will be coming up. And there you had it. RRQ in 11th place, Lace.
I mean, you know, they're still in that top 14 sort of bracket in a sense, but yeah, this is where I mean they have to be incredibly careful, because if you just look between those numbers down there, we've got Ninjas in Pajamas who are sort of fighting their way through as well, so they need to be incredibly careful, and these last 3 games are super important for them because they're quite close. But look, if they can just even get those 2 matches in there, they probably might be a little bit better than some of those other teams, but it's close, Grace.
Yeah, we got a quick, just a heads up. Alliance being able to move it up too. Are you happy with what you've seen today out of Alliance?
I mean, it's signs of life, and that's the most important part, is that they haven't given up, and that's the real thing. Sometimes they just, when you had 2 bad back-to-back days, some people give up, and that's how you go out of the tournament. Alliance shown that they, hey, we're still here to play, still showing up as much as we can, and if they just keep this up for now, the remainder of the games, they're at least gonna move on to the next stage, and over there I have faith in them.
Okay, well, hey, I know they're gonna be playing later. Aurora right now in that 34th place. We didn't see NIP anywhere near that because of the performance that they have had. Let's see if NIP or maybe RRQ can start putting up some points on the board, as we're gonna be going to Dan in Onset.
Thank you so much. It's time for these games to keep on rolling. We're back on the stage here, and we got 3 more matches to go before we unfortunately have to send a couple of teams home potentially here, Dan Gaskin. Scary times for some of the big names on our stage.
Yeah, a little bit concerning, especially for one team in particular, being Dory, one of the teams that are within the bottom 6 at the moment. So if they do not get out of said bottom 6, eliminated today right here in this set. But then we start to look ahead, what teams are going to be kind of in that bubble and close to elimination, biting their nails as we go into the next set.
And of course, we're changing map again. We're back over to Storm Point here. So 3 more matches to go before the series is done and dusted. This is the POI draft as we take a look at some of our big hitters here. Number 1, Wolves. They took Zeus Station. Number 2, Ninjas in Pajamas. A great draft for them.
Really good, great. It is a fantastic draft for them indeed. But some of the teams I've been looking at as the highest performing Storm Point teams at this tournament so far: Kinatrope Club, Elite Esports, that sounds pretty good for them, and RRQ, of course. So for Elite Esports, right, if they're going to find as much points as they did at Launchpad, which exactly the same POI they had last time we saw them on Storm Point here in this tournament, perhaps we are going to look at yet another victorious situation for them.
Well, just to remind everybody, what's at stake here? Top 14, when the group stage is done, we'll go directly into our match point finals. The bottom 6, when all is said and done on our group stage, will be going home. The rest of the teams will go through to our survival stage tomorrow, where they will fight out to get into our match point finals. But it's time for the end of the talking and the start of the gun shooting, because it looks like we're almost ready to get into Storm Point here. Only 3 more matches here, Dan, for teams to solidify where they're going to be.
And interestingly, for Elite Esports, they have a chance to set records here as well. They could be the first ever team to win every single group stage set that they are involved with. We have not seen that ever. We have seen teams come close. Alliance, Dark Zero were able to get 2 out of 3 sets, for example, but they are on course for setting and breaking records right now.
Yeah, ridiculous stats from them. Really, really impressive stuff. And just to put into context something extra, of course, that's very impressive, being number 1, if you go out the group stages straight into that grand final, you're going to have the first pick in the POI draft as well. So you're going to have your pick of the litter when it comes to where you're going to be playing from in that match point finals. That is a huge, huge advantage for them.
Yeah, especially when you look at how some of these POIs have benefited teams as well, with the amount of points average they've been able to put on the board. You look at certain POIs like Zeus Station, for example, has had the most wins so far on Storm Point. Could that be something that you start to look towards? Do you start to transition towards another map, for example?
Maybe Humber Labs on Olympus might be quite good from what we've seen so far today. Certainly would be nice to see that one pop up if you do decide to go with Humber and see the zones that we've seen continuously so far this morning here. But yeah, it's another thing to keep in mind. POI draft's so influential as to how these teams are going to perform when we get to those match point finals. But that's a long way away still. You've got to get there. You've got to make sure you're in that finals lobby. And the top 14, like we mentioned at the end of the group stages, will be the teams who go through directly.
One team on this graphic I want to point out, RRQ over towards Mill. Interestingly, Mill has been the worst performing POI on Stormpoint so far this tournament. And RRQ are a team who typically have been one of our best Stormpoint performing teams. So I'm curious how those statistics go up against each other. When you get a good Stormpoint team and a bad POI, does it average out in the middle? Or do we see them start to lose points because of the POI they're going from?
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how that story develops. Sentinels, no surprise to see them bang center map. They're going to be playing from Jurassic. The world champions are in the lobby and looking to solidify a spot in our match point finals. The game is live, everybody, here in Paris. EWC continues. The Split 1 playoffs continues. And it's time for us to get these 3 matches underway.
I think there's so many developing stories into this next 3 matches as well. When we were looking at the start of the series, Ninjas in Pajamas, for example, we were saying, can they survive elimination? Can they make sure they at least get into the survival stages? Now, if we see Ninjas in Pajamas have 3 incredible matches, we're starting to say, could they do enough to get into match point finals if they have 3 good matches in a row here?
Yeah, it still is quite close for a lot of those spots just outside of the top 14. And of course, you want to be in there, but just jumping yourself up a few extra places can be very nice when it comes to that POI draft. Looking at where the zone is going to be going, though, good news for Reject and VK Gaming, because we are going north of Cascade Falls by the looks of things.
Of course, Maggie was banned from that match 3 as well, so we won't see Maggie, Sia, or Crypto into match 4. The good news is Watson survives. I know there was a few teams that were a little bit taken aback yesterday when Watson somehow was banned over Maggie. It kind of ruined their plans a little bit. But it's going to be plenty of Valkyrie as we move over to Stormpoint. Typically, we have seen that already this tournament and in scrims as well. Very important.
Yes, it's going to be a tough zone if you're late to arrive. Now, the fact that we do have some Gibraltars and some baby comps, like you mentioned, with the Valkyrie picks starting to upsurge, means that late landings are an option. You have that option of the bubble from the Gibraltar, also the castle wall from the Newcastle to solidify a spot. It's one of those, it's like we saw yesterday in a couple of those match 4s where we've gone to a few zones with not a lot of natural cover, but the fact that where we are in the bands means the compositions are kind of leading to be able to make it a little bit more playable.
So for Shopify Rebellion, 17 points on the board, which, you know, is not too bad when you have to play with a substitute. Not the worst substitute in the world to be adding to yourself. And of course, a lot of history between these 2 players as well. But for Elite, 53 points. They look like an unstoppable force at the moment on set. And I'm curious as to see whether they do slow down here on Stormpoint. It would be maybe making everyone else in the lobby feel a little bit better if they do start to drop off. But right now, they look like hot tournament contenders.
That Spider's made his way a little bit further than I think anyone expected. We wanted to say hello to Elite Esports, maybe congratulate them on their performance so far today. Shopify Rebellion, we just see potentially mirroring their rotation at the moment. Ninjas in Pajamas, they're just down to the south of Stormcatcher at the moment, just clearing out the Spider Cave of their own to get those Evas up, get extra attachments to make their way towards zone. It's been a good comeback from them today. Yesterday was not a good day, but the work that's been done overnight, whether it was better rest, better nutrition, or maybe a word in the ear from Coach Raven, they've come out to play today and looked a lot more like the Ninjas in Pajamas we expected to see.
I mean, just to give you an idea of how far NIP are behind those top 14 qualification spots, they are only 9 points behind them at the moment. And sure, we do have 2 more groups competing, so you have to bear that in mind. There will be teams playing catch-up, but it just shows how good they have been today comparatively to how they were prior.
But just looking at zone at the moment, there's not going to really be a huge amount of options to rotate early, just based upon where this zone is going to be going. So you're going to see a lot more teams playing a slower game, especially when we do mention there's a lot of Valkyrie in the lobby. There's no need to really arrive as early as when Valkyrie isn't in the composition, or maybe when the zone is a little bit more favorable to some natural buildings and cover. Teams who are in zone at the moment, VK, we mentioned they had a quick rotate. Wolves Esports, RRQ are there. Kurosami Havoc and Team Nemesis are already inside the zone. Unlimited, who we're watching right now, are down on the south side, and they're chasing down Sentinels. A couple of these Sentinel shots are connecting. Monsoon's actually going to have to use that castle wall to jump back to the safety of his teammates. Was a little bit split from them there.
Sentinels, who interestingly, they sit in that 14th position at the moment, do Sentinels. They are the current cutoff for those finals qualification positions. But right now, it looks like they are going to struggle to get any further in this game. 2 are going to go down. Is there one remaining player to survive and maybe keep their chances here, as Sito Station is going to be the escape route for the last remaining?
Yeah, Blinkson managed to just about get out, but resetting is another question. There is actually a crafter at Sito Station if he wants to try and hit that. Flag going to be moving from Mill, so the exit plan is a little bit shaky for them. Elite, they're going to take to the skies now. The first Valcolt that we're going to see on our screens. And from the looks of where they're looking to rotate, it may be potentially towards where Dory find themselves. This could be a little interaction they're not expecting, but the scan from Valkyrie will give them that information. Now, Dory do not look particularly healthy when it comes to armors, and I wonder if Elite will be thinking, hey, we might be able to pick up a couple of KP here.
And Dory do not look particularly healthy when it comes to those leaderboards as well. This is essentially the first team against one of our last teams at the moment in those overalls, if the engagement does happen. So just by how both these teams have been playing, this could be a whitewash.
Yeah, Katsu King. A little bit of help comes from a distance, but Light should be able to finish this one off pretty quickly. He's completely separated from the rest of the team, but oh my. Hold on a minute. Here come the cavalry. And Dory need this more than anyone in the lobby. Light is left on his own, and Elite, who have been so good, have thrown it away. Overconfidence, maybe? Or the rest of Dory arriving just in the nick of time.
I mean, insane. Dory have done little to nothing so far this series. And to do that against a team who is just hot off the press right now, like you mentioned, it was way more important for them than it was for Elite. Elite, they're already going to be in the finals. I think we already know that. 191 points.
Should be enough,
we will be seeing them in match point finals. But as I mentioned earlier, Dory, they are still down in those elimination places right now.
That was an interesting one to watch back. I think of all the legends, you maybe want to think you can pick off quickly. Newcastle, the most frustrating, just playing behind that mobile shield. Just bought enough time for the rest of Dory to arrive. Another team who's been quiet so far today is on your screen right now. Team Falcons. And it's ninjas in pajamas who are looking to get aggressive on them. There's a big armor differential between the two teams, and Cole is going to get at least an armor checker once. 60, 60, 120 damage from the longbow of the POV we're watching.
So a lot of these teams trying to rotate uphill at the moment, just getting caught in the backside, and sadly not able to continue their journey because you are so vulnerable when you start to march upward. It looks like Falcons have been able to call somewhere home for now, but yeah, there you go. You have to utilize Valkyrie. They probably didn't want to pop the Valcolt that early, but they can't afford to be sitting around because there's going to be so many teams in that area to pick them off.
Do not get pinched. Essentially the secret of Apex Legends at the very top level, and Falcons recognizing they were in that situation. They throw down the dome, they get the Valcolt and the Skyward Dive activated, and they get out of dodge. The team who's not doing that right now is Unlimit, because Alonzi is flying in off the back of the grapple on Pathfinder. Peace, he's going to be put back to sleep. We saw him looking a little bit dozy earlier on today before the games got underway. One member of Unlimit still alive somewhere around here, and you can see that they're hunting him down right now, Team Heretics.
Yeah, they're having a look, but actually he's been able to get extremely far across the map. I think there was an early commitment to retreating from that fight, and the rest of the squad said, look, we'll just hold down the fort and you go on your way. So zone-wise, we're going to continue moving a little bit further north. The building you were mentioning earlier that Wolves Esports currently reside in looks very pretty right now, and I'm sure some would like to try and take it away from them. And look at that from Dory. After taking that fight initially against the lobby leaders Elite, now they found themselves up towards the command center or on the western side of it, and actually this could be a fantastic place to hold.
Yeah, really good spot for Dory to hold outside of command center. As long as they can watch their backs and nobody wraps them late in the game, they will have a height advantage. They'll be able to watch everything coming through that spider cave, and if anyone starts to arrive in the multiple buildings that are held currently by Wolves Esports, well, they're going to have some really good angles to pick off some of those late Val-ulting teams in. On Limit, Stevie's done a great job to escape, like you mentioned, but he's going to have to look for a reset here, and it's looking like a tough game for them.
It's going to be tough for a lot of these late arrivals. There is an interesting development happening on the south as well between Falcons and Shopify Rebellion, but looks like they're going to back off away from each other now. I think all of these teams don't really want to engage because they know the bigger picture is just trying to get to this late end game. And perhaps once they get there and realize that Cascade Falls has got an absolute blockade there, they might start committing to a few more fights and engagements just to try and put points on the board.
Just a little bit of a replay of the fight that we saw between Unlimit and Team Heretics, as we also see essentially the fast forward of what is the reset on the live screen on the left-hand side. Stevie has managed to get the res, but he's being pushed right now by Team Heretics, but he's putting out a huge amount of damage and might be able to even up the numbers before his teammates drop here. Alonzi will fall, and this is part 2, Heretics versus Unlimit again.
Bubble goes down. You could opt to go for the rev. I like this. Get the revive. Make sure you get back up to a full 3 so you can actually compete properly. The bubble from Gibby now is just such a difficult thing to try and pierce.
The difficulty for Unlimited is two of them aren't really going to have abilities, considering they've just come out of that dropship. Alonzi has gone down again, though. And with the noise that's being created, a lot of teams are starting to just maneuver towards where this battle is taking place. Unlimited still looking to be aggressive onto this one. Team Heretics just trying to dance around the bubble. Jans being the one inside of it. The R9 spray is good, but Yllari Man is better. And Team Heretics pay for the push onto Unlimited.
The Shopify Rebellion now in the area, potentially trying to pick up the pieces and the scraps that have been left behind. Can Unlimited go unseen, unnoticed, as they try and hide away? But Shopify Rebellion, they are trying to sniff them out. You can see they are above, like a hound looking for a rabbit at the moment, as RRQ also on the outside of this fight.
Shopify just going to elect to play this high ground. Very smart not to drop. You're always going to be stunned upon that drop unless you're playing certain legends, which they certainly aren't. And it would be easy shots for Unlimited, who will get the full reset. Shopify now controlling the respawn hill by the waterfall. Unlimited are going to be tucked in underneath. Now, both teams will have to leave. You can see the zone has pulled away continually. One team who's managed to get right inside of zone, by the way, nestled up alongside Wolves Esports is Alliance. Very good rotation from them. They're there early as we take our attention away from zone over to NIP and VK Gaming.
BKG will hold their fort. They deny NIP, who I think were just looking for somewhere to call home, but that's going to be go time. You get that first knock, and BKG is sending it.
Vane's trying to get a pull out, trying to get the rest of his team away, but it's only going to go so far, and Castle with that triple take in his hands. He's looking to peek and looking to see if they can capitalize on that knock. So Vane's done a fantastic job actually to get Kolb out of that situation, and at least allow Ninjas in Pajamas a chance to reset here.
I don't think enough is said sometimes about how well some of these teams survive and also use their abilities to help teammates get out of certain situations, whether they're knocked or not. As now Team Falcons have actually been able to surpass a lot of the congestion that we saw at Cascade Falls and are going to continue on their journey. I think they used a lot of the noise that was happening elsewhere as a little bit of a distraction here, and now they can play under the bridge for now.
Elsewhere in Cascade, you can see Shopify Rebellion up on the high ground. This is where the zone is going to be ending, though. This is the compound at the top of the cannon and at the bottom of the zip line, depending on how you want to look at it. Wolves were hit early. They had a great early rotation from Cascades. Alliance joined them very soon after. Now it's about looking to the skies. All of these teams later on will be hitting those Valkyries to try and play the roofs, try and play some of the staircases underneath. If you could control the space and force teams away, Wolves' chances of winning this game go up significantly. That bubble's going to save RC. No Name decides there's no need to push this.
You look at some of these fights, you're like, without a bubble, they are completely dead there. But without a bubble, you probably don't Valkyrie to that point either. But you are going to see now Wolves just back off and say, all right, we weren't able to take them out on landing, as Virtus Pro will get eliminated on their push.
Yeah, we're going to see a few teams start to get eliminated on this southern side. Flat are going to be the next out of the lobby. Sentinels, who managed to reset thanks to Blixer, are going to be safe inside of Cascades. Elsewhere, look at the zone. Alliance starting to do a little bit of work. Gen G were arriving. Ninjas in Pajamas are saying goodbye. They've just been eliminated down on that southern side. A tough rotate for them, but having had to leave that fight with VKG a little bit earlier down on that south side, as Unlimited, who are back in that game, having won that important fight on the respawn, now look to move forward. Rejects have just been eliminated in the meantime.
They might get sandwiched here though, because Team Nemesis are on the other side of it. You've got RRQ on one, Nemesis on the other. Gen G just fell out of the lobby at the same time, but it would be very impressive if Unlimited get out of this unscathed.
Yllari Man getting peeked, getting prodded. Pricey looking to pinch. It's interesting to see the POV of Pricey a little bit earlier on one of those games on Olympus. When he went down as the final player alive, just complete frustration being shown by him. He knows how much a couple of points can make the difference when it comes to the final standings at the end of this group stage. 44 seconds until they have to move. Monsoon is down here, but he's got the castle wall down at least. They should be able to drag him back to his feet.
God, this is a brave position to try and hold, but Alliance want to deny it. They know what a threat Sentinels would be here, but are they going to get the chance to, or can Sentinels hold on? Two are now down. And sadly, I think it's about to be the beginning of the end for Sentinels unless one player can escape, which again, one has been able to get out of this corner.
It's Blixer again. I wonder if it was a Valkyrie up into the skies, or maybe he just skimmed around the edges of the problems. Unlimited have just been eliminated down on that southern side. They weren't able to survive. Blinkster is redefining what it means to survive so far in this game.
Alliance just went up in the overalls into the top 20 now. They also are starting to look towards that top 14. A couple of wins on the board here, and Alliance, you know, maybe they do the unthinkable today at pushing themselves into those final positions. But of course, we're going to have to wait to see what happens in those remaining games. Now it's starting to get interesting down on this southeastern side here.
Kurosame having been eliminated. Sentinels will finally fall. Unlucky sniffs out Blinkster with that Mastiff and puts him in the dirt. So Alliance picking up KP and starting to pick up a little bit of form and momentum. A little bit earlier today, we saw them looking much better than they did yesterday. Nemesis up on this high ground. They've got the castle wall down, but they're going to have to take a lot of fire from a lot of teams surrounding them.
It's amazing how some of these teams have been able to find themselves in this kind of position as well. And again, it's down to that baby comp. It's down to the Gibraltar. Now with a Kraber for Skittlecakes, can they just dominate the high ground here?
Not just the Kraber, unlimited ammo in it as well, so he's going to be able to fire so many rounds, as many as he wants, onto the teams that are surrounding. That's going to make that position on the high ground much easier to fortify. You don't want to peek a team with the Kraber ever, and being able to rattle off shots with that unlimited ammo makes it even more scary for the team surrounding.
Well, interestingly, this building we're looking at now is not going to be in the next zone. We're actually transitioning back towards the Alliance building, so only Alliance and Falcons are within the next zone. So everyone else is going to have to move in together.
Skittlecakes! With that Kraber, Wolves actually try and bubble up onto the height to see if they can get a knock, but Skittlecakes hits a big shot and forces them back down.
Skittlecakes actually hit the shot onto VK Gaming, who are down on the southeast. He's just looking at anyone who he might be able to pick a shot off and see if he can disrupt their plan. Because VK holding the south, Shopify Rebellion not too far away from them. 20 seconds until this zone now closes. And even though Nemesis are looking and trying to disrupt a little bit, they have to focus on what's happening at the task at hand of this building.
Well, they do have the gen down, which is going to make survivability a little bit better, but look at the damage being output here by Wolves. Skittlecakes goes for the no-scope, he had no other option. Sacred, you've got to go huge for your team here. Maybe able to get an armor swap to survive a few extra seconds. But 10 squads might become 9 in a few moments' time if Sacred cannot survive.
It's a good opportunity to get extra placement points, though. Even as an individual, we still have 10 squads, but we're probably going to lose 4 or 5 just in this next zone, as there's not much space to play. As now Wolves, they're trying to find that last remaining player, but Sacred looks like he's avoided the gunfire for now, as Wolves step up to try and take the high ground.
Dory will land from that height. So see how Nemesis initially took this position away on the replay. RRQ on the bottom left of your screen live though. Infinite ammo L-Star in the hands of Easy Flash, and they're getting pushed here by GK, and they're taking a lot of damage. They are getting absolutely peppered by the defensive bombardment. The Gibby out hurts.
It takes us down to 9, and suddenly this building that everyone was trying to play initially over towards the cannon becomes very enticing, as Falcons also have found a spot to call home. And I thought we were going to lose more, but everyone respecting their neighbors at the moment and knowing if you commit to a fight, you risk potentially throwing things away. Nemesis back up to a 2. They were able to get a res.
Sacred's doing everything he can in this game. Of course, the winners of the previous game, that's going to build some confidence, but Wolves, they want the smoke. Nemesis are eliminated. No Name back to his feet. A pat on the back and a thank you very much. As Falcons now on that south side have to be careful. They've used that bubble and they're being bubbled up on. GK trying to poke. Gil with the R9 does a great job to hold here.
You had to have someone hold aggressively, because otherwise they were just going to press up easily. Dory will get eliminated, but it's a brilliant game for them that they very much needed. Alliance are still holding their building, by the way, not allowing anyone to take it off them.
Yeah, Alliance are cooking at the moment. They've got multiple kills already in this game. As Falcons in a little bit of a pinch. Wolves will be eliminated next. QQ gets the final knock onto Went. And that's going to mean the lobby starts to thin out even more here. Back to the high ground. VKG still controlling it. Boy, did they need a game.
Falcons are probably wondering why GK are putting so much pressure onto them, but GK are worried that Falcons are going to wrap and then take their position away, so that's why they're applying said pressure. Shopify Rebellions now start to move up a little bit as well, closer towards the Alliance territory they've been claiming for so long.
The Shopify spot is going to be safest for longest. GK, by the way, they've hit a Valcold. And now Shopify's position might not be one of the best in zone. The lay of the land is known by GK. They know where everybody on the map is, and they are playing the side of zone where nobody finds themselves.
Falcon's still aware of them, though, and their focus very much is on GK right now. Kinatrope Club are the one team that could really affect how that entire southern fight goes down if they try to drop a little bit earlier than maybe intended.
They'll queue up on this high ground, R9 in the hands, trying to find a little bit of damage onto the Valcolt down from the low ground. It's Shopify Rebellion who choose to take to the skies this time. Falcons still playing that corner. But what is the next play for them? Option to bubble out as Alliance start to peek the other side of the cannon where Kinatrope find themselves.
Zone is going to end on the lower ground as well. It's going to pull away from the cannon, so both Shopify and GK, they are close.
BKG taking damage. Hackis finds one with the Mastiff. Waltzy's having to drag Falcons members back to their feet on this low ground as Unlucky continues his warpath in this game. He's got 6 kills already in this game. Unlucky taking the game on his back. It's 7 as Alliance continue to wipe in these bubble fights.
A question was asked of Alliance yesterday, and today it is being answered. They're into the top 4. It's about to be the top 3. Can they go all the way?
Kinatrope gone, 3 squads remaining. Alliance damaging GK down on this low ground. They've got a huge advantage here. Even with both bubbles down, Falcons will fall. Unlucky will peak. Unlucky will poke. And Alliance will be your champions.
Alliance put themselves up into the top 8 of the overalls with that win. They were on the brink of elimination coming into today, but now, just as we expected, when you start to count them out, they rise once more. And they look like the Alliance of old. They've got through the worries and the troubles of those first 2 days. And if they keep this rolling, they may just secure their spot in Matchpoint Finals.
Long live Alliance. Never count them out. These boys thrive on pressure when their backs are against the wall. We've seen it through the years. They come up with something special. Today they've come to play, and they're making you eat your words.
They are indeed, and boy am I happy to. They taste great. Such a well-played game from Alliance. They had that building for so long, and it was how they denied anyone trying to take it away from them. And the Alliance fans quite rightly delighted, and I'm sure relieved with the performance we've seen so far today. And like I said, they still have 2 more matches here on set. They still have a chance to solidify themselves in the top half of this leaderboard and give themselves such an incredible opportunity of getting into those Matchpoint Finals.
Something that was very interesting for me in that game as well was the choice of weaponry from Alliance as well with the Baby Comp. The fact that they've got the Gibraltar and they are running double Mastiff. With that new hop-up as well, it just allows you, if you get those kills, if you get those knocks, to continually be involved in that fight. Unlucky was doing a fantastic job with it. Hackis was doing a great job with that Mastiff in hand. And you're starting to see what paying attention to those patch notes can do for a pro player.
It's also the Alliance we saw in scrims, and it's about time they showed up to LAN here. You heard it from Hackis yesterday. It was a deflated interview from Hackis last night. But he said, look, I don't really understand what's going wrong. We were playing so well leading up to this tournament. Everything was prepped correctly. Sometimes you just need to have one of those days where you need to kick up the backside, and Alliance back on top here.
I was about to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. Sometimes you just go, it's just one of those days. Yep. There's nothing I can really put my finger on as to why things aren't going well, but who cares about yesterday when you come into today with this kind of a fire and this kind of a crowd behind you as well, giving the Alliance boys the support that they so deserve. Pressure off the shoulders now for Alliance. Now it's about looking upwards instead of down.
It puts them 14 points ahead from the cutoff of Matchpoint Finals at the moment, which is quite significant, especially with 2 more
21
matches
KP, by the way.
remaining. That is close to being record-breaking, not quite, but that is the kind of game we've seen from these players. 33 points is an insane total. GK with 11, Falcons with 10. It's also an important game for Falcons. The analysts were saying they'd had a quiet series so far, but now they also start to put points on the board, which keeps them in the top 10 at the moment for those overall standings as well.
I think the Alliance scriptwriters maybe would like something, or the Alliance fans would like the scriptwriters to do something slightly different, because it's like every time, isn't it? It's like, oh God, where are Alliance? What is going on? And then just when they need to, they pull a performance and a game like that out of the bag, and all of a sudden everything seems good. The way they controlled the space around this building though, Dan, very, very impressive. I love the fact that they were able to bubble down on some of the teams that were below them, looking to play some of those corners and use those Mastiffs at their full potential, just chunking away, not letting anyone feel comfortable.
It's just fighting with confidence. I think that game, they developed more confidence the longer it went on. They were locking down their building. Every single time they were winning an engagement, they were happy to take the next because they knew how well they were fighting. They knew they had the tools to do so. They weren't missing, which is usually the key factor for winning a fight as well. And such an incredible and exciting final circle to watch. Even though sometimes it can be difficult to keep up with Gippy and Newcastle and the Shields, Alliance knew exactly how they wanted to play that one out.
That's relief. That is the very definition of relief from Unlucky. And now it's just amazing how quickly the bad memories of yesterday will disappear. Alliance are back, everybody. We were waiting for them to arrive under the bright lights, and they certainly have announced that they are here to play now.
What a roller coaster of a tournament it's been so far for some of these teams as well. Some of our biggest heavy hitters down and struggling in the first couple of days, but then they start to find their form a little bit, as they always seem to do. And when you look at that screen, there are legends of the game all appearing in the top 3 of match 4 now. But it's really the difference of how many kills Alliance just found. They farmed the entire lobby, it feels.
Really did. Yeah, 21 kills is quite something. That's a match that there's going to be a lot of analysis for when we go back, and I'm sure the VOD reviews will be superb after the event is done and dusted. For now though, before we get into Game 4, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back. It's actually Game 5, Dan, because we just had Game 4, but don't go too far. We'll be back with Game 5.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to Paris, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 here at the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs at Esports World Cup 2026. And if you're just joining us, you just missed one of the highlight games of the entire tournament so far. Alliance back in form with 21 kills alongside a big win on Stormpoint.
And like you said, I eat my words. I was talking a lot about how Aku and how he's been performing on this team, not having Effect. Will we see Alliance reach the same kind of numbers they do when Effect was on that team? Well, there is their answer. And as I mentioned, I am happy to eat my words. A lot of calories involved.
Yeah, certainly a full meal, as one of my good friends would say. So I will say the crowd is certainly getting involved as these games are going on. You can just feel all of a sudden when the pressure starts to increase, we get closer and closer to sending some teams home, sending teams to finals, and of course setting us up for the survival stage tomorrow, which is going to be a whole new thing on its own. Everybody starts to just give their energy to the players a little bit more. Looking at the bans though, and where we are going to be in this particular series now, we're going to see Valkyrie out of the equation now, so no Valkolts available for our teams.
Which happened last time we had Stormpoint as well on match 4. Valkyrie got ripped away from us, and it's to be expected. Just adds so much on Stormpoint, especially with the elevation and the changes, but it really changes the dynamic now going into match 5. A lot of the early rotations are going to be so important now, reading that zone and getting into a position and holding just like Alliance did. But look at those stats from Unlucky, stepping up when they needed him most.
Yeah, 4.5k damage. That is pretty darn good. Let me tell you that. That's pretty rare that you do that on the big stage. 11 kills, saw 13 knockdowns as well. So get involved in all of the scuffles surrounding that building that Alliance got to quickly and making the most of it. But now that's history. We head in towards match number 5 here between Group B and C. And just a reminder, top 14, when the group stage is done, will go directly to our match point finals. But if you are in that bottom 6, unfortunately, you're eliminated from the tournament.
And that key will get crushed as well. We will definitely be seeing some keys getting crushed after today's competition, but we might have one team potentially eliminated after these groups play each other. Dory are still in the bottom 6 at the moment, but they did give themselves a chance after that game. They are currently 7 points now off, it would seem. No, wow, it's a little bit more than that. It is 15 points they are away from the elimination position, so they still need to keep going here into 5 and 6.
I'm sure they're keeping their eyes on that points tally as well, seeing and knowing what they have to do in these final 2 games to save their tournament, where it looks like the players are moving. They're out the drop ships. We're heading back into Storm Point here. Match number 5 is live.
Locked and loaded, and where are we going to be heading? Because as we were mentioning, you have to move pretty fast here if you're a zone team. You don't have that fallback of a Valkyrie ultimate now. The Skyward Dive is not going to save your bacon, and that means composition-wise, we change everything. We're starting to see various different ways of movement.
Well, the first topic of conversation is always, how are you doing, Dan? You good?
Really good, actually. Yeah, a bit hot.
After that one, it's always, where's the zone going? And we are heading up towards a team of Falcons by the looks of things. Elrod, Stormcatcher certainly involved, but historically we do usually see the pull up to the north. Falcons, just checking if they've got a ring console. Yes, they do indeed. So good news for Team Falcons fans.
And this is a really good opportunity for Falcons to put points on the board and solidify their spot at the moment in those match point finals positions. Because even though they have been relatively quiet, they are still 6th in the overalls, which is nothing to be sniffed at, that's for sure. Other teams that are going to be close and be able to move fast, and teams that need points, Ninjas in Pajamas, of course. Even though they are in a better position than they were, we haven't seen them have that pop-off game like Alliance have had just yet. So they still find themselves in 21st, only 25 points ahead of that cutoff, which sounds like a lot, but you've got to remember there are still 6 matches to be played from other teams, so you do want to increase that a little bit.
Well, this is Dory. This is the team who really do have the most on the line in the last 2 games. You mentioned when we look at the standings, they are currently inside of that bottom 6. Now, they need to be outside of that bottom 6 come the end of these games to even have a chance at surviving in this tournament. Of course, we have the other groups to play a little bit later on today, so they will have to watch and hope from the sidelines, but you got to put it in your own hands. Big games from Dory gives themselves a lifeline.
And that's the thing, you can get out of that bottom 6 and be 1 point ahead, but then all it takes is 2 of those teams in the bottom 6 getting 2 points, which is very easy to achieve. So you have to try and put yourself with as much distance as possible. And the first game that we've just seen from them in match 4 since we've been casting, they looked pretty good. They had an incredible fight against Elite. They need more of that, more of the same.
The Ninjas in Pajamas have made their move, as have Wolves Esports. They came all the way from Zeus Station, which I say all the way, not particularly far. A hop, skip, and a jump when we talk about POIs being close to each other, and they're going to play the rock formation with their backs clear. Now, the good news for these teams who are here early is they won't have to look to the skies in this game. We mentioned the Valkyrie ban means that it's a more linear game for them. The skies will be empty unless there's a few evac towers coming a little bit later on. But for Wolves, this is going to be a really, really good spot that they should be able to last quite some time in this game.
There's going to be a few very difficult rotations for teams as well with the choke points that are going to be available. So if you can hold some of the areas, whether it be on that far eastern side or, of course, the middle route from Stormcatcher to Lightning Rod, there's a real opportunity of picking up KP as well. Not necessarily game-winning positions, but certainly ones where you might be able to find points.
Well, VKG in a really good spot as well. They're holding the building which has the survey beacon on in Lightning Rod. On Limit, they've got a little bit more of a difficult way to go. There's the... they need to release a Yulari Man alternator skin. I'm just going to say that. He, for me, when you talk about like players historically, when I think of weapons, HAL R99, for example, Kraber, 0. Yulari Man, alternator. Release the skin.
Or else.
I have no leverage, by the way.
No,
absolutely 0.
Probably more than me.
In fact, it's probably further away than it's ever been after I've just mentioned it.
But all of these teams starting to descend onto Lightning Rod now. A heavy commitment to this northeastern POI. There are going to be some teams that are going to be north of Lightning Rod that are going to go for a little bit of a late rotation, one of those being Alliance. And I'm wondering whether anyone tries to position themselves in the kind of tunnels the western side of Lightning Rod as well. If you can set up shop there again, it's another one of those choke points. You might just be able to find some KP.
Still thinking of weapons. I was going to say Monsoon,
Sentinel,
Peacekeeper or Sentinel. And of course our good friend Jumba, Mastiff.
What Jumba did on that day.
Hey, let's not talk about that. Let's not give him any more love than he needs. Miss you, Jumba. Well, Team Heretics, they're a long way away from zone at the moment. They're over at Pylon, hitting Ring Console and Survey Beacon. They've also got an Evo Harvester just to their north. So it seems like the path to purple is what they're on right now. They do have an interesting composition here. Pathfinder is going to be their rotational character here with that zip line. Gibraltar and Newcastle, of course, for a little bit more stability when they do get to the spot that they want to play.
I think Shopify Rebellion might have heard Team Heretics here as well. They're certainly moving towards them at quite some pace. They also might be trying to hit information as well and Evo. But I think we're about to see a clash between Shopify Rebellion and Heretics. Yeah, they finally got eyes on them. And I'm assuming Shopify Rebellion still IGL by Zainu, even with Phony come in, who typically is an IGL himself.
That'd be brash.
It would
Phony.
be.
I'll play if I can IGL.
Well, it's quite funny because he did used to IGL Zainu. There's a lot of history, let's put it that way, between these players, but I'm sure they'll be extremely thankful that Phony has come in. And look, we even had a player picture ready for him. It's like he did Media Day for another team. He's just been passed around here.
Passed around.
Does he want to cast?
Love to have him in the booth.
I actually would.
Well, good news for everyone as well. I saw Koifu tweet a little bit earlier saying he's feeling much better, so
that is great news.
We will see him back for the rest of the tournament. I'm sure Shopify would love him back. We certainly would love to see him competing once more. This is where the zone is going. You can see it's going to be an interesting one. I wonder if Shopify were moving towards Pylon for the next bit of information. Great zone read coming in from Team Falcons, though, I will say, and Wolves Esports. Off the back of that first Ring Console that they got, the second zone, they are in prime position now to be involved in this end game. And this is another one. It's a really, really tough zone. You've got to see a lot of teams kind of build up around where Reject, Sentinels, Alliance are flying into right now, because this is the only real building playable space. Everywhere else is just open ground and rock formations. Falcon's job is to hold off the likes of Alliance, who are going to land here in one of those rock formations, because they will be able to peek down onto them. But that's just great game knowledge coming in from Hackers. What spots are playable and what spots aren't? Be careful here, Unlucky. That bubble's going to be up for long enough to get him to pop the battery before he gets that castle wall down.
Look at this composition that Alliance are running as well, by the way. So they don't have that same information that everyone does from Ring Console, Survey Beacons, etc. So instead, they've just brute forced it.
Asia. Oh, that Prowler! That made things interesting. Dexter now left on his own, though. Unlimited still with 2 on their feet, and Team Heretics are coming in to try and look at this one. The Fuse using that knuckle cluster to get a little bit further than he used to be able to back in the day, to escape some of the danger incoming. Team Heretics with the perfect third-party opportunity.
Two teams are in pretty similar positions in those overall standings as well. Heretics down in 28, Gen G in 26. Both somewhat vulnerable to elimination, I would say, in their current points total. So you want to be adding a little bit more and accumulating some of those points so that you can get further away from said elimination spots and make it a little bit more difficult for the chasing pack. Because even though we assume the bigger teams are going to be getting the points and those in the bottom 6 will be getting less, there's always that what if. Suddenly those teams in the bottom 6, all of them start to perform and find wins.
Well, Peace is alive.
And he says, Peace.
I was going to say, he's certainly not thriving at this point, but being on Fuse makes it a little bit more fun to be playing on your own, I will say. Does have the option of the Crafter next to him, but it looks like Gen G are trying to think something similar. I think Unlimit and the Peace are deciding that maybe this Crafter is looking a bit busier than I wanted it to, so they are scarpering away out there, trying to just survive.
And luckily for Gen G, Heretics' attention are on Limit. As Gen G, I think, were able to hit said Crafter, so perhaps we'll see them back into the map. As now all these teams that have been able to find their way over closer towards Lightning Rod are now starting to realize that they're not going to be alone. It's going to be an unnervy time going into the next zone. Heretics are going to head back down south.
I wonder if they're just hitting a survey beacon.
So it
elsewhere.
has to be a survey beacon.
You see the Flat have just lost 2 by the looks of things down in that spider cave. And in fact, they're up on the high ground. The last player alive is taken down. Flat are eliminated, and Nemesis, who are 3rd in this group at the moment, after that win that we saw a little bit earlier on Olympus, pick up a couple of easy KP here.
Another team that's currently in the top 6 as well in the overall standings. Nemesis looking good for match point finals as it stands. But in this game, I feel like they need an evac tower to probably reposition, because if they try and brute force it through Lightning Rod, not necessarily going to go well.
Yeah, the only real option is the zip line, but that's going to be risky with the amount of teams that are going to be in front of them, and where do you go to is the real question. We can see on our map overhead, very, very busy, as you would expect, in and around that zone. RRQ playing underneath the cannon here. Just to the south of Elrod here. Sentinels bubbling up to get a little bit of loot here. It's going to be a little bit quiet here, as everybody outside of Gen.G and Unlimit, by the way, who both have respawned and got back to a full 3, are inside of the zone. Heretics are going to have a mythic bin just pop up as well, just to keep you abreast of everything that is going down. But with that zone pool, now everyone is going to know where they have to go. And all of a sudden, everyone was in zone. And as you can see on the map overhead, not a lot of people are.
And you mentioned Falcons and Wolves. They called this one early. NIP have done very well with their position, and Alliance on their late arrival. They would have liked where Falcons were. I think we had this similar read from Hackis that Hal had, but then he saw it was already taken. But the benefit of being where Alliance are over Falcons is the potential for KP, similarly to what Alliance had done in the previous. A lot of people are going to try and take that position away from them. But this is the unfortunate side of the zone at the moment, this western side. No one is really going to enjoy this route through. I think Gen.G have been able to get out of the eyesight of Heretics here.
This is the 3-team dance that's been going on, kind of a mini game. Team Heretics, Gen.G and Unlimit, and they're still all very close to each other at the moment. Team Heretics still have a long way to go. I think they've just given up on trying to hold out Gen.G because of the time that they've got left on this zone. Speaking of time, it looks like Shopify Rebellion, they've got to buy some because Elite Esports are pushing onto them, and Elite Esports are getting some good damage. It's actually going to be Team Heretics from Distant Tier who get one of those knocks. Light answers back himself. Zap and Phony are both down. Only one player alive here for Shopify Rebellion, and Elite do a fantastic job of cleaning them up. Reject have just been eliminated in the meantime. Here come Team Heretics. They're trying to push on this, but look how healthy Elite are.
Elite are primed and ready, and actually Heretics decide better onto this one. But all in that meantime, Gen.G have actually been able to get past Heretics, and now NIP are transitioning south to deny the move from Gen.G, which Gen.G are now going to get pinched between Heretics, and I take it back. Heretics have gone back and forth again and said, no, we don't fancy that fight either.
Well, Gen.G aren't safe. They have to move to this next building, and Dexter's going to get the bang smokes down to try and make that cross a little bit more comfortable. Ninjas in Pajamas have retreated back up to the height and the high ground overlooking this. Elite Esports just kind of had a little poke, but Gen.G are safe. Gen.G have actually pulled off a little bit of a madness here by getting somewhere safe.
Well, it's because NIP didn't want to give up their genuine position. They were just kind of trying to apply a little bit of pressure and presence, but they had to focus on the bigger task at hand that was the final circle, which they already had a spot in. As now Shopify Rebellion having to use this bubble just to stay alive right now.
GK Esports have been eliminated, one of the teams inside of our top 3 in the last game. Not many points for them in this game. They were trapped over at the north side of Lightning Rod and did not manage to escape. Shopify Rebellion looking to move up now. Nice spray coming in from Zap, but the reset now coming as well, and all of a sudden, Team Heretics are making this one interesting. Great shots coming in from Kurtz. Phony having to reload that RE45. Well, that thing is naked in yards. He's got himself an L-Star in his hand. Unlimited eliminated in the meantime off screen.
Gen.G are coming back, by the way. They can hear all this commotion and they are smelling blood. They know they have an opportunity to pick up some KP. And you've got 4 teams in the same area. Shopify Rebellion and Gen.G, the ones that are pincering this, excuse me.
Elite Esports are the first team to fall in this kerfuffle that's happening on this side of zone. Kurosame Havoc, they'll fall elsewhere. And Team Heretics survivability, by the way, very, very impressive through all of this, using the Gibby Bubble, using the Newcastle just to survive, but they have to take the zipline now to try and get somewhere near this zone.
Interestingly, elsewhere, with Gen.G giving up that position, it's allowed NIP to apply more pressure onto them as well. So probably another engagement that could be happening down between those two teams. as with the zone shift, it does move away from the likes of Falcons and Wolves, and actually Team Nemesis have now found themselves in prime position as Team Heretics on this survival run been able to find themselves just underneath Stormcatcher here.
Well, Jans still looking to use that L-Star. That bubble's not going to last too long, but the castle wall will slow things down, and that's Dory, the team who really are on the struggle bus when it comes to points, and when it comes to this fight as well. We can dance, but only one of us is going to be able to tango here. Jans left on his own, waiting for the rest to come in. He will fall. Team Heretics are down, and Dory survived it.
The power of Newcastle once more demonstrated right in front of our very eyes. 12 squads now remain, as again, it's about just making sure you get back up and get as healthy as possible. Every point matters here for Dory.
First pro just been eliminated. In the meantime, Dory hit the zip line. Newcastle is still up, which means that Kazu King can at least drag teammates back to their feet, but he's taking damage from the nades. Dory, get the bubble down at just the right time, but here comes Zainu. Here comes Shopify, and Dory's game is over. 9 squads remain. Zainu, it cost him his life, and it might cost Shopify as well.
Well, Shopify were just looking for some KP here, because they knew it was probably going to be pretty dismal from this point onwards anyway. They finish in 9th place and do get some extra points on the board. RRQ also in that feed onto Shopify Rebellions. Now Wolves maybe looking to try and push up onto this one as VKG will be eliminated.
VKG are gone. Wolves still alive, who are here early, remember. Those shots coming down from the skies are hurting, and it's Sentinels who are now sending it onto RRQ. Sentinels with the wipe. And they barely took a tick of damage in doing so.
Oh, Lions are going to push onto Sentinels, though. They've sensed that they maybe have to move away from their spot. And they are going to have a high ground. They're just waiting for this bubble to dissipate.
Here's the Mastiff again. Here's Unlucky again. But he's down. Alliance are down. The armor diff too much. And Sentinels and Monsoon say, I've got a Mastiff of my own.
One more bubble comes out. Falcons now are going to be the next to take a look at this one. But can Sentinels hold on again? It's a difficult fight to take, but Falcons, they are not shielded very well.
Well, they have the castle wall to fall behind their Sentinels. That's why Falcons didn't want to push that. They knew that they would have had a disadvantage in that fight. Not only with the armors, like you quite rightly highlight, but also pushing over the top of that wall. Now the move comes in from Ninjas in Pajamas. Wolves are having a little scrap with Team Nemesis at the moment, who are center zone. And Nemesis are down to just Skittle Cakes.
So it now means that Sentinels and Falcons are outsiders as this zone closes in. And Wolves, Nemesis, NIP are all going to be watching these two teams arrive, but Nemesis, of course, down to just 1 now.
Well, nobody's looking at Skittle Cakes. The Wraith Portal is down here for Sentinels to try and find somewhere to play. Wolves will be safe on this edge of zone behind the Newcastle wall as well, so they are set up beautifully here.
Sentinels get a knock onto NIP. They are sending it onto Ninjas in Pajamas, and at the moment they are winning. Monsoon gets the second, NIP out.
The momentum seems to be with Sentinels in these close-range fights. Wolves still looking at all of the carnage going down in front of them. And somehow Skittle Cakes is still alive. But for how long? He's trying to send it towards Falcons' position here. This might be the end of their game, and indeed, it will be Team Nemesis eliminated. 3 squads remain in our final battle here on Storm Point.
Worth noting, only the one Gibraltar left here in the lobby, and that is Sentinels. They're going to be running Gibby, Watson, and Wraith, whereas Wolves have got the Newcastle, as do Falcons, but Falcons also have a Pathfinder, which allows the zip.
Here comes Sentinels, though. The damage is done to Hal, and the armor not looking too healthy for them. Falcons will find one. It's a trade. Blinkster slides behind with the R9 to find another. Hal's trying to grapple away. Wolves moving up onto the high ground. Pieces of both teams in front of them, but can they collect them and collect the win?
Yeah, Fun's trying to bounce off. He's trying to get away, see if he can reset a little bit. As Hal is unable to do so, Falcons go down. And Wolves Esports, now it's just a simple 3v1.
Blinkster, you don't get to take me down because I'm in the void. And even though you hit the evac, Wolves will be your champions.
And a lot of Wolves fans here in Paris who celebrate, to be honest, alongside Sentinels fans because it's still a huge game for Sentinels. But that win, for me, it should be enough for Wolves to kind of get rid of any worries of elimination here in this stage. It puts them up to 90 points, which should be more than enough to not be down in that bottom 6 as they can start to look forward now. Maybe another win in match 6. There could be a match point finals possibility on the cards. As for Sentinels, they jump up into the top 8 now in those overalls.
The world champs looking like they're hitting form at just the right time. A couple of those bubble fights looking pretty saucy.
Monsoon says just one more game. And to be fair, if Sentinels can put a similar performance up, minimum 12 points, their match point finals chances are looking pretty good. As for some of our other champions, of course, we have our world champions in Sentinels, but we have our reigning EWC champions in the lobby as well in VK Gaming. They're in 16th place right now, so they are on the cusp of those top 14 positions.
Big game from VKG might solidify a straight slingshot into that match point finals, but it would have to be quite some game. To give a bit of credit as well to the zone call actually coming in from Falcons early off that zone 2 off the ring console, just immediately move into that building. Really, really good for them. And that pretty much guaranteed them a top 5. The armor difference in the end, I think, is a little bit of what made that final fight difficult for them. The Sentinels, this is where Monsoon thrives. This is where Blinkster and Fun thrive. Bubble fights, close range, shotguns in hand. We know historically what they've been able to do.
I just really like the fact that Sentinels had the Gibby still to work with. We saw how important Gibraltar was in so many of those engagements. And actually the leftover Newcastle wall helped out Sentinels at one point as well, but in the end it was Wolves who capitalized on the engagement that happened between Sen and Falcons. And even though Sen did not win that game, you can still see they celebrate because they know how big those points are going to be for their chances of match point finals.
Yeah, if Blinkster won that, we would not stop speaking about it. He even went for the armor swap, and then unfortunately it looked like that box was empty. Came up a little bit empty-handed on that one, but like you say, quite rightly, I think everybody who's a Sentinels fan will know how important that match was, and from where they had to rotate center of Jurassic to where they got to, with those amount of KP, you'll take that every single day.
And as we look at the other end of the leaderboard, Dory are still in the danger zone at the moment. If Dory do not find a minimum of 7 points going into this next match, they will be eliminated right here, right now in match 6. But other teams who are outside of the elimination phase, who are still struggling, Kirasami Havoc, Team Heretics, Gen G, those 3 also very much in danger as we look at the match results and the points that were accumulated here. Sentinels arguably did win that game.
Yeah, when you look at points total, 14 KP alongside the 9 for the second place means 23 points in total. Team Falcons, just the 3 KP, but the placement points from that early zone call were enough to see them taking down a good amount of points from that one. But for now, before we get into match number 6, I want to catch up with my good friends because we've got Graceful down on the main stage with Rain Day. What's up, boys?
You on set? I appreciate it, man. We're bringing the green room on stage. Graceful, a chance for me and you to kind of wax poetic on what's been going on here over the last few games. I started off with Snipe after game 2 talking about, well, these 3 teams are important: Elite Esports, Alliance, and NIP. Well, now the narrative has changed for the reasons I think that Alliance fans will be very happy, but also the same for Elite Esports who continue their dominance. Talk about what you've seen so far from those 2.
I mean, Elite, we've said the same thing over and over again. They're still staying consistent across the board. They're still dominating. They're almost doubled everybody's point in this tournament so far. But I think everybody's absolutely accelerated. Me as well. I just want to go up right now and hug my friend. You know, they pretty much made it through to the next round. Alliance, I'm so proud of you. As well, I would like to give a big shout out to Nemesis as well. Yes. NIP, we saw Wolves now as well take it home. Yeah. Everybody's just absolutely popping off. But one thing in mind though, these are all experienced teams.
Yes, that's true. And how does experience factor now? You've done something well. You would assume it's only up from here, right? They've made their mistakes early. Now, who's going to stop a team like Alliance who has found their rhythm?
I mean, they might have found their rhythm right now in this lobby currently. It should keep the ball rolling because, like we said, sometimes you just need that snowball to start and that motivation, that's something to just help you push forward. Yeah. And that will naturally loosen you up and you start playing, you know, your normal game. However, the lobby also changes up because 14 teams move on and you're fighting the remainder essentially. And I mean, we'll have to see if they can keep that form up.
Yeah, this final game is super important. NIP, another team that was kind of in that zone of falling out of it and having another set to be played later this afternoon. So they didn't want to wait and watch. Have they done enough for you so far to feel comfortable?
For now, yes,
Okay.
but this is not looking like a top 5 right now. We need a little bit more oomph out of them.
And you mentioned Wolves obviously taking that last one. It was, again, another APAC conversation after Game 2. They've done a great job of getting into final circles. They couldn't close out Game 2, but this final game, really good from that team as a 3. Obviously, Sentinels had some good team fighting moments as well. What have you seen from Wolves, and are we not talking about them enough as a contender to potentially win this tournament?
I mean, I would say we talked quite a lot about them going into the tournament, hyping them up from the region, coming out so strong, and then they kind of just fell short. But I would like to say the difference between them now and the previous days, they're being proactive.
Yeah.
You saw in that last game, they're taking the fights to teams now instead of letting the game play them out. Instead of just watching the game fly by and you're like, hey, the zone is moving here, I guess we just follow. They're looking for opportunities. They're pushing teams, they're taking fights, and they're winning them. So they know they can do this, and they need to keep this up.
The best players in a sport, after 50 minutes go by in a 90-minute match, the World Cup on tonight, you get an understanding of what's going wrong, what's going right, and then you make adjustments. In a series like this, when you're an experienced team, what do those adjustments look like? After 3 or 4, you go, okay, here's how it's going. What does that look like being in these shoes at LAN in these moments? How would you handle that, and how are these teams handling that now going into the final game?
I mean, honestly, it really depends on what your team is playing for. If you're just playing to not get relegated, you're terrified because teams that are safe are already looking to just int you. So you have to make sure that you're keeping track of teams and having that awareness. This is why when we scrim a lot, we keep track of other teams' macros, so that you can also keep track of the leaderboard. I saw right now while we walked up, everybody's counting all of these points because they know, okay, if we rotate north, all of those teams are safe, we gotta avoid them. They're gonna absolutely ape us if they see the opportunity. Whereas like, okay, these guys are actually on the bottom side, maybe we do an edge rotate this time and we fight the other teams that are scared because we're more confident than they are. And it just comes to a scrap for it's the bottom feeders fighting for the scraps, essentially.
For the scraps, man. Elite Esports and now Alliance have taken up so many of the points. We'll see how this Game 6 turns out. Still fighting for a chance, not only in the survival stage, but to stay at EWC, because 6 teams after this might just be going home. Let's send it back to the casters to keep telling the tale.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great little bit of insight there, and you can see how the brain of Graceful works, which is at times terrifying, at times brilliant, Dan. But it's great to see what he's talking about there with some of the teams who are on that scary side of the points totals, probably thinking about their rotates a little bit differently.
Of course, as a previous pro player himself, he lives and breathes it. He knows exactly what it's like for some of these guys on the main stage. But now it comes down to crunch time. It's going to be match 6. It is do or die for some of these teams, one in particular. And then it's going to be a lot of nails being bitten as they watch the other 2 groups being played out here. Are you going to qualify for match point finals? Will you be heading into the survival stage, or will you be in one of those dreaded bottom 6 positions where your key gets crushed and you go home?
Well, if you're watching right now and you're a bit of a neutral, you're just enjoying the Apex Legends and you're looking for a team to root for, become a Dory fan is all I'm going to say, because they're the only team right now who are sat in that bottom 6. And at the end of this game, unfortunately, may have their tournament ending. So if you've got a little bit of extra energy, you're looking for a team to support, I want to hear some Dory love coming from the crowd.
Yeah, because it would be a shame, wouldn't it, after these matches to send one team home already without actually seeing everyone play and the whole points total being put together. That being said, we do have to send 6 teams home, so it is inevitable. It is going to happen. As match 6... it's locked, it's loaded, it's Storm Point for one last ride.
Here we go then. The last time the groups B and C will play. The last match here on Storm Point and the last opportunity to solidify if it's finals, if it's elimination, or if you're moving on to the survival stage tomorrow.
Which, by the way, when we tell you the format of the survival stage, the amount of games that they have to play, it is going to be a long one for these players competing when they're in that survival stage. We'll get to that a little bit later, though, because now we're going to focus on the task at hand. It's about trying to survive. As the ring console is popped and the zone is revealed, we're going to be heading west. Now, interestingly, you might remember before Game 4, I said the Mill, one of the worst performing POIs, if not the worst performing POI on Storm Point so far this tournament. Here's a chance to change those numbers.
Yeah, let's change the numbers a little bit, RRQ. You've got the ring console as well. The zone is going your way. It's looking like potentially a bean zone as well. So where it pulls, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe a little third beacon will be very, very handy for some of these teams. But as far as where the zone is going, teams who have got to make their way a long way. Team Falcons, GK, Wolves, all on that northeastern side. They've got a long way to go. Dory over at Echo HQ, and you have to forgive me for not being maybe as impartial as I should here, Dan. I don't want to see Dory going home. I don't want to see him going home right now.
Not yet, anyway. I mean, if they get 1 point away and they get eliminated later, so be it. But I don't want to
the Dory pop-off.
Right, exactly. I want to see them have the chance to at least watch and think they have the possibility of going through, even if it's unlikely, as all the teams now are starting to move west. Also want to bring up the fact that, by the way, Elite might have been cursed by me. They were dominating this group. They were looking like they were going to win all 3 of their group stage matches, and now they find themselves down in 3rd. But they do still have this last chance to make history and go unbeaten and win every single group stage that they are presented with. They are 6 points behind Alliance right now.
Unlimit and Gen G are very, very close to each other at Barometer, and Unlimit are doing Unlimit things, which is running at them. Now, I could argue that Gen G are doing Gen G things, but also looking to run at them. Either way, someone's going to run at someone.
Someone has to die. The real question is, does someone run away during that fight? Because often that call is made. And it's an important fight as well, because the winner of this fight has the free rotation on the southern side through Cenote. And they can potentially take that western route.
Come on, Limit. Why are you running? Well, that was almost a guarantee when you see
scary thing is, they are running towards ninjas in pajamas because there's an Evo Harvester in the area that I think a lot of these teams have been taking a look at, not to mention the survey beacon, which is where Unlimit are heading towards. So Unlimit go up towards the survey beacon, NIP get their Evo Harvester, and they say that's their side quest completed, as Team Falcons taking a lot of bullets in the backside.
I mean, GK, who are behind them at the moment, they're trying to go to Zeus, maybe to hit that balloon, move towards the Evo Harvester that's spawn, and you can see they haven't managed to hit one to get up to blue. They're just going to have to take a few more seconds to do so, to find their way maybe towards Stormcatcher, Survey Beacon. That's where another Evo Harvester is. And it gives me an opportunity to say, by the way, that Guild, in my personal opinion, I think I might have said this on broadcast before, is the funniest person in the Apex Legends Global Series.
I can confirm that is the second time.
He is the funniest person in the Apex Legends Global Series. Best one-liners, without a doubt.
It's the second time you've said it this tournament.
I will say it more.
It's the 3rd time you said it this split.
Yep.
And not that I've been tracking.
I will take any opportunity. He's my favorite character.
I can confirm Onset does regularly send me stream clips of the funny things
that he says. Best one-liners.
Often,
whether he means them to be funny or not.
Hal, to be honest.
I'm a big Guild guy. What can I say?
Those spiders are loud, aren't they? As Wolves now are going to...
So you jump a little bit there.
Move through. I had to turn my headset down. But it's interesting to see the positions that are currently being taken up, because no one really knows where this zone's going to finish, by the way. There is the potential that it shifts one way or another. I know that sounds like a stupid thing to say, but some of these zones are a little bit easier to read where it's guaranteed to pull all that way in. And some are banking on it pulling back towards Ceto Station a little bit here.
Whatever way you look at this zone, it's another one that doesn't have a huge amount of naturally playable space. The fact that Gibraltar has been banned in match 5 as well makes it even more difficult for our teams to try and hold down a spot. A lot of them are going to try and get their backs to a rock and get that castle wall down a little bit later on, and then get the gen down behind it in the Watson. We are seeing a lot of Watson and Newcastle in the compositions, which the synergy is very good between those two legends. Getting to the spot is going to be another thing. Pathfinder we see in a fair bit of, a little bit of Rampart in the lobby as well. A little bit of Fuse as well. Sparrow, there's a sprinkling of a few different things actually. Axel's in a couple of compositions. Bangalore. I'm just going to list every legend in the game.
Even some alters as well, which, you know, we have so much alter when we're on E-District, but it is funny how that dynamic changes when you move over to Storm Point. It's going to be Flat and GK running the altar as well, so they'll have that portal opportunity. But a lot of teams, again, showing their respect to one another on their rotation, avoiding gunfights at the moment. As we still have 20 teams left as Zone 1 is about to complete its close, and we will get to see actually a little bit more information on Zone 3 and where we're going to be heading. Alliance might be sending it onto Flat. They've certainly been able to bully their way into Zone at the moment, but they are aware of Flat's presence.
There's a few too many footsteps for both teams to enjoy. Nano's just going to back up a little bit closer to QZ and Big Louie. As we wait with bated breath to see where that next zone is going to be going. Are we hard pulling into Mill? Is it going to be down on that low ground where RRQ have actually moved to one of those eggshell buildings? Or are we going to go a little bit more into the open? Here we go. Well, we are going to RRQ by the looks of things. VP up on the God Rock in a fantastic position as well.
So RRQ, who had priority to zone, they were dropping at Mill. They had the first position they could choose from. Potentially have been rewarded here. Now, for those who weren't able to get as far west, suddenly this becomes a little bit more tricky of how you approach. You'd like to think maybe you have an evac tower as a backup. To highlight, though, our team that is down in the danger zone, Dory. They are on a long old rotation down from Echo into Coastal. They are hitting as much information as they can. Or perhaps, Mark, they're trying to keep their tournament alive for as long as possible here. The longer of match 6 they see, the more Apex they get to play.
Low profile tactic. Well, I looked there and I was like, I swear they dropped over at Echo and they've only moved to Coastal Camp. But
now they're into Barometer.
Now they're into Barometer.
More information.
The snail rotate coming in from Dory.
Dory opting to play the Newcastle Pathfinder Watson composition. It does offer them a lot of options for mobility and also some security as well with the 2 defensive legends to work with. But Gen G, I mean, it's been an interesting journey for them leading up to this point. They're currently on 68 points on the overalls, which I would say is a dangerous total if they were to be eliminated here. With the teams that are still able to play, you want to push yourself up a little bit more. Just to give you an idea, the current cutoff for bottom 6 is 50 dead. But so many of those teams down in that area still have to play.
Ninjas in Pajamas going to be playing the bottom of the rock formation here around the Spider Cave. And above them, it's KSH. Got to be too worried about any funny business coming in from NIP here, considering that there's not a huge amount of altar in the lobby, and certainly they are not running it.
Target spotted.
But they will have to move by the looks of things in a few moments' time, and NIP then become a problem. They're not going to be safe inside of this zone. Still just under 2 minutes until they do have to move. Ninjas in Pajamas will be safe, but Kurasame Havoc is going to do something about them.
When we get to the later stages, a lot of these Watson teams are going to be relying on these gens to keep them alive. So it has to be a target for teams who aren't running the Watson. You have to make sure you eliminate the gen completely. And it is worth checking in on Dory constantly, because if they do die in this game, they are out. They would be our first team confirmed out of the tournament and key to be crushed.
The bad news for them is that Elite Esports are in Cenote Cave right now, and they are firing down onto them.
Perfect fight to take. They've already won it once so far.
True. Kurasame Havoc are also looking at it, so this deep zone rotation from Dory is looking a little bit sketchy, if you ask me.
They don't want anyone who's in the tournament to eliminate them but the ring, it would seem. They do have to be careful, because even though they've been taking a long time and I'm sure built up a lot of meds, if they have to go back into the zone after being forced out once more, it's going to be uncomfortable.
It looks like they're hitting an evac right now, maybe a zip line. I'm keeping you updated on Dory's movements. On limit, GK are behind them at the moment, just peppering them a little bit. In front of them are going to be Elite Esports and Gen G. Gen G are still inside of the armory in front of them. But now they're going to be safe. You can see at the top left, they are safe inside of this zone. So on limit don't really have to do too much here.
Well, I think a lot of teams feel the same way. We don't need to move. We need more information because we don't want to commit as the zone continues to transition a little bit further west. Somewhat southwest than it was before, so great news for Kurasame Havoc. And actually, if Dory can somehow wedge their way into zone, Dory, it could be massive. But again, look at the troubles they're going to go through trying to force themselves in. It's not just Kurasame, it's NIP that are there as well.
This is the most invested in a game I've ever been. I'm a lifelong Dory fan. Over to Unlimit again, a little bit of damage being taken. Dory making their play. Dory making their play. Couple of trades on either side though. Hiromune brought back to his feet by the Newcastle, but he gets knocked down again. They get the castle wall down. Ninjas in pajamas though. They've moved up behind them. This is a scary moment. The tournament life is hanging on by a thread as Sheila starts to sing. Dory are dead. They are gone. And unfortunately, their tournament is over as well.
Our first confirmed team to be eliminated here at EWC and the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. And finally, Mark can stop being so invested, and we can start to look now over towards it's Falcons versus Alliance. And 2 of Alliance have gone down. 1 has been able to escape to keep Alliance in the fray, but it's a successful hold of Mill for Team Falcons.
Just wipe it away, it's here. Sorry.
There's always next year. Maybe we can make a request that Mark has to crush the key of Dory.
No. Come on now. Well, Falcons win that team fight, like you say. Get some good damage, get a couple of KP to their name. Now, Gen G, they're involved in this fight around the armory. They've been trying to hold it for quite some time, and hold it they do. GK Esports will be eliminated second in the lobby. A little armor swap being dropped off. You know, Dexter can grab that on his way back to his feet. Ziki pops the bat, and Gen G will hold.
Yeah, some of these teams that are on the northeastern side are kind of in a bit of a skirmish. Here they are, Wolves versus Shopify Rebellion. Rebellion are the ones that are being held out by Wolves at the moment. They have the castle wall down and they are applying the pressure. So Shopify Rebellion looking to see if they can rotate around this mountain instead.
Gen G are fighting once again by the looks of things, although that may have been a knock from distance onto Asia. VP from the Godrock starting to do some damage, and they're going to be real damage output masters with the position they have. The problem is the zone is pulling away from them, and Ninjas in Pajamas now find themselves in prime position. Zone is continuing to pull towards them. For RRQ, they will have to move to the south, although they will be safe for the next zone. But Shopify Rebellion have got a long way to go. Team Heretics just been eliminated. And Zap is going to have to blast his way forward here with that Kraber in his hands. Unlucky still alive here for Alliance.
Heretics eliminated on 66 points as a total. That is not a comfortable number to be on. They are certainly going to be watching with bated breath as we get into the next set of groups. Flat have just lost 2 as well. Falcons and Nemesis working hand in hand to eliminate them, so Flat do go down.
Falcons have got quite the rotate to make as well. Now, Hao does have a zip line available. He's taken the purple perk to give him 2 of them. 1 has been used, but he's still got 1 in the arsenal of Pathfinder to use to get them a little bit closer to this zone when they have to make that play. But with teams still surrounding them, leaving at any point is a risk, taking that damage. It's going to make that landing a little bit more difficult to stick.
And it's a very important game for Falcons as well, because even though they have most likely secured their spot in the match point finals, it's about being as high a seed as possible for that POI draft. You're not catching Elite Esports, you know that. You want to try and set the pace above the likes of AG Global and Team Liquid who go into this next series.
Gen G are having a Gen G game right now where they're winning fight after fight. Unlimited are down, and it's Gen G again who will be the benefactors. Shopify Rebellion though, they're looking to swoop in. The Kickstart drone is down. Asia just about manages to take it down to 3v2 though, a 3v1. Dexter's on his own, and Shopify, you get the feeling they won't lose this one. Gen G are gone.
They fall, but it's a better points total than they were about 20 minutes ago, so they may have just done enough. Again though, they will be keeping a keen eye on these next matches they're going through. Shopify Rebellion just forced their way back into zone now.
I mean, they have to. They have no choice. Zone is at their back. Zap's got a Kraber in his hand. Zone is burning. Fuso is down, but Shopify just too much to ask. But by holding out Shopify, Kinatrope Club have just been eliminated, and it looks like the boys are back in form. They had a couple of quiet games in Elite Esports. They're back in the game. Unlucky just falls for Alliance. The solo is dealt with, and Alliance will be gone in this lobby. 11 squads remain.
Well, Alliance going down does give the opportunity to Elite to take the lead in this series now, as Virtus Pro also get eliminated. Could we see Elite go back to back to back with their group stage series and win every single one?
Nemesis on the height, down to a duo. Inside of this building is RRQ. They've got here early. And Down on the low ground underneath is Team Falcons. And Alb finds Waltzy. We were talking about weapons that are synonymous with players. Well, let's talk about legends. This man knows path better than anyone. And with the angles that he's taking, you can see exactly why.
Yeah, I love this position from Nemesis and Alb in particular. But it's not going to be a safe one come this zone moving in 20 seconds, so they need to have a game plan in effect as Falcons still surviving, using the geometry in their favor here to survive. RRQ have just lost Pricey and Easy Flash, so they're going to be down to just a solo now.
So difficult to push at this point, regardless of if you get that first knock, because you have Falcons underneath. Nemesis is a duo, by the way, doing a huge amount of work here. RRQ are going to lose Pricey, so now they're down to a duo. This makes Falcons' job a little bit easier, actually, on their rotate, knowing that there's two duos around them. You'd be less inclined to try and fight, and having seen the damage been done, Falcons now make their play forward, but there's a lot of angles that they're vulnerable from. And Guild and How are both down to two different teams.
Zip, zip, hooray. Both teams zipped in and both teams have gone down by the looks of it, or at least lost a couple. RRQ will be finally eliminated as well. That last remaining player could not get away. 9 squads now remain as Falcons also go down to Nemesis this time. Somehow, Nemesis are going on to Falcons once more.
Team Falcons just been eliminated. A combination of the lobby taking care of the America's powerhouse. KSH, they're in a stinger bolt. And they managed to just about survive. Team Nemesis have fallen. Good KP picked up a couple of extra points for them as their way towards the zone was always looking treacherous.
So now as we look at teams who have got a good position going into this final circle, NIP, Sentinels are in a good spot as well. Wolves are trying to hold out Elite at the moment, and it's going to be just kinda the last remaining player alive. And their chances of winning every single group dies with him, but it was still an incredible one, and they are still going to be the #1 team going into these next group stage matches.
Wolves looking for another win. BK Gaming just been eliminated, but a much better game from them in the top 6. Cole is not missing, by the way, with that long ball up on the high ground. And Ninjas in Pajamas, we mentioned how they're in the best spot for this game. They continue to be. They have the ultimate height that you can see on your screens right now, with RC below them, Wolves now below them as well, and Sentinels tucked in right alongside them.
Kurosami Havoc, by the way, going into this game, they were very much at risk and vulnerable, and whilst they still will be in those dangerous numbers, they're at 67 points!
Apex Legends is a horror game. Kurosami Havoc had no idea that RC were about to peek around that corner. And reject by name, they reject them trying to take their spot away.
Have they done enough, Kurosami? It's a good match 6 from them to give them the chance. As now NIP at the start of the day, it was a question of what if, but they have solidified their spot at least in the survival stage.
Monsoon with the Mastiff, Renock, Urice has to play behind the knockdown. Might be able to drag Fon back to his feet here, but it's actually allowed both players to get back up. Monsoon with a chunk. But here come Wolves. They swing to clean up the final pieces of both Sentinels and RC. Porte takes someone somewhere. We'll have to see if there was a return address on it. Reject will be eliminated. And Ninjas in Pajamas now versus Wolves Esports. And Wolves down on the low ground are going to have to watch NIP fall.
This one might be a slow and painful death for Wolves.
Lane's making a play here.
They're just going to hold them out.
There's one from Cole. And he's hungry for more. Cole wants to finish this off himself. NIP are back. They will win the final game here in this series. And the doubts from yesterday have evaporated.
And the question is, have Ninjas in Pajamas done enough to give themselves a chance at the match point finals? It looks like that answer is no, and it is most likely a survival stage run for NIP. But still, an incredible final match for them, and they got the job that they set out to do done. Not be eliminated from the competition at the first foremost, but also put themselves as high up as you can so you get a good POI draft going into that survival stage. But now this is where it does get interesting. 2 groups have completed all their games. They have set the pace And now it's for the rest of these groups, A and D, to start chasing.
Now they will become professionals at preying on the downfall of others, which is always a horrible, sometimes fun place to be in, depending on what end of the leaderboard you are at. But they will know what they have managed to achieve, they will know what their points totals are, and they will know what will be enough and what won't come the end of the next series, which is coming up a little bit later today. But that was a fantastic 6 games, you have to say. Every single game, some high quality Apex Legends, as we would expect at this stage here on LAN. A reject getting into that end game. This is just such a simple finish. The big moment of this for NIP, not only did they get the early rotate to get the height, but I think it was the wrap from Dory that just caused the chaos up on the high ground. They were able to just jump up, clean that up, and then they had no challenge essentially for the rest of the game.
Just reminded me Dory got eliminated. Genuinely though, it is very sad to see our first team eliminated from the competition, but for NIP, they will be delighted to get that victory on the board. And just to give you an idea of the lay of the land and where those numbers are and who currently holds the cutoff positions, it's going to be RRQ, who currently sit in 14th at 104 points as the chasing total for teams who want to get into match point finals. And down in the elimination stage, Dog Red currently hold the last eliminated position at 50, chasing Aurora's 51, which is the current cutoff. There are plenty of points to be found, because if you bear in mind that in this group in particular of what we just saw, and you're going to see it shortly, the amount of points you still see the bottom teams putting up.
Yes.
15 odd points on the board. So you're still going to be worried that even a bad performance might catch you.
Wolves, they get 17 points on the board in that game. We'll take a look at that, man. It doesn't really matter what the series results are. That's what we're really focusing on here, just try and kind of line up what the rest of the teams have to do a little bit later today. But one team that just surprised me when you mentioned that, like the Aurora name being on the cutoff of not just making it to match point final. I'm not talking about that, we're talking about elimination. Elimination's crazy.
Elimination is crazy, and it's really where everyone's eyes is going to be initially, because it's easier to calculate as well. But then when we start to think about the POI draft, don't remind him already, but that's the key of Dory. That is going to be crushed, the first to be crushed today.
There must be some way I can negotiate it not going in. It's going in there. It's going in there.
It's an updated crusher as well from last year. New and improved. I've heard it crushes harder.
It crushes like it's never crushed before.
Exhausted are the players as they were put through the ringers there. As now they're only going to be able to watch on and see what happens with the other teams that are involved. RRQ, it wasn't necessarily the best series for them. They finished down in 17th. But because of their day one performances in particular, they're still going to be alive in this competition.
You really can see how much it takes out of the players. Usually between games, you see people kind of taking a second to take a breath. But when it is done, you can see like the mental efforts that go into it. I mean, we're exhausted after a day of commentating on the game, let alone being involved in the intensity of every single moment. A lot of time to recover here for these players, and maybe not a lot of time to recover emotionally, as they're going to have to watch these points be collected by the teams in front of them. But Barney's down on the floor right now. Barney, who have you found? If I'm not mistaken, that looks like Unlucky.
And that right there is how you turn a frown upside down. I'm joined by Unlucky here from Alliance. A very different mood today, we could say, right? Game 4, 4.5k damage. You absolutely went nuclear. Talk about today. Just talk about today in general as an overview, and how much happier you boys must be.
Honestly, like, overall the game started like really good. You know, first game we had like 10 points, and the day in general already started very, very well for us. So they got like the ball kind of rolling. The zones are really unlucky for us overall again today, like the past 2 days. But we finally got a zone in game 4, and we popped off with 21 kills. Shout out to my boys, they actually played phenomenal, so yeah.
They did indeed. Now, you know, I've got to touch base a little bit more about day 1 and 2. I know that we spoke to Hackers yesterday. He very graciously gave us an interview, which obviously must have been tough because you guys were having an uphill battle, let's say, in day 1 and 2. From your perspective, I know we talked about zone pulls being a struggle. Was there anything else that you were having some issues with in day 1 and 2?
Honestly, I think, as you said already, the zones were really, really unlucky for us, but we were lacking in, I personally would say for myself, in confidence and self-belief, in believing myself, like, in the edge fights. We kept losing fights, and it was, like, mainly, you know, I would say confidence, because our comms were good, our vibes were good always, and yeah, I think it's literally just confidence. So
did you come into today with a lot more positivity in mind, and that's why you kind of popped off? What do you think contributed to this performance today?
I would say definitely like a mental reset had to be done, right? After the first 2 days, otherwise it would be chalked, right? But yeah, I would just say positive vibes was the key after those past 2 days, because it was really, really terrible. I was like, at least personally, down the trenches. Like I was like down all the way here. So yeah, I'm happy to be here now, where we're at.
Well, speaking about being happy, I've got to tell you one more time before we let you go. I've got to give a shout out to your boys, but also a shout out to the fans who have come in to support. How much does it mean to you to have them there in the crowd shouting for you guys? They are the loudest in the arena right now. So would you like to give some love to them?
Absolutely, all the love in the world, really. Like, I appreciate all of you guys. All the support is always really amazing. We can hear you guys from all the way back here chanting. I really support you. Like, I just appreciate all of you. And also shout out to my dad for coming here to Paris. I love you so much. Thank you so much for coming. It really means so much to me. So yeah, thank you so much.
Let's hear it for the dads. I like it. Unlucky, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. We have another interview locked and loaded for you with Graceful on the other side of the stage.
Thank you, Barney, as we are now here as well with Ken from Kirisame Havoc, who's just had a really tough series so far. Actually, you were in a couple of end games where I was looking forward to you. I was like, yes, he's making it through, because I had a chance to talk to you a little bit earlier today. I was looking forward to what composition changes you were about to do. So how did you feel overall went today for these couple of games?
The games today were on average, I think. It wasn't a bad set that we have, and it wasn't the worst one. So hopefully we'll pull it through.
I mean, I think as long as you make it by further into the tournament, you played good enough. And right now we're at that cusp where you might make it, you might not make it. It depends on the series, but I think you ended on, did you say 67?
67, yes.
Yeah, so 67 overall points could be enough to make you go through. So now, you know, you're gonna have to watch the next games holding your breath, maybe get some snacks and relax so you can recoup in case you have to go back on that horse again the next day. But one thing that I found really interesting while I was talking to you earlier is that you actually, you're the IGL, and you communicated on mainly English on the old roster Supernova, if I'm correct, and now you are IGLing in Chinese, yes. Is that correct? Right. So how do you really feel the differences? Is it easier, is it harder on the languages?
Since we're from Southeast Asia, it's normal to have a person to think multiple language. So surprisingly, I can speak okay English, so I actually IGL in Supernova using English. So since my mother tongue is Chinese, so it's easier for me to IGL in Chinese actually. So actually in the beginning it might actually be tough, but you just have to get in there, you get what I mean? Yeah.
Just have to get to the practice and eventually you'll definitely get it going. Well, I'm so happy and thankful for having this interview with you. I really hope you get some rest, some food, and you know, you get to recuperate in case we do see you tomorrow. I will hold my breath and cross my fingers to see if you make it through that line, because it's going to be really tight, okay? So until then, it was a great interview. Thank you so much for having us. And hey, Barney, back to you.
That's right, Graceful. Come on over back here because we've got another interview for you. And of course, it's with the man, the IGL, the demon. It's Light from Elite Esports. Light, you guys are playing so incredibly well. We almost had a historic moment today because you almost placed top of every group stage day that you guys played in. Today, it didn't quite pan out, but still a super impressive day. As the IGL, alongside Henchman and alongside Kinda, do you feel like it's your job to kind of not let anyone get too overconfident because you guys you're fragging out incredibly well?
Yeah, I mean, for sure there's lots of scenarios where Kinda and Henchman are like, can we kill this, can we kill this? I'm like, just chill, boys, just chill. We like need to chill a little bit. We have good zone, like we don't have to do anything. And they're like going crazy, like, can we kill this? Like they just want to kill. This LAN is like, I don't know, it's incredible performance by them. Like I'm surprised. There was like no expectations from us coming into this LAN, to be honest. And the boys are like fragging out of their minds, and I don't know what to say like most of the time. Like it's insane.
So what's like your IGL style, would you say? Because obviously you've got these two kids, they want to frag out as much as they can. You're holding them back and you're trying to look at zone pulls. What's your style in particular? Like, do you have a particular style in mind?
I mean, I'm like the type of IGL that's always in front. Like I have always kinda in my back on like Maggie, Seer, just helping me. I'm in front because I want to like know what's happening. So it's easier also to call like plays for me because I don't want to like ask kinda, can we do this? Can we do this? I just want to call it, so it's easier for us. And I have always kinda in my back, Henge anchoring. Like we need, if we need Henge, we just call them. Kinda is like just pulling out insane numbers on people, like just fragging out of the mind, and it's just like going really well. Like the game is just easy.
Oh, it's easy. Now, I mean, before I let you go, Esports World Cup, it's got to be a great experience for you guys so far. You said that there wasn't any expectations coming into this tournament. You're now, I mean, we can all assume, I'm pretty sure it's a guarantee, you're through to the final day on Saturday. Tomorrow you've got the day off. Saturday, what's the expectation for you guys now? Because you've performed like this. Is it, I assume coming into this tournament you might have been, top 5 would have been good, but now it's got to be all about winning in your mind, right?
I mean, as a coach taught me, you just play our game, and what happens, happens. If we do bad, so be it. But we're aiming to win it, of course, and yeah, I mean, that's it. We're just trying to win. What happens, happens.
Light, you've got a good head on your shoulders, my man. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Congratulations to Elite Esports for performing incredibly well over the last 3 days of the group stage, but we've got plenty more action to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to another Club Championship update where things are heating up here for Apex Legends on stage number 2. Now, if you're wondering how things are going so far, very surprising outcomes out of Elite Esports, absolutely dominating the competition and finding themselves in the top spot. We do see a recognizable face in Team Liquid in our top 3, Team Falcons down there in 6th, but overall, the story really is all about Elite Esports and what they've been bringing to the table here in the group stage. One important thing to note, though, is that after today, we will be eliminating 6 teams from the competition. We won't be seeing them anymore, and the top 14 out of today will be making their way through directly to the finals. The middle of the pack will be heading through to our survival stage tomorrow, and that's where we will eliminate the rest of our teams to get to our championship day. There's still a lot more Apex left, but we've had such exciting games so far, and things are really getting down to the wire. Now, we've got a lot of other titles going on throughout the space as well, so let's go check in with some of the other stages and see how their games are going.
Wow. Man, look at you. See that play? Hey, what? Papa Jen, what's up, man?
I'm here for this. Come on, don't disturb me, man.
Wait, I thought we were friends, man. I thought we hugged. Come on,
I love
man.
you.
Now I feel left out, man. Now I feel left out.
This is what Apex is. My heart can't take it, you know. But I'm here. I'm here with my community, my family, my children, and I'm just enjoying it. And I'm loving Paris as well, even though it's very hot.
Very hot right now.
Yeah, yesterday, like, I was sweating, you know.
Yeah, it's not been comfortable here. Listen, I know you're a dad. You're watching Jen Burton right now, or at least you're watching while he's here. It's a little different, right? He's not playing on the stage. How's that experience knowing you've supported him so much as a father, and as you know, his mom's right there, Mama Jen Burton's over there, but you guys are in a different role this time, kind of keeping his head up.
Actually, it's not, because we didn't qualify for finals before, where we had to sit down and watch it. It's pretty much almost the same.
It's the same feeling.
Yeah, same feeling. But the thing is, either way, I know we're disappointed, and Jen is disappointed, but this is the game.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about. Maybe all the players might experience this, but I would say all their parents or anybody that supports them, if they can't make it, definitely come and support them. Keep on supporting them, you know. Yeah. Just don't give up on your team. Your players, never give up on your team and players.
I think that's the reality of kind of being in professional sport, being a parent of a child who's in the profession of a sport as well. You also have to deal with the downs, not only the ups as well. I mean, we're parents of young kids right now, so I guess we're just looking for some advice at this point as well. When our kids grow up, you know, when they're struggling with the reality of some situations, like for instance what Jen is struggling with now, of like being here and then, you know, watching from the sidelines. You know, how do you, like, what kind of advice would you give us if we, you know, encounter those issues as we get older?
I'll give you good advice. People think I'm coming to land to win, watch my son win. I'm not here just for that. I'm here to support him in case he loses, to back him. Because when you're disappointed, you know, you go crazy, you know what I mean? And I have to be here for him when he loses, mostly. Of course, when we win, it's completely different. You know, I've experienced that 3 times. I know they're saying that Jen only won 2. Actually, he won 3. The first one in Sweden, which people don't count, which is wrong. You know, he's got medal, trophy and all that. And so I was there, but I hope we still have 2 more lands to go.
Yep.
They're gonna make it, and we'll see everybody in Las Vegas and in Sapporo.
Listen, at this point, if he keeps not qualifying and you keep showing up, you're going to have more interviews in your career in the ALGS than he does.
He might get jealous. I don't know.
You might have more fans than him at the end of the day.
I do.
Does Papa Jen Burton have more fans than Jen? Let us know, guys. I think it might be close. Hey, one thing we do love is that you're always showing support and a part of our family at the ALGS, Papa Jen. We appreciate you being here. We will see you in Vegas, right?
This is my number 14 at 15, Las Vegas.
Ooh, I love it.
We'll see him there, baby. All right, thanks, Papa Jen. And shout out Mama Jen, who's hiding, but you know, we love her too. We love her too.
Love you all.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
C'était le bon temps dans le pays d'antan, on allait danser toute la soirée. La masse musette, des balades au canal en revenant du bar pour boire un godet dans un petit troquet. Bien guinguette, c'était le bon temps dans le pays d'antan, il y avait des gamins, des petits gavroches, les mains dans les poches.
Welcome back to Rain Day's Room. We're here backstage with some of our pros for a relaxed, more intimate conversation to deep dive into their personality, some of the stories of the tournament, and also maybe have some fun as well. I'm joined not only by my man Graceful over there in the corner, but these three gentlemen who we have been talking about all tournament long, all split long really, in NIP, Cole, Vane, and Kurev. Fellas, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to have you.
It's good to be here and see you guys. I want to start, Vane, with Cole actually, because we need to do the official crowning of Cole as your name, because this man was known throughout the years as McLovin, and now you went with Cole. I gotta ask, what made the name change? What was the? I'm such a super bad fan. Why did you shift it away?
It was mostly just growing up playing sports, like IRL. Everybody calls me Cole, and that's kind of just what I was used to. And when I went to Wayne last year, nobody called me it. It felt very weird. So I was just like, I'm just going to change it to Cole.
Okay, well, you know what? We love it. We miss it, but I wanted to do it officially when people could see you. This was McLovin. It is now Cole. We've fully dropped that in the bed, though that is a great movie. Watch Superbad if you can. R-rated, though, so make sure, your kids aren't present. Guys, let's take a look. If we can bring it in, I know we have the scoreboard, and let's transition into a conversation about the game. I'll start with you, Cole, and then you can pass it down the line with Vane and Kurev, because I want to get your guys' thoughts. How has these first couple of days gone? You made a big change, an adjustment, over this series, but it's been a struggle for some of our top teams coming in. Expand on that. What's been going on? Feel free to share your thoughts, and we'll go down the line.
I think we've just been having a couple of issues. We've swapped to fully playing zone most of the games now, and we've had issues not being proactive at times, holding space correctly, and it just ended up not doing things on time, and it kind of just affected us the first 2 days.
Vane?
Yeah, I would agree for sure. Like, a lot of my calls, like last 2 days, were pretty hesitant in zone. Like, we should have been fighting a team with the time that we had, but we waited. A lot of that stuff was fixed today, so that was good. We played a lot better today. But I mean, every day we're coming in confident, so that's good. I mean, we know how good we are. It's just about, discipline and just tightening everything up as much as we can. And we've been improving every day, so.
Kurev, your thoughts, man?
Yeah, for me, it's like last champs happened the same. Like, we started picking up way later into the land, As we started getting comfy in the lobbies, trying to play more aggressive. I feel like now in this beta it's kind of difficult to be aggressive into teams, but we're trying to figure it out. It's taking it step by step. Now I think we're having a good feeling of how the lobbies are gonna go. So yeah, we're feeling more confident, more reaffirming on calls. It's very good overall.
I mean, generally you guys are struggling match 1 and 2. That's when Seer and Crypto is online, right? Is there do you guys feel a lot more comfortable once you're out of it?
It's really hard to hear you.
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, you just a little bit closer here. He asked about Seer and Crypto. Match 1 and 2, you've been
Match
struggling.
1 and 2, generally, you guys have been struggling a little bit. Is it due to the aggressive meta? I feel like pretty much every single team has done that at this point, right? Leading into the next upcoming role now at this point, do you guys feel more comfortable in the later stages of the bracket, or?
And what he's saying, because they can't hear you, because it's so loud in here, you can hear me and I can hear you, but they don't have our ear set.
So he's asking,
I'm screaming at it.
Yeah. Yo. Sorry, Cole's I got nothing, guys. I got nothing.
Yeah.
So he wants to know later on, right? Are you being able to kind of find that transition a little bit better after you started struggling from those 1-2 characters being banned and let off the roster?
Yeah, I think we definitely feel more comfortable after Crypto is gone, especially me. I mean, I really do not like playing that character. He's pretty uncomfortable. Because, you're not shooting your gun, you're not playing aggressive, you're not in the front. That's what I like to do. So, yeah. And just the way the bans go, our comps in the back later of the games, the last 4 games, are more so counter comps. We killing teams in zone, and we abuse their Newcastle comps and stuff, and it just goes a lot better for us later. So
I want to talk about your thoughts on what's happening in this atmosphere too, because you're not the only top team coming into this that had a great split, that were looked at as favorites, but had a slow start. So it doesn't feel, 4 out of 5 first place teams having that same exact thing happen, experienced players, that doesn't feel like that's by accident. So, Kira, what do you think is going on that's either causing some of this? Is it the metas clashing? I remember talking to Asia just a few minutes ago from Gen G. He said, I really would wish crypto was being played the entire time. You're like, I hate crypto. He's like, I wish we had him the whole, I never get to play him now when I come here. What's the impact of LAN that you're seeing at this tournament?
I mean, for me, I feel like most of the teams are just like readjusting, to be honest. Like, I don't think like you cannot like just come fully prepared and play against like every region in the world, just like to your 100% sometimes. Like, I feel like NA is like the most correct way to play, and then you slam like APAC, Europe, and just like everybody else, and it's like, I don't know, it's like kind of difficult to readjust in the lobby, but I feel like the top teams, like with each round that they have on top of them, they will like become very like more comfortable, and they will be able to like figure it out, I feel for me it's that.
And Grace, you've seen this again. I mentioned obviously your experience. There are moments where you make an actual mistake, right? And we just showed me when you were yelling at Naughty. Somebody bring the clip up of Grace just screaming at Naughty for not following on a call he made. Mean IGL right there. Bad IGL. No, but at the end of the day, like, those are mistakes, right? Yeah. Sometimes coming into a tournament and just not finding a rhythm till it's almost too late is just what happens.
I mean, it's exactly as well as what Dean said, is that when you're not being proactive enough, when you're just letting the game play it by itself and you're missing opportunities to get these kills, you got to get those points. Sometimes that reminds, a lot of teams have been missing out as well overall, is you got to play for second. Yeah. Get the 3 extra KP and placement while you're praying you get first place and missing out on the overall points. And at the end of the day, you just got to stack those points at this part of the lobby. But now, moving on to the next stage, 6 teams. Yeah. Like, it becomes a lot harder, and we're really going to see the teams that are being proactive stay head and shoulder above everybody else, because you can no longer play for just top 10s. You're not going to make it through it.
I want to start talking a little bit more about the broader journey you guys have had coming here, because it's rare we get to sit down with faces we see online for more than just 2 minutes, after a game, in between a set. You guys are spending a little bit more time with us. So take this opportunity here, and maybe we'll start with Cole. We'll move down the line, because I kind of know what's coming with you two. But Cole, we don't know enough about, I think your journey. Again, I mentioned McLovin. I said I wouldn't bring it up, but I'm bringing it up again because it's the first time we saw you. This guy's amazing. Now you find yourself in one of the best rosters, in one of the best organizations historically in esports in the world. What does that journey look like from you, jumping into Challenger Circuit, into this scene, and now being where you are right now?
It's kind of crazy to think about. I mean, not even 2-3 years ago, I was probably playing CC with LTC, Dan and Daniel back in the day, and that kind of fell apart. I then joined EEC for a little while, which we won a Pro League day, and then it kind of just fell through too. I then quit the game for about, 6 to 8 months or something, and we saw year 6 get announced, or year 5, and I saw the bans and the open and stuff, and I kind of just messaged Vane and was just like, you want to run it back? And it started out as for fun, and then it turned into something serious, and here we are.
Why did you take that break, and why did you come back? I mean, I know maybe the open inspired you again, but what made you say, I want to take a break?
I mean, the meta, and it was right when Gibby Newcastle Rampart was coming around, and I don't know. I was not enjoying the game, playing that 6 games out of 6, and
you're probably not the only one, man.
Yeah, just decided to take a break.
Okay, all right, makes sense. I want to hear from Vane here, because you and I walked into the cafeteria kind of the first day, and we said, hey, how you doing? We caught up, and I asked you how you were feeling, and we kind of got a little deeper than I anticipated, because again, journeys to get here for every one of us are different. For me, coming to a LAN 2 years ago, great. Coming to a LAN now as a father, well, that's 8 days, 10 days. I'm here for 7 weeks away from a 17-month-old daughter of mine. So the journey's always changed no matter where we are in life. You yourself had taken some time away, Vane. You talked to me about how much you had gone through to get from where you were after winning a championship for North America Online, going through that process of losing the imposter syndrome, but also your personal struggles to get to where you are now. What does it mean to you to be here at this moment at EWC after all you've accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, to be here, with my teammates and just, going to these lands, it means the world to me. Like, I've given this game a lot, I feel like, of myself and like my life, and I'm just grateful to be here every day and to have a job like this. And it started when I was really young. Like, I watched the CS tournament when I was 10 or 11, and I was like, I want to do that. That looks cool. I didn't know it was like a job or anything, but yeah, I was like, I want to play in tournaments like that. That's cool. Like, so yeah, I've been chasing it forever, and yeah, I mean, it's been very up and down.
Yeah.
You
took some time off as well.
Yeah, took some time off. Like, it's been very hard. It's been very, very hard trying to IGL, because I didn't always IGL, and like that was like I hit like a big roadblock after I left 100 Thieves, because it's like not a lot of people wanted to pick me up, and the only way forward was I just got to make calls and like make my own team, and just that was it. So,
well, it's amazing to see you here, man, and I'd be remiss not to at least let Kurev speak on his journey. I know Latin America and the support bringing an EWC trophy to Latin America, that is your dream here.
I mean, this is the best team I ever had, for sure. Like, I know we have like some bad days. That the first and second day wasn't the greatest, but I know with my boys, we're not gonna like be pointing fingers at each other. We're just gonna like bring it back up every time. Like, we're really like supportive between us. Like, the org is always there, Raven is always there, like to try and talk to us. Like, it's not like, okay, we made a bad call, it's like it was on you, like that's really good. And yeah, like the situation for Pro League 2, like I had every time I just gotta go 2 months like to like go to Mexico and stuff and be alone. Like, that could be like mentally taxing, but as soon as you come back to my house, be with my family, everything just like goes back to normal. Of course, like winning Pro League, it helped a little bit, you know? So
yeah, definitely.
It is not all excuses,
I love it, man. I love it. Grace, any last question for these guys before we let them go?
I mean, really, the only thing I have outside of you guys obviously know you just got a VOD review, fix your mistakes, and you go again, right? There's nothing about that. But I really want to say something that plenty of teams have picked up over the tournament as well is they're talking about vibes and team chemistry a lot. You said that 2 of your teams fell apart. Vayne, I think all of us here have left teams before, right? So what is this? Like you say, you love your boys. Everybody says they're confident, love your boys, they're the absolute best. What is it that makes you guys fit so well as a team? What is it that you guys were so absolutely dominating in the Pro League? Like, what is it that helps you guys just trust each other on that level? And what can other maybe other CC teams where they came from take from you guys and maybe apply to themselves?
I think really something that really helps is having like a mature IGL. Because, like in majority of the scene, you see like this toxicity, like I don't know how serial stuff like that. They just like immediately yell at their teammates or stuff like that. But I feel like our vibe is more so of like, okay, you make your mistake, you already know what you did wrong, like, and that's what brings you confidence into the next game. You won't get yelled at for making a mistake, so you will try and like just be confident, like try and keep making plays and stuff like that, just being yourself,
Yeah, I think something in Apex that's super undervalued is just team culture and team dynamics. Like, it's all about getting better, and you're kind of in a race to get better than everyone else before LAN, and during Pro League, like that's the time you have to do that. So like, if you have bad team culture and you're very that leads to being unproductive, after you die or when your team is trying to learn something. The more productive you are, the more efficient you are, the faster you learn, and the faster you are better than everyone else, basically. So the better culture you have, enables you to just be more efficient with your time and just be a more efficient learning team, and you just get better faster.
Awesome.
That's kind of the goal.
Cool.
I mean, I agree with basically everything they said. I would say really the only other thing I have to say is just I feel like we all have similar personalities and we like to have fun. We like to joke around. But when we need to be, we're also very super serious and take everything like as a tournament should be taken. But yeah, I mean, that's basically it.
Well, I love it, guys. Listen, I think a lot of people are rooting for you. We're excited because EWC has hosted and given a new championship to a new team every single year that we've had it in ALGS. Hopefully, it will be yours this time around. Still a lot of work to do. I know you boys are getting back into the rhythm, but thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for the invite.
Yes, of course, guys. We are going to be back with some more content. We've got previews of today's upcoming series. We've got some fun guests, even some pros joining us as well, and a nice breakdown with the Telestrator coming up all here in the next hour as we get our next series ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, and last but not least, we are checking in with Chris Tunn here at Stage 3. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on.
I mean, we're just going through our group stages here at Dota. 2 weeks of competition. As we mentioned yesterday, we're kind of getting through the weeds of it, getting rid of some of the teams who are really not in contention of those club championship spots. But, you know, we kind of have had a couple of these instances where some of these top teams, like Team Liquid, Falcons, okay, they've all had okay starts, but it hasn't been fantastic from them yet. So the pressure is on. This is a good opportunity for them to take some good club championship points because you don't have teams like Vitality, you don't have teams like G2. See, I've been thinking about this differently too. Virtus Pro are in there as well, but it's a massive opportunity for them to step up. If they can get some good points from finishing first, they're in a really good spot.
I'm sensing a little bit of a theme here because Team Vitality could potentially be getting some points over on Stage 1 as well. We're looking at Falcons and Liquid over on my stage. Okay, so there's a lot that we need to be paying attention to. Thank you so much for the update, Ton. We'll be back soon.
Cyberware, it sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But they don't tell you what it costs.
You all right, mate? Hey, you hear me? What's the matter with you?
Hello, user. You may call me Skippy. Speed, power, endurance. They're all right here. Just don't let it go to your head. Or you might lose it. Control or power? The choice is yours.
Oh, look at that. Okay, guns up.
Oh dear. Another ruthless kill. Your childhood must have been terrible.
Welcome to the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs lives at the Esports World Cup. My name's Barney Banks. I've got Rain Day here with me. We're here to chat a little bit about the overarching environment and experience for the fans, the players who are all arriving here as, you know, this place is starting to fill up now, isn't it, Rain Day?
It certainly is. And Apex is always a stadium that gets filled. Whether we're in Sapporo, whether we're here in Paris, they are fans that love to travel, and that's one of my favorite things about our esport. But even today in the stands, talking to one of the Sentinels fans who is their first time coming to an Apex LAN after watching the esport for a long time. It feels like maybe this is like, oh my God, good enough. I'm seeing this on TV. I got to show up here. A lot of European fans of ours, Pask, I got to shout you out as well. Makes every LAN, wasn't it this one? He saw the first 2 days, Barney, and he said, okay, is anyone selling finals tickets? Because this is too good to not watch live.
It's one of the best things about the Esports World Cup, right? The accessibility, the fact that now we're also in Paris, so it opens up to a lot more audience members that can come down and check it out. One of my personal favorites, I chatted to some of the dads. We've got Papa Jen here. We've got Papa Hackis here, Papa Unlucky. We got all the dads out. We're dads. We like to get into the crowd and chat with them. And you know what? A bit nervous right now. It's day 3 of the group stage, and Alliance, they're slipping.
This is a scary one for me because there's a lot of emotion attached to some of our long-standing heroes in the scene. And to see somebody who you have respected so much, who the scene has respected so much, like Hockey's, show up the way that he did yesterday in the final interview, but also coming into today with the nerves kind of showing for the first time. It's like seeing your dad cry for the first time. You're like, this is this invincible superhero, and then all of a sudden, you're like, wait, he's a real person too, doing his best. I think that's kind of the transition we're going through, but it signals something important, Barney, which is with all the young gunners we're interviewing, the Sacreds, the Jellies, we are seeing this rise of Apex talent that is opening up what has been a pretty consistent top 5 performance team over the course of our history. So I think this is a tournament that's going to start the new era of Apex, to be fair.
Yeah, because something that we always like to talk about are these young guns coming through and making an impact. How do they fare on a live stage? How do they fare in an esports environment at a LAN? A lot of the time we talk about experience being the biggest struggle because you step out onto the stage, the lights hit your face, you've got all the pro players around you, it's intimidating. They're having interviews for the first time, and some of them struggle with that.
Some are struggling, and I gotta say, it's something that I struggle with watching, but it's a part of the maturing process because we are here to put on a show, and they are not used to that yet because so far their experience of playing Apex is, I'm playing this game to be good, to perform, and to win. But when you get to this level, like any professional athlete understands, you are also now a part of a performance. You are part of a greater stage where many people pay thousands of dollars to spend their hard-earned money supporting, traveling to see, and watching you. So that interview, it's important to get in your back pocket just to get more comfortable with it. But again, I'll give them some time. They are still young, a lot of them.
Yeah, we got to give them some time. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, baby.
Come on,
at the end of the day, isn't it? Right, we got more ALGS Split 1 playoffs coming up. But for now, that's me and Rain Day out here at the Esports World Cup live from Paris.
Welcome back to the ALGS at EWC 26. I'm joined by none other than Girl and Glitter Explosion as well. But Girl, this is all about you. Please, welcome, first of all, to EWC. And for everybody that might not be familiar with you, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm an Apex content creator, ex-pro player. I was like one of the worst when I was pro.
Whoa. No.
Yes. But I tried and I love Apex and I've played Apex since day one. So I really have admiration for the pro players and what they do because they do a great job.
Okay, well, hey, since we're talking about the pro players, is there any out there that it's like your favorite pro players or your favorite team, especially with what's been going on today? We're going to have some teams going home, some teams going directly to the grand finals, and some teams going to survival.
I've been a part of the Apex scene for a long time, so I do have a lot of people that I'm rooting for, so I don't want to say any names. They know who they are. They know that they're my friends, so.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? Yeah. You're taking the high road on this one, which is completely fine. Now, how's your Paris day going so far? Have you been able to do anything or not yet?
No, I haven't been able to do anything yet. I have been enjoying speaking French.
Okay.
Yeah. I know a little bit of French because I'm Canadian, and I spoke a little bit of Arabic here too, so it's nice to leave the house and practice new languages and see a whole other culture.
Fancy.
Yeah.
How's your French, Glitter?
Très bien.
My French is awful. All I remember was practicing when I first got here. When I got lost in Paris, is Je m'appelle Set. And shout out to Penguin because he's the one that teach me that one. So you know what? How about we do this? How about you test our French? How would I say I love EWC 26, I guess. Oh man, you know what? Let's remove the 26 for now because I don't want to complicate it too much. So how would I say I love EWC?
Are we testing your French, or should I answer that?
So what we're gonna do is you're gonna tell us how to say it. Glitter's gonna say it, then I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna rate our French.
Well, Glitter taught me this one earlier, but j'adore EWC.
Oh my god.
You guys were cheating?
Oh my god.
What? Okay, wait. How do you say it? How do you say it?
J'adore EWC.
That was so good.
Dang, that was good. Wait, say it one more time.
No, it's your turn now.
No. Say it one more time. I need to hear it.
J'adore EWC.
J'adore EWC. Merci. That's all.
And that's the extent of my French. That's it.
Okay, which one said it best? Nobody. Oh, okay.
Sorry, that's just, she said it too clean.
I was gonna say no bias, but that's fine. Now we have been having guests try to draw something.
I know what I want to draw.
What do you want to draw?
Pathfinder.
Ooh. Glitter, what do you want to draw?
Let's go with the meta seer.
Oh, nobody likes meta seer.
Okay, so Seer and Pathfinder. We have a dilemma here because you guys are not agreeing. So I think we're gonna have to do rock, paper, scissors. Do you guys want best of 1 or best of 3 though?
Girl will decide.
Best of 1.
Best of 1?
Best of
Best
1?
of 3. Best of 3.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Because then we can like read each other's minds.
Okay.
Are you,
I like
are
this.
you guys doing rock, paper, scissors or rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
On shoot.
On shoot.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Count us in 7.
Oh gosh. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There you go. Okay, 1-0.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
1-1. 1-1. For everybody currently watching, by the way, let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Girl or is it going to be Glitter Explosion? Is it going to be Seer or Pathfinder? Because we're going to be rating their drawings. Okay, the decider one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh.
Okay.
Yay.
Who is it that you want?
Pathfinder, please.
This is gonna be hard.
Okay. All right. So do this for me. You guys can put down your mics now, but you can take as much time. No, not really. I'm only gonna give you about a minute, and we can see what you guys are gonna be drawing. So Pathfinder, timer starts now, and hopefully it's gonna be. Oh, dang. We have seen circles. We have seen stick figures. They're actually going in. This might be the toughest one. And for everybody currently watching at home, I know we have watch parties doing this, just watching everything that's going on here at ALGS at EWC. Try to give us a drawing from your perspective too. Nice Wig. Let's see what you got, Nice Wig. Because I know I would be absolutely awful, and I'm glad I don't have to draw. How's your painting going so far, girl?
Not so good.
Okay, well, you only have about 15 seconds left. Glitter?
This is better than I thought it was going to be, but this is definitely still not going to get me past like 2nd grade art class.
Honestly, it's better than what I would do, and it's better than what most of the people watching would be able to do. I don't believe that. I think you guys could probably draw better. So if you can draw better, don't forget hashtag EWC, share it on social media. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to showcase your drawing, and that's the timer. But Glitter, stop it. Put it down. Put it down. Don't show it yet.
I'm not showing.
Not yet. Don't show it yet. You guys can grab your mics now so you can also talk back with me. And since you won, I'm gonna let you decide, girl, who you want to show the drawing first. Do you want to show your drawing first?
Honestly,
it's good.
Let's show.
No
hers
spoiler
first.
alert.
Let's show hers first.
My first.
Okay, Glitter.
Okay,
Go for
ready?
it.
This is my Pathfinder.
I love yours so much.
Can we see it?
Wait. Hold on.
No,
Don't erase it. Don't erase it. All right. Let us know in the comments right now, chat. People that are currently watching, what do you rate Glitter's drawing? On a scale of 1 to 10. I'm gonna give yours because of the smiley face, I'll give you extra points too.
Thank you.
And he says hi friends too.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you a solid 8.5.
Okay.
8.5 for you.
I'll take it.
Okay, girl, no pressure.
No pressure.
Let's see what yours is like.
I can't draw.
Yours is good too.
Wait, I think it's good. And we clearly had the same. We had the same idea.
And she put some French too.
Vive la France.
Bonus points for the French. I didn't mean to do that.
Maybe
Extra bonus points. Honestly,
maybe I get a 5 or a 6.
Nah. Because of the French, I would personally give you a 9.
Wow, that's
right?
very generous.
And it's not like I'm being biased or anything.
He's just mad that he didn't speak French as well as I did earlier.
And for everybody watching, now is your turn to let us know in the chat, what do you rate girls drawing? Because I can't wait to go back and see what those ratings are actually like. And before we actually let you go, let everybody know where they can find you.
I'm on Twitch usually at girl, GUHRL. Same on YouTube, but it's like Hey Girl on Twitter and Instagram. Yeah.
Well, there you go. If you guys want to go check that out, make sure you do. And don't worry, a lot more ALGS at EWC 26 is coming up because we have some groups. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the grand finals, who's going to be going to survival, and who's going to be going home. And hopefully it's none of your friends, because I know you have a lot of friends. And we'll see what's going to happen here, live from Paris.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, funny things happen when you're walking around an Apex Legends tournament. You see some familiar faces, and sometimes you see some familiar online names. This guy, he looked familiar. He was looking at me. I said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm No. And I'm like, "Oh, No from HM. What's up, man? How you doing?"
I'm good. I'm having a lot of fun right now. It's right next to Belgium, so of course I came. I have to, even though we didn't qualify, very close, but I'm having fun.
I love your approach of saying, listen, we were 11th in the split. Only 8 teams from EMEA got to qualify. 12 got to qualify from North America. So it was admittedly much harder to make it here, but you guys were so close. You had a good split. This was only your second split of professional play in Apex. What have you learned so far after that journey of just finishing split 2, even though you didn't split 1, even though you didn't qualify?
I mean, you always have positive and negative things, but you have to always remember everything that went positive. And for me, it was just getting the confidence to keep playing the way I want to play.
Yeah.
And just knowing that me too, I can be on a big stage like this next split. And that's the most important thing to me.
Also, the nicest words regarding Belgium as a USA Soccer fan have come out of this man's mouth. He was so apologetic. He was really, really nice to talk to after they beat us down in the first game. But, you know, we're going to save that topic for you guys in the chat. Having a look at this, we've seen a lot of great performance from EMEA. Elite Esports, kind of henchmen. Talk to me about how those guys, you had to play against them a lot. Talk to me how good those guys are, and are they going to another level at LAN?
I definitely think they're going to another level at LAN. Those guys have been trying everything right now. During Pro League, they were doing all right, but not as expected. And right there, they're really showing up even more than expected. And I'm really wondering how it's going to go for finals, because they're already qualified now. So I really wonder how it's going to go.
Let's talk about that Alliance story really quickly, and NIP as well. You can look at maybe 4 or 5 of our #1 seeds, and they haven't shown up yet. What does that mean to you? Why do you think that's happening?
I mean, you qual to LAN, even if you qual to LAN as the 9th seed, you still qual to LAN and you deserve your spot here. I think this shows that every team here can fight with each other. You don't have anybody just over anybody, just like Elite. They weren't doing very good in Pro League, but they still qualified, and now they're just the best team overall. So I really think every team values each other as equal.
No, you are, what was it, 19? No,
18.
18 years old. Your second split in Pro League already. What does the future hold for No?
The future is keep pushing forward, and honestly, I'm very excited for next split, and I hope to be at Las Vegas to actually play and not be here in the stands with the fans, but play on stage and have fans screaming my name.
Well, we hope that happens as well for you. Thank you for taking the time. No from HM 11th. They were so close to being here. No's still here, and I guess he's the only Belgium I'm gonna hug this week. See you guys. Thanks, buddy. I know.
All right, now we've moved on over to stage 4. We're back with Trav, and it's time for yet another update on what you've got going on over here.
Yeah, it's been special today, I won't lie. The favourite coming into this competition has just been knocked out, completely out of the tournament, which is a big hit for Team Falcons.
Okay.
They've had 3 out of their 5 players already knocked out of Fatal Fury, which is massive. One has secured their place in day 3, and another one has still got to play today. Vitality, though, looking a lot better. They've come with a pair of twins who are both representing Team Vitality, which was a cool story in itself. One's managed to get through, and he was part of the people that knocked out that Team Falcons player as well. So they're having a big, big day for Vitality.
That's going to end up being very important when it comes to Club Championship stuff, because Vitality and Falcons are teams that we are looking at when it comes to the Club Championship. So interested to see how the rest of this plays out. Things are really heating up. Thank you for the update, Trev.
Massive moment for Apex! It's a huge moment for Apex North!
세븐데에 나왔을 때 그냥 이거는 하늘이 북쪽이 나도 그냥 이겼다라고 생각을 했습니다. 일단은 지역에서 첫 번째 우승팀에서 이제 이렇게 될 수 있었다는 게 되게 엄청 뭔가 영광이기도 했고.
And this is a moment they would have dreamed of. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winnity.
되게 재능 있고 이제 훌륭한 선수들이었다고 생각을 했는데 일단 개인적인 사정이라던가 일단 그런 것들로 인해서 흩어지게 됐을 때 좀 아무래도 좀 아쉬움도 좀 있었고요. 아무래도 이제 계속 경기를 하다 보면은 이제 좋은 결과가 나올 때도 있고 안 좋은 결과가 나올 때도 있지만은 저는 일단은 이제 결과도 중요하지만은 그 과정에서 되게 성장하고 이런 것도 중요하다고 생각하기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 이제 당장 좀 아쉬운 부분이 있었더라도 이거를 이제 발판 삼아서 더 나아지는데 이제 전념을 해서 계속 도전을 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon now are going to have that southern side. They have the wall to work with here, but they don't want to push up too quickly. They want the other teams to fight first.
Crazy Raccoon firing through the fences, hoping that they're not going to be stunned for long enough.
He's been able to IGL, take a trophy home, be the first one to ever do it with a full Korean team. For me, top 3. I think that's where he stands.
일단은 제가 생각했을 때는 일단은 객관적으로 일단은 지금 이제 엔터포스 로스터가 역대 한국 팀 중에 가장 강한 로스터라고 자신을 할 수 있고요. 저는 이제 굉장히 기대가 되고 또 좋은 결과를 가져올 수 있을 거라고 일단은 생각을 하고 있습니다.
With Sinup and Juzna, I think he could definitely do it again. I don't think this is his last chance. I still think he's got a run in him. He has that experience, and when it comes to being calm, cool, and collected, it's about the IGLs that know how to convert match point finals into the win.
일단은 이제 다들 이제 내성적이기 때문에 상준이랑은 몇 번 이제 같이 밥도 먹고 그랬었는데요. 그 형이랑은 이제 연락은 거의 안 하는 것 같고 근데 이제 우승하게 된다면은 이제 저를 보고 자극받아서 이제 또 한번 도전해보는 게 어떻냐 그런 어떤 생각이 있긴 하네요. 나는 그냥 재밌었으면 좋겠습니다. 이제 뭐 어떤 선수로서의 저 개인적인 어떤 커리어나 그것도 중요하지만은 이제 제가 경기를 하는 것이나 아니면 이제 스트리밍을 하는 거 있어서 그런 거 있어서 이제
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Our first series between groups B versus C is over. Did they do enough? Or are they gonna fall short? We've seen it so many times where a team is not able to qualify to the next stage or get eliminated by just 1 point, or sometimes even comes down to just the tiebreaker. But for a lot of the squads, I mean, the biggest question mark, honestly, at the beginning of the day was NIP. Were they gonna be able to respond? And boy, Lace, did they respond?
They got the memo. You dropped it and they picked it up. It was honestly an exceptional performance from NIP. I did mention that, Olympus coming to this was their strongest map, and they did sort of showcase that, and they were able to get those points that they definitely needed to add to the tally. I do have to say, we've still got a fair few more games. Crazy going to see like the overall stats here, but look, they definitely did enough to be able to, cement themselves.
Yeah, 59 points. It's definitely going to give them some extra cushion. The other one, though, another question mark was Alliance. And with those 61 points, they're looking good too, Graceful.
They were so happy, and you could even hear it in the interview with Unlucky after. He's just so, like, all the pressure has relieved. He's now here. I heard somebody scream as well, finally, Alliance is in Paris. And then it is true, they have now landed. So I'm really happy to see them. I'm excited to see what's going to happen going forward. But as we also expected, I think that now that they've made it past this hinder, so to say, they should have a smooth sailing to finals, I am hoping.
Yeah, I think honestly these two teams that we talked about, I love that all of our predictions of talking about NIP and Alliance came true, where they were finally able to step it up. And unfortunately, you'd think if a team got first in their lobby and third in the lobby that they would be moving forward into the top 14. But they're only going to be looking back thinking we could have done more in days 1 and 2, which is going to frustrate them. But their objective was to make sure that they weren't going to be eliminated and that they were going to move forward. I don't think they were thinking, hey, let's focus on top 14. It was just, let's make sure we get on to the next day no matter what.
I mean, another team I really wanted to talk about and that I interviewed, Kirisame Havoc, one of the teams that is on the cusp. I believe he said that they were on 67, so might be safe, but honestly, it could go either way. It's been really competitive at that bottom cutoff for the moment. So hoping for him that he's probably eating and resting up right now. Hey man, enjoying some food and really holding his fingers for these next couple of matches.
Yeah, some of the other teams I was looking at, that JNG, RRQ as well, Snipe Down. I know earlier you were talking about RRQ while the whole crowd was going crazy. Well, luckily for us, now there's going to be different groups, so they don't gonna come in and start throwing stuff.
And I won't stir them up.
But there was something that you did want to watch, Lace, and it included...
was RRQ. We kind of wanted to keep like a little eye on them because they were 10th on the overall standings, and then they did drop to 11th, and then Team Falcons has taken over, and they only just got 17 points there. So it could have just knocked them out due to that play. So it's very close for them. So you want to keep an eye on RRQ because they did have it, and then unfortunately this group might have lost it.
See, I was thinking of a play that you really wanted to watch because it was none other than NIP versus JNG, and I think we might have that play. And there you have it.
Here we go. This is one of the fights that we actually missed in our sort of match 5 when they were playing here. This was very important for Gen G to be able to capitalize on this fight. Obviously, with NIP sort of dominating this series, this group stage, this is something that if they could have taken out, NIP at this point would have probably pushed them a little bit more up. Obviously, Gen G only earned about 17 points, I think, over this as well. So it has been incredibly tough for Gen G. I don't know where this puts them. Can't do maths, but it is not really looking good for our Apex South team.
I mean, even then, NIP, I had the opportunity to talk to all of them. Very kind people as well. One of the biggest things that I like to hear is that they're keeping each other accountable, and they're not blaming each other, and they're both reviewing and improving. And the thing that I like the most from him is he's like, yeah, dude, it's time efficient. Because if you argue, it's not time efficient. You won't learn as much, and that's not efficient. And I just love that way because we can see every game, there's always something you can improve on. Whether that be your macro, did somebody screw up their looting route? Yep. Did we make the decision to take the fight fast enough, or did we close out the fight fast enough? Should we have ran earlier? There's always something that you can pick up and learn on. And as they said as well, we've just been steadily going better and better. If they keep this up, maybe they're in the Pro League form by the end.
Yeah, and Snipe Down, I'm thinking now of the body language that we saw from some of the players from Team RRQ, because they just looked super defeated towards the end. We went from seeing their highs and now their lows. You as an ex-pro player, tell me what was going through their mind, especially at the end when we saw them like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what they were like in that day 1. I mean, they were we saw Strafing Flame. He was laughing, he was loving life, and all of them are getting along as it can. And I think that team is maybe more affected by what's happening, and it's harder for them to pull themselves out of their slump, because I know Strafing, for example, feels like, the weight of this team is on his back with his calls, and he takes a lot of responsibility. And if you start series slow, and not only one series, but yesterday when they had a poor series, coming in today and having another repeat, 15th place, I'm pretty sure is where they ended up. That might have been GK at 15th. I know they had a really rough set, but overall, I mean, for them, I think they're going to make it through. They're not going to make it through the winner's side. I think that they were pretty confident that they would based on their day one. I think that's another team that ended in the top 3 and didn't, and is not going to end up. So overall, what this last series really showed me is a lot of teams did step up. You have Team Nemesis, for example, Abreleli in that roster, and you have the Sacreds and all these people that are coming into this tournament with teams kind of underappreciating how good that they can be. Nemesis started the year very strong, finished Pro League kind of weaker than what you expected, because with so much momentum to start, you thought they were only going to improve, but to come out on day 3 and to really cement themselves as, hey, we are here, we're ready, and I think that might put them in a spot to move forward. It's going to be very interesting, and 116 is right around where that cutoff's going to be. I think that they should be safe, but we look like we have a lot of teams that are going to be really close to that. I'm pretty sure the Alliance and the Gaming Gladiators are not going to be able to move forward, so we'll see what it looks like here in this next set.
That's actually one that I was looking at. I was looking at Alliance with 108 points. Is that going to be enough or not? I know you're happy that they're not going to be eliminated, Graceful, but is that going to be enough?
You mean enough to
make it to the grand finals directly?
I mean, at that point, it just depends on how the other teams in the lobby are playing. So that's the thing. You can be one of the teams that is crossing their fingers to not get eliminated by the cusp, or you can be the ones that are hoping that you get it's not a free pass, but you know what I mean, like a free pass to grand finals immediately. But I think that regardless, all of these teams that have shown up in this series, like we kind of expected from all the veteran teams, and I would like to include Nemesis there because everybody, like Alb has a huge history, right? So like all of these teams did show up, this Wolves included, by the way. I feel like we didn't talk enough about them because they were kind of silent throughout this series, but they did have their moments. So when you have that, all of those teams pop off, I think they're all warmed up by now. This is the form that we're normally used to seeing from them. And if anything, this should be a predecessor for what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, we have some of the other teams, right, that are going to be coming up. We know SAUL, they're going to be making sure that they do enough, and I think they will do enough to make it to those grand finals whenever we end up talking about them as well. BK Gaming with 102 points, that might not be enough for the reigning champions to go directly to the grand finals.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at like RRQ, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've played, that's it, and then we've moved on to someone, SAUL at 104, just 1 point under Wolves. Like, they've got 6 games to overtake that sort of side, so it's going to be, cemented for them, but it looks like some of these other teams are sort of going to go out. Obviously, Gen G, that's a little unfortunate. We're going to see Dino soon come through. So there are going to be some like crazy teams that will be able to, I guess, calculate and make up these points. But it looks like we've had a massive shuffle in our top 4 team. But yeah, I'm wondering like how we've got Zeta Division at 67.
I mean, I think all of those people cheering for those teams, Zeta specifically, or other teams as well, are definitely holding their breath at this moment. But the word that you said that I really want to highlight is shuffle. This leaderboard is still gonna shuffle regardless. There's 6 games to be played. All of these teams are hungry. And that's the thing I really want to highlight. You could see it. The reason you're wondering right now, Grace, why did we see such a big difference from these teams on day 3 compared to day 1 and 2, is because now you are forced to play proactively. You try to let the game play itself out, and you kind of bit the curb, honestly, or hit the curb, and now they're like, hey, we gotta actually be proactive. We saw it in the forms of Nemesis taking over the games. We saw it in the form of NIP taking over the game, and the old form of Alliance taking over the game. So it just really goes to show that all of these guys are now here to make plays and not get played on.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a question for everyone. Do we think Aurora is going to do the same thing that we just watched Alliance and NIP do? Are we going to come out with the same standard that we gave, Alliance and NIP? Because, I mean, they were the #1 seed in EMEA. We watched what just happened, and if they don't, then some questions might have to be raised. Are they ready for this?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I want to see effect in the grand finals. I don't want to see them get eliminated. I don't think they'll be able to qualify directly to the grand finals. How about you?
I feel like they'll have to do it. And like with Effect, he's just going to flip this switch and he's going to take absolutely everything down in his path. Like he would not be happy with this. And so he's going to change it right in these 6 games. Like this is, I do feel, Snipe, I'm going to have to agree. I feel like it's going to be a Ninjas in Pajamas Alliance kind of performance, because this is an incredible team like we have touched on before. And yeah, Effect won't let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think that they've hopefully VOD reviewed and fixed their issues, because we know that they're more than capable of just absolutely taking over the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if, in case of anyone, they started the furthest ahead out of those teams. So if they have any type of performance like we just watched, they could actually end up in the top 14, unlike the other two. So they have the best chance if they're going to hold themselves to the same standard that they've been performing at the entire year.
Yeah.
And I think they will too. And I mean, if we give a little bit of a sneak peek here at the next groups coming up, JD Gaming was one team that I asked you guys yesterday. Out of all those squads, Alliance, NIP, Aurora, that's one squad that everybody agreed on that they are not going to make it in. What are you expecting to see out of JD Gaming coming up?
So, you know how I talked about NIP being very calm, collected, talking about this, we're all responsible. Some teams are emotional. I think Nadi is one of the best examples of an emotional player. When things go well, he is popping off. When things go low, he is head down between the knees, just holding himself accountable because he really wants to make it happen.
I feel like this first game is super crucial for Naughty.
Like
with the mentality.
Yeah, of course,
of
course.
Like,
but that's the thing. I mean, I competed with Nadi on C9 on a LAN with him, and he can either tunnel vision or he can just free think and just be the biggest brain. So it all comes down to how he's affected mentally. But I think that if anywhere, it's the time is right now, because otherwise you're going home.
Well, if you were to put in his position currently with what's going on, what's at stake, right? And if something doesn't go your way, let's say the first 3 games don't end up going your way, Snipe Down, how would he be able to just snap himself out of just that funk that he's going to get into?
I mean, Nadi's always been one of the more aggressive players, so if first 3 games, go poorly, you have no choice. And that might be exactly the kind of play style that they need, is to realize we have nothing to lose at this point other than, obviously get it going home. And so you actually have that. But at the same time, it's like, we have to just go all out. We have to trust ourselves, trust our skill and what we've been doing the entire year, which is just running and gunning and outperforming their teams individually, which is where they've been able to end a 2nd seed, I want to say. It was in North America, which is very impressive for IGLing. The biggest problem with this is that Nadi doesn't have that IGL experience on LAN. Like we've seen these other teams at the bottom that have had the time to do that and the ability to come back. So I'm just worried that we've talked about desperation in the past, that sets in if they don't get that fortunate zone like we saw at Summers University in game 1 when Alliance and IP both started, to give them a little breath of fresh air of saying, okay, that was good. We get to calm down and play our game from here on out. If that doesn't happen, it will be kind of concerning.
Well, they still got some time, because Group A versus Group D is going to be coming up. We'll see if they got what it takes. So stay tuned, because we will get a chance to talk more about those teams coming up after this break.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Sandstorm, and I'm here with Sacred from Team Nemesis after an incredible performance in what seems to be the most stressful day of the competition so far. But you guys came in with such confidence, and you guys had an incredible performance, tying first with Alliance and Elite by the end of today in that group. So walk me through it. Tell me about the team and how you guys came in with such confidence to perform so well on such a stressful day.
Pretty much, like after the first 2 days, we didn't perform as well as we wanted to. So I pretty much just said that it's either we drop a nuke every game or we just go home, and we have to fight every team no matter what. That's the confidence, where the confidence came from.
I mean, honestly, it definitely showed up today. You guys were very, very consistent across the board. Now, I want to say you guys are on the top side of the leaderboard when it comes to being top 14 to make it to the grand finals, but we'll have to wait for the rest of the results. So walk me through what you guys are doing for the rest of the day. Are you going to be focusing on your VODs maybe? Are you going to be watching the rest of the games, or what's the team going to be up to?
We're definitely going to be watching second block, and we're going to be praying for sure.
I want to say, like, that has to be another stressful part of competing in these kind of competitions, because you don't know if, I want to say, like, if you did was enough or what. So how do you deal with that stress? How do you cope with it?
I don't know.
I think it's kind of difficult. But you know what? So far, you guys did incredible. I think you're on 115 points in the overall leaderboard. So I want to say should be safe, but again, we don't know what's going to happen. So make sure to tune in, and we'll see what happens with the second block of the games today.
おはよう、僕たちは WGR ネオだよ。おはよう。おはよう。今回の EWC で僕たちは1位を取ります。取ります。取ります。よし、じゃあ今回はこのゲームにチャレンジしていこう。レッツゴー。レッツゴー。カモン。カモン。カモン。
じゃあ最初の質問です。どのレジェンドがマービンロボットですか？
はい、パスファインダー。カモン。カモン。
じゃあ、お前真ん中だよ。
次の質問です。オリジナルのローンチマップの名前は何ですか？
ワールドエッジ。
はい。キングスキャニオン。キングスキャニオン。
はい。
ダッサーお前。ロン毛。
終わった俺。終わった。負け。おい負けだよもう。負けだよ。もう無理だよ。
このゲームの中に現在いくつのショットガンがありますか
？4つ。
グー。やばい。やばい。
俺もこんな。俺。オーマイガー。壊した。
じゃあちゃんとBK47 の、最高のマガジンキャパは何でしょう？はいどうぞ。30。違う。BK47 はいどうぞ。
28。
29。はい当たりで何色ですか？何色のレベルですか？
何色？紫。
はいグッド。じゃあどうぞ。
入ったちょっと。
ブラッドハウンズのレイブンのお友達の、名前は何でしょ
う？カラスの名前？アルトゥーラ。
惜しいけど。
もうちょっと。
アルトゥーレ、アルトゥーラリ、アルトゥーリ、ラリルレ、アルトゥーレ。
違う。
アリラリ、アルトゥール。出ました。
無理だよちなみにこれ答える人いないからね。
カモン。
おーうまい。
ビナボー。
おめでとう。カモン。
レッツゴー。レッツゴーウッド。
Well, we're getting very close to crushing some of these keys here at ALGS at EWC 26. We don't know yet. We kind of have an idea of which keys might be crushed. But honestly, with how many surprises we have gotten today, with how many teams have been able to step up in a big way, like you were saying, Graceful, that leaderboard is bound to shuffle.
Shuffle it will indeed, as you said, as hopes and dreams are either crushed or raised, as some people have found a second wind of hope so far in this tournament. And I really hope we get to see more of that.
It looks so cool too.
That looks terrifying.
I know, that's why it looks cool. I just want to see some keys.
Want to try sticking down the arm there just to see what happens?
Nah.
You go first.
I know I got travel insurance, but
it covers that.
I'd rather not do that one, but there you go. There's a reminder for the groups that we have. And don't forget, I mean, we're talking about SAUL Esports. We're talking about Aurora from some of the squads that are going to be playing here from A versus D. Who's kind of coming to your head, Lise?
I mean, we said it before, we're going to keep an eye on Aurora. SAUL, I reckon they'll be absolutely fine. You know, they are up the top with, like, I think 104, so they have 6 games just to get a little bit more on top of that. So we definitely need to be keeping an eye on those ones. But look, yeah, is it Zeta? I think they were just under SAUL. Sorry, they're on that second page, so they're ones that we'll also have to keep an eye on as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here going to have my eyes glued to Aurora, see if they can do what NIP have done, Alliance have done, because yeah, I still can't believe that they are in that position that they're in after 2 days.
And something that we haven't seen today that we have seen in previous series, Snipe Down, is teams being able to get 2 wins. It doesn't necessarily have to be back-to-back. Sometimes they're split apart, but it just hasn't happened today. What is that reason? Is it because everybody just knows that they have to play and make sure that they don't get eliminated?
Yeah, I mean, it is the final day, and we're going into the final match of all the pool play here. So, I mean, it's going to come down to who wants it the most. I don't think we're going to see any back-to-back winners in this one either. I think it's going to be well-rounded like it was in the last series where, you have some teams that were more in the middle of the pack start to push up and really try and find their stride. And I'm hoping that, one of those teams might be Enerforce 36. There's a lot of really good players on the team. You have Obley, the IGL, who was the Year 4 Split 1 champion. And you have a couple other people on that team, Juzna and Sinop, who have placed 3rd at major lands before. So this is a team as well that we should focus on because when we're at these Japan champs, they have the home crowd and they have dominated at these. And to see them also at the bottom of that leaderboard, we have to give them a chance just like we've been giving, some of these other rosters that same respect.
I mean, I think we can actually count Enerforce 36 into the veteran teams as well.
Yes.
And another team I really want to lift up is Zeta as well at that point. One of the teams that some people might consider slow starters, but once they take off, maybe they come back as well. We've seen it from Alliance, we've seen it from Wolves. Now I want to see it from Zeta, Enerforce 36, and please, Aurora.
He's got a little shrine out the back with effect and he just goes and sits there for a bit. So I've seen it.
Dude, I was flying with him for 14 hours being his big brother. He said, I'm still hungry. I said, I'll order some more food for you. I'm just taking care of him. Of course. I look at him like my little brother.
Where are you now? Why are you up here not taking care of him?
Because I'm working.
That's crazy.
Graceful, does that worry you though? For Zeta, you were saying they're usually known as slow starters, but in this one, it feels like it's the complete opposite, right? Because remember, that squad was able to get some wins on the first 2 days. Are you starting? Does it worry you now? They're starting to slow down when they're actually supposed to step it up.
You say they were slow starting. They had 4 donuts pretty much, and then they won back to back. So that to me is literally the definition of being a slow starter. They need to get what they had in the last 2 games. Right now.
So. Not back-to-back, but at least 2 wins. Is that what we want from Zeta?
I would like to see that. I think minimum 1 win. That's what I'm calling right now. Minimum 1 win.
All right. I like this. And you know what? Quickly, Snipe, if we were to get a team that gets not back-to-back, but just 2 wins, which team would it be?
Probably Aurora, man. I think that what we're seeing with these teams, I think they're probably the best set up just based off what we saw in the last series.
Okay. And Lace?
I think they have to. It's
Aurora?
I think they can do it, but I think they can't have to.
I thought, Okay. Hey, that's a thing, though. With a team like Liquid in this lobby, a lot of those teams that want those points need to be careful because they're going to be sponging up those points. But I think it's time. It's time to see what Group A versus Group D has got and who's going to make it to the grand finals, who will go to Survivor, and who will get those keys crushed.
L'histoire de ces équipes va s'écrire ici et ce soir. 3 histoires possibles: triompher, survivre ou être éliminé de la compétition.
Yesterday we spoke about writing your story here at the Split 1 playoffs, but right here is where you decide which direction your next chapter goes. Is it a story of survival? Is it a story of triumph? Or does your story end here?
On l'a vu plus tôt dans la journée, en 6 games, beaucoup de choses peuvent se passer. Personne n'est à l'abri et toutes les équipes ont encore l'opportunité de faire un comeback légendaire.
Just a few moments, the calm will disappear because today is the day that everything changes. This is where reputations are built. So let them hear you as we introduce our teams to the stage, starting with PXX.
Dinos.
Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Dog Red.
TIE.
WGR Neo.
Zeddy Esports.
Zipline Mafia.
Trinity.
TLN Pirates.
Gaming Gladiators.
SHUL Esports.
AGAL.
Aurora Gaming.
And sitting up with their fans, it's Zeta Division.
Team Liquid.
Enter Force 36.
Forfun Esports.
Team Vision.
And finally, JD Gaming. Tout ce qui s'est passé jusqu'ici appartient désormais au passé. Le classement peut encore être chamboulé et tout le monde peut sortir son épingle du jeu. Mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui, une seule chose compte, ne pas être parmi les 6 dernières équipes.
Forget yesterday, forget predictions, none of that matters now. Today is simply about earning your place tomorrow. So go out there and take it. Let's do this.
Day 2 here at the ALGS Global Series Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026, and the group stage continues.
The good news is that there's still time to rectify your mistakes, but the bad news is that that time is now.
SAUL, criminally underrated, always in finals, always there or thereabout when it gets to match point, and I've got a little feeling that SAUL are going to put out something a little bit special today.
This stage is ready. Everybody's ready. Let's get started.
Dinos, though, what a swing that is from Chaos! He's taken down, but no! Through here. GG have taken the game by the looks of things. Elite Esports are down, and GG moving forward. It's a game 1 win for GG. The form of yesterday continues into day 2. From the R99, the second one comes in from the Prowler of Jake Future, and Dinos get their win! Almost single-handedly with that R99. Now he slides in for his second potential kill on this team.
Coming in as Legacy, he's finding out who can stop him though.
And we are just hip firing straight into Team Vision, and SAUL are your winners.
Jesco, they go crazy. He tries to get 3 fire shots, only one left, but BP.
Jesco is going, and he does it! SAUL with the back-to-back wins!
Everything on the line within Apex Legends Global Series here in the Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. We got groups A and D. We saw our first series play out, the stress on so many of our players' faces. And now, when these teams have all their fate in their own hands as they watch the K Crusher from their seats, they know what is at risk. Welcome, everybody. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with my my girl Tiff, and we're going to be taking you guys through our first 3 games of our last series within group stages.
I know, let's get back to Olympus, shall we? It was so wild and action-packed in our earlier series, but how will our groups A versus D fare with their own chance at Olympus? And as I look around, I see all the fans, and I'm like,
me,
the lovely blowing locks.
Someone's got to get 0, one of those fans too. I mean, everybody is feeling the heat when it comes to the level of competition that we got on our hands as more fans make their way into the arena, taking a breather. And it's very fitting to the theme. It's time to fight dirty or be crushed as we take a look at Olympus once again for our first 3 games before we transition onto Storm Point. For game number 1 here, and being able to look at the way that Olympus plays out, this is going to be our POI draft, and seeing how some of these teams wanted to perhaps, lean and prioritize Storm Point for all the right reasons too.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. It's WGR Neo down there in 10th with their pick at Hydroponics. Now, based off what we saw in our earlier series, you can tell that everyone that favored Grow Towers, Gardens, Clinics, Somers University will likely have the beneficial pools. Should we turn to something that looks a little more similar? The teams up in Stabilizer like Zipline Mafia, Zeddy Esports at Fight Night, and Dog Grid at Power Grid. Those squads earlier where they had taken those positions had some of the most crazy rotations and mid-game performances. So I'm hoping, Vicky, that our teams that are looking for a great comeback can navigate that appropriately, and maybe we get some different zone variation. You got your Zeta fans on the screen right now hoping for a powerful performance, coming in 26th place. Survival stage not necessarily locked for them, but could they advance to get in that top 14 and solidify finals, Vicky? We'll have to wait and see.
Because that's what's at stake, right, Tiff? I love how you talk about variation on zones. Maybe asking for a little bit when it comes to how these zone pools have been looking for some of our teams. And to highlight what's at stake and what Tiff was ramping up on too, it's the top 14 teams that want to be able to find themselves in that final lobby, whereas the bottom 6 teams at the end of our group stages will be eliminated by the end of today. Whereas then if you've got the 15 through 34 teams after our group stages have concluded, they have to play in a 10-match series within the Survivor stage.
You want to call it a series? Let's be real. It's going to be a gauntlet.
You're right.
We're getting Storm Point. We're getting World's Edge. We're going Olympus, E-District. You're having to play all 4 maps, and a team that's fighting to get there alone. JD Gaming, the 2nd seed in America, is currently situated within that slot. 41 points. We'll need to fight nail by nail, like point by point. It's going to be insane because there's so many teams in Group A that are just ahead of them. And then another squad that is inside that's going to be fighting here today. It's Enterforce 36, Dog Red, TLN Pirates, our French roster that have found themselves within that bottom 6 with their potential final 6 games here. You can start with TLN Pirates, some change-ups, right? You have to think about it this way. Zidane is on that roster, 2025 ALGS champs player right there. And he has the potential to go home. You know who stepped on that stage to coach him? Nasky. Should be a familiar name for a lot of you at home. Had formerly competed and will be coaching those boys for the next 6 games.
As a side note, dressed really nice, right? I was like,
dude,
where'd you come from? He looks like he just came out of a cruise. I'm not gonna lie.
Stepped off the beach straight to the stage here in Paris.
Making sure those cortisol levels aren't very high, but I know the cortisol levels are skyrocketing for our fans in the crowd.
There we are. The boys over at TLN Pirates. Hey, at the moment we announced them here on the main stage, the crowd lit up. They understand that is our French roster representing Nate, Zidane, and Kiner. And a little love for Nasky there.
Is today going to be enough? Maybe Mbappe would give them the energy that they need because they have to go hard. Another team on everybody's mind after their performance thus far has also been Team Liquid, a team that is very cozy, by the way, alongside AG Global. But it's the fact that they have been able to accrue 118 total points throughout group stages, and that's not even including what we could possibly see going into Olympus. The first time iteration that we're going to have a lot of these teams find their strengths, and maybe this is what they need, Tiff, to build up that momentum before we transition onto Storm Point.
Before we do, we got to get into our first game of Olympus. Groups A versus D. The last 6 matches of our group stage here at the Year 6 ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Time to go as we get set up and find where the zone is taking us first. we saw a lot of Somers University, but in a different group series. Remember, it's groups A and D. And pulling over to what looks to be Gardens. Talk about a performing team tip, S8UL.
This is what I told you guys about this. If you're favoring Gardens, if you're favoring Grow Towers and Somers University, even Clinic, this is going to be so great for you because we do see a lot of pulls in this vicinity. And S8UL, and including, I'm going to say Gaming Gladiators, right? They're over at Clinic. Two of the best zone playing teams. S8UL won 2 maps and 1 series just yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm calling them the Consistency Kings with an average placement of 8.2 points, and it's relatively split on kills and placement points. So as you can see what we're talking about here, guys, S8UL dead center. Zeta Division pops an evac tower. They're looking for some early positioning. Team Liquid over at Elysium. They have a survey beacon since the majority of our players are running crypto. And honestly, they're going Crypto Seer, which means we are going on the hunt. Olympus is a fighting map, and you must take what you want.
It's following the trend, right? It's not even just a few. It's literally every single team, 100% pick rate of crypto. As we say goodbye to crypto first, as we have in so many of our first games throughout the course of the playoffs. But already with Zeta Division, we took a look at their fans, and we take a look at how they situated themselves right next to PXX, S8UL, JD Gaming on the southern side of Gardens, where there is that survey beacon. But finding themselves with having the amp and also being able to get the scans here off the crypto, everybody else will be able to do something very similar, but it's the king of the hill up on the high ground of Gardens, where S8UL will have to note where Gaming Gladiators rotates from. So you highlighted since they come out of Clinic. That's something that Gaming Gladiators could capitalize off of when it comes to the teams that rotate from Grow Towers, such as Aurora or even For Fun Esports.
And Aurora need the proximity to the next circle. When you think about them, it's not a team that you would have picked to be in contention for elimination. They're sitting in 34th place with 51 points. And a point below them leaves. So TL and MP, who are at the very bottom, need so many more points than all the teams in our lobby, and it just starts with one fight. WGR Neo across the way. We open the door with a breach charge from the Hemlock, and that allows Kiner to be there to put the pressure on Nate. Choosing to run Catalyst game 1, mind you. Piercing spikes forward, drops the R9, and they wipe their first team.
That's how you get this party started. Especially after we saw those bottom end teams in our last group really pop off. Well, surprisingly, Dinos at the hands of E36 getting some KP themselves. Dinos get eliminated second in this lobby.
Enterforce 36 were also one of my teams at risk to watch for potentially going home. So to see them take out, I'm going to call them Titans of the lobby because they are a question mark team. They're a team that are not scared to fight. Dinos are crazy when it comes to pushing anything. And for Enterforce 36 to get their first 3 points by shutting them down, a great start, which is exactly needed for them. Elsewhere, we are seeing fights break out in that circle as teams jockey for their position for endgame.
Gotta discuss things with the script writers, with a lot of these teams waking up and now waking up. VSN Carter gotta be able to find the knock onto Hyarka, and that's scary when Aurora are 34th in the overall standings, a team that no one really thought would be struggling like this internationally. VSN now move up, trying to claim another victim with effect, trying to run away. It's almost like the counterpart to what we had seen from Alliance now. VSN are chasing him down, don't want him to get away as Effect finds Carter in the 1v1. Effect cannot clutch it out, and Aurora are your 17th squad eliminated here in this lobby.
Aurora is one of my favorite orgs that always pops up on the timeline. They have the funniest clips and recaps of ALGS days, and I was like, we're so back, right? And they're like, yeah, we're back, it's our time, right? Maybe next game, maybe next game. Ty out, Aurora out, Dinos and Neo are the only teams out of our current lobbies, and here we go. EMPs, AG Global, Vicky.
Vamonos AG Global, who have been putting on a masterclass for everybody at home with a total of 120 points. I mean, they tied that with Falcons, but it's not like Falcons have another chance to get even more points after what we had seen in our last series. But AG Global have been playing out of their minds within this group stage. Looking on the other side, though, another team that we talked about, Team Liquid. It's up to Panic here from the other side, and quickly, with a speedrun fight, take out Dog Red. I'm already witnessing seeing, Tiff, a very fast pace at the start of this first game.
They know what needs to be done when it comes to Olympus. You saw a little bit of it early on, and we get to see that initial aggression for them. E36, who are coupling off that fight they had earlier, immediately put that pressure onto AG Global. Yanya, though, having the knuckle clusters to try and take space for them. Synap, the IGL, trying to direct the combats to find a way in. Obli falls incredibly low. Synap, the trades back and forth with Jaguares. Minimal HP. Niazul trying to deal the finishing blows. Will E36 be able to hold on?
Oh, Obli doesn't like this. I mean, I don't blame him. He's literally one shot, and when E36 is more at risk than AG Global, Ubli's forced to back away, try to reset. He has the amp to be able to regenerate healing over time by popping that one syringe, but in the distance, I see the grieving, and it's Jaguares. Charge up Sentinel, at least from the other side of another team, but he at least gets his KP confirmed. Looking to see if that's going to probably be Trinity, who's actually directly in the middle. They weren't able to get the res, and Ubli, even with the shields up, it's not going to be enough. E36 now are out in 15th.
Clean fight there from AG Global, who had to worry about their space, because you're right. Talking about the shots from the distance, Trinity is just across the way and had an eye line, which was really preventing that team to full send. So at least you have Alter to be able to portal through and finish them out. For E36, a team that's at risk, sure, at least you got a couple of KP points, but another team who needs them desperately is TLNP. And we're sitting on a really nice set of shields here. The Wraith play coming out with Catalyst and Crypto. They know they need to get aggressive, and they're running the edge of Olympus, hunting down Zipline Mafia.
They're hungry, Tiff. And playing off the edge means that Zipline Mafia, coming out of the outskirts of Terminal, are going to call in an evac tower. With this nice side-by-side view, though, and looking at where the zone is pulling, Gaming Gladiators have seen a zone like this, as they're going to find themselves not only sitting in clinic, but looking at Team Vision, who want to rotate from the southern choke of Grow Towers. For Fun doing something very similar. And with Alter 2 in the lobby, obviously, you have to be careful of the TP third-party potentials that we could have.
It's very dangerous, Vicky, and considering we have 14 squads remaining as we're watching some of our team's rotation, that means there's going to be a lot of space available. Sure, it looks really packed right now, but this is the quickest pace of game that we have had throughout our entire tournament. Typically, we'll see 19 or 20 squads remaining at this moment in the game. So for TLN Pirates that are trying to find those engagements, where do you want to go? You're going to have Zipline Mafia out your back, and Team Vision clearly keeping that pressure on. Elsewhere, Deep Cross Gaming falls at the hands of multiple teams. Zeta, PXX, and Team Liquid wanting pieces of them.
They're hungry. Zeta have not really moved from the spot. I mean, why should they when they're controlling one of those buildings that you were talking about coexisting, and without Fast? This game has been zooming by for our teams that are looking to get aggressive. They know what's at stake. The EMP now coming in. Team Liquid now moving up after getting that advantage. Actually forces Zeddy to go back towards their TP. And now reset, and that's the beauty too of the Alter. Kind of like a crutch when it comes to having to overextend just a little bit, but Team Liquid maintain their positioning on the high ground.
And I have them as one of my favorite teams to watch is in this A versus D matchup, solely because of Panic and Zero being in the top 3 for KD. The only person who bests them is Kinda, who's averaging 3 kills per game, and he's not in this lobby. We already saw their success. So Team Liquid with Panic and Zero and Sykes at the helm there are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Now with Trinity too being another one of those teams that you've highlighted, Tiff. The local scene hanging right alongside the arena. It's a TP that we were talking about before already, trying to take that fight. Playing off the rock though really nicely as Trinity try to take an angle with the Void passive. They have the Void Nexus too as some insurance, and now while we take a look at For Fun, Synetic gonna be able to get out of there. The drone is gonna be able to scan by. So much space, man, just covered with that Void passage.
And For Fun, they're definitely in a better position when it comes to that survival stage. As Trinity, you had just talked about from APAC North, they're currently in the bottom 6. So these are teams that all need as many points as they can. So thinking of where we go the map, Trinity definitely has to move. You have that pop-up north, which is definitely going to favor Team Liquid, who hailed from Elysium and can just walk through. Gaming Gladiators, who began at Clinic, will be holding up that east side. I'm only worried about Team Vision, who's just below them, who will likely... I would go to fight for that building to clear out that side and then move in. Team Liquid, kind of taking a negative rotation outside of that next circle, is identifying any threats from the north. You highlighted Zeddy earlier, and that's exactly what's happening. The big shakeup for me is how everyone's going to have to leave right where S8UL is in Gardens. JD Gaming, PXX, Zeta, that's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
I love how you highlight that too, just talking about not only the lack of space that some of these later rotating teams have to work with, but how they're going to try to counter that with the way that they can... Oh my goodness, Vision, 150. Infinite ammo on the Kraber, but even after getting that knock, Team Vision are just looking to put a damper on this rotate for Zipline Mafia. Pirates too, on the high ground overlooking Grow Towers. But this is going to be some KP that Vision want to get aggressive with, but they have to be careful, Tiff, because remember, one of the teams hanging out in Clinic is Gaming Gladiators, who could just easily grief them if they have the opportunity.
Yeah, essentially, if you're running Alter, what do? You throw down your portal, you send your Alter out and just say, hey, can you get a little mixy? You've got your jail card free, you can just come back running. You see that you've got EMPs going off in the distance, so of course with the Kraber, you're going to put your sights out. But your goal is to keep Zipline Mafia from not rotating directly on you. And that Kraber is definitely going to help.
Oh, hold on. Avoiding the nade at the feet. Oh, S8UL, by the way, Legacy going crazy here. But Excuse is going to hold the door. Lovely. You got the EMP, you get the TP out. Excuse needing a little bit of help. They send out the nade though, and they're dancing around the wall. Kazakh Force outside this fight is able to pop the shield back for now. Can they get the reset is the question. I mean, they want to try to prioritize at least getting that Void Nexus to reset, and that's what happens when you get all these ultras while Yuka in the feed gets a Kraber shot onto Yanya. Non-stop fighting in every corner. At least that doesn't stop the res, by the way, so they get to pull it off despite getting hit. Yeah, right, PTSD with the Seer Tactical. It's just about getting that information, which is easily still a thorn for some of these teams. Team Vision fully looking at the action happening between Zipline Mafia and Trinity, but they see where that zone pool is, and their priority now is clearing their backs for Gaming Gladiators. We'll have to fight against Team Vision eventually.
Nice job on Trinity getting the reset here. There were a lot of teams looking to fight on this, but everyone has backed away. Team Vision elsewhere has put distance up onto Gaming Gladiators, and Trinity has full set Zipline Mafia. Excuse does take some damage. Down goes Roai, and the Alter is the last standing here for Trinity. Back and forth through the portal, trying to hold on.
Why are you running? Where are you going? Trinity get eliminated. AG Global, and so does Team Liquid. This is the non-stop fighting that we were expecting once they were forced to rotate into that northern zone that you highlighted, Tip, especially in terms of their pathing. And now, at least from Zipline Mafia, they cleared the southern side of that zone, but Team Vision eventually fighting Gaming Gladiators have already started engaging in Clinic.
We've lost AG Global. We've lost Team Liquid. We lose Trinity, Deep Cross Gaming, and I would imagine we'd lose some more here shortly. I'm so curious about how Vision is looking when it comes to Gaming Gladiators, because Zane last alive on the Altar. Blasts have not been fooled yet. We did lose out on Lufka, but don't count them out yet. We've seen so many resets come out of the boys over at GG as Team Vision grabs their third back in as they take over Clinic.
It's the way that Zeta Division is just consistent. Saw Yuka in the feed with the Kraber, VSN2 now. Carter still holding on to their own Kraber, getting the res. Zolder's gonna be able to find Blast in the process of after taking care of Gaming Gladiators, leaving only one alone, but it's going to be the Zeta Division. And Zeddy trying to face off against each other on the northwestern side of this next zone, and they're going to be busy. Well, For Fun, dude, look at them. A big pile up here eventually as they drop down. Yuka playing up the low ground to see Steve Pease gets the follow-up here. 2 knocks onto Jelly and Deeds, while Zeta have the number advantage. Yes, they're informed thanks to the Crypto Drone highlighting exactly where they're at and how they're going to be able to get this res. But Yuka, once again, being the kill leader in the lobby. They're going crazy, and this just leaves Dupe to stay alive for the rest of the squad.
Dupe into the drone to go invisible, to prolong the life, to get the information here in the north. But it's all about the south. Zipline Mafia now finding themselves in the throes of Team Vision, who have tried to clear out their side. Zach Mazer and Carter, if they can maintain this through the pressure from Zipline Mafia long enough, they won't have to worry about For Fun sending them. But Tyler is definitely looking to get involved.
Oh man, and off the EMP to try to avoid getting hit by that too while taking the portal. For Fun not moving up behind them. Finds the next one, gets the next one as well off the alternator. That is Team Vision getting eliminated. 8 squads left in your feed, and Synetic has the G7 in the other hand. That gold extended light mag on the alternator while PXX get eliminated. There's 4 teams piled up against each other in Gardens.
Who will survive? JDG, who need this? They take down Jesco, they take down Sharky, but Legacy chomps back with a trade on a Stay Naughty. Shubi last alive with floating. Diving through, looking for Legacy, and they get him! S8UL, your consistency kings are not gonna win this one.
They've been great, but now they fall in 7th in this first game. Ozeri with Dupe trying to hide behind the tree, unfortunate. He can't keep the dreams up, though, as he goes down next. TLNP, talking about what they gotta do different with JDG, floating, waking up. All eyes on JDG. They've been fragging out 7 total kills with this team, but the follow-up from Shubi as Forfun get eliminated. Mike, though, is incredibly low. Love the swing and the follow-up from Stay Naughty, but now they have to move. They can't get the res.
My God.
The zone's closing in right behind their backs.
Oh
and
my
Pirates
God.
get eliminated. Shubi is just built different.
The fact that TLN Pirates fall, Zeta Division, they live to see another day. There's at least 1 crypto left for them. You can see Satuki over there on the rock. But JD Gaming, who, by the way, Graceful and Snipe actually predicted the 2nd seed in Americas to fall in this tournament. And they said, all right, watch this. Absolutely on 10 kills right now for those boys.
Wait, they had like, you're in 38th.
He has no ammo. He has 24 bullets and no reserve. Anyone got light? Chat?
Definitely
Chat,
not
you guys
Hal.
got light?
Definitely not Hal in this lobby. Hopefully they're going to be able to get some loot off those death boxes. Oh my goodness, that nade! Sasuke moving up here as Kazak is going to be able to find Stay Naughty. I mean, this is a situation where now Zipline Mafia, a team ramping up, finds Zeta the solo, and this is all for Zipline Mafia to take home. 8KB making 9 on board to take the win and to take game number 1.
That is absolutely insane because, Vicky, if you remember, we're looking at the POI draft and I say the team in Stabilizer will have one of the craziest rotations in, and those mid-map fights are everything. Do you know who lands there? Zipline Mafia. The fact that they had to go from the furthest POI up on the northwestern side of things over to Gardens. No wonder they acquire 9 kills. They do 3,200 damage. And it's not even like they were safe. They are just above the bottom 6.
Crazy when they need it here too. If you look at the overall standings and finding yourself comfortable with 75 total points over the course of this group stage, wanting to catch themselves in the top 14 so they can avoid the survivor stage, where our 15th and 34th placing teams will have to play a 10-match series. This is how you start things off for Zipline Mafia. I love their rotate. I love how we were able to see the fights happening over to the south side, how they were able to rotate up towards Gardens. You could see the action happening in Clinic, that they were able to avoid that pile up. And honestly, that also goes hand in hand with the composition that they were rocking, Tiff.
It really does. And you even have to think about the fact that not only were they able to put on pressures for Team Vision, they had withstood against Trinity. There were so many teams. For Fun Esports at one time was sending them on to the south. But when you think about it, you have to get aggressive. And Alter, Seer, Crypto is 100% the comp to do it. So as we take a few moments and step back to our top 3 squads left, we get it from Zipline's more POV here. We swing around, we find Shubi, we end JD Gaming, and from there, it's the Sola, a Zeta Division, to just clean up the rest of the lobby, which shout out to Zeta, bro. They got 9 kills as well, an 18-point game. Those top 3 teams, they know exactly what they need to do. Even JD Gaming having double-digit kills and 17 points.
Sometimes it's what you need. It's like, you feel the pressure and you just perform better. And we're seeing that with JD Gaming. Even though, you know, they didn't take the dub, it's the fact that they got top 3 and 10 KP to their name. Look at this, Zipline Mafia coming through, not only with that dub, but as you mentioned, the 9 KP as well. Even Pirates, how we were talking about Pirates leading into this game off their rotate, still find themselves in a top 5 finish to kickstart our first game on Olympus.
Very true. Trinity, Enterforce 36, teams that you don't want to see on a second page here. You want them to be acquiring points. We know Trinity was looking for those fights against Zipline Mafia and everyone in the south, but we're only able to get a placement point from that. But with the pace of this lobby, it should start playing out a lot more like scrims. That's typically how fast those lobbies run. And usually it's completely different when we get to LAN. You're walking into some of these end games with 20 teams, but what I think they noticed is with that earlier series when Olympus showed out is teams that were focusing on getting into that zone. But Olympus, I think you just have to fight.
It was so aggressive at the beginning.
You have to
How many
get
teams did we
aggressive.
say goodbye to, like, before that second round ring, like, even started closing?
We were on 14 teams at 7-minute duration in that lobby.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And then we got to see in the distance, too, like, while we were looking at the pile up over to the south side of Gardens, just the Kraber and Yuka's hand onto griefing AG Global. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, every team that we highlighted on the northern side of that rotate north of Gardens, we literally had no space to play off of because the teams that were coming out of Gardens were able to harass them safely from afar.
You say Gardens, they immediately go to S8UL, and they've got their coach here, Rogers, just immediately starting to break down, hey, what could have went wrong possibly? If the circle pulls here are the teams you have to be very aware of. This is where they're landing. You're going to have timings. And with Alter still in the lobby and all of these teams that are hyper aggressive, I love how production was like trying to like zoom in on that. Like
that was so good. I'm sorry. I love that.
Bro, you looking at their homework?
Hold on. I want to bring attention to that, especially when it comes to trying to appreciate as a community the coaches and what they bring.
Everything.
For these pro teams, man. Like, for so long, we talk about it. They're waiting in the shadows, right? All the memes that have come out.
No,
you know?
low-key, I was talking to the boys at S8UL and I was like, does your coach Fry? Like, does he play a lot? They're like, if something happened and he had to step in, we would literally be fine.
I love that.
They said that about Rogers, and I was like, that's good.
Having the breakdown, the papers to show the homework, right? You're letting them know, right? So if this ends up being the rotate, this is what could have gone wrong. If this happens where the zone ends up pulling towards your POI, where some teams end up struggling, what can you do differently so that way you can elevate your Evo shields? It's all these little things that play a part to what makes the grander scope of the Apex Legends Global Series, that beautiful trophy smack dab in the middle and between our teams. And what is at risk, right? Because then you have to think about the bottom 6 teams that have to look at those keys, get crushed in the crusher. It's almost like a threat that's looming right on top of them, but then you kind of have the trade-off with the beautiful trophy shining there. Other teams now getting ready to go. Talked about Gaming Gladiators earlier and how they were able to situate themselves and find that space in Clinic while still putting in pressure, but taking some of those fights on the edge is almost like a green light for the teams who do want to play a lot more safe versus the teams that know they have to get really aggressive to get the points that they need in the course of these next 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's already shifted substantially. It's just with one game. JD Gaming, who is in the bottom 6, no longer are they in the bottom 6. They are up to 33rd with 7 points separating them from the bottom 6. Aurora dropped down into the bottom 6. Enterforce 36 toggled a few places, but TLN Pirates are no longer in that last place slot. They are starting to work their way up, but it is going to take a monumental series. And if anyone can do it, it is definitely going to be those French team because they are one of the craziest fighting teams. Like, I think back historically, like I'm going 2 to 3 years ago, that team used to be La Cité de France, and they were in some of the wildest Skyhook West contests. So I'm keeping my eyes out. Trinity, on the other hand, will also need a same performance like TLN Pirates, and WGR Neo is on the cusp.
It's just that there's so many teams in that later half, the bottom 10 of the overall standings, that are trying to find that race. And it's about finding that momentum early on, right? So if you know you have to get aggressive, once again, like knowing how many points you need just so that way you could go in for the survivor stage at the very least is what sets the pacing here as we get a nice little flyby Zeta Division and the plushies.
These are so cute.
I love it. I kind of want one.
Zipline Mafia is the best. I mean, yeah, they just won.
Shout out to the fans in the crowd. I mean, we have little nuggets that have made their way here, Tiff. I know it's your favorite, too, to highlight the families that are showing their support for the players.
I love it. JD Gaming, you can see them kind of breaking some things down. Some of the highlights of the fraggers, when you kind of pair up groups A versus D, there are a couple people in this lobby that are usually the ones that are at the top with the most kills, and floating right there on the right is one of them. And with just the first game alone, responsible for 4 kills on their team and 1,500 damage. So love to see that we're kind of staying consistent in that point, right? Because JD Gaming has not necessarily been the most consistent team. But if we put them in this group with A versus D, maybe this is what they needed.
And it begs the question as to why, right? With some of these teams that were heavy hitters in Pro League, what's going on here when you're on the international stage? Is it nerves? I mean, we're 3 days in at this point. You know what to expect. Is it being able to see a different game plan play out with the way that these international teams, if you don't have that experience, playing on the big stage, and trying to find that flow, find these rotations, these zone pools, obviously, where some of these teams and their POIs don't really go hand in hand? Or could it be the energy from the fans that help fuel them?
I think it's the fans. I think it's the fans. I think it's a fan and the infinite ammo Kraber in the hands of Yuka F. Let's be real. Because when we think about what game number 2 is going to look like, let's go ahead and chat really quick. We did see that crypto ban. The likelihood of the most major picks that we're going to get on our Legends is going to be Seer.
It's important when we keep seeing Crypto getting booted out and sent to jail, as Crypto will not be played for game number 2, guys. But game 2 now is also ready to go back over onto Olympus. Get ready, because this has set the stage for the teams that have to come in swinging. It's fight night in a different era here on Olympus. And we're getting started, guys, because it's been fantastic to see the adjustments, whether it be, S8UL not finding their stride within their own POI circle pool, or maybe, seeing the side-by-side of how a lot of these zones kind of seem similar when we dive into our next game, Tiff.
Well, let's start thinking about what this game number 2 is going to look like as we dive in. Remind guys, we want to get into that survival stage or lock our tickets in the top 14 for those finals. Zipline Mafia are currently situated in that mid-20s area based off that win, 21 points. And right now, Vicky, I'm not going to lie, I'm seeing a lot of Seers, 20 pick rate, or 100% pick rate, my apologies. And wow, this looks familiar. Am I having deja vu?
A little bit of deja vu because it's following suit with the same legend bands.
Well, I mean, that means Zipline Mafia wins again, right?
Oh, if it follows a script, right? The script writer is hard at work.
Look at everyone running. Dinos hop into the rift. They're making a quick rotation. Keep your eyes out on J Future. He was another one of the fraggers I was talking about. Aurora and JD Gaming. S8UL are already there. Gaming Gladiators. They just know they need to defend Clinic. Team Liquid, they're like, we've seen this before. Elysium, we got Ring Console, Survey Beacon. We're going to feel pretty great about all the information we're getting, but this is a much quicker pace. Usually you're seeing teams rotate into that next circle around that 2 to 2:30 minute mark. No, we are actually at 1 minute 30 seconds. That's how much faster they've recognized this.
Oh my goodness. And that's what happens when a lot of these teams are feeling the pressure and are at risk. Even the top end teams could easily deny the opportunity from other squads that they want to be able to have the prio on the POI draft and how that's going to play out, whether it be the top 14 teams in the final lobby or even in the survivor stage. Aurora being one of them. It's crazy how, when we looked at the first half of Alliance's play in our last series and how things just completely switched around. Can that happen for Aurora being another one of those teams on that later half? As Zeddy Jelly was able to get that first knock. Looking for the immediate turnaround, though, is also going to be TLNP. You mentioned Neo before, too, and it's going to be Akba with full blue Evos for this squad who want to take this fight. But it's the side-by-side after the action that we saw from Zipline Mafia, a previous team who won game number 1, seemed to be falling in the feet.
I don't want to call it spade or anything, but during that content piece on the break, he thought the first map in ALGS and Apex was World's Edge. We'll talk about that one later, my guy, but first, focus on the fight at hand. Destroy that Axle material. And get back with your team. Exhibit down. Information is to be had.
You know what? Sometimes people want to forget about Kings Canyon. I don't. You know what? That's where legends are grinded out here, as Floating's also able to pop off in the feed. TLNP, though, while this fight is going to go on for some time, I worry for the duration because DCG are coming out from the northern side, trying to get the Evil Harvester north of Estates. The exhibit now called in just so that way they can try to clean up this fight even more, and with the 100% pick rate that you mentioned over onto Seer, since we won't see Seer anymore after this game, taking full advantage of this. Seeing that the timing may not be working out in their favor, and with the amount of Valkyries that we also have, a few teams opting for this, like Neo, DCG before, as well as E36. You will be able to have the Skyward Dive as well as the human UAV to see where you could land and maybe some fights that you could go in for a 3P. You can see it right here happening with DCG, but taking control from the evac tower. and landing right next to Neo, so they knew that this could happen. They back up just a little bit, not fully overextending, and now TLNP, a team who is very much at risk, would rather back off from that fight.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? You've got two heavy hitting squads with blue armor coming into that area. It's not safe. You retreat over to Estates, kind of carry on, stay in your lane, focus on getting over to Gardens, where the majority of our teams have already made it. Zipline Mafia is still kind of making their way, maybe on the just outskirts of Turbine. But WGR Neo rotating just a bit. I bet we pop the rift here in a second.
It's important to highlight, by the way, that Zipline Mafia were at least able to get everybody together, because that was a fight happening. I believe it was by like Stabilizer, so they forced them to go all the way towards Oasis to probably get that reset. And now they are also forced to slow rotate, because we kind of hinted at it at the very beginning, but it's looking like a very similar zone on Olympus, pulling on the outskirts of Gardens, which benefits the likes of SAUL, who want to go for a different plan when they get the POI priority of these zones, as well as Gaming Gladiators, who land over by Clinic, taking these different fights and maybe not playing as passively, right? Deny that from other teams like Aurora, PXX doing something similar. Fortunately missing out on that first triple take shot, though. And while there's going to be a lot of poke pressure that PXS have to put down, it's so that way they can elevate those Evo shields.
This is going to play out a bit different, however. With Crypto being that first round ban, you're going to see the resurgence of Watson. So look how many teams have isolated their pods with the Watson fences. 15 Watsons in this lobby, and I'd imagine there's going to be about 9 of them over here. For Naughty, we've got to get him back up on his feet, but the exhibit comes down. Shubi and Floating will have to defend the fort, and Aurora lays siege. This is what Alter can do for you. As you portal around, the fence is coming out. Can Floating escape?
Oh my, no, he cannot, and neither does the rest of JD Gaming. That is not what you want to see when you're on the bottom end of the leaderboard, but even better for effect, because he's just built different. Finds another victim. Trying to get the finishing blow, because with the amount of ultras, you could expect the TP to come in. Teleports from the other side, because staying alive is a priority. Playing Ring Around the Rosie by the knockdown shield. Looking for these resets, but I love the way how slow effect is playing this. He goes over, he slides in. That, oh my goodness, the Watson fence slowed him down! PXX! They walk away swinging. Aurora, the second team out of this lobby.
What a good third party from PXX. And a lot of that goes down to the fact that PETA switches from Wraith in game 1 to Alter in game 2. Hits the portal through the walls, bypasses so many of those fences, and takes the third party. Versada, the Seer, Alter, Watson comp. This is perfect for this setup like we were highlighting. And right now they can play from here. You have E36 out on the diagonal, SAUL on the high ground in Gardens. And for now, Team Liquid are going to hold that north, very similar to what they did in match number 1. Zipline Mafia at Power Grid looks to be hitting a survey beacon to go ahead and get a lot of information on where players are going to be in that quadrant. They can also simultaneously grab the ring console and know which side they want to commit to.
And then get the evac tower. That's over by Power Grid, right? And so they could just take to the skies and find a faster rotation, which comes in clutch when they get that survey beacon and they know the teams that are forced to play on the edge just based off of the early fight that they were forced to be in. And that was against Zeddy. Even DCG now coming out of Gravity Engine, but the fight now happening over to the choke south of Hammond Labs. It's AG Global on another similar rotate, and now trading up. It's going to be a 2v2. Having to be careful, though, getting some revenge. It's going to be Kiner with RE45. Eating out the nades, though, is going to be Nate, and he's one of the teams, too, also rocking out with the Axel.
And this is difficult, right? Because AG Global was on the low ground. Yanya portals and says, bye, I'm out. Like, honestly, I wasn't here for a long time. I was here for a good time. They do get Zidon back up, and now we swing down the hill on the chase for Niazol, and we clip one bullet in the chamber and one to take him down.
Hold on, TLNP locally with everybody watching them. Finishing them up, but here comes a 3P. This is what you can expect. It is going to be WGR Neo. And Dinos now want a chunk of the action. The 4P, nobody is safe. The griefing is real, and Pirates are forced to get out.
Dare I say, is that why we saw AG Global just yeet out with their Wraith? They're like, hey, just craft me later, make the regain in the north. And TLNP are going to have to do the same.
Such a good call out. That's why we saw the Q come out and the Wraith was out of there. Nizul.
He's like, bye.
I mean, what can you do?
Is that going to be in an Aurora package on their timeline from EWC Recap Day 3?
Hey, let's see if they're able to get the reset easily here, because now they're forced to play off of Rift. But with the zone closing in now behind Zipline Mafia, getting that res for AG is going to be hard, because Mafia would be able to try to fully send it onto them. Trinity, Igarashi Literally one shot, but they have the Tiki just in case they need to go in for a reset off the Void Nexus. But looking ahead, it's going to be Rohai. We're jumping up. It's going to be Team Vision who are still inside of this building, playing a lot more closer onto the edge, being able to get that scan off the Seer attack and the speed boost while he's at it. Heard the Mad Maggie Wrecking Ball too. Could it be a strike? Could it find its way in? Jumping over the crates though, moving on them and breaking their ankles, leaving only Carter.
Carter is up. Carter is blinking. Carter v. Rohai, but Rohai is full health here. And the Seer Q coming in. He can't use his abilities.
Oh!
Carter trying to clutch it. Carter does it! Trinity have fallen and Team Vision live.
That was so smart of Carter breaking that fight down. He got the scan originally from the other side, saw that he was going to speed boost forward, right? So why not play inside the building that you already locked down with your own Watson fences? You play that patiently. You played behind the double knockdown, and now you get the double res. But the fighting has not stopped by this choke, because now you take a look over to Dog. And Dog Red here are looking at Zipline Mafia, Team Liquid, Zeddy, who are now approaching out of Gravity Engine. It's going to be a huge congestion for the teams stuck on this northern side. So many teams coming out of the zone itself.
Truly, I mean, AG Global, they're side questing. Niazil fell to the ring, so hopefully they can make it out with enough beds through the north. The Seer attack coming in. Jelly trying to make first contact with Killapose here. And they've got an Axel, and they're trying to connect. We invest our exhibit to try and find that information, and it does allow Dupe to back up with the team. They want to stay out of the exhibit. And plus, they got to heal up.
No Matrix shenanigans when you get the double jump here on the exhibit. The amount of double exhibits as we get a nice little replay here. The side-by-side while the live action is on the bottom left side of your screen, but it was just so beautiful. You move up, you play safe behind your own Watson fence, and you let it do the rest, the slowdown. Benefiting the clutch that we saw. Team Vision now and Team Liquid inside.
Okay.
For free, Zipline Mafia get eliminated. Nothing that they could do. And Team Liquid were just waiting for the teams that had to rotate from the northern side. And that's why AG Global, by the way, ended up rotating through Gravity Engine instead of the northern side that we could see a lot of these teams try to collapse on when it comes to trying to find that rotate into Gardens.
Well, if you remember what happened in match number 1 with Team Liquid, it was Zeddy had rotated in and they were trying to contest Team Liquid for the north. They fell to Zeddy. So Zipline, that was unfortunate for AG Global, who have had a really difficult thing here going just in the mid-map. They have Ty on the other side. Resources are down 9% until we get a pylon. But I think Yanya is trying to make a portal play behind them and into the void, past the frag grenade, and under the stairs we go.
Wait, that was really smart. Good timing on the Seer attack right there to get the slight slowdown. TIE have the advantage in terms of positioning, but with F-Chan falling, they don't have the number advantage. Having to be careful for a 3, but potentially this makes Umi-Chan have to run away. AG go out first. They go out in 16th because of the other teams taking shots at them. Zeddy being one of them now, Neo having to back away, but it's non-stop action over onto the west side of the zone.
Umi-Chan does not get out as Zeddy duplex finds Ty, and they out of the lobby. For WGR Neo, he needs kills. They're trying, but TLNP, they invest the Dark Veil. Dog Red here already has 1 player down, and Killapose is going to do everything he can to get back to a team of 3. But this activates Enerforce 36, who are on the low ground in wait. Wait, Zero's involved, and Zero is down. Team Liquid have fallen.
And they were looking to keep these fights going when they were trying to clear the northern side of the zone because they had like 3 KP, but the fact that they get dove on at the perfect time, Pirates and Dog Red kind of shaking hands with one another, while Vision being another one. It's up to Loader now. Carter was able to clutch before. He sees look good, he slides in. The hip fire shots are enough as Gaming Gladiators, they take control over the fight. They come out on top and they clear the southeastern side of zone. It's really going to probably be Gaming Gladiators versus Dinos eventually, especially with the zone closing in the next 20 seconds.
WGR Neo has fallen as well during that engagement, and TLNP are looking poised. 5 kills thus far this match. Man, Nasty really wasn't kidding when he said he was going out there to coach and these boys were going to turn it around.
Said, I know you guys are playing later today. Allez les France, they say. TLNP. When it matters, with 4 KP to their name and 11 squads left, this is how you start things off for a team that is desperately clawing their way up into the overall standings, avoiding the bottom 6 You can currently see TLNP now moving back just a little bit. I'm seeing the sniper shots from afar. Gaming Gladiators taking shots at them. Well, Dog Red trying to be the other side of the sandwich. Zooming by off the Nitro gate. It's going to be Nate. Looking behind them while Dinos get eliminated over to the south side of this zone. It's pulling directly on top of Guardians. A different look here. Now you have the exhibit. They fully extend it. But TLNP pretty healthy until Blask sends out that nade and completely decimates the rest of Pirates. 9 squads now left, and Gaming Gladiators have isolated their backs to the fence.
The matter of timing as Dog Red now peeks out in Lufka, holding steady, and they move forward, invest the tactical. The exhibit we're still holding. We want the exhibit as a backup plan for our next fights. We can do this without it. RE45 in hand, and they take him down. More kills go the way of Gaming Gladiators, but job's not done. Interforce 36 is still here on this side of the circle, just underneath.
The Gaming Gladiators family buff keeps proving itself over at LAN for fun. Popping the shield bat is going to be Nags, looking behind, setting up the fences, painting the floors here before sliding up, getting that follow-up here onto Pita, before diving in and jumping into the Void Passage. Hold on, I love this repositioning that we're currently seeing after Tyler was able to put the number advantage in favor for fun. Zeddy, though, are seeing this fight. They don't want to overextend because easily, with the way that the zone is pulling, they don't want to give up this space for Zeta Division to walk up for free. I don't expect them to give up their own building too with the portal, but he's looking for that portal. He's looking for the kidnap tip.
Give me it.
Look behind, look behind. No way! He knew he was going to try to do it. I don't know if it was a bait to allow his teammates to actually move up from the other side of the building. I heard the sound cue. They take some shots at him, but both teams are respecting one another.
They know if this fight breaks out, someone is likely going to send it nearby. For fun, situated in 28th place in the middle of the survival stage. PXX, 27th. Interforce 36 in your bottom 6. Take to the skies. They get the lay of the land here at Gardens.
Where is it safe? E36. They get the scans and they see the rooftops. They want to stop this team from taking control over the building. But you have to look behind you too. Literally splitting their attention. Gaming Gladiators eventually get eliminated because now everybody has to move in. E36. Synap actually being able to have his shield full though and playing off the generator is going to be able to prioritize popping this medkit while the fighting is non-stop underneath their feet.
They need to get these heals off, and Obli is being picked up. Synap with the comms here. You have to be so confident in those plays, and they staple it. Even Zeddy tried to make a move, and Synap puts the pressure onto PXX. The Valve player, the perfect one to do it, with the jetpack to be able to go up and let the Devo eat. The teammates going to have to provide support here if they're looking to do this quickly, but Zeddy's not going to leave them alone.
It finds some beautiful shots here off the RE45. Ubli just trying to keep the dream alive for E36, while Duplex is going to be able to clean some up here. PXX get eliminated. 5 squads left. It's a stack up. Zeddy for fun. While Enter Force
they brought it down.
They get it. While Yuka gets the Kraber shot onto Tyler.
They kidnap Obli back to the low ground, take him out, and Yuka finds himself another infinite ammo Kraber. For fun, this isn't gonna be fun.
Literally the bloodbath here as Yuka. Oh no, you gotta look behind you just in case. He fully sent it seeing red after playing safe for so long, but sometimes we all get a little angsty here. With Zeta Division not leaving that northern building of Garden since the very beginning of the game. Same thing could honestly be said about S8UL, playing into their composition of the Seer, Watson, and Ultra that you mentioned, Tiff. The Watson being so important as Yuka, Kraber after Kraber. When you have the infinite ammo, you just let it sing.
What is with me? Every time I see a Kraber shot connect, I just let a little giggle.
Oh my, that would have been insane. That would have been insane, actually. Off the kidnap. Kraber, Yuka's feeling himself.
Please, I need more. I need more Kraber shots. Show me your... Well, I mean, you also going to destroy the pylon. So that's another thing they're working on, which is great. If you have a Kraber, tons of damage going out.
It's a little bit of a statement, too. If you're S8UL and you hear that Kraber,
you're like, there is a Kraber in the lobby confirmed. At what point do we rotate in? And here we are. We have the pylon. We drop the exhibit.
Oh my goodness.
Jelly is sliding in. Full sending straight towards Zeta. They get a knock, set their sights onto Yuka. Zeddy is feeling themselves.
No way. way you try to pull that off with the Kraber, but this is all for SAUL to slide in and take for free. Zeta Division go out next. It's For Fun versus SAUL, who took their time.
And an L-Star and a Dream with a portal.
Oh
and
my.
look at Legacy, the angles behind enemy lines. Here comes Cinetic. Sharky though, last standing. Can he finish it with the triple take? Is hitting, and he melees up a For Fun take it. For Fun, stand tall in Gardens in map number 2.
That was so close. The zone acting like the 4 teammate there too. Talk about positioning, playing ring around the rosy, around the hedge. For Fun with the pop-off. A team that drops 8 KP to take game number 2, Tiff.
And they needed that. They were mid-pack in the survival stage. Sure, that's great, right? But you always want to feel more confident. Plus, if you have a big enough series to go ahead and get into the top 14, advance to finals, that is what is on the stakes here. Don't take your chances in a 10-game gauntlet if you don't have to.
Giving a moment for these players. I mean, you know how it is when you clutch out a dub for the rest of your team within your own respective games, how your hands feel clammy.
Bro, my hands feel clammy.
I honestly, seeing you could try to pull up the Kraber shot so close like that, playing around the one pillar of the building. What a collapse for our final zone teams there, but even better look for a team like For Fun to get so much KP on top of the win.
9 kills, 5 for Cinetic alone. Tyler FPS with 3. Damage off the charts here. Second or third to just a few, but we're neighboring into that 4,000 range.
It's a good look when For Fun in game number 1 also had finished in top 5, right? Like they got 3 KP, so now you take the win on top of it all. And it showcases that consistency on Olympus. So we take a look at the highlights here, what went down at the very end. Triple take shots, shooting out the triple take like it is a shotgun, but taking control over the high ground as the last one alive for Fun was more than enough, as the individual players for Fun had just separated each other from each side of the hedge, and Cinetic is going to be the one to take the lead with 7 KP.
Yo, 7? That's crazy. Feeling pretty good about that one with 1,800 damage. All right, we'll take it. Anyways, For Fun though, as we look around, it's Zeta Division on your screen. We can always hear the Zeta fans in the stadium going off every time they're on the screen, every time Yuka has a Kraber. And honestly, with For Fun surviving the onslaught of that pressure from the Kraber, we saw them go down so many times, so many pushes, but the stabilization is real. As we look at our match results, you can see right there, the 21 total points for Fun. SAUL improve on a similar circle. They had 7th place in match number 1, and we get a second here in match number 2. Zeta Division and Zeddy Esports both doing well, and the fact that we get some placement points here for Enterforce 36 to drive them up into that 5th place slot. But Game and Gladiators, a lot of those fights on the east side after Clinic net them 7 kills.
It's a lot when you get the back-to-back ring pool right over onto Gardens. It may look a little different, but still being able to provide us a very similar rotation for the teams that have to traverse through the opposite side of Olympus, coming out of like the northwestern side in general. A little bit of a difficult position for Dinos to be in after our match results, and maybe trying to find your footing, right? Slowing things down, because remember, we still have one more game on Olympus before we transition onto Storm Point for the final 3 games, Tiff, where some of these teams may be able to ramp up a lot more. But while we get ready and we set up, I'm hearing Rain Day's got an interview for us here over on the floor.
All the way from the shores of PEI, Girl has joined us here in France. Welcome, Girl. I know you've been watching the tournament, and you've actually played with some of the guys here. You and Jelly just won a tournament before he came here.
We did. We won the $25,000 Bolo tournament. It was fun, and he carried me so hard. He was literally carrying the whole team on his back. He's so good.
Nemesis and that squad have some serious firepower, but talk to me. Jelly's so young. Were you impressed at him doing that at such a young age?
He had a lot of confidence. I was very surprised. It was our first time playing together, and I think he's going to go far in the esports scene for sure.
I mean, listen, despite, the wind blowing your hair perfectly and all this setup, you speak French, you speak Arabic. This is like the perfect place for you at EWC. I want to know what you feel about, of course, Team Falcons and Hal specifically. He's a guy that's easy to root for. He's somebody that you know very well. What are you feeling about him and Falcons going into this?
I think they're doing great. I really admire Hal's work ethic. He inspired me in Apex Legends and in the pro scene. He's one of the reasons why I'm here today, because just watching him and his passion shine through is really nice. So I'm hoping they do really well.
Now, of course, having Canadian citizenship, ENC coming up. Girl, you said you want to coach. So any coaching opportunities out there, holla at you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm down to do other Apex things. I love being a content creator, but I really love the pro scene so much that I wish I could be a part of it a little more.
All right, finally, before we go, who's winning EWC?
That one's really, really hard. I think if you stay tuned till Saturday, you'll find out.
She took the cop-out answer, but I love it, girl. Thanks for being here. Okay, that's it for us at ALGS at EWC 26. We'll send it back to the studio.
Welcome back, everybody. I love hearing for those that are in the scene making waves like Girl. Love hearing her thoughts too, and how she looks up to those like even Hal, at one point a long time ago when we take a trip way back when, Tiff, both Girl and Hal were on TSM at some point representing the org here on the big stage, and Girl herself being a commentator. She has so much knowledge to provide for the game. I would love to see Girl coach, and even highlighting the young, talented legend that is Jelly. Literally 18 years old and putting on her performance and seeing how a lot of these teams are feeling that pressure for fun. Just took game number 2 for those of you just tuning in on Olympus, getting 8 KP to their name, and with no more Seer or Crypto in this lobby, we got one more game to go on Olympus.
That's really great to hear. And honestly, after that game, our map winners for Fun Esports, right? That 21 points jumped them up to 88 in the overall rankings, which allows them, if I'm not mistaken, to feel safe to be able to make the survival stage. Now, I'm not going to say how the next games are going. You never know what's going to happen. But when you look at our series results, Zeta Division, 29 points. For Fun Esports, 28 points. And Zipline Mafia, your map 1 winners, 21 points. Rounding out the top 5, of course, S8UL and Zeddy. Zeddy, we were talking about that, right? So for the teams that need to kind of bounce back, I think Dinos can do it. I put them as a question mark in every lobby that they got. It's their first major LAN, and you really never know. You've got really everything ahead of you, and you can just do whatever you want and full send. That is what that team does. Aurora, though, they need to step it up. That is not what I expected, Vicky.
It's crazy. It's almost like, being able to find your stride a little late here when it's the last game on Olympus and looking at the key pressure and what's at risk. I mean, seeing where Aurora stands is just nothing that a lot of these fans could have expected too, Tiff. I mean, I'm on the same boat here. Can they really turn things around on Storm Point? I mean, when you have one more chance on Olympus, I know these zone pools, the back-to-back has been very similar. We have to see if anything's changed up, though. As we get ready to go on Game 3, I'm hearing the crowd get even louder as this day has progressed. And I'm ready as well as Tiff, because with these teams feeling the risk, they know that they have to get a lot more aggressive to secure that KP on top of the dub.
Our final match of Olympus here in the group stages of ALGS Split 1 playoffs is just now getting underway. We have to kick things off with For Fun, your prior map winners, and see basically how things, the looting pass, right? We're gonna pick up the EVA 8 Sentinel. Okay, next, I like that. We're over at Terminal here. You do have access to a ring console in which Tyler will likely get that information shortly to see where we need to full send.
Man.
Oh, this looked familiar.
That's why I started laughing.
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
I mean, another southern, southeast zone pool, but it's, at least it's not directly on top of Gardens, it's going to be a Somers University zone. I mean, I feel like I'm living in a parallel dream with the way that we've been seeing these zones pull towards the outskirts of Somers University, and the teams that are already quickly on their road take your tip. Dinos, as per usual, going through terminal.
No ring console here for Team Liquid. They've only got a survey beacon, so they'll just have to rotate on the information. But hold on, we've got a standoff, and Dinos say, all right, bye, see you later. You guys can have the loot here. We don't need it. Back they go straight towards Dockyards, where, well, a few teams lie in wait for them. TLN Pirates likely going to run straight into Dinos alongside WGR Neo, who hail from Hydroponics. They also have some information in the likes of a survey beacon from there. And let's keep our eyes. Terminal did have that ring console, so you do know For Fun Esports already made their way over to Somers.
We're quick with the rotate, too. I mean, look even at Aurora, right? And noting how they've been playing already over the course of these last 2 games means that they're going to be playing more so on the edge, try to isolate more of these fights and clear their backs, too, if they do decide to commit to these fights. Trinity, who have the scan over by Bonsai as well as the ring console, are moving through Icarus, where they will have to collapse on Aurora and TLNP. Over on the other side of Terminal, we saw Dinos, they dipped quickly when they felt the pressure from TIE. And now Pirates holding the other side of that fight. And Dino now getting a little bit of revenge, looking at WGR Neo. They fully send it here. The kickstart, though, is locked in. Ooh, talk about the portal, though, to avoid getting hit by that. That was beautiful, by the way, off the Void Passage. Jay Future now backing away, zooming down off the Nitro Gate. And it's the way that they're trying to time these fights because they know the third party was in the vicinity. They didn't want to fully send out because now Neo get away and Pirates are right behind them.
Here's the deal, though. We were just talking about Aurora and how they need a massive comeback, and we find them pitted between 2 teams. Zach Mazer over there on Team Vision with the Rampage just fully sent onto effect. Doesn't matter that we're situated on all white shields. We've got the Breach Charge, we've got an Altar Portal, and we're just going to try to cause some chaos. Now, I do want to note that Mad Maggie has a 95% pick rate, 19 Maggies in the lobby. So keep your tabs on Watson's pylons and Mad Maggie drills because they're going to be everywhere.
And welcome the baby comp into Storm Point because that's definitely going to mean we're going to have an influx of Gibbies with Mad Maggies not in the lobby. No Wrecking Ball to be a threat to that dome, while Vision being a threat to Aurora. Oh my goodness, Oiring can't catch a break. Being able to boost up into that blue Evo to also get that next perk here for Zach, but notice how they're not trying to overextend. Why is that? Because they know other teams, north of Somers, are looking to 3P this. For Fun being right behind them here, and Aurora still trying to stay alive while Zach do close in the gap. Giving away some of the space and beaming Harako now, and the Rampage is singing, charged up. White knockdown isn't going to do too much here because it's a cleanup on aisle 3. Aurora is the first team out, and they are a threat of elimination.
8th overall on the standings here with 17 points. And with their first fight done here, you have to keep tabs on what that lay of the land looks like. You see for Fun in the highlights over there, just north of them. Enterforce 36 on the other side as well. Trinity will be the next team looking to rotate in through the south side toward Team Vision.
I just can't believe this. The fact that Aurora has 54 total points over the course of this entire group stage, and now they have only 3 games to go. They're sitting in 35th. Bottom 6 teams out of our 40 teams will be going home, and Zeta, who doesn't really have that concern. Mike is going to be able to heal up. It's a reset while Yuka's going to try to cover his back. Holding up to the high ground while round 1 is closing in. There's a lot of these teams, though, who are going to be piled up on the northern side of the zone. Team Liquid will eventually show face through the choke that Zeta's holding.
It's kind of scary for them, making their way finally down from Elysium. Slightly slower, but that's because you have to base everything on timing from other teams since you did not have that ring console. For GG, had some, decent games here inside the top 10. They already won one of their group series earlier this week, so they're situated quite nicely on the overall standings of our group stages. For Fun, your match 2 winners there. Quick look at them as we see what exactly happened to Aurora. The positioning from Trinity and Team Vision just sandwiching, and that is just a tough place to be in.
Speed run of a highlight reel there, but I mean, that's what happens. Wondering what's going on with Aurora, what's going on with the comms here. Effect feeling the pressure too. After Aurora welcome him into this roster, putting on a performance throughout Pro League, but not showcasing that consistency where it matters at LAN. AG Global, meanwhile though, also having a slow start comparatively to their performance in our other last few group stages that they've played in. While DCG now, look at Zipline Mafia, who've been stuck rotating on the outside of zone for so many of these zone pools. It's unfortunate, but Kazak is not going down without a fight alongside the rest of his team. I mean, it's just round one. They can afford this, but slowing down just a little bit, having to be careful. The Wrecking Ball slams into him. It's a back-to-back slowdown. But do you really want to overextend this? Because there's literally 4 other teams that could show face. Zeddy, Pirates, who put down the portal so that way they could reset if they have to in terminal. They show face. Zipline Mafia kind of stuck playing inside the zone while DCG now move up. They take to the skies, and this is the beauty of some of these teams having the Valkyrie.
And Zipline Mafia, those teams they're highlighting down below is going to be Zeddy Esports, but we're back into the south. It's WGR Neo making a play onto Trinity, Vols to fall, and we're looking for the full if we can. We convert, and Trinity disengages out towards the west and just starts running, looking for a regain. Other teams will definitely hear this and try to get involved. But with it just Rohike is actually, Grace is down.
It's tough to be a Trinity fan here too. Playing the Sparrow and looking to see if he could get his teammates back up. And Neo too, playing on the edge, trying to go back to Icarus. That's not going to be great for Trinity if he could try to get the reset. Team Vision have been harassing them, but it's even better when you have that Void Nexus ready behind Team Vision, just so that way the 2 other members of Vision who are looking to get ahead and find this KP can go right back to that one player who's holding it down on the edge of this next zone pool on Sommers.
I love that those 2 went and just like looted, and they had like 7 shield bats on the ground. But a quick look at our circle here. You have Zeta Division in the north alongside JD Gaming. But if you keep tabs on it, you have GG, Dogred, S8UL, Team Liquid still that could come down from the north. For Team Vision, the split hold because the 2 members went to go look at WGR. Neo, who did go running towards Solar Array. A big fight likely to break out there with TLN Pirates rotating for info. But Trinity have fallen. Another game does not go their way, but they still have 3 more chances on Storm Point to make a comeback.
But with only 3 games to go, it's getting a little hot in the arena, and a lot of these pros are feeling the pressure now, moving up, seeing if they could get that 3rd player over by Bonsai. Pirates are going to be really the only one in Stasis Array who will clear this res while Team Vision hold that southwestern side of Sommers. They're not going to move from that spot, and I really agree with them too with the way that the pile-up is looking like for the teams coming in from the north side, and that's still without ignoring the Valkyrie teams who could easily fly over and find that free building south of Sommers that is still available for some of these teams.
Keeping your eyes out. Looking towards the survey beacon. Maybe we can get access to it and start our rotate in. Zeddy just out towards the north of them. For now, this should be uncontested. WGR Neo does get a full reset back to a team of 3 in the south. And Dogred, well, frag indicators are real. Fights breaking out into the north. S8UL and Gaming Gladiators trying to fight this.
There's Dogred who's stuck in the middle too, while Zipline's still trying to find their journey outside of zone, outside of Grow Towers. Team Liquid will have that information. They do have that beacon available to them. And it's the fight for the Mythic Bin, which is where S8UL are holding their ground, while AG also in some trouble, but Hagwadis is able to get some retaliation, forcing Dinos now to try to get the reset, but Chaos can't get the res. I love this call from AG as Hagwadis yeets out the nades, finishes off DJ in the process, and they could hear floating in the vicinity Chaos just waiting patiently right behind his own gen because he's got the TP. He's going to be able to bring his teammates back to life thanks to the Void Nexus, and AG Global cannot say the same because creeping about was floating. You saw the pings. They heard him, and he was able to scoop up Hagwadis and take away AG Global's dreams, being the 3rd team to fall in this lobby.
He really said, get me involved. And you have to grab as many kills as possible. JD Gaming still just hanging out above the elimination stage. And like I've said, it will be down to the likelihood of 1 kill, Vicky. So get every kill, every finish that you possibly can. TLNP on 17 points for our series. The Battle of the South likely to break out. You can see Dinos on the horizon, but really our threats are WGR Neo. Drop an evac tower. Or are we going to go straight towards Summers University? Because we've got to get ahead of a couple of teams, but I don't know how much space will be available at this time. There's still so many teams up.
And that's why you saw them ping to just move ahead, right? If they're one of the teams with the Axel, just take the Nitro Gate, move forward, don't call in with the evac tower. Even if you have the Valkyrie, you get the information, but after losing out on your shield, that's what's detrimental when Ring 3 is closing behind your backs. Legacy was able to get the Kraber and the infinite ammo when they had the Mythic pin right there on top of Grow Towers. Everybody takes to the sky when they have the Valkyrie composition. Gaming Gladiators, even TIE though, not with the Valkyrie, but playing off the side of the crates, and it's so much pressure as Jesco gets that knock with the Arc Star. Umi-chan going down. F-Chan now, it's only up to him, the Wraith Q, to get away. Putting in the pressure and now having to play off the corner. Nothing to see here. Maybe hoping that S8UL will fixate their attention on PXX. Kazetti are also fighting on the other side.
And here comes S8UL. PXX, you're right, across the way. I think with this Kraber, you're just waiting for anyone and everyone to peek.
TI here is still alive. Saying, don't look at me, please. PXX get eliminated. The fact that the solo stays alive is another thing.
They're looking, they're hunting.
They're trying to prevent this res though. Zeddy now, having to be careful. Playing off the back end of the Gen though. Setting out the drones too from both sides before sliding in off the Nitro Gate. It's gonna be Jelly. Heads are flying. DGG2 got eliminated, and so does Zeddy. Esports playing that safe. It's gonna be Legacy. Where did he go? I know he's around. I hear him about. They have the portals and they get the slight scan too. Do they plyo trying to rotate? Does F-Chan get the res? He gets the res off the death box. They had to have heard that. They had to. Legacy then gets the follow, finds F-Chan. He gets the revenge off the Kraber shot. And after hearing that, they were so close to rotating out, imagine, but after hearing that res, they deviate their attention right back over to the team that they were originally fighting.
Back up on your feet, F-Chan, you go. They drop a pylon, they focus on healing, and dang, that is crazy. That pip just goes to show you where that circle is pulling, and for fun esports, they've got a position in that next circle. Yo, wait, did Juzna just finish Zane with a Watson fence?
They think they're Picasso, the way that they're painting the entire map with these Watson fences. Oh my God! That disappeared, man. No evac tower, unfortunate, as Legacy also drops like a hot potato. Can they get out with the ring closing in? Jazco, they fully try to send it. S8UL get eliminated. I was wondering what kind of communication was that? They could have put down the portal. They could have gone through the wall with the void passage. And now S8UL getting eliminated. Clears things up for the one soul of TIE. To keep the dream alive, Liquid and JD Gaming are hungry. They feast upon his body. The solo out, and Panic follows up to get the knock onto Stay Naughty once they're face off against each other.
Shields ripped apart, bats coming out, and the pressure is still on Team Liquid. JD Gaming with the positioning. Look at where Floating is trying to take an angle. The Maggie Ball yeets Panic to the side, and down he goes. From behind,
no way.
Shubi. The synergy that Floating and Shubi are organizing here. The chaos of Team Liquid, and JDG wipe them off the face of Olympus.
The fact that you're still seeing these knocks after Liquid get eliminated. What are these squad wipes? Everybody taking these fights. Spafafiv gets a little sneaky here on the other side of zone. Did hear that they got the res. That's why he didn't want to show his face too. He saw that maybe he could have had an opportunity. As Akba though also trying to have the opportunity to find Zeta, who are playing right underneath them, but look behind you may not hear it, especially with the drill is right to your back. Forced to drop down too, with the ring being right close to him. Synetic is going to be able to get the finishing blow onto Juxo that we saw earlier on, and Dino now waking up with 11 squads left in this lobby.
And you have to play this so cautiously, because look who just took to the top of that.
Goodness.
Team Vision also fighting for position and coverage in that next circle. DJ Killa, those shots that are coming through. Zipline Mafia from the high ground on the west side, playing around TLN Pirates and Enter Force 36. We come over here and Team Vision wipe for fun.
It's a tough situation to be in while Team Vision, who have been holding that entire southern side of zone for so long, especially playing off of the Alter portal. That Void Nexus coming in clutch though. Wrecking Ball though, it's a strike. He finds Mike and Floating's upset. He wakes up. He gets the quick 2K here before sliding down. Here's the rest of the teams moving up. Gaming Gladiators may be his next victims. They get eliminated, but unfortunately it does get stolen from him. And remember, JD Gaming need all the points that they need. Breaking down the perimeter fence line though, and you can hear the pings. With Stay Naughty now in some trouble, needs suppressed fire, and Floating has the wingman in hand.
We lost out on a few teams during that. And that's okay, because JDG is looking to send themselves into the top 5. The pressure is eating the wingman. 50, 50, 50. Zipline Mafia, fresh off a rotation, go towards TLN Pirates and enter Force 36. But to the low ground we go. And right there, Kazakh up on the height. Nate sends the portal. Xenon goes up, and down goes Nate.
The abduction! The fact that they're forced to go down too. I mean, they felt the pressure off the drill. Kazakh is able to get that knock originally. Now Zidane is forced to play off the lip of this fence line. Playing off the head glitch from both sides too, but having to take a different angle away from Kazakh's point of view.
Oh no.
RE45, but he has to get through all the knockdown shields, just enough to be the nail in the coffin to delete Pirates. 5 squads left.
They fell with 4 KP, so still points on the board, but it's Zeta at the top of the series for Olympus thus far. We're healthy. We're near center of circle, but you have to keep so many eyes out across the board. Enter Force 36 potentially facing elimination, but this big game can start to turn things around.
Purple Perk forced Synap and Evac Tower to try to take onto the high ground, while Zipline Mafia are down to it with the zone closing in. It prevents Kazakh from being able to reset, from being able to get the res. Zeta understand the situation. They're playing alongside the bins as well as the gen. They hear the fighting here as JD Gaming Floating, taking a different off angle. They have 6 total KP for this entire team, trying to elevate themselves as Sasuke is going to be able to find Carter. E36 getting a trade-off too, while Floating has been trying to farm, finishing off Team Vision, wrapping behind them. Zeta,
oh my,
will they be next? He's going crazy. He misses out on some of those wingman shots, which means he misses out on getting the 2 KP. He has just to pick that up.
An Arc Star knocks down 2 members of Zeta, and JDG finished them. Into the top 2 we go. E36 and JDG, the teams at risk of going home, are giving it everything.
What did they see? Floating! As 2 squads of JD Gaming are looking to take the dub when they need it the most. Floating! They have 10 total KP. It's up to Stay Naughty. L-Star in hand, playing up the knockdown. Only 1 member left as JD Gaming. At the very last second, they take the final game on Olympus. They are your Game 3 winners.
There's a reason that we are so hyped talking about this team. 2nd seed from Americas. 15 kills that game. I lied, sorry, that was dramatic. 13 kills. My bad, still 6 though.
Still insane.
Still good though.
Like what?
25 points. A team at risk of going home. Do you know how massive 25 points is for that?
When you were on the later half of the overall standings, it's massive too. Because you can at least have some room to breathe when you only got 3 games to go. The shouting, the vibes here. They're looking at Zach, the trade-off after Floating. Came in for the flank, by the way.
Yo, Floating is cracked. Like, Floating is so cracked. It has been so sick to witness the comeback. And dude, we've been following Shubi since Challenger Circuit, right? Do you remember like the lone standing Bangalore from Challenger Circuit that was just full sending everything? It is a true grind. And how long? Naughty, first land IGLing. I mean, look, this is Vicky and I's last cast for the group series, mind you. And I'm so curious. So I'm gonna say it here live. Grace, Snipe, y'all said JDG was gonna be one of the teams from Americas going home. We'll have to talk later.
I don't know if that's going to happen when you have somebody like Floating in a perfect flow state, willing to take some of these fights, go around the outside of zone just so that way he can sneak up with the pop-off, the side-by-side. I love the energy that we're here seeing, and Stay Naughty taking just a deep breath of relief.
But it's just such the dynamics between both of them because, you know, when you have that, knowing that you both need all of the points there at the end, 25 points. Look, JDG, guys, was 1 point outside of the bottom 6.
Yep.
They just kept toggling. We were out of it, but not by much. And you throw 25 points down, that moves you 7, 8 positions up. And sure, you might have to fight through that survival stage, but if it took a bit long to get warmed up on land, you might need that.
I mean, when you go from game number 2, the first team to go out of the lobby was JD Gaming. And now you move on to our final game on Olympus, game number 3, and you end up not only taking the double with double-digit KP. And it also goes hand in hand that, at least in match 1, they finished in top 3 with 10 KP, even though going on after that game 2, you're the first team to go out, you still were able to get double-digit KP nonetheless in that first game. Now you get the dub when you need it before we transition onto Storm Point.
I mean, I'm just looking at the stats right now. 23 kills in 3 games. Floating's responsible for 10 of them. Naughty has 7, Shubi 6, but Floating has done almost 5k damage. He's the one player on that team with a positive damage differential, and it's 1,500.
Wow.
That man deals out so much more damage than he takes. So not only is he good at getting kills, but he's evasive.
It's actually insane the way that he could frag out and also reposition himself, because it's really important, right? It's all about that positioning and the way that you try to take some of these fights. And Floating was cheeky in that last game, whether it be creeping about, taking out the last member of AG Global, playing on the outskirts of the ring, so that way you could go in for a flanking position, and constantly getting away with it is what you like to see. Because now, as we change maps, it's about carrying that momentum when you have a different look of the POI draft. Hearing that we got an interview ready on the floor, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got so much more action here within the ALGS. I want to hear from our desk.
At the halfway point of this group stage on the final day, we still have time, but it is running out. I'm joined by Effect here from Aurora Gaming. Effect, I don't have to sit here and tell you, obviously, the scenario that you guys are in and the scenario that everyone else in this arena is in. But let's be clear, you guys are all absolutely incredible players. But what has it been about this LAN that's made it such a challenge?
I don't really have anything to say, like much to say. I have no idea. It's just our first LAN and first time getting used to playing like the way Yarka plays, the way we play in zone. So that's it, just the experience.
How's it been staying motivated within the comms and staying positive in like this uphill battle that you're in right now?
I'm staying like neutral. I don't have like that much of emotions or anything. A little bit sad, of course. Don't want to go out from group stages, but we still have 3 games.
Exactly. The reality is you've still got 3 games, and of course you've got loads of fans still supporting you both in the arena and of course at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Sorry, English is hard. It's okay. Hopefully we don't disappoint you.
I tell you what, you're an incredible player. We can't wait to see what you bring in the next 3 games. I'm not going to take up any more time. Thank you so much, Effect, for joining me here. I'm going to send you over now to Rain Day with another interview on the other side of the stage.
Thank you, Barney. I am standing here, and it may look like deja vu, but no, it was yesterday that I spoke with Pandas. You were in a pretty different state than you are now. Talk to me after that final win that you guys just got a few games ago to ease a little bit of pressure that I know you have been feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it just took a lot of stress off of our shoulders. Like, we still got to get a few more points on the board, get to that top 14 so we don't have to play tomorrow in the Survivor Series.
I talked about the palpable nature of the tension that's here in the arena. You've seen it, you felt it. Your players have denied interviews not once, but twice. I don't know if these are the Kings or something, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's because they're trying to stay locked in. They know that any slip up right now means they could be going home.
Yeah, I would rather have my players be locked in, not gonna lie, coming into the series, you know. We had an okay first 2 days, but now it's our chance to really prove ourselves on land.
Talk to me about the mentality really quickly before I let you go. That locked in, what does that look like for your team? When they're focused, when everyone's playing their best. I talked to Cinetic earlier on in this season. It was one of my favorite interviews about him taking on the role, switching to controller, obviously bringing Tyler into this lobby and into this team and saying, I can lead a little bit with the damage as well. I don't need a Zane to do that for me. What does it look like when your team is playing at their best, and what do you guys need to do in these last few games?
I mean, everyone's just so consistent when we're all together, calming together, you know. Going into this day, I was telling everyone to keep their energy high and start off strong. So once that gets rolling, the team is just unstoppable. Like, we won't lose a 3v3.
Congratulations, man. You guys have done well. Listen, if you guys deny me one more time, it's going to be hell to pay. I tell you that. Third interview is a charm. We're going to get him over here. However, I got my man Barney Banks sitting over with Kazakh, waiting to talk a little bit more.
That's right, Rainday. Third time is the charm. Third interview is the charm. We got Kazakh here from Zipline Mafia. Kazakh, talk to me first and foremost about the experience so far at this LAN, with this live crowd in this environment. How's it been?
It's great. A little bit hot, but overall good.
It's a little bit hot. Things get sweaty. Things get heated here on the main stage. Now, with that performance that you guys have shown up with today in the day 3 of the group stage, it looks like you guys have saved yourself. Did you kind of have that sigh of relief when you finally put up some big numbers and now you're feeling a bit more comfortable, right?
Yeah, we planned this. We were looking for our game, and now finally we won.
So if you're playing again tomorrow, what's going to change? Like, how is kind of being before you come onto this stage? How has it been like communicating with the boys before you come out here? Like, what's the plan been every day? How have you made adjustments?
So as an emergency sub, I just played with the boys 2 weeks of scrims, but I hope we won't play tomorrow, but day after tomorrow in finals.
I love it. I love that positivity. Kazakh, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck in your next 3 games, and we'll see how it all pans out. Back to you guys in the studio.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Man.
It's definitely a different atmosphere here at the Korea City Grid Arena, as honestly, a big shocker that we have had. We expected JDG not to do that well, but boy, did they step up, and with that performance, I think they're going to be saved and not getting eliminated.
I mean, yeah, Naughty really turned it up there, and you can see the energy and the passion and, you know, everything going through it, but, you know, they're on the cusp. I did some calculations. They are still on the cusp of, you know, sort of going under that red line. But obviously I want to sort of touch on Aurora. We sort of saw that sad look on Effect's face, but I do want him to know you still got 3 more games, and it's basically JDG and then Aurora that are just needing to fight for that position. So I do feel like Aurora might need to do something incredible this, and I really, really hope Effect, you know, can shake off that kind of attitude and just really go for it, because there is still that chance and opportunity these next 3 games to push themselves out of that bottom 6.
I mean, speaking of JDG, we did have our doubts, but I will say, floating, absolutely engaged. He was looking like he was being ranked out there that game, actually. He was just sending absolutely everybody on repeat, making several plays and getting this KP on the board. However, I will also say, Naughty winning as IGL on LAN Dream is still alive. It could happen at this point. I'm so happy to see the change of pace, because we were losing hope quite a bit right there, but this is the form that, you know, that took them to the top that they were.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen someone's face on the main screen have as much relief as we saw Naughty's have after they pulled out that win, and his team, they just all embraced each other. It's like, hey man, this is like what we spent all year getting to here, and it's really awesome to see them prove us wrong up here, as it is a team that I am happy to see do well, considering, you know, we have some other pro players. You know, we had Zero talking a little bit of trash, and it's good to see Naughty kind of breaking out of that shell of people kind of underestimating him as just being, you know, this crazy fragger in the past, and now he's taking on a more important role and really showing up at the stage when it matters most.
That's the floating we're used to seeing. Like, that is the stuff that we knew that he could do.
Now we just want to see the effect that we're used to seeing, because Aurora, I mean, a lot of us expected them to do what some of the other squads earlier in the day were able to do, right? NIP showed up, Alliance showed up. What's going on with Aurora? I mean, we saw the body language right there out of effect. Not really, you could tell that he didn't want to be there. So thank you, Barney, for doing that interview with us, with him. But what's going on with Aurora? Take me through the mindset of what could be happening with that squad right now, Grace.
I mean, you heard it himself. He says he doesn't really know. Like, this is the thing. It all comes back to experience. He even said it himself. It's just experience. I'm not used to playing with Hierarcha's way of IGLing zone on LAN. And that is a different from playing online, because you have to remind yourself that playing all of these tournaments, playing ranked is different from pubs. Playing Pro League or CC is different from ranked. And it keeps going, and LAN, especially at EWC, when the stakes are so high as winning 600K, is even higher. Of course, they're going to get affected by it.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out something there. I mean, the stakes are higher, and I think this is something that people don't really take into consideration. When Hierarcha won Year 5 champs, no pressure, no one thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
There was not a single
Underdogs.
person that literally went into that, and for him as an IGL, you don't have anything to worry about. Anything better than what people were expecting was an over-accomplishment. And now that you have that first place and you pick up someone with the accolades that Effect has, you have pressure to uphold where he came from on Alliance, not to mention getting first place in Pro League in the EMEAs. There's no real pressure online. Everyone's comfortable in their own homes. There's nothing like that. Yet you get to this stage and you start off slow and have these bad rounds when all the more expectation than you've ever had on you and your team is now placed on you. And we're seeing that maybe take effect here, literally, because that's 3 games in a row that they dropped barely anything and were trying to force fights early on, hoping to get those points that they needed, when in reality, maybe all they needed, just like we've seen at these other teams, was to just find a good spot, get to zone, and let the kills come to them. Seems like they might be forcing stuff, and now that they're in this position, they might have to do that even more.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the body language right now too, as we're looking at the keys, which at some point I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to crush them. Aurora doesn't want their keys to be crushed. They're wanting to continue on. How can they get themselves out of this mood that they're currently in to make sure that they push up, as we're going to be looking at the overall, and then at some point we'll see Aurora and we'll see how far away or where they currently are in that standing.
I mean, this is the thing. I think everybody saw it in that 1v2 he has as well. If you follow the match, he's getting desperate. He's clawing at absolutely everything. And at some point, and I'm sure, Snipe, you and me both have gone through it before, where nothing is working and you just go, screw it, I just have to 1v57. And when you have that mindset, it's either make or break. And I think for Effect personally, it's not a good thing, because he can get into his own mind, and that will cost him, because he is a phenomenal player. But when you play, because I played under other RGLs as well, when you just feel like, hey, nothing we're doing is working, we need to change something up, it's really tough, because at the end of the day, you have to follow your RGL, and if you don't and you split ways, you gotta be Pepega together and not split.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was kind of tough seeing that image of all 3 of them sitting there, because, I've been in similar situations where you feel like you're about to get bounced and your teammate might have his head down on the desk. Someone has to step up, tell each other to put your headphones on, get rid of the noise, lock in, and just hype each other up. Tell your IGL, you're the best FN IGL in the game. Make it seem like you have confidence in each other, so you come out, because when you're just sitting there all with your hands on your head and you're just staring at your monitor, it's just such a bad precedent that you all just are, I'm a real believer in just energy, and what you put in is kind of what you get, and to feel like that and to see that is not what you want to see if you're an Aurora fan heading into these final 3 games.
Yeah, and that's what I was sort of touching on. Like, you just got to shake off that kind of energy. Still got 3 more games to lock it in. And if we want to move over to the let's have a look at those more bottom teams there. We can see where Aurora are currently sitting, because, like I said, is just in bottom 6. But they are incredibly close to getting out of that. Obviously, after JDG's performance, they got out of that bottom 6 just then. So it is an incredibly tight spot right there, and still 3 more games. They're able to do that. It's definitely
right there.
applicable. Yeah, there we go. Let's
there
have
you
a
have
look.
it.
Yes.
I mean, Aurora right now, 37th place, only gotten 3 points today so far. There is the benchmark right there that we're currently seeing. Can they do enough? Can they actually knock themselves into their head? Because like you were mentioning, Grace, it happens to some players, right? It happens in the past. And Snipe, I'm gonna be sending this to you, because I want to know, what can Effect do to make sure that doesn't happen? He doesn't get into his head. He doesn't start overthinking in these 3 matches, knowing that there is a chance that they could end up going home if they don't start putting up points.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just one game at a time. But when we look at that page, you know, the bottom three are already out.
Yeah, they're already out.
They're not even really a part of this anymore. We are looking at the highest elimination points that we have seen yet. It's at 63 right now is the cutoff. And Aurora's at 54. So we're looking at minimum 15 to 20 points minimum to try and get them back up. So we're already pushing into the 70s for a potential cutoff here, and that's pretty extended. But if there's the team that has the firepower to do it, they're doing it. We've seen Enter Force 36 already work their way up, JDG working their way up. All these teams that we talked about, Zip, all these teams that we've talked about that have the potential to do it, there's only one left, and we're going to see what happens.
I mean, we can even see it right here on the footage of the cam as well. So much pressure. People just staring into the sky, whether they're closing their eyes and meditating for a few seconds just to see what can we pull out to make it, like, dig ourselves out of this hole that we have dug for ourselves in the first 2 days. And it's really tough. Currently, the cutoff is at, what, 63. It's definitely going to move up. Yeah, it's definitely going to move up. And the thing is that it's super competitive. Everybody just really wants it. But this is also this to me is the beauty of esports, because it's one part that we don't really dive into a lot. We typically dive into the champs. We typically dive into the top 2, the best teams of each region. But the reality is someone has to get sent home. And it's soul crushing for the people that have worked so hard to be here. But it's also what makes this game so very beautiful, that everybody is putting in their best effort. And that's the competitiveness is literally Apex.
Yeah, I was actually going to touch on Pirates, still in that same sort of situation, right? They were just under that as well. It was something that we could absolutely see these guys sort of pull it out within that 3 matches. But honestly, it's actually so neck and neck in this leaderboard. But look, I feel like this team is turned up in these last couple of matches. I don't know what has been happening in those previous ones. Yes, and which, you know, we got to chat to him before, and I was like, we're about to do an interview, and he's like, I'm gonna go coach. And all they needed was the Nasky vibes, I feel.
I mean, sometimes a coach, especially with the experience in Nasky, can make that difference. And for today, it has made that difference. The question is, we're done with Olympus. Storm Point's gonna be coming up for those kind of teams. Can they do enough? And I know you wanted to talk about Nasky, how much of a difference that can make for a squad like the French squad.
Tanned Nasky now, by the way.
I mean, we just looked at the view, and they were in way higher spirits than we just saw when we had Aurora on the screen, and they're 11 or 9 points less than them. So I think for them, they came in with only, I think, 24-ish points. They were last place, and for them to already have 25-ish around this series right here is good vibes. They know they're doing well, and if they get another 25, 30 points, you know, they might be that 35th team to try and get them right outside of it, and it's going to be interesting to see. But Nasky comes in, he is, you know, able to give them a little bit better of his own, you know, history as an IGL, keep their spirits up, because people don't realize that this is his first day here. There are 2 bad days. They actually did have a bit of a coach replacement, and he came in and he's replaced the vibes. He was super confident, said he had a great feeling when we were in the green room talking to him, and we know a big history there, and there's a lot of things that I'm sure he can bring to an inexperienced roster at a big event like this.
Well, there you go. We got the PO. With this, sorry, I'm just shocked. I'm honestly shocked that Aurora is currently where they are, that JDG was able to climb up. With this POI draft that we have on the screen, Graceful, is there anything that you're seeing that kind of points out that might make Aurora's job even harder?
Definitely not harder. They're at Ceto Station. There's plenty of drops right here, or even zones. We've seen several in Jurassic. We've seen Central move up. Surely, if it comes to Wall, I still think they have pretty much of a prio to get in there. They're in a super solid spot depending on where the zone pulls. However, if we're looking at, you know, Stormcatcher perhaps, it might be a little bit tougher. I think overall, they can make this happen. And now it's literally do or die. If they have 1, maybe 2 more, like 2 donuts, they need to drop like a 40 bomb to make it through, and we can't have that happen.
Well, we saw what being able to get a good POI draft can happen in the earlier series for some of these squads. Now you're saying it's looking good here for Aurora. What are we expecting out of Aurora in this last 3 matches?
God, they just need one pop-off game. They just need to do everything within this first one, and I reckon they're going to be absolutely A-okay.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen, as ladies and gentlemen, the final 3 games of the group stage is here. Let's send it over to Dan Gaskin in Onset.
Thank you so much. Here we go then, everybody. It's time to send some teams home. The group stages will come to its conclusion in 3 games' time. We haven't got many games left. There is not a lot of points left for these teams to accumulate, Dan. It's scary time.
getting a little bit terrifying for these players. You can feel the nerves amongst the audience, amongst the players, amongst the coaches, amongst the casters, amongst the analysts. Everyone is just feeling it at the moment, and for good reason, because we will be sending 6 teams home. We know what that cutoff is right now. 65 points is what everyone is chasing, but all the meanwhile, teams are still trying to qualify for the top 15 mark. You're trying to get into those finals where we get match points, so there's a lot to play for right now.
It certainly is indeed. Remember, top 14 straight through to match point finals. For everybody else, you got to play a long day tomorrow to join them and have the opportunity to make the match point finals. But unfortunately, the real story here is who is going home. 6 teams will be eliminated today at the end of these 3 games, and the place it's all going to take place is Storm Point.
And the one team that is in that bottom 6 right now that is on the tip of everyone's tongues, Aurora. Can they do better here on Storm Point? They're at Sito Station. They prioritize this as their POI draft. Expect them to put points on the board here, but will it be enough?
Well, they've got an option to rotate nice and quickly from Sito, one of the most central POIs that is available here on Storm Point. So if they can't make the most of this, they've got to look themselves in the mirror, and they've really only got themselves to blame. JDG have started to come to life. It's been the story of some of the big teams coming back to life today, Dan, in this day of group play. The question is, can Aurora do the same, or are they going to be the first casualty?
A lot of the teams we thought were dead in the water have been able to have that one game to just put them in the comfort zone. Aurora need the same. One win here, suddenly it changes everything. It changes the narrative. It changes their confidence. Now, in terms of where we're going for zone, we're heading up to the northeast. Great news for the likes of Vision, PXX, and For Fun Esports, who can just be able to transition pretty quickly into this one. And then composition-wise, Mark, we are seeing a lot of Gibraltar, and for good reason. Gibby is going to be very important in this one, but what that does allow is Valkyrie going into match 5.
It certainly does indeed. Now, one thing to keep an eye on here is with the zone, Lightning Rod is going to be very, very busy very, very early. Looking at where the finish could be, though, potentially on that hillside, actually between Stormcatcher and Elrod is where we could end up. So a lot of options for teams to play if they can get there early, but if you're arriving late, you are going to be relying on that Gibraltar-Newcastle combination to give you that cover to play.
Yeah, still 14 Valkyries, but not enough to get banned, which means she will be available for match 5. So expect to see a lot of skyward dives going into that last circle, or at least the second to last circle. For now, some of those teams who are further away can prioritize on looting and making sure they can get those Evos up a little bit as well. But then you've got the early movers, the likes of JDG, the likes of For Fun, Vision, Zeta Division, also moving very fast from Zoo Station as well.
Well, it would be a little bit of a Cinderella story if Pirates managed to come back from the position they started the day in rock bottom, but they've got some work to do, and they've started off pretty well. 24 points from the 3 games. Confidence certainly on the up, because after yesterday's performance, it probably was about as low as you could get. But for Team Liquid, it's been a quiet start in this series as well. Now, they've done the majority of the work, but remember, even if you qualify for that match point finals in that top 14, where you place is going to affect your POI draft position. So they need to find some points here to give them the best POI draft to make sure they're comfortable in those finals.
Yeah, currently Liquid sitting in 4th in the overalls, which would be a pretty good position for the POI draft, but they have GG and AG Global both breathing down their necks, and maybe an outsider of Zeddy. There is a possibility that Liquid could drop as low as 7th after these games, and yeah, okay, you're still in a relatively good spot in terms of your POI draft, but not as good as being in the top 3, top 4.
AG, quite the way to go here. I think they've recognized that with where the zone is, they're probably not going to have the best of prio to it, so just taking time to make sure the Evos are as high as they can be on those shields, making sure the attachments are as juicy as they can be on those guns as well, before they try and force their way forward. Enter Force 36 with the team who are entering into the wall just ahead of them that you saw in that zip line. And then outside of the zone here, Trinity and Aurora taking a look at each other, and what an impactful fight this could be.
Effect was down, but has been picked back up. It was something I wanted to bring a little bit of an attention to as well. Effect throughout Split 1 was incredible. He was oftentimes bringing this team through, slaying out, being the top fragger on the team, and in the lobby at times. He has not found that same kind of consistency at this LAN yet. Is there too much pressure on his shoulders, and how is he going to deal with this pressure?
Well, it's an interesting composition that they're running here as well. Alta, Sparrow, and Fuse. So when we talk about that zone and how open it can be, not really a lot of options for any legend cover from the abilities that are available for Aurora. So it's going to have to be brute force the way that they work their way into this zone. Hasn't started off great for them, like you mentioned. Already Effect was down, but he's been brought back up. And outside of the zone. Trinity still holding them on that high ground, so Aurora might have to think about just wrapping down to the south here.
The thing is, the Aurora of old, the Aurora we saw through the split, would happily take that fight, but they're a little bit worried now because they don't have that much time left with only 3 matches available. Anyway, PXX having to bubble here. JDG are going to be on the other side of this.
Yeah, a couple of bubbles going down. I think everyone should be safe. Knowing the third party is awaiting, you don't really want to be taking a fight, and even with PXX losing a player thanks to the triple take here of Blasts, you'd have to be a brave man and a brave team to want to push onto this if you're either JDG or GG giving up your spot.
Blast trying to hit the toes there with the triple take, just letting the rest of the teams know that GG are certainly present and in that area. It has been a slower series for Gaming Gladiators. As I was mentioning, they're in 5th at the moment in the overalls, but they also have a chance to push themselves up a little bit further for that POI draft. But JDG, first place in the series right now, started in the bottom 6 before we got into this. And they've secured their spot in the survival stage, but how far can they go? I'm not sure they're going to be able to have enough to get all the way to match point finals, but it's not impossible if they were to get a couple more wins.
Well, AG Global and Enter Force 36 are continuing to be a little bit too close for comfort, and I think we're about to get this engagement that we thought we might get a few moments ago. Gibiolt's going to go down. AG are forced to drop, and Justin will get that knock. However, the motherload from the fuse of Yanya is going to make sure that that gets evened up. Obi wants this though. He drops in with a massive. He gets absolutely deleted. And Sidep now, no Valkyrie to escape from here, so he's got to try and win this 1v1. Drops behind Niesel, jumps back up into the skies.
Brilliant.
But he's got to try and deny this res.
He dropped down just to initially deny the res, but he felt like he was at a little bit of a disadvantage. Now the bubbles come up. This is going to be so tough, but he re-engages once more, gets to a 1v1.
Yeah, that's the re-knock coming in, so it's still a 1v1. Knockdown shields being played with. Synap uses the missile swarm, but he's not connecting with many bodies here. He's just connecting with knockdowns, but the big shots, they're the ones that count! And it's going to be AG who win it. The clutch coming in from Niesel.
And Enter Force 36, a team who is very much at risk and vulnerable down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. They needed that fight. They're on 68 points at the moment. Only 5 points ahead from those chasing teams who are in the bottom 6. So they're going to have to sit, wait, and hope some of those teams below them get eliminated thereafter because they're the first team to go.
S8UL, just moving out the front of Command Center at the moment, trying to work their way uphill towards where this zone is going to be going. Relove are in front of them. Grabbing that Evo Harvester means that it's going to be a little bit more comfortable for them to do because they've got the purple perks available now thanks to those armors being leveled up. Having that triple Gibby ult is going to be very, very important here for Jesco.
And a few of these teams now just taking their time with this rotation. They don't need to rush. They know they are going to be beaten to a lot of the prioritized areas, but there are of course ring consoles, survey beacons you can hit on your way just to gain that extra little bit of information and hopefully make it a little bit more comfortable when you do arrive to that zone later on. S8UL just need to be aware that there could be a team in the area, so they're just scouting things out at the moment as we check back in with the Pirates. You said it would be quite something if they were able to find their way out of these elimination places. Not impossible. There is so many points still available here with 3 matches to be played.
S8UL did just go back into Command Center momentarily to hit the ring console. Oh my, shot. Gibby's still a big boy, even though he can move. Still a lot to hit. Interesting to see if S8UL actually try and take the high ground off of Dinos here. Around the Spider Cave outside of Command Center. In the meantime, Igarashi is down on his back. As Fafafif with this longbow. He's given them some openings here. However, it looks like Igarashi will be brought back to his feet. Newcastle does his job. And Trinity will continue on their rotate.
Trinity, who are in dead last at the moment, they can't afford to be going out early in these games. They need to have what feels like a miracle at this point if they are going to find themselves into that survival stage tomorrow. As we check back in now with AG, who are starting to approach onto GG here.
Well, Yagaris just blew blasts up. Yanya had already taken down Zane. And poor old Lufka is hanging behind the office desk trying to survive, and even though he gets one, GG will be eliminated. This is happening all the way over in Zeus Station, deep into zone. And with Niazul brought back to his feet, they will have the opportunity to hit a survey beacon here, AG, and possibly hit the balloon that is over here on the north side of Zeus station to catapult themselves into zone. However, it's very busy, and even that survey beacon, even though it'll tell them where everyone is, doesn't look like there's many places for them to go.
AG Global now send themselves up into 3rd in the overalls, just with those 3 kills. That's how close it is in the top 5 of the overalls at the moment. And again, they have a fantastic chance to potentially finish 2nd in the overalls, really, when you look at it, competing with S8UL to try and prioritize themselves in that POI draft. If you're unaware of what the POI draft is, by the way, if you're a newer viewer, the teams get to draft which POI they will be dropping at, which can be such an important factor to the ALGS.
Certainly can. Zipline Mafia, by the way, the perfect picture of the name of the team in that moment. All of them just in unison hitting that zipline to get up to the north. A little bit of a replay of some long bow shots coming in earlier. It didn't mean too much,
Let's check that place out.
as they did get that res momentarily. That's pretty much the most action we've actually seen outside of the POV of AG Global, who have been looking to take fights. Speaking of which, here is another fight, and hey, surprise, surprise, who's on the end of it? It's AG Global. They're running at everyone on this northern side.
And this is one of our top teams against one of our bottom teams. Is Trinity out in 18th place. It's more doom and gloom for them. They are getting closer and closer to elimination from the whole tournament right now, as AG just keep powering through. Speaking of elimination, Aurora down to just Hiaka now.
Hiaka on the Sparrow, inside of zone. This is not good for Aurora fans. Oirain's trying to sneak back to his teammate. And even though they can get one up potentially here, Effect is just a death box.
And maybe you can steal in, grab that banner, and then dip out the other way, but they very much got focused as they tried to wrap on this eastern side. It's Zeta Division who have eyes on them, and For Fun also joining in as PXX do get eliminated in that kill feed.
S8UL just getting punished in a corner here, having to play behind the mobile shield of the Newcastle. And coming behind them is going to be AG Global. They are confident, let me tell you that. They've already got a bunch of kills in this game. And if they see an opportunity to get some shots onto S8UL, then Jesco's going to have to hope that he can get that bubble down just at the right time.
Well, AG, it's
who's next?
On to the next one for them. Team Liquid seem to be in their sights, but also now this is just a good rotation as they start to get closer towards the northern side of this zone as well. And they're happy to take any fights, full of confidence right now. By the way, all the meanwhile, Aurora have been able to wrap round to the southern side as a duo, relocating. Don't know if they're going to get much of a chance to get back up to a 3 right now, unless they can find a crafter on their way, which there are crafters, but there are also teams in those areas as well.
So AG not quite safe as yet. And what's the next play for them? They slide down towards the cannon. On the bottom side of the hill, you can see Oirain and the remaining duo of Aurora. Now, these kind of moments, these kind of games, as a duo, sometimes something special happens. One thing that helps being a duo is when you've got a mobile respawn beacon and you've got Effect's banner, and all of a sudden, with 20 seconds left on the zone, Effect is going to rejoin Aurora. They still have so much work to do, but at least they can do it together. While all that was going down, Zipline Mafia were eliminated from the lobby. DCG know where Aurora are, and they just want to hold them out here.
Dog Red just arrived in the area as well from a Skyward Dive. So there could be 2 teams holding out Aurora, but you have to give credit to Hiaka grabbing the banner and being able to get his full team back up now. So they've at least given themselves a chance. And you might be wondering, why are we focusing so much on Aurora?
Hiaka's down.
Aurora, one of the best performing EMEA teams that we had during Split 1. Effect, arguably the best fragger in the game, or one of the best fraggers in the game, and at the moment, they are struggling. They are in those elimination places.
And with the IGL down, and the fuse already used here by Oirain, what is the plan? Effect is having to squint because he's got absolutely no attachments, no sights on either of his weapons, and they are just being peppered, being held down with 50 seconds left. It is looking like an absolute nightmare for Aurora in this game. Team Liquid to the skies, though. They will slam into this spot. The wall goes down, the bubble goes down as well, and they're able to stabilize here.
have the Newcastle as well. That castle wall is going to be planted, I imagine, by both teams where possible if you stay up. Liquid get aggressive, they apply a lot of damage. For Fun desperately need to stabilize, and the gen gets ripped away from them. That's good pressure from Liquid.
Only problem is for Liquid that Zeta Division were looking to cross at them and not letting them push. Every time they tried to step up and capitalize on the damage that was done, they were the ones who went down. AG Global, finally, their run of terror has been ended, and it's going to be by Team Vision who get those kills. And Porte coming in, though. It's going to be the Pirates.
Vision and Pirates, both in very different positions. Vision are chasing the top 14. Pirates are just trying to stay alive right now. But a huge fight nonetheless. As if it even happens, as Oirain's just gone down in the kill feed as well.
Sedan bubbles forward. Aurora have been eliminated. 2 games to save the tournament for Aurora. 13 squads now remain. And every single step, every single movement, every single pull of the trigger, with just 2 games remaining, becomes more and more important to how these teams' day is going to end.
I mean, every fight matters right now, and as you say, every bullet feels like it's impactful. Whether you miss or hit, as Dog Red get eliminated on the south, they were held out by DCG.
It's about 3 or 4 teams up on this building. You've got Pirates, Team Vision, you've got Neo, and you've got Dinos all on top of each other. And with Zach Mazer down, Carter has a lot of work to do, but the double swing comes in from Neo. Lota, it's all up to you. Jumps back through the Void Passage, back behind the knockdown, but with just 10 HP, it's not enough to survive. Team Vision will be eliminated.
But they are on the cusp of top 14 at the moment. They put points on the board, that's what matters. As they chase a position in the match point finals. As now the bombardments start to come down, people starting to use those ultimates just to try and reposition, because you get desperate now. When we move from this next zone, there's no more buildings left available. It's going to be a lot down to those Gibraltars in the bubble just to give you a little bit of space.
DJ Killer threading the needle with that R9, but as you can see, they just can't push at the moment. Someone needs to leave this building, or someone needs to take this fight. There's only 15 seconds left, and look how far they have to go. JDG, they will be eliminated next in the lobby as well. It's Zeddy Esports who take them down. The teams who are in best position right now for Fun, SAUL and Team Liquid. Zeta Division also in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, For Fun's movement over to that eastern side has been huge for them. A massive chance to win this game. Their biggest problem is going to be Team Liquid. We look, though, at TIE right now, who are about to go up into the sky, assess the lay of the land, and they're going to notice that a lot of these positions they would have liked to have played have been taken already.
They're going to land right between For Fun and Team Liquid. Zeddy landing in a few moments' time as well. TLNM Pirates also up in the skies. A lot of teams taking the aerial route. Now, Neo, having done it latest, have the opportunity to see if there's a third party that they can land upon. Instead, it's going to have to be the low ground here. And they're going to have to get that bubble down nice and quickly. Look at the damage that they've taken, though. Liquid are holding strong on this high ground.
Liquid reluctant to commit, though. They're just going to wait for this bubble to pass, and they should be able to delete Neo relatively easily. They're just worried about the other teams to their east.
Breach charge goes in. Relove just been eliminated in the meantime. Neo are out next. Liquid pick up a couple of kills there. Panic will take home 2. As Zero finds another one. Liquid stays so healthy during that fight as well. Look at the bubbles, though, just popping up all over this zone. It's a great indication of how little cover there is to play.
I feel like I'm in a theme park with the amount of bubbles available right now, but you're just going to look at 8 teams, make it 7 as Dinos get eliminated. TIE go down. We're down to 6 squads. There's not enough playable space. There's not enough cover for all of these teams to hold together. As Team Liquid still will hold the high ground here at the moment, but they are being pressured by 2.
Well, Pirates are leaving it all out there in these games. 3 games gone in this series. They've played the best Apex they have all tournament long, and now they're involved in the end game. One man who could change a team's fortune, though, is on your screen. Jelly has an infinite ammo Kraber, and 1 bullet changes maybe just the complete flow of this endgame if he can connect.
And with that latest kill from Team Liquid and the latest assist from Zero, that is his 1,000th career assist in the ALGS. Quite a big milestone to pass.
Legacy's position really important here for SAUL. He is closest to where this zone is going to end, and in the safest spot, and they are trained upon the position.
Bogey here.
of the Pirates. Sharky's going to take down Kaino, forces the bubble. One team taking up into the skies there. Didn't quite catch who that was. It's going to be Team Liquid, actually with a late Valkyrie here to see where everyone's positioned and to try and flush someone out. Pirates still alive, by the way. They are surviving, but by the barest of margins.
The barest of all margins. We've got 6 Gibraltars all available. It's going to be 6 bubbles. And actually, we might see a few more skyward dives because everyone knows once these bubbles go down, you have no cover.
Well, the Pirates are known usually for what they do on the sea, but this time it's going to be the skies that they go to as they hit the Valkyrie. For fun, trying to stop the Reds coming in from Zaya Division up on that high ground. Satuki and Yuka are down.
For fun are having a fantastic series, really flowing now. As we check back in with the Pirates. You haven't heard about Sky Pirates? I know full well they can do some damage.
Well, Nate should get the armor swap, but he's got to take down some bodies before he does so. Can he deny the Reds here from Zeddy Esports? For fun are down. Top 5, top 4. And Zeddy will fall, and the Pirates and Nate are making a late run here.
And Nate can go up into the sky, avoids all the gunfire, and actually there's a position to play here. You can go unknown. No, you can't. SAUL, they do spot him.
Can he buy enough time, though, to get healthy? He's going to jet up into the skies, and that's going to be the end of the Pirates, but it's another good game for them. SAUL just down to Legacy here, as Team Liquid look like they're cleaning up the low ground.
Liquid have had this plan from the very start. It's been calculated and methodical, and now they just need to finish it off.
It's 3 versus 1 versus 1. Satuki down, Yuka down, Legacy, the solo alive for SAUL, and Mike the last player here to try and deny the clear win and the road to victory for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid will put another win on the board and another statement to put them up there as one of the favorites for this tournament. They send themselves up into 2nd place in the overalls. They want the best possible position in that POI draft. And I tell you what, there is an outside chance that they could catch Elite Esports. They would probably need 2 wins from this point, but again, not impossible.
Well, Zero looks like he's ready for a break. But if I'm him, I'm sitting in that chair and I ain't moving too far, because the position and the execution from Team Liquid in those final moments and from the very start of the game was absolutely superb.
I mean, it's an exhausting one for an IGL. There's so much you have to keep tabs on. Some brave decisions made as well to sometimes hold their position, other times to say, look, if we skyward dive, we gain so much information over the rest of the lobby. We can reassess, and in that meantime, think of all the damage that's been done to some of the other teams as well. But huge points gained for so many teams that needed it in various different ways, whether they're looking to try and survive or whether they're looking to try and find a place in those match point finals.
And we're going to have to talk about it. It's an awkward conversation. It's a difficult conversation. But Aurora again fall. They really did not look comfortable. They tried to wrap on that eastern side, on the hillside towards the zone. They got caught out by Zeta Division, who are watching their back, and from there just weren't able to reset, weren't able to get comfortable, and they fall early in the lobby again. My question to you, have they left it too late here? Is there enough time for Aurora to get themselves out of this mess?
Judging by the composition we just saw, they're uncomfortable. They're not finding the points they would usually find. This is not a composition we would have seen in Split 1 when they are looking for points on Storm Point from Sito Station. That being said, it was a relatively difficult zone for them. If they get one that's a little bit more favorable, they are a team that can put big wins on the board, and they're going to need it. You heard what Graceful said. You need 30 points plus, really, to feel comfortable here, if not more. Aurora are capable of it. But listening to the interview from Effect, he said, look, it's our first time on land, things are a little bit shaky, and you can see it in the way they are playing. But they still have 2, and that's what's important.
Team Liquid looking like a championship winning team right now, I have to say. The form that they're in, the way that they're fighting, and the way that Zero is calling zones and IGLing them into fantastic positions. It feels like they've got everything. The little bit of magic from Panic, the solid kind of control that Sykes is giving them on those anchored legends that he's playing. And like I said, the way that Zero is IGLing is absolutely superb. You really are seeing the best of Liquid and what you expected to see when this team came together.
They are all playing the best we've seen as a team. And whilst we've seen them play incredible on separate teams before, they've never really gelled like this in this way. and we knew it was coming. It felt like it was just a matter of time before we saw them at the top. And they really are putting all those pieces together as we look at some of those results. By the way, AG Global, they finished down in 15th, but they got 9 kill points. We saw the strategy they were
all of
employing,
them,
as they were pushing every team in their way. And as we look back at some of the highlights, I was saying how it was very important for some of these teams to find points, but we now have our second confirmed team eliminated from the competition. Team Heretics have fallen into that bottom 6, and remember, they've already finished all their games, so Team Heretics are out of the tournament.
A shame. Of course, we have to send these teams home. We've got 4 more spots, unfortunately, available for other teams to fill up, and unfortunately they're the ones you do not want to be in, because it means you'll be going home. This is the end game that we did see here. Zeta Division did such a good job, I will say, in a lot of those final moments, and I think great zone call again from them. One thing I've been very impressed about with Zeta is the fact that they've kind of adjusted from what we saw on day 1 to be a little bit more zone orientated as the tournament has continued. They've adapted well, and they've looked extremely good. Rain Day and Snipe Down are down on the floor. What did you take away from that previous game?
Well, thank you, gentlemen. It's hard not to take away another Team Liquid win. Top performers across almost every single day we've had at the group stage here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 26. Rain Day and Snipe Down. This is Green Room Talk on stage. Snipe, we've been watching these games. Obviously, we got to lead with another Team Liquid win. They're forcing us to talk about them. That's not been the characteristic over the course of this split, but on land, they have become a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, what better time to start catching your stride than right now? You have Zero, who's just been one of the most accolade IGLs in the world, and missing the last event. It sounds like he's got to come into this one, do twice as good, and get that first place. He's one of the only things that he's missing is that EWC title. And honestly, right now, I mean, we've seen the 2 most consistent teams are Liquid and Elite, and they are, they haven't slowed down in any of these lobbies. Elite almost went 3 for 3 in winning every single one of their groups, and now Liquid's honestly in a similar situation where they're right at the top and just continuing that. So it's impressive to see how well these teams have done, and they're showing up when it matters most.
North America and EMEA have found the most success at the highest of levels in this lobby, but there are teams who have found not a lot of success. We've seen one already go home, that's Heretics, but we've got other teams like TLNP, Pirates, who actually are all French, featuring Zidane, a former championship winner with Hierka, who's also a member of Aurora. You would think maybe one of those teams would have the edge on the other, but they're both struggling a little bit, not quite safe yet. Talk to me a little bit about the struggles and on the bottom end for Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, TLMP was one of the bottom 3 teams. I think they came in today at 40th with mid-20s points. So for them to already be performing this well, they are in contention to make it out of that. I thought the bottom 3 was done for coming into today with just how these performances were and the continuation. I don't know if it's the Nasky effect, if it's the Zidane and having that, championship IGL with you, but honestly, bringing in someone who has that ability to calm you down, bring in some laughs. We know he's a jokester, and we saw it when we were talking about it up top. Like, we looked at, Aurora, who was just dead silent. They weren't really having comms. Then we looked at TLMP. They were laughing with each other. That was not a team you see on screen that looked like they were in contention for elimination. And I love that. I love that energy. And having that just makes it feel like, we're taking this serious, but no one's blaming anyone, and we're going into this thinking, we got this. And right now, they are in a position to continue that on a couple more games with 5-6 points apiece, and they might be pushing that 70-point threshold, which is going to be right at the cutoff.
At least Nasky doesn't have him doing any shenanigans with the Tridents, because Tridents don't exist anymore in Apex, so we'll leave that one in the past. Good stuff, Nasky, for keeping the boys engaged as well. Let's talk and shift focus quickly before we get back into our games onto a teammate of, a teammate that said this about Duplex. Underrated. This team, Zeddy, with Deeds, Duplex, obviously Jelly, they have been so good, and they found a way to kind of have that slow start turn into something that will allow them to continue in this tournament if they keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is another team with amazing vibes. I was talking to Jelly and Duplex a little bit yesterday. We were sitting in the stands together, and I mean, this was one of the most underrated teams. They were barely at the North American cutoff to make it here. I think they were one of the 11th or 12th seeds coming into this from America, so they were right there. And for them to be here, it's impressive. Deeds is second place at last EWC, and for him to come here, be the only one from that roster still here, I'm sure there's a lot of experience that he can bring to them, and it's really cool to see them do that well. And now they're pushing to get into that top 14. They're really close to that cutoff, so we'll be watching that as we go forward.
Hopefully Deeds is also saying, guys, I know elimination is on the mind, but when you get second, there's a lot of good stuff that happens to your bank account when you are at EWC. So keeping the sights set on the prize, hopefully Deeds is helping the boys stay connected. All right, Snipe, thanks so much for the interview and chat. We've got more games coming up. These 2 games, they're going to determine officially who stays and who goes home. So do not go anywhere. More Apex coming up.
And that Apex is going to continue right now as we head towards the next match on Stormpoint. Only 2 more games to go to save your tournament, or maybe solidify a position in tomorrow's or the grand finals, while match point finals, which is coming up, of course, on the final day here at EWC. Now, let's talk about cutoffs, Dan. Let's talk about points. This is where you do your best work, and I'm very excited for you to tell us exactly what number is the cutoff right now.
The cutoff is currently 67, and I'm sure the Zoomers will be excited for that one, but Kirasami Havoc, they find themselves in that spot. They're safe right now, but if one more team passes them, they will be eliminated from the competition as well, just as Heretics were, because they've already played all of their games. But one thing that does favor them, they are 10 points clear over any team that is currently playing at the moment. If we were to see Dog Red, Pirates, Aurora, and Trinity all fail for the next 2 games, Kirasami could still somehow scrape through.
So there's still a chance, is what you're saying.
There's always a chance.
I can feel the Zoomers bouncing, by the way, when you said that number. It's
I mean, judging by the players, we've had like 6 of them do 6-7s during media day, so maybe they were the ones bouncing.
That's true, that's true. Let's see if they can continue bouncing on our main stage, though, as we head in towards the next game. We're in the character selection screen. Interesting to see what compositions are going to be run now, because we always see things get a little bit spicy when it comes to comps. Teams down at the bottom start to get a little bit desperate. We saw some interesting compositions being put together to try and be a little bit more aggressive from some teams, because they know, quite simply, they have to get points. And the best way to do that, the only way for them to do that, is to pick up some team wipes. We really are going to see some interesting things going together when it comes to comps, when it comes to team fights and aggression in this game number 5.
And a key factor to those compositions, there is no Gibraltar available. Gibraltar is banned after the pick rate that we saw in match 4. It does still mean Valkyrie is still available to take you up into the skies, but it's suddenly very difficult when you're landing if you don't have that bubble available. So the pick rate for Valkyrie will go down significantly here, but still expect lots of Newcastle available, maybe some Rampart to come in as a little bit of a replacement for Gibby.
No more cover for my brothers. We'll have to see who kind of fills that role. Newcastle might be able to do so. Watson starting to come to the fore as well. A little bit of Rampart, a little bit of Alta, and Fuse is also in the lobby. Pathfinder also. Wraith. There's a lot of different compositions, as we say, as we go into this game number 5, the penultimate game of the group stages. And we're starting off with Team Liquid, the winners of game number 4.
Oh, I love it when this happens, by the way. Newcastle is the most picked legend. So going into match 6, no Gibby, no Newcastle, which changes everything. Now, bang, there you go, Aurora. There is your chance to stay alive in this tournament. It is a great zone close to Sito Station. You can prioritize your movement fast. That being said, I am double checking to see whether they have a ring console, because that does change things here. But are they going for a different composition? Yes, they are. It doesn't matter. They're going for Sparrow, Bangalore, and Alta here with their comp. So expect Aurora to be looking for fights rather so than hunkering down.
Yeah, interesting to see how they're actually going to play this one. It's a zone where they had Prio, but they don't know that they had Prio. So for Team Liquid, their reward for winning the previous game is Barometer being their POI, with the zone is coming right towards them. And we saw them making the most of some of those Barometer zones yesterday. Now Aurora. Is there something special in the waters of Stormpoint for them to take advantage of here?
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fans hoping so, especially those here in the region of EMEA in Europe. Some very popular players. And Aurora, this is an interesting decision. They are hunting Trinity. Trinity are the lowest team we have in the competition right now. Bottom of the barrel leaderboards. And Aurora were potentially looking to see whether they could pick up some free KP here. The other side is Dog Red, who are another team who are down in the bottom 6. So there is a clear game plan here for Aurora.
Over to Jurassic, center of Stormpoint for fun. 34 points on the board for them, so in 5th place in this particular series. And look at the kill feed. Effect is down, Effect is finished. And with that, have Aurora's chances also been finished? They can head to Down Beast. There is a crafter there. But with the prio that they had from Sito, to then have to go to Mill, then have to go all the way to Down Beast to get the res, oh, Aurora up against it, man.
And this is what I was saying when you asked me after match 4. They're not playing a composition to play the game in ways that we've seen them play the game. Sure, they didn't even have a ring console at Sito in the end, but Typically, they would have just moved and looked to, play the game a little bit more normally, but they've gone for something left field, really, out of left field. They've tried to push teams that are a little bit weaker that they might think, and they've been punished for it because both teams sandwiched them in the end. They will be able to get him back up, but they're going to be late arrivals. So expect to see Aurora chasing down some teams as we check in now with Neo, who are currently being chased by AG Global. And we know that AG Global are relentless with their pushes sometimes.
AG Global thinking, hey, this has gone pretty well for us previously. This is the shot from Rohai.
Kadinga.
Boom. 97. And the Flesh starts to see it. Trinity looking for a Newcastle. What away! That hurts. Pretty sure the Newcastle did manage to hit that survey beacon, though, from Dogred over at Bean. Zone's getting very busy, though, down. A lot of teams already there.
Yeah, both Trinity and Dogred in desperate need of points as well. They probably wouldn't really want to fight each other. That being said, if you do win that engagement, you get one step closer. And Dogred said, yeah, we don't really fancy it. We've got enough information from our survey beacon.
In unison, they're going up. Oh, DCG! Rest in peace. It's for fun. Who pick up those KP?
For fun on the hunt. They're trying to secure themselves in the match point finals, and even though they're a little bit off, again, still doable. They are 10 points off the cut at the moment. That is not unachievable in 2 matches by any means. On the other side, for Relove DCG, they're only 13 points ahead of the teams that are chasing them. So, again, it is another difficult position to find yourself in going into that match 6, because those 13 points can definitely be cut down here.
Rohai been a nuisance with this charge rifle. Just give a little check-in on where Aurora are, by the way. AG Global are over on the northern side of Checkpoint, which is where Aurora are trying to rotate to hit a ring console. This is what we're seeing right now. Now, do AG know they're there? Well, they will now, because there's a Sparrow Arrow is going to let them know that somebody's close.
Aurora looking to see if they can pick up anything here. Here's AG Global that they're chasing, and honestly, with how Aurora have been playing at the moment, they're not going to be confident about a fight, let alone are we going to be confident in watching them take said fight. And it almost just feels like they need one. And we speak about, I've been speaking a lot about Effect, right? But Hiaka, a LAN champion, bear in mind, potentially being eliminated in the group stages here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026.
We'll have to see if they can pull something out of the bag here. TIE down the low ground of Barometer, though. They're going to have the Watson fences up. Hold on to the Gen for now. Interesting to see the position that Team Liquid did take, actually, dropping over here at Barometer. They're playing this most western hut that you can see at the top of the zip line. So they obviously believe that the zone is going to be pulling their way away from the main structure, where they played so successfully yesterday. Neo on the hunt here. This is a long way away from where the zone is going to be going. And it's AG on the other side of it, and even though you feel a bit stronger on that zip line, when everybody's shooting at you, even the zipline can't save you.
These could be some important kills for Neo as well. They're another one of these teams that are down towards the bottom of the leaderboards, outside of said elimination places right now, but certainly catchable. And they want to try and create as much distance as possible, not just in this current situation, but also in the leaderboards as well. Yanya looks like he's going to be the player to just hold them off a little bit and allow the third to run away and escape. But Neo will be more than happy. An extra KP they'll be delighted about.
They'll take it. That's another point on the board. You can't take that one away from them. And Ezel did manage to get out on the Pathfinder, which is always a good thing.
Question for you. Are you usually the player that puts your life on the line to allow your teammate to escape, or are you the one escaping, Mark?
I've already left.
I don't think that's actually true. You're the first to go down. I'm not only the one who's already left.
Only after I killed 2.
Kill 2, where are you? Well, Vision, they are very close, by the way, to knocking Virtus Pro down into the survival stage. One more point for Vision, and they will find themselves currently in the top 40.
With Zeta Division, who are inside of the POI to their south, and they're just holding this hillside for the moment. Logred have tried to move into that hut and were very quickly eliminated by a combination of For Fun
Liquid and Zeddy Esports. That was not a comfortable landing. That's what happens when Gibby is banned.
And that's great news for those teams who are outside those elimination places. It is one of our teams in the bottom 6, eliminated, not getting any points. And Dog Red still find themselves 10 points shy of that cutoff now. They have one more game to try and find enough points to stay alive.
Zeta now moving up, and they've actually taken the height away from where Team Vision were. Lotus going to get caught out here, and he's going to get taken down. Satuki and a combination of Yuka will do that damage, but here comes Zach Mazer. Great shots with that alternator, the double tap going crazy. But there's the movement from Yuka. He's absolutely lost him, and Yuka makes this interesting. Carter reloads that R99, swings behind the knockdown shield. Can't quite connect, has to change to the Hemlock. Reloads the R9. Carter versus Yuka inside the mess. There is the knockdowns. He's firing blind, and he will win that fight. Carter will delete Zeta.
A huge fight to win for Vision. It puts them temporarily
Here comes Dinos
into that top 14, but now Dinos arrive. Carter, the priority is escaping. See if you can get away. Yes, you've banked those points. Yes, you're into the top 14, but you still want to go that one step further.
Zach has both hands up in the air. It's almost a cinema pose from him, but I don't think it is cinema. If Carter gets taken down, he's going to try desperately to hit this cannon to escape, and he just about manages to do so. But where is this landing? I tell you what, it looks like it's safe. Neo are playing the other side of the fence line in front of them. There is a crafter just up this hill, and Carter might have done enough to survive here for Vision.
And to be honest, I think I'm fairly certain with those kills, Vision may not even be able to be caught with the position they find themselves in that top 14. Of course, I'll leave that for the admins, but they are pretty safe at 109. It does put Virtus Pro down into that survival stage. Unlimit now would be the next at risk, and then after that would be Alliance. But I'm thinking that maybe Alliance might be okay at 108, but we will wait and see as we take a look at that zone and where it's going to be heading. Aurora have been able to find themselves on that western side, Mark. I mean, it's not a bad area, and if you look at their route in, it is Trinity that is waiting there for them.
Yeah, zone pool's going to be interesting. If it keeps going towards Team Liquid and that western side, and of course they made that zone call off of the fact they dropped a barometer, then Aurora might be on the quieter side of this zone. Now Carter's deep in zone right now, and he is being chased down, and from one cannon to the next. Carter is a human cannonball.
I mean, amazing, really, when you look at some of the positions these teams find themselves in and how every single fight
what is going on
matters so much as we're having a fight in zone between Neo and AG Global.
This is zone 3, by the way, so this hurts everybody involved. Neo are deep inside the zone, holding AG Global. AG Global are thinking, what's going on here then? After getting that reset after we saw initially, it was only Jaguares who managed to get away. And now with the zip line going down, you have to wonder if it'll be the second time we see this fight ending in the same way.
It's just a silly fight to take, really, isn't it?
Very silly is how I would describe it. Yeah, you're quite right.
I mean, less to lose for AG Global, and Neo, they're probably just thinking, look, we just need to put points on the board. So they're also just very eager to get involved in some fights as well, thinking that maybe they won't get the chance for points later on. It's for fun in the kill feed once more.
Now the zone has to check in with Zeddy Esports, and Dupe is brought back to his feet. Jelly from behind the gen. That's Jelly's gen. Don't go near it.
You know, Zeddy have been going quietly about their business throughout this tournament. There is nothing quiet about this fight at the moment. They are more than happy to be aggressive in looks of this KP, but they've walked into a Watson fence.
Never did that. Gonna send out the kickstart drone here to try and survive. TXX trying to move in alongside Dinos here. It's a little bit of a mess at the bottom of Barometer, as XD has to slam the castle wall down just to try and get Peter back to his feet. There's Void Nexuses. There's guns with no bullets in them that need to be reloaded. There's Newcastle walls. There's DJ Killer. It's absolute chaos down at the bottom of Barometer here.
It's chaos, it's carnage.
It's an infest.
In the result of it all, will anyone actually benefit from it? Because they may all just be scooped up by the last remaining team that comes on in to join these. As Dino, they port back.
Wait,
Maybe they can go back up.
Is everyone going to survive here?
Everyone may survive, but JDG not surviving. Neo are now getting aggressive onto them. They want the kills.
AG Global have been eliminated in the meantime. Neo now just down to 1. Naughty. Caught off guard. Shubi. Almost going to be taken down. Oh my, 1v2. But not enough to survive as Vision move in. Zeddy Esports also eliminated after Neo go down, but the zone is what I wanted to talk about. It's moved all the way to the northern side of Barometer. Aurora now have a chance.
Neo do get kills on the board though. And even though Neo had previously left the ring to try and go kill Vision, then got killed by Vision, what's important was they got those 3 KP, which puts them into 30th position. Just creates that gap that I was talking about from the chasing teams. Will give them a lot more security going into match 6. Now, there's the preview of the zone you were talking about. We head up northeast here. Pirates
have got a chance.
One of those buildings. Pirates, who currently sit in 36th position on 58 points, 9 points away from that cutoff.
And Paris will pop off if the Pirates manage to survive today after where they started off.
I mean, we have to give Paris something to cheer about today, right? Nothing else happening later.
You are a brave, brave man. A braver man than I.
Well, Aurora, as we check back in with their journey at the moment, it's been a quiet one in this game, but most importantly, they are still alive, which again leaves a chance. They're on the northwestern side as S8UL. 43 points right now in this series, and they are flying. They're in 3rd place in the overalls as well. What a tournament it's been for S8UL.
Well, let's say Aurora have a chance. They still have a lot to do. Now, they are close to zone. A lot of the teams that are on the Barrow side will take each other down. There are some Valkyrie ults that will be being hit right now to try and get closer to zone. But what do Aurora do from this position? For Fun Esports, just been eliminated in the meantime, as now 8 teams will be in the spectate screen watching what takes place in these final moments. Round 4 is closing, 30 seconds left on it. TIE will fall next.
TIE go down, but they're in a relatively safe position at the moment as now Aurora start to move a little bit closer towards zone. They have found a rock that they can play around here.
I think they're trying to pinch Zipline Mafia with Team Vision. 2 teams staring at them.
That's a lot of damage.
Get these KP, but it's Vision who are picking them up. The points aren't going to Aurora. Unless they can get one, but they don't even get that. I think actually, excuse me, Oirain did get 1 point. But now he's going to retreat back to his teammate with no smokes available. He's going to do it the old-fashioned way.
Even though they didn't get the kills, just 1 as you mentioned, I think the important thing was they eliminated a team that is ahead of them. That is a position they could play as they try and continue their rotation. And they are putting more placements on the board as well as we get into the top 10 now. It's 1 extra placement point gained from the previous that they had.
Bro high in his charge rifle, still rattling them off from high ground.
I mean, I love the position for both Trinity and Pirates, by the way. 2 teams in that bottom 6. As E36, they've spotted out the likes of Aurora and Team Vision here, are both a little bit vulnerable with where they currently reside.
Well, this man knows how to win a LAN. Obli on your screen. A huge moment for APAC North when he was able to lift that trophy. Some time it feels ago now. S8UL now moving up as Dinos will be eliminated. And they've got to make their way a little bit closer to zone as that northern pool continues here. GG weak inside of the building, and now the swing comes in from Legacy. Beautiful stuff. GG eliminated. Half the lobby is gone, 8 squads remaining, and now Legacy's got an infinite ammo craver to play with.
It's a race to second in the overalls.
Here comes Aurora.
Between S8UL and Liquid at the moment, as Aurora about to enter a huge fight for their chances.
Well, E36 took a lot of damage, and I think they sense this. They want to try and push. They want to try and flush them away from this position. But you can see in the movement here of Oirain that they are a little bit nervous. They can't overcommit. They know that even if they get kills, if they take damage and it's not clean, then their game could be over.
It's a must-win fight, but E36 are retreating. They're playing zone, and now suddenly, with the castle wall going down, Aurora might get held out here, but Effect gets an opener. They needed it.
S8UL look down onto N and force 36 and clear the threat. Now be S8UL looking out as Oirain will go down. Effect does make the cross though. They are safe in this corner, but S8UL will be able to look down upon them. But can they stick the res here? Oirain has got close enough to his 2 teammates.
that they could drop him an armor here if they wanted to, and Oire will be back in this fight. Aurora survive! And boy, did they need to!
SAUL, they got distracted by Liquid. I think Liquid saved Aurora's life there without even knowing. And Aurora now able to loot up as well off the death boxes of E36.
Team Visions have so much space though, as we jump in with them. Everybody else in the lobby is ahead of them, in and around that main building. So they can just bide their time. They can wait and walk this in if they need to. 3 Valkyries left in the lobby as well for some skyward dive action if needed.
Five teams, make it 6 teams on this southern side, by the way. As you mentioned, Vision, they hold the entire north. I've also got confirmation with the kills Vision have found and the points, they are mathematically through to match point finals as well. As Zach Mazer's taking a little poke towards Aurora.
Get your asses there.
Oh, and he's pinging as well. He's notifying the rest of the team that there is a vulnerable squad on this right-hand side. It's the last thing Aurora want.
He's taking the Void Nexus to join his teammates a little bit closer to the zone, I think, here, Zach, in a few moments' time, and indeed he does. So Vision now as a 3 on the outside of this structure. Now, Aurora, the good news for them is that everyone in that building has to leave, has to take care of each other, and may fall into their sightlines. Now, there's not a lot of KP picked up by Aurora, but from where they were, they're involved in an endgame. PXX eliminated. 6 squads now remain. Bangok could go a little bit crazy in the endgame as well.
Legacy's hitting shots as well with that Krabi. Aurora, they just need placement points. Team Liquid have a difficult push out here, but I love this at the moment. Use that gen in the wall just to give you a little bit of cover. The shield's going to protect them as well.
Panic also. Barely any ammo left in that Prowler, but it might be enough to start the fight and invite Vision to collapse in behind SAUL. They are going to pick up some of these kills. Beautiful shot coming in from Carter. As Vision 2 control the most space in this lobby and in this game start to fry. Trinity are gone. Aurora still alive. It's all up to Effecto. He's only got around 20 HP. He's bouncing through the portals. Aurora dead, but it's a top 3. Now over to Visions to clean this up. Liquid have members down. Zero's the last man standing. It's not back-to-back for Liquid because it's time for Team Vision to celebrate.
Team Vision are going to the match point finals. The question is now, how high up can they get in that POI draft? They're in 4th position in the overalls. They've caught the likes of SAUL and Team Liquid to make this very interesting going into match 6. And all the meanwhile, Aurora's top 3 puts them 2 points away from that cutoff.
Wow.
Pirates, their top 5 puts them 7 points away from the cutoff. The teams that were down and out have given themselves the best opportunity they could have going into match 6.
And with that win, it's the first win of the tournament for Team Vision. And there was a moment in that game, remember, where we saw Zach's hands go up. The cinema moment. Maybe he saw the future. Maybe he saw exactly what was going to happen in that moment. Let's think about the fact that they were down to a solo a few times. Carter had to perform some gymnastics across cannons to keep them in that game. But I think we just got proven to us in Apex Legends, even at this level, if you can stay in the game, you give yourself a chance. Vision win it, Aurora get top 3, who at one point, both those teams looked out of it.
And when your backs are against the wall, quite literally with Aurora, they played it smart, they played it intelligently, they just looked for placement points. They just have to crawl over this finish line. It doesn't matter how they get over it as long as they get those points on the board. But it was Vision who, as you quite rightly mentioned, from just a solo at one point to getting back up and then dominating the zone, manipulating that final circle in whatever they wanted. They were bullying teams on the right, on the left. They just made sure they were the last team standing on the north.
So the boys on Team Vision get that win and, like you say, solidified their position in match point finals. They can afford to have a little bit of a feet up moment tomorrow as they watch the Apex Legends continue with teams trying to join them. Team Vision fans feeling very good about it. Why wouldn't you? That magic number, by the way, that was on that banner there,
67 is still the cutoff point.
It is still the cutoff point. Kirasami Havoc, as it stands, are still going into the survival stage, but the chasing pack are getting very, very close indeed. There's those 19 kill points that Vision were able to pick up to make a 31-point game. But it's there in number 3, Aurora. They get 10 points. As it stands, they only need 3 more. But that being said, there are still teams behind them, so they would potentially need even more than that, depending on how it goes. But for some of the other teams down in the bottom, the likes of Dog Red, for example, they got eliminated early. DCG got eliminated early. They're still in a dangerous situation as well. But one other story that is developing, For Fun Esports. They find themselves on 101 points, 5 points away from making match point finals as it stands. Bear in mind, at the start of this, For Fun Esports, they were just hoping to get through to the survival stage, and now they have an opportunity to guarantee match point finals.
And TLM Pirates, the hometown favorites, have given themselves a chance. And is that going to be one of the keys that gets crushed, or will the Aurora key survive another day here? Man, we always get to these points in the tournament, and it's like, I look at the leaderboards, I'm like, how's there one game left? And like, how have we got to this point again? Where the stakes are so high, where the tension is so high, we've always got someone who shouldn't be there, who is there.
And honestly,
I just don't know what's going to happen.
How high the points total is to get into that survival stage as well. I think Snipe Down was talking about it on the desk, or metaphorical desk. It's just so tight at the moment, the competition here in this tournament. You think back to yesterday's games, actually, even the games we had today in the previous series set, we had 3 teams tied in first place.
Yes.
For goodness sake, that's how close it was. This meta has allowed so many teams to catch up and close that gap with some of the best.
One thing to highlight here is legend bans. Newcastle is the next legend to be banned. Now, Valkyrie is still here, has made it through to Game 6, but the legends that are banned, if you're joining us, Crypto, Seer, Mad Maggie, Gibraltar, and Newcastle. Now, giving Newcastle, we know kind of the staple when we get to the later ends of these series for giving you that cover, but now with the 2 most defensive legends out of the lobby, there's going to be some guns up big moments. Big team fights won by good aim. And I'm excited to see which teams kind of have the nerve to take them, have the nerve to really push the advantages when they present themselves. Because if you're in an elimination spot right now, the idea of taking a fight is not just taking a fight for the KP now, it's your tournament can be over if the fight does not go your way.
And realistically, there's only one team who has to play some crazy aggressive comp, and that is Trinity. Now, this is the lay of the land. This is the top 10. These 10 teams will be going to match point finals as it stands, and realistically are pretty much guaranteed with Zeta Division 117.
Why couldn't Elite get one more point? That's really bugging me, by the way.
Well, maybe Liquid can catch them up and surpass them. You know, if Liquid have a 35-point game, suddenly they're on 200 and they get first place in the POI draft. And S8UL, with the way they're playing at the moment, I wouldn't put it past them to find a 40 bomb. So there is still potential for it to change at the top. But then it starts to get interesting as we move over to the second page. Remember, that cutoff is at 14th position.
That is. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Unlimit hold 14th place at 106. Virtus Pro are now down in the survival stage because they're not playing. They won't be at match point finals. But then we look at For Fun Esports, the only team that's left on that screen who is still playing and chasing at 101. They could push Unlimit down. Now, these are all the teams that are going to be in the survival stage, and there are a couple that are still chasing for that top 14 as well. Most likely, we are going to need to see something absolutely miraculous from them if they are going to find themselves in the match point finals. Not impossible, but down at the bottom,
this is
Neo.
This is the scary part, right?
74 points for them.
This page is, yeah.
This is where it gets
That's the cutoff. Like we say, Kirasami Havoc right now, 67 points. 66, 65, 60, 57, 43, 31. We know that Dory and Trinity, unfortunately, are already eliminated from the tournament, but there's still a lot to be decided in this final game of Apex Legends in the group stage. We'll find out what happens in just a few moments' time. We're going to go for a quick break. Match number 6, the final match of the group stage, comes up after this.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching the last game of the group stage. So let's set the stakes, Luti. I'm going to kick things off by saying 4 of the bottom 6 teams who will be eliminated today are currently playing on stage. Only a handful of points required to make it into the survival stage for some of those teams. So this match, it literally is all on the line. We have a few in the bubble, which means coming out of the survival stage into that top bracket, getting into the finals on Saturday. But it's all to play for, Luti.
Et ouais, il l'a dit, mesdames et messieurs, Barney vient de l'expliquer. 4 équipes peuvent tout simplement être éliminées, mais elles peuvent également remonter. Et les Français peuvent le faire. Est-ce que vous y croyez? So I'm gonna ask to everybody, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our last game of this group stage, make some noise! Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do for the clapping, bro.
Are we gonna do it one more time? Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as we throw into our final map of the day, one last time, make some noise! It's all on the line. Let's do this.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The final game of the group stages. We will confirm who's going through the match point finals and who is going home. Who will be back tomorrow for the survival stage and who is going to have some hearts broken down. This is it. Storm Point is where we go for one more game and one more chance to save your tournament if you're sat in that bottom 6.
I'm sure there's so many teams and players that are nervous at the moment, and also a lot of players who I'm sure are very excited for this game as well, because they've already secured their spot and now a chance to show what they're made of and try and improve their position in said POI draft. Vision being one of them. This has been their best series so far in this tournament. We knew they were capable of this, and now they're putting on a show.
Well, the zone is always our first talking point, and we're going up to the north. This is an interesting one. We're going out towards North Pad by the looks of things. Maybe for a little trenches zone, Dan. I know you're a big fan of them. It's your personal favorite.
I do love a trench finish. I don't know why, it's just a little bit down and dirty, isn't it? But maybe perfect for the likes of AG Global and Dinos, as they can take some of those northern positions, which are very difficult to take off of them once they find them. And as a reminder, our 4 teams that are currently in the bottom 6 that are still fighting for their life, if they die, they will be out. Aurora, Pirates, Dog Red, and Trinity. Unless, of course, they put enough points on the board before they go down.
And there's still a very good chance of doing so. It is so close at the bottom. For Trinity, well, their tournament is essentially over. Only 6 points so far from these 5 games, and with Rohai on his back and Zipline Mafia chasing them down, there might be a sour taste left in their mouth here.
Trinity would need a win, and quite a big one as well. And whilst it is not impossible, as Mark's alluding to, with one player already down, it's not looking great. But I think that, again, there is going to be an escape artist here. Get one away to get rezzed back up onto your feet.
Well, guess who's coming to have a look at this? The team who moved from Ceto Station in the previous game towards Mill are back again. It's Aurora who are looking to move up on third party, but they've actually taken a fair bit of damage here. And Dog Red is still very, very healthy in this. Now, I wonder if Aurora are going to disengage. It looks like they have actually just moved away ever so slightly. As For Fun Esports will be eliminated. That is big, Dan.
It is big. It means they will not be progressing to match point finals. They are guaranteed, though, to be in the survival stage tomorrow. But they only needed 5, as another team will be guaranteed out of this tournament. Trinity eliminated. Neo go down as well. Neo probably okay at 74 points, but it's going to be a very nervy finish in this match 6 for them. As for Aurora, it is more points on the board. They now find themselves 1 point behind the cutoff.
1 point confirmed as well with that kill. Over towards a little bit further away from the zone, where we're going to find ourselves some Pirates. Another team who have really given it everything today, Dan. A scary moment for them coming into today with the position they found themselves in after a couple of lax days, but you can't argue that they've put it together when it mattered. It's just, did they leave it too late? They're over a pylon here. They've got SAUL above them. ZE Esports also looking at this. I think Pirates recognize that they've got to leave here.
And that's where it becomes interesting as well. It's not as simple for Aurora of just finding that 1 point, because if they found 1 point and died, a team like Pirates, if they found 7, suddenly both teams then would be on a tiebreaker. So Pirates are not that far away. 7th place, 39 points. They have been fantastic in this series. But I think you are quite right. You're going to be kicking yourselves later if you don't qualify, if you don't stay alive, saying, could we have just done a little bit more on day 1 and 2?
So difficult to predict how teams are going to play in this kind of a lobby as well, with desperation becoming a factor. Zipline Mafia going to lose excuse here. Dog Red will find 1 KP. As we look at how For Fun were eliminated a little bit earlier in this game. Now, like you mentioned, it means they won't make match point finals. They were very close to doing so, but they are still alive. Now, Nate has taken damage. Zidane, he's broken as well, and Nate is down.
Zidane unable to connect with any of those longbow shots as well, so it has to be turning into a retreat. Had he hit a couple, maybe got a knock, you can potentially engage. They do have Skyward Dive available, so they have got their get out of jail free card, of course. They need to start planning how they get Nate back on his feet to try and find those points they so desperately need to get into that survival stage.
Just looking at crafting opportunities for them. Cito has one, the Mill has one as well, so there are places that they can plan their rotation to get Nate back into the game, but the fact that they're still on white armor is somewhat of a concern. Although this Evo Harvester might help them change that. Over to Dog Red then. Back to the Mill, where it seems like a lot of action has taken place. Zipline Mafia are waiting for them.
Still not impossible for Dog Red to get out of these elimination spots as well. They are very much a focus, especially if they can find some KP on their route. I also do want to touch on the fact that Aurora are playing a more defensive lineup in their composition as well. Catalyst comes into the fray. They will be able to hit ring consoles. They can assess that situation and play for zone, and I think that's kind of what they're doing. At the moment, they're on the northwest side of the map. As Zipline Mafia will have to move here. The question is, do they engage with Dog Red, who were down to their south?
Looks like Dog Red are heading towards Cito Station, so both teams should be pretty safe. Over to where the zone is more likely going to be ending, though, and you've got E36 and Zeta Division sharing a couple of these eggshells. So standoff between the two. And Yuka is not moving.
Yuko unfortunately losing that 1v1 in the previous game as well. It's not often you see it happen. There's a lot of
got some rats
ambushing happening at the moment.
We've got some
would be onto DCG if they can catch them.
DCG, some cheese under this box. Come and get it. Come on. Do they know? They're
do
gonna know now. Kickstart drone goes in. Roy might be the unfortunate one who really does get hurt here. The rat play works perfectly. And those shots with a native from Jelly are pretty good as well.
This could be so detrimental for DCG as well. They are only just outside of those elimination spots, may I add. They do get one on the board though. And the Nexus will be opened. An escape route has been found. And survival is a must here for DCG. Even if they just put a couple of placement points on the board in this game, they just want to stay out of reach of those that are chasing like Aurora and Pirates.
AG Global just been eliminated in the meantime. Their job is done though. They were pretty secure in match point finals. So the heavy lifting has been done. They'll be able to watch all of the teams sweat it out in the survival stage tomorrow. Look at Jelly. Look at Jelly. Oh. Jelly's chasing them down. Jelly's chasing them down. And DCG will fall.
Oh no, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. A lot of our elimination teams and those who are closer on the struggle bus right now. Zipline Mafia will take down 2. Zidane knows that their tournament lives are quite literally on his shoulders right now.
He's got Valkyrie.
Thankfully, he is Valkyrie.
Oh, it's only blue. He's going to go up nice and slowly. He's spinning. He's holding his breath.
And the zone is also chipping away. Zidane, with the hopes of France on his shoulders, threads the needle. But on the other side of this choke, S8UL are there. But do they know?
I think so. I think they saw the Valkyrie ult coming in. We'll check back in a little bit later as TIE now having a fight with Dog Red. Of course, another one of our teams in those elimination spots. It's a must-win fight for Dog Red, and they've got the opener.
Uma Chandler is down. F-Chan, he's going to follow him by the looks of things. Oh, one bullet, that'll do it. Get that reload, and yes, TIE are eliminated, and Dog Red get the points.
Are we going to see a late Dog Red resurgence here?
Well, Zidane just looking at the backpack here, trying to see if what meds he's got available. He does have an ult cell, but is he going to get to use it here? He's getting chipped away at again. It's Zipline Mafia once more who are in behind him. If he can survive just on this low ground, SAUL actually might help him out of this situation, looking back at Zipline Mafia. But his heart must be in his mouth right now.
SAUL are going to hear the little tippy taps below them from the Valkyrie of Zidane, but you are completely right. Zipline Mafia, they will probably distract SAUL from Zidane, who somehow, some way, scarpers through and survives.
There's no crafter though. He's going to have to like counter-rotate essentially to get out of this game. We'll take a look back on the rat play that we saw a few moments ago. Zidane's being hunted once again, but he's going to be pretty comfortable with this situation now because it's happened for the majority of the game. He's still alive here, Zidane. Oh, that med kit's going to be big. Means he can spend a little bit more time in zone here. There's an evac, there's a Moby. There's a Phoenix kit down there as well. 85% on the next Valcolt for him, which will get him back to zone. Oh, this is terrifying. If you're a Tillen Pirates fan.
You're going deep for a crafter.
Don't miss time a med kit at this point.
Can the Pirates survive? That's where the zone's going to be heading. Dinos are pretty much bang center. Liquid have also set up very successfully as well. As Pirates now have found their crafter. It's literally last chance saloon now here for Zidane and the rest of the squad.
It's not a mirage, it's an oasis. They get the banners, they get the res, and Zidane still, by the way, has Valcolt, so he can get them into zone. Now, Dog Red continuing their reign of terror here. It's Duplex who gets caught off guard.
Dog Red on the chase. They are now 3 points away from the cutoff, as both Dog Red and Pirates are hunting. But they still cannot afford to go down. They are not quite there yet, but now here is Eddie. They've got the opening knock, but it's a 2v2 now.
Deep's down to 1 HP. He's going to be down. Last player alive is inside of that building. Kickstart drone is going to be chasing. And Jelly has a chance to clutch. Jelly in a 1v1. Killer Post has to be careful. Jumps back with a tap stream. Zeddy Esports, get out of there.
Now you need to stay alive. As Dog Red are trying their best to stay in this tournament, but now Zipline Mafia here to try and ruin their day. As Dog Red will fall just 1 point short of that cutoff. As SAUL also go down. Vision on top yet again here. And that means Dog Red's tournament is done. Another team guaranteed to be out and another key that will be crushed.
GG versus Zipline Mafia, and it's looking all one-way traffic. Kazak is the last player alive. Still 3 up for GG on the edge of zone here. Where do they go from here, GG? Trying to work their way through this choke down towards zone. They actually don't realize it, but the buildings are actually free for them to slide down, and that's kind of synonymous and symptomatic of the fact that the game has been played at such a fast pace. Lots of fights on edge, lots of teams desperate for points. It means there's space in zone, 11 squads remaining.
Setting up shop or setting up ship. The Pirates are still alive. 6 points away from that cutoff. Can they do the unthinkable here in Paris?
Well, Nate's taking damage here.
JDG are above them.
JDG are pushing, floating goes down. Noi's going to be swinning. Shubi is behind them, kind of needs to do damage. Zidane and the Pirates are down. The ship will sink.
Zipline Mafia, JD Gaming will also go down off the back of it. But do you know who this benefits? Aurora, who have been quietly going about their business. They have quietly snuck their way into a safe and surviving spot right now, and it can only be taken away from them by Trinity, who actually, with them being eliminated, it doesn't matter anymore. Aurora at 69 points will be safe and surviving in this tournament.
Somehow Aurora have pulled it out of the bag in the last 2 games in our group stages. They will continue in this tournament and have a chance to make it tomorrow through to the match point finals. Boy, it's a bit shaky though. Anyway, back to the game. Now it's about placements. Now it's about who makes match point finals. Now it's about POI draft positioning and finishing strong. Zeta Division on your screen right now. Bang center, and Yuka's got a Kraber, and I am down to watch it.
And realistically, the only team with an outside chance of making match point finals here in this lobby is Dinos. They would need a win though. And from their position, it is definitely achievable. As GG, even though it's not been the best of series for them, it's still been a well-performing series. They find themselves in 5th in the overalls, and again, they are chasing that top leading pack for a better POI position in their draft.
30 seconds left on this zone. It's going to be Dinos on the outside. Team Vision just been eliminated. Last player alive was Lota. He's going to be taken down. Aurora now looking to take this fight. And all of a sudden it looks like the vibes have just started to pick up. Iyaka is down. Team Liquid continuing to do what they've done so well so far in this tournament, which is win fights, which is play close. And Sykes will close out another clean Team Liquid fight. They are looking almost inevitable at this point.
As Aurora go down, PXX also out. Aurora, I'm sure, will be checking those points to see that they are safe. They played the intelligent game. They played it smart. They allowed all the teams below them to get eliminated first. As now E36, they've done enough as well to be in this survival stage. But can they ruin the day for anyone else? Dinos, remember, our next key focus here in this final circle.
And Dinos only a solo. So it's looking like the odds are not good for poor old Dinos here.
And then suddenly our attention turns to actually who's going to win this series in particular. Team Liquid 8 points shy of Vision. Just to take some confidence into the match point finals, because they're already there. They're already secure to be playing on Saturday. And you've already said, Mark, you get a nice rest tomorrow where you can watch the survival stage go down. But I think for a team like Team Liquid and an IGL like Zero, you want to see them getting that confidence by finding even more wins.
Well, GG again pushed right now. Yuka with the Kraber. Pings away at the head of Sykes. Zero says, I need to get back through this Nexus now, but Yuka is applying pressure. 2 shots, 2 connections. Team Liquid now know that Yuka has the Kraber.
And Zeta Division really have been so impressive since day one here. They came in as that #1 seed from APAC North, and they have not disappointed.
Oh,
that's a freebie.
Lufka comes out of the death box and back into the grave immediately.
Although with the attention elsewhere, it's allowed a couple of teams to start to move a little bit closer. One of those being Gaming Gladiators, or at least what remains of Gaming Gladiators anyway. Dino's still alive, by the way, even if it's a solo.
Oh! E36. Dinos will be eliminated. E36 taking a lot of damage as well. The Gen's gonna eat that nade up as Yuka tries to take that out of play. GG are eliminated. 3 squads now remain. Sykes is still down. And with T squads remaining, this is gonna be the Yuka show by the looks of things. Panic and Zero try to portal behind them, but Mike is there watching his teammates back. Back to back was the story for Zeta. And a win to close out the group stage is their conclusion. They'll be the final winners here in match number 6 as the group stage comes to a close.
And not just winning the game, but winning the series here in A versus D. And and pushing themselves that one step further in that POI draft in the overalls. What a set of games we just witnessed. And whilst we have, of course, the incredible elation on one side, it's the disappointing and unfortunate sadness of being eliminated on the other. A valiant effort from Pirates. And of course, the French fans disappointed and upset as they watch the team they came here to see fall at the first stage. But boy, did they make it close on set.
I asked you a question in game number 5. Have Aurora left it too late? We now have our answer. In the 2 games, they had to find something where they had to reset in that game 5. They get enough points to survive here. Aurora will be joining us tomorrow in the survival stage. The big dogs are still barking.
It is worth noting as well, with Aurora bumping up into survival stage, they did sadly bump a team down. Kirasami Havoc also eliminated from the competition. And we'll give you all of the confirmed teams that have been eliminated, qualify for match point finals, and of course into the survival stage shortly. But what a final game it was, and it was for some teams just about survival. On set, it was about steering away from fights, and there were some very brave engagements that were taken by other squads as well. But sadly, when you get into that match 6 and you need a 6 or 7 pointer, there's always going to be that one big team that is on a heater that is there to take you down.
A lot of fast-paced action in that final game, and the fact that we just finished the group stage down, and it almost feels like a finals day with the amount of energy that was in the room, but also the amount of pressure that was on the team's shoulders. The fact that we have this elimination in the format is something that I personally, I know you do, absolutely love. It just gives us that jeopardy. And although it means some people will go home disappointed, it gives us so much to pay attention for in the big moments. For Fun Esports, you can see on your screen, their dreams of making match point finals just slipped away in that final game, but they still will be with us in the survival stage tomorrow. They will fight for a place in that match point finals. But man, that was a fun day of action.
And they will have a top 6 seed going into that survival stage as well. And remember, 6 teams qualify from said survival stage. So job 1 is done, and at least you're in the top 6 in the POI draft. But can you carry that through into actually gaining the points to send you to Saturday into match point finals? And it's crazy really to look at the tiebreaker in the end that separated Unlimit and Virtus Pro for a spot in match point finals.
Well, that's going to do it all from us on the commentary desk. It's been a very, very fun day of action, but I'm going to be honest with you, Dan, I'm not quite sure where we're going, but I'm going to send it there anyway. So whoever's on the end of this, catch.
Well, well, well. I'm pretty sure everyone was holding their breath throughout that entire game 6. It was pretty spicy. I've got Synap joining me here from Enterforce 36. Synap, I've got to say, you guys were towing the elimination line more or less all day today. I just want to get from your point of view how stressful today was for you and your team.
일단 서바이벌 스테이지 진출 축하드리고요, 신입 선수. 정말 스트레스가 정말 많이 받는 날이었을 것 같은데 계속해서 생존을 위해서 쭉 뛰어셔야 됐잖아요. 그래서 그동안 좀 계속해서 생존을 경쟁하셔야 됐던 그 좀 경험이 어땠는지 좀 들려주시죠.
일단 매우 스트레스 받을 만했던 것 같고, 저희가 근데 보트캠프를 못해서 스크림을 일주일 안 하고 해가지고 그냥 받아들이고 스크림 현지에서 3일 했다 생각하고, 아마 결승 떨어진 적이 한 번밖에 없어가지고 무조건 올라갈 것 같아요, 내일.
Yeah, it would be a lie if I was not stressful at all. But that being said, we didn't have any like prepared scrims in advance, so I was just gonna think that like, well, it was just gonna have like another 3 day of scrims. Well, yeah, we're gonna just think we had just another 3 day of scrims, and we're gonna just keep it going. And we never actually, we only had once that we never made it to match point finals. So yeah, we're definitely gonna make it through.
I like it. I like the confidence. And to be honest with you, you guys have the experience on your back as well. You've teamed up with Juzna. You placed third in champs. Then Obli joined the team. He's got LAN experience. He's a previous LAN winner as well. So I'm curious to know, what kind of issues were you coming into over the past few days? Typically you score, let's face it, higher on the leaderboard. So was it just teething issues of merging like a new player into your team since champs?
사실 챔피언십 때 주순아 선수와 함께 또 3등을 하셨고 또 오블린 선수라는 어떻게 보면 좀 대회 우승자와도 함께 하셨는데 근데 또 오블린 선수가 새로 또 합류하게 되시면서 사실 좀 팀 합에 혹시나 좀 문제가 있으시지 않으셨는지 좀 팀 합이 조금 삐걱거렸다든가 그래서 좀 오늘 이번 조별리그 경기가 좀 어려웠다고 생각하시는지.
정현이 형은 뭐 계속 잘하던 선수라 뭐 팀합이 안 맞았던 거 그런 건 없는 것 같고 아마 좀 감을 잃었던 것 같습니다. 좀 게임 진행하는 부분에서 좀 그렇고 네, 감 잃어가지고 감 잡는데 초점 두고 다음 거 준비 잘 해야죠.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player, so I don't think like he's really, bad, honestly. But that being said, I think he might have lost the edge a little bit. So I think we have to mend that. And if he fixed his issues, then I think, yeah, he's still a fantastic player and he can still perform really well.
You're heading into the survival stage tomorrow, probably something you're not too familiar with as you typically getting into the match point finals straight away. But having said that, what needs to change so that you can make it out? Because let's face it, only 6 teams are going to make it out alive from the survival stage.
사실 서바이버 스테이지에 이렇게 가게 되시는 게 사실 익숙치는 않으시는 경험일 텐데 그래도 확실히 더 좀 경쟁이 빡세지잖아요. 예, 경쟁이 힘들어지기 때문에 그 6팀 안에 들어가기 위해서는 좀 어떤 변화가 좀 필요하다고 생각하시는지.
그냥 제가 좀 감 더 찾고 잘하면은 올라갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 저만 잘하면 될 것 같습니다 아마.
Well, I think it depends on my performance, so I'll just do better. Yeah, that's all.
We'll just have to wait and see. Sinap, thank you for joining me in this interview. Some great insight, and we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow in the survival stage. Can they survive? Only 6 will make it out. But for now, don't go anywhere, because we got Rain Day with Naughty on the other side of this stage.
That's right. Thank you, Barney and Sign Up over there. It was a great interview, and now I'm hoping to one-up you here because we got JD Gaming's Naughty. Paris. In Paris, man, you got to give me something special. And I got to say, going back to a moment I want to know your thoughts on internally, walking onto the stage today, knowing where you guys sat in the standings, knowing you had to perform, what was going through your mind?
I'm going to be completely honest. I was not worried at all, at all, just because today we're double rotate, which is what, that's our standard JDG, NA Pro League, kind of vibe. And I'm just a lot more confident with rotating, and what plays to call, when to do it, who's where, who, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just like a more flowy, smooth state. And I knew we were going to drop a great, or have a great day. I thought it would have been better. We had a couple zeros, believe it or not, and we still, I don't know how many points we had. I mean, we had 2 zeros, which is pretty crazy.
That's an amazing showcase. That last play, too, there was a team, Pirates, who was actually not able to make it into the next stage because you guys pushed them. Was there any particular thought on that final play, or are you just trying to vie for the best position?
I don't think it was the best play, but we just wanted to have a big game because we saw our total points and we wanted to get X amount of points to actually get that top 14 mark, take those big risks because those big risks could turn into a massive game, which could that last game comeback kind of vibe. So yeah, we weren't successful with the play and it was definitely pretty inty. But it happens. It's Apex.
It's Apex. It happens, and that's the beauty of our esport. The beauty, though, of your journey, man, is you've kind of leaned into this IGL role. It's been this first real split commanding the troops, and also you've had moments of feeling doubt, but also moments like now where you get to say, whew, we did it. What is it going through your head now of the new aspect of kind of leaning into that responsibility for your team and what you need to do heading into these next 2 days?
I take a lot of my qualities as an IGL from a lot of current great IGLs, just from my experience. And I know that as an IGL, you are not allowed to be nervous when you're on the back foot at all. You have to call your heart out. You have to make sure your teammates are, confident. You have to have the vibes up, tones up. You got to keep it even better than before almost, if it wasn't going well, which obviously wasn't for us. So yeah, I just wanted to be sure I was there for my team today. And I think we all 3 were there for each other. So
I mean, we've seen you and Shubi, but talk to me a little bit about floating. He is a guy that has come in and kind of taken the world by storm. The ALGS Open was the first time we saw this guy. Then we've seen him in Pro League. He's done it again. Now we've seen him at LAN. He's been able to do it. Talk about this young talent on your team.
He is one of the best players in the game right now. He's brand new. Like I said, someone before, I think he is like the highest starting point out of any player that has like started competing in Pro League, you know, just off the bat. So he has a ceiling that is not even close to being reached yet. Not even close. So a lot of high hopes for him. He's a great fucking kid, you know, and I think we're going to have a big comeback land here. So
finishing off in Paris, obviously, Orleans has a little bit of a French vibe. That's where Vegas is going to be. Your family's not here now, but you said you were going to try to get him to Vegas. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, it is. I actually talked with my mom yesterday because she was giving me a little hype up going into today. And yeah, I said, you know, Vegas, a few months away, maybe even a couple, I don't even know, something like that. So yeah, she might show up. It'd be nice.
I love it, man. Well, it's great to talk to you. Congratulations on making it. I know that was a big run for you guys. And of course, JD Gaming going to be representing in tomorrow's bracket, surviving, hopefully making it to match point finals. That's Naughty. Let's send it back over to the studio.
All the questions we have for JD Gaming, for Alliance at the beginning of the day, NIP, and at the end here, Aurora also answered the call, Snipe.
Yeah, I think honestly, I'm happy to see that all these teams, you know, E36 is well in here, and all these teams that we have hyped up in the past. This is the biggest tournament of the year. We have a new champion to be crowned, and we all want the best competition to make it to the grand finals. So to see all these teams that were really low today step it up when it matters most is awesome to see, because I think they deserve to be there, and they earned that position with where they're at. We heard Naughty talk about it, the confidence. You have to be confident as IGL, and it's really impressive to see all these teams that were at the bottom do have the significant push. No absolute hero stories. None of them made it to that top 14, but there were some very, very good games that I'm sure is going to motivate these guys going forward.
I mean, we saw it from all the teams, like you said. Enter 436, Zeta, Aurora. I mean, they made it, but it was very scary for sure. But once again, these teams prove themselves why they're actually capable of making it this deep. It's because they have that experience to bounce back when things have gone against their wall. But I will definitely say, though, for JDG, for sure, they have played phenomenally, and they've always had it in them. The only question I had was, like, he said, oh, dude, this is exactly how we played in Pro League, double rotate, this is how we do it. I'm like, so why didn't we do it from the start?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this leaderboard, it's making it a bit emotional, guys.
Yes.
Because, you know, there was just been some, you know, these teams coming out, you know, some we haven't really touched on, you know, for fun. Esports, for example. I mean, you know, we were sort of having, I was having my jokes about booty with pirates and stuff, but look at them now. JD Gaming, of course, and getting to see, you know, Naughty and just that smile on the face and talking so well about floating, because we do know that, you know, generally floating is just an insane player. So even just the emotion behind this sort of, I guess, swap around in the storylines is just absolutely incredible.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. As much as we are building up all of the stories, some of the stories also get sent back home, and I'm looking to make sure exactly who it is we're pinpointing that is in that bottom 6 for the moment later on. It's definitely heartbreaking for those people, because you have been working hard entirely to make it here, and then only to fall short for whatever shortcomings you might have had. But we've seen glimpses of lights of most of the teams. I would say majority of the team has definitely made a comeback to where they have been, okay, we're throwing everything against the wall. You even heard it from Naughty himself. He's like, hey, we needed a big game. And that's the desperation creeping in, really. It's like, go big or go home. It didn't end up working to that extent that he wanted. He wanted to push himself all the way to 14. Might be a little bit hard. but still, the fact that you're taking that chance is the only, like, if you never take the chance, it will never happen. At least you gotta throw a haymaker every now and then and something will hit. Aim for the stars, you know? Or what did you say? Aim for the hit for the something? Like, you aim really far and, you know, it goes a little bit further than aiming short.
Tomorrow is gonna be aim for those top 6, but let's see.
Aim for the
let's see what the overall is currently looking like. Who's gonna be going directly to the match point finals?
I mean, yeah.
And as you can see right there, I mean, this is kind of expected. Zeta Division actually did so well. And they also got the win that you promised me, Graceful.
I promised a win, and do you know how I noticed? I was playing solo queue ranked before we flew out here, and I played with Satuki actually, and he was popping off. I even streamed it, so yes, Yena. And then he was popping off, and I said it to him as well. I don't really speak Japanese, but I said it to him as well. Satuki Tsuyosugi, he's way too strong, because he was just 1v3ing absolutely everybody, and I'm happy that he managed to find his form, and they all find it from. We even saw Yuka's Kraber shots as well. It was amazing, and I hope they can keep this up.
I just love seeing this leaderboard too, okay? I'm going to talk about the SAUL. I've been harping on about it, but like, I get a little worried. Just this is my time to shine, Grace. No, I've been harping on about this team, and we moved from like Pro League and talking about their consistency and how well they play and the percentages, but they keep doing it even in that last couple of matches. Obviously we were keeping an eye on those teams that would be falling in that bottom bracket, but SAUL, I can't believe that they're in that top 3. Like, this is a proud moment for obviously the team and a lot of the Apex South, because we have been waiting for this moment for them to show that they can be in that top, I was even going to say top 10, but that top 3, baby. Like, that is an exceptional feat. Even like Team Liquid too, they were looking a bit rough at the start, but then to finalize with that 182 points, like, god freaking damn.
Honestly, the consistency of a lot of these teams, and there you go. A Limit does end up making it to the match point finals to Virtus Pro. They ended up in a tie. I don't remember what the tiebreaker is, but for Virtus Pro, they're going to now have to worry about survival stage tomorrow. Wolves Esports, Team RQ, I mean, we saw NIP being able to do their thing earlier today too, but for Team RQ, you have had so many doubts. What can they do different coming into tomorrow? Because tomorrow is going to be those top 6. That's the only thing that's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, what can they do different? Pretty much everything from what they did today. Just maybe go back and watch that day one and feel in positive reassurance of what we did right. Quit focusing so much on what we did wrong. Go back and focus on what we did right. That's one of my favorite things to do, because it puts a lot of the pressure off of, hey, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. So players don't overthink. You go back and say, and build the habits of, this worked for us, let's try and replicate it. Yeah. And I think one of the bigger storylines going into tomorrow is how many dominant teams are in this elimination bracket, with only 6 able to make that grand finals lobby. And then you look at the storylines like the Falcons, for example, that we're used to seeing top these group stages. It's them and the alliances that top the group stages. Falcons is not in the elimination, I want to make that clear. But for example, they're struggling. I mean, genuinely, for a team of that caliber, they are struggling. So it'll be interesting to see if they can clutch it out. And it's just been fun to follow along, because Zeta was in 7th place. We brought them up, but they might have the most wins, or up there with Elite for the most wins of teams at this tournament. And that's what it comes down to for winning the grand final. So many different storylines happening all around us at the same time. And I think tomorrow is going to be nothing short of spectacular. And I guarantee we're probably going to have maybe more tiebreaker heartbreaks or photo finishes going into it as well.
I mean, I was talking to Ken with the interview as well. I'm very, very sad for him, because we talked about it. Where do you think the cutoff is going to be set up? We're on 67. The cutoff is 67, and that's absolutely heartbreaking. Like and this is really, like, yes, he said as well, we had really slow starts. We played really average. Literally, I think his word for this tournament, if he could just sum it up in one word, would be average, and that's where the cutoff ended up being. And that's the most heartbreaking part, because it's no longer in your hands. He was sitting there feeling a little bit comfortable, because he's like, oh, maybe it's 60 to 65. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Okay, we'll see. And then as you're seeing that, as team after team gets eliminated in each match, he thought, okay, Aurora is going to go out. They somehow climb up above them, push them down, and they just go right out there. It's tough as a competitor to see, because I've been there as well. I didn't qual through a LAN when I think he played in London by 1 point at some point. So it's rough, man.
And a heartbreak too for TLN Pirates. I mean, the best day, Lace,
had a good day.
To be on the last day, but the first 2 days it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, like we were saying, you can only have kind of one bad day, and I guess 2 bad days and 1 good day. Just the math ain't mathin'. But yeah, I thought that score would have been a little bit different. I mean, not being right on the bottom there, but yeah, I had a little bit more hope. But yeah, like we said, that cutoff was 67. But yeah, they played their hearts out. I'm super incredibly proud of that. I guess I also wanted to sort of touch on like those teams that we had from the previous lobbies as well, like Gen G. I still can't believe that they just made it in with a performance that they had in from that sense. So, it was tooth and nail for pretty much everything there. But yeah, I'm sad about Pirates.
Yeah,
I can't make no more booty jokes. Why am I even here?
We'll have to wait until next year. But I think for some of the other teams that were able to show up was Enterforce. I mean, that squad performed when they needed to perform.
I mean, this is also a team that has performed in the past, has held the trophy even for a point for one of the playoffs. And, they're more than capable of making it happen. And it just really, really goes to show that all of these teams that have had some form of past success and has mature players, even Naughty, and we heard it from other people in the infuse as well, you just need that one mature person to help guide the way forward. And that's all they needed. They managed to pull through. And I think this is also why the case, as you heard it in the interview where he said, yeah, you know, once we make it past here, we're going to go finals. And that's just really the confidence, but also experience behind you that showcases like we can make it as long as we get through this one little tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I just want to take a second to appreciate the change in the format because I love having more at stake when it comes to these group stages. I really enjoy the elimination side where, you know, the teams that really underperform don't just get the free ride into the losers bracket where they could just have griefed every team in these obviously, oh, we're out, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're just going to go through the losers bracket anyway and get top 10. And I really think that the teams that do the best deserve to be rewarded to make it into the grand finals because of how consistent they were, and consistency is key, especially for battle royales in Apex Legends.
Boy, do we see that
and
too.
Now, only 6 teams making it to the grand finals out of this next elimination lobby is something that we don't see. 10 games as well, which is going to be even more epic to track that along because we've seen it. I mean, we watched teams drop 33 points in one game, so it all comes down to that 10th game. You never know who could leapfrog who. We watched Aurora, struggle and then have one really good game. They got the third. It jumped them up when everyone was kind of starting to count them out. And I love the extra added stakes at this big event at EWC.
I mean, yeah, huge shout out to EWC for hosting this. It's been phenomenal. The fact that the stakes throughout the whole thing makes everything, butt clenching, and I love it. It's just so much more fun with the stakes on the thingy, stakes on the line. And the coolest part about 10 maps that we normally don't have, by the way, like in the rest of the year, is that you're actually, I looked at the map real quick, and I think it's actually 3, 2, 2, 3 is what it was for the maps. So some teams might even find some momentum only for it to instantly swap. If you find momentum on only the second part, well, now you're struggling immediately on the next map. Like, it ups the stakes in so many ways. Never mind the fact that we're banning out more legends, seeing how far we go on that route. Now we get to see people really pull out the crazy. Are we going to see Revtain come out again? Are we seeing Mirage come out again?
Now.
Like, this is the things that we don't normally see, because after 6 games, it's over. You don't really need to deepen your legend pool. Now that you bring this to 10 games, the pressure gets added on. You need to think about what comp you're actually playing, and it's just so much fun.
Yo, I just forgot it. Legend bans over 10 games.
Yeah.
This is going to be crazy.
It's so fun.
Bring out the octane. Don't do it, please. But yeah, that's a great thing to touch on, because usually we have that 6 split series match, but guys, at home it's 10 games in a row. And so we're going to see the most craziest comps ever. Like, we're going to bust out some. One of the lowest picked characters, right? So that's probably like Octane, Lifeline.
I love Octane.
Yeah, I would love to see any of that.
Do you think any of it? I feel like people are pulling out Pathfinder, but that's becoming.
Man. Just give me some Prowler Bloodhound. I want it back.
Yeah. Well, I think if Crypto goes out first, Seer goes out first.
Yeah. It's pretty much all the controller characters usually, and then it'll just end up rotating back once all those are eliminated. So we'll probably end up seeing that. So once Crypto's out, we'll probably end up getting Crypto back in the rotation just to get banned again at some point. That usually ends up happening sometimes.
Well, the beauty is that is going to be happening tomorrow at ALGS at EWC 26. We're done with the group stages. Now it's on to the survival stage. And if you thought today the pressure was on, tomorrow the pressure is going to be even more intense, as these teams want to make it in the top 6 to make it to match point finals. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll be all right here, and we can't wait to see which other teams step up and make it to the finals.